Too long again, then stay here a while. You've found silent, boring history where the past speaks softly. And the stories don't mind if you drift off before they finish. Maybe you weren't looking for history.
Hello folks, tonight we descend into the grime-caked rabbit hole of hygiene in the 1200s. Not the nice, soft focus version with scented candles and warm towels. No, nothing of the sort. This is medieval hygiene, where clean was a spectrum, and bathing was a team activity shared with strangers, barn animals, and whatever diseases happened to be floating by that month. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from and what time it is. It is always fun to see who else is lying in bed, wondering if people really used fermented urine as shampoo. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let us ease into tonight's journey together. When historians talk about medieval Europe, they often focus on kings, battles, and grand architecture. What they mention less often is the constant, unrelenting smell. It drifted through cities and villages alike, a thick blend of human bodies, smoke, stagnant water, and the occasional dead animal tucked behind someone's shed. People did not just smell bad, they smelled creative. It was not because they did not care. Hygiene actually mattered, it just had different rules. Most peasants believed that washing too often could actually make them sick. Bathing opened the pores, they said, and that allowed illness to crawl in and take up residence like a rude house guest. Cleanliness was not about being sterile, it was about avoiding demons that rode on hot steam. Bathing, when it happened, was an ordeal. In towns, people used public bathhouses. These were large wooden structures where hot water was poured into shared tubs, often reused without a full cleaning between customers. Think of it as medieval group therapy, but with fewer breakthroughs and more floating hair. Some bathhouses were respectable, others were less so. The dividing line between a steamy soak and a side business involving whispered negotiations was very, very thin. And yes, historians still argue whether public baths were really for cleanliness or for gossip, matchmaking, and possibly a few other extracurriculars. For peasants without access to bathhouses, the setup was simpler. A wooden tub, a bucket, and hope. Water had to be hauled from a well or stream, heated over a fire, and then lugged inside without spilling too much of it. The tub itself was reused over and over, often by multiple family members in a single session. First the father, then the mother, then the children, in descending order of seniority and increasing filth. By the time the baby got in, the water resembled thin gravy with a hint of turnip. Soap was technically available. It was made from animal fat and ash, boiled down into a lumpy paste that removed dirt and most of your skin. For those who could not afford soap, or feared it might ruin their complexion, alternatives included sand, vinegar, or the vigorous application of prayers. Hair washing presented its own problems. Combs were often made from bone or wood, and lice were considered just part of the deal. Remedies included smearing rosemary soaked in vinegar on the scalp, or sleeping with garlic braided into your hair, like some kind of pungent medieval dream catcher. These methods worked well enough to irritate the lice, but not necessarily to eliminate them. Historians still argue whether these treatments were effective or just made people smell like a salad. Teeth cleaning, or something loosely resembling it, did exist. Chewing sticks made from aromatic wood were used to freshen breath, and some households had tooth powders made from crushed eggshells, charcoal, and salt. The goal was not to prevent cavities, that concept had not arrived yet, but to avoid driving people away with your breath. In extreme cases, people rubbed their gums with mint or onion juice, which might explain why courtship was mostly conducted from a safe distance. Laundry was no less adventurous. Most clothing was made of wool or linen, and peasants often wore the same set for days, if not weeks. Undergarments, when used, helped absorb sweat and grime, but the outer layers took the brunt of it. Washing involved dragging the clothes to the nearest river, scrubbing them with ash or soap on flat stones, and beating them until they either looked clean or simply gave up. This was not a daily routine. Washing clothes was labor-intensive and time-consuming. Most people did it a few times per season, usually when the smell began to develop a personality of its own. After washing, clothes were laid out on bushes or hedges to dry, which also conveniently aired them out for the entire village. And yet, despite the dirt and stink, medieval people did try to smell better. They carried scented herbs in pouches or rubbed lavender on their wrists. Wealthier folk might own perfumed gloves or small balls of ambergris, a waxy substance from whale intestines that for some reason became highly fashionable. If you could afford it, you masked your natural scent with something equally strange. If you could not, you just hoped everyone else smelled worse. Odours were a part of daily life, so much so that cities began to develop their own reputations. London, for instance, was known not just for its size, but for the unique blend of fish markets, tanning pits, and communal waste ditches that gave it what one monk politely described as a memorable fragrance. Medieval homes contributed to the problem. Most had no chimneys, so smoke from cooking fires clung to walls, skin, and every scrap of fabric in the house. Combine that with poor ventilation, damp straw bedding, and livestock wandering through the front door, and you had yourself a scent profile that could best be described as agricultural with notes of despair. Still, people found ways to cope. Some lined their homes with dried herbs, others burned resin or incense when company came over. In wealthier households, servants sprinkled floors with rushes mixed with fragrant petals, which slowly turned brown and crunchy underfoot, absorbing moisture and masking more pungent realities. There were also rituals. In monasteries, for example, monks washed their hands before meals and performed symbolic foot washings. Pilgrims were sometimes required to cleanse themselves in rivers before entering sacred sites. But again, this was less about hygiene in the modern sense and more about spiritual purification. Dirt on the body was tolerable, dirt on the soul was not. Bathing customs varied wildly by region. In parts of Italy and the Middle East, frequent bathing was more common, even encouraged. In colder regions, bathhouses fell out of favour, especially during times of plague, when people believed that warm water opened the body to disease. Better to stay dry and dusty than risk inviting death in with the steam. By modern standards, medieval hygiene was a disaster, but for its time, it was a complex system of habits, beliefs, and adaptations to the realities of limited water, poor infrastructure, and a very different understanding of disease. And perhaps that is the real takeaway. People did not give up on being clean. They just defined it differently. They improvised. They endured. They found dignity where they could, in a sprig of rosemary behind the ear, in a bucket of barely warm water, in the simple act of trying. Bathing in the 1200s was not just an act. It was a full performance, equal parts ambition, discomfort, and mild hazard. In a world where hot water was a luxury and privacy was optional, the simple act of trying to get clean became something closer to a community event, or, depending on the location, a small scandal. Let us begin with the private bath, if such a thing could be called private. Wealthier individuals might own a large wooden tub, often barrel-shaped, sometimes even with handles for easier transport. It sat near the hearth, or, if they were feeling especially brave, in the garden on a sunny day. A servant or two would lug in hot water by the bucket, a process requiring bathing muscle. In the 1200s was not just an alarming number of trips. It was a full performance. The water never stayed hot for long. By the time the tub was full, it had usually cooled in a world where hot water was and had acquired a few floating particles from the bucket. The simple act of trying to get clean became something closer to a community through a linen cloth, depending on the location, a small scandal, a noble effort that usually failed bath if such a thing could be called private. Wealthier individuals might own a large wooden tub, often barrel-shaped, like sometimes even with a few hours for easier transport if it was involved, came in the form of homemade lye mixtures or hard cakes made from in the garden fat on a sunny day. The smell was somewhere between bacon and burnt wood, lug in hot and the texture was equally ambiguous. A process requiring towels, bathhouses were the norm, and an alarming number of luxurious Roman spas. The water never stayed hot. Wooden buildings that resembled by the time the tub was full, filled with usually cool, low benches, lukewarm, and the unmistakable had acquired a few floating bodies from the bucket, or the bathers entered in shifts, soaked in shared tubs or through individual barrels to filter and endured either bliss or noble effort horror, depending on who had bathed before them. Did not for an extra fee, one could pay for scented herbs to be added to the water. The privilege lavender, of not smelling like feet and sheep for a few hours. Attempts to wrestle body odor into submission came in the form of homemade lime mixtures or scrubbing services made from these ranged from gentle massages to something that resembled an burnt wood to sand. The texture was equally ambiguous. Bathhouses often had multiple rooms with varying temperatures, luxurious Roman spas, a warm soak area, wooden buildings and a cool room for rinsing sheds, more often filled with gasping dramatically after leaving the steam. Unmistakable aroma of boiled bodies and herbs. For cleansing. Bathers in practice, it was also a social centre, a gossip mill, individual occasionally, and endured either bliss or mild horror, depending on who had bathed before them. Historians still argue whether bathhouses were true hygiene centres to be added to the water, steamy salons for whispers and wages, sage, the church had complicated feelings body odour into submission. On one hand, cleanliness was associated with scrubbing services. On the other, these ranged from gentle enjoyment in a bathing that resembled an attempt of sin. Certain regions outlawed mixed bathhouses, others had multiple entirely with varying temperatures, posted chamber warnings on their doors, soak area, others, and a cool room for rinsing or winks. More often, enforcement depended entirely on which bishop was nearby. It was, and how grumpy he was that cleansing. Bathing customs was also a social centre. In summer, baths were more frequent, occasionally because heat and sweat made the consequences of undescribed in polite company. In winter, historians still argue whether bathhouses were true hygiene centres. Water became even more of a steamy salon, and there was a genuine fear that a warm bath in a complicated feelings about all this. On one hand, to remain cleanliness was associated with godliness, than to catch a fatal chill. Too much nudity and enjoyment in a bathhouse raised suspicions of sin. Their tubs were small, outlawed mixed bathing, and their sense of privacy non-existent. Some bathhouses a family might bathe together or in quick succession, others using the same water. Subtle the order mattered. Enforcement depended entirely on which bishop was nearby. Soap was how grumpy he was. Herbal rinses were more bathing customs. Water boiled with thyme or rosemary. In summer, baths were more frequent, sometimes only because heat and sweat made the consequences of skipping obvious. And the beer added bragging. In winter, the number of bathers dropped dramatically. Heating water became even a river or stream was the and there was a genuine fear that a warm bath in a cold house might break someone to do it in winter. Better to remain coated in protected rain than to catch a fatal chill run attempting like damp scarecrows. Peasants, of course, bathed. It was not ideal. Their tubs were smaller, their water colder, at least until they had sense of privacy to a neighbour why they were naked in the yard. A family might bathe together or in quick succession, not out of the particular concern for their hygiene mattered, but because they were more likely to soil themselves, fall in mud, or develop rashes. Herbal rinses babies were bathed in water boiled basins or rosemary. Sometimes the water was warmed with great care, and herbs were added for both cleanliness and the beer added bragging rights. Some mothers believed in washing their infants in milk, others in ale. A quick dunk in a river or mixed stream was the poor man's explanation. There were also regions might break ice to do it in parts of Scandinavia. Others simply waited for rain rituals and stood under through the Middle Ages, like damp scarecrows. It was not ideal, but it got the job done. These were often separated until they had to explain to a neighbour why they were naked in the yard again. With the added children were bathed, not the most often, to death not out of particular concern. In contrast, other regions were less because they were more likely to soil themselves, communities fall in that frequent washing weakened the body. Babies were bathed in small served as a barrier against disease, and the water was warmed with great care. In a way, they were not entirely wrong. For both cleanliness might not repel demons, but it did keep nosy neighbours at a distance in milk, others in ale, medical texts, some in mixtures that defy polite explanation. Some physicians recommended regional quirks to balance the humours. Parts of Scandinavia warned that they opened the pores like rituals persisted through the Middle Ages, could be rooted in older traditions, or banned outright separated by gender, and included women cleansing and socializing water, with the added bonus the elderly were advised to use only tepid rinses. In contrast, other regions general message was clear: bathe if you certain must, communities do not enjoy frequent washing. Certainly do not get creative. Dirt, they argued, there were exceptions served as a barrier against disease, sometimes bathed with flair. In a way, they were not entirely wrong. Music, filth might not poetry readings. But it did not keep so nosy neighbours at a sensory theatre. Medieval medical texts offered opinions to events or public Some physicians recommended warm chroniclers to balance the pre-wedding purification baths, warned that they opened the scented sponges and attendants standing by would be prescribed for melancholy. These were as much displays of wealth as they were acts of hygiene. Pregnant even among the elite to avoid bathing frequency was the elderly were advised to use only luxurious rinses. Once a month, the general message was clear. Once a season was acceptable, but do not enjoy it too much, and certainly do not get creative. The truly rich had access to private bathhouses within their estates, sometimes bathed, but even these were often used for oils, rose petals, daily music, and poetry reading. Perhaps the most telling indicator of medieval bathing habits lies in the language. Courtiers might phrases like washing the head events often referred to partial bathing. Some chroniclers describe pre-wedding purification baths mean complete with scented sponges and attendants full body standing by with silver expensive. These were as much displays of wealth as they were someone acts emerged of hygiene, clean, but even among the elite, not always kind frequency was modest. There is a certain logic to it. Was considered luxurious. Heating enough once a month for a full was respectable. Pouring once a season was acceptable. Drying provided you used enough all required time, resources, the truly rich had access to private then there was the aftermath in their estate floors, but even these were often used. And the problem of drying your body in a drafty house, where windows perhaps were made the most telling indicator of and the breeze did not care about your modesty. Phrases like washing the bathing head remained often referred to partial gesture, a ritual immersion, sometimes to wash up attempt at reclaiming your own body from the grime and smoke were rarely like expensive. And it was not just about getting clean. If someone emerged too clean, people noticed, and in a world of mud paths, smoky hearths, there is a certain logic to it. Trying counting enough water for a full bath. Public bathhouses in the maintaining temperature, not merely places to scrub away dirt, all required they were time, cultural resources, and halfway between. Then there was the aftermath stations and neighborhood social dripping clothes. And these were spaces where someone could sit naked in a tub, where windows were made of gossiping hide, and the breeze did not care about your modesty, and somehow so bathing remained what it was, dirty a secret, a gesture, a ritual. These sometimes were often successful attempts at reclaiming your own body from the grime and heavy with steam that never quite escaped. No matter how many windows were wedged open with sticks, it was about the walls were damp, and in a world of mud ominously, smoky and the air inside was a heady mixture of rosemary, boiled sweat, and public bathhouses in the 1200s functionally were not merely places to scrub away into different rooms. They were cultural each with its own purpose. Halfway between the main soaking room had large communal social clubs, or if the town these were spaces where someone could sit naked in a tub and lined with stone, a gossiping widow, smaller tax collector. The tubs were just possibly oversized barrels, and somehow there were also steam cleaner skin known in some areas as sweat chambers, where visitors sat swaddled in town humble structures, inhaling moist herbal vapours, and pretending they were not slowly roasting white escapes. No matter how many windows had operating hours posted by the door, the walls usually were marked on a plank, the floors creaked ominously. Men and women often was a heady mixture of rosemary, boiled sweat, and civic optimism allowed mixed bathing. Functionally, especially during was divided into different rooms. This led to a curious intersection of hygiene. The main soaking room had large communal tubs, opportunities for unguarded conversation, carved into the floor. Others took it further, lined with hosting evening sessions. In smaller towns, the tubs were just oversized barrels. Warm water. There were also steam rooms, known in some areas as visitors paid a small where visitors sometimes a coin, towels, sometimes inhaling moist herbal few eggs, a bit of cheese, or a scrap of leather could be enough for a basic soak. For this fee, the bather received hours posted by the door, usually marked on a plank in rough and sometimes a brush. Men and women often scraping off separately, though this was not a universal. Some bathhouses offered robes made of coarse mixed bathing. Others encouraged during festivals to bring their own. This, though not all, curious intersection of hygiene. Disrobing was done in shared changing space, which meant accepting the unguarded conversation. Everyone was looking, others and everyone was pretending hosting evening sessions. Clothes were torchlight pegs, attended by those seeking warm water, and nobles' garments were not stored next to a baker's apron. Visitors paid unless one wanted to start sometimes a coin or sometimes about one. A few water was another cheese or a scrap of leather was not its defining feature. For this bathhouses typically reused the same tub for multiple guests, that might be replenishing it with hot water throughout the day and skimming the top with a bucket or reed strainer. Some bathhouses offered patrons believed this gave the bath. Others encouraged guests to bring their own. It gave them rashes. Though not all complied. Both were probably correct. Was done in a shared changing space, not just which meant accepting the unspoken supposed medicinal everyone properties. Was looking, and everyone was pretending not to. Time for circulation were hung on pegs, sage for clarity of thought by class. A good noble's garment knew how to balance them next to a baker's apron on the unless one wanted to start a scandal or an older women visited. More water was another mustard seed. Freshness when bachelors arrived claiming to be aching from bathhouses typically reused the same tub for multiple water carriers, replenishing it with hot water throughout the day, who often skimming the top with a bucket. A few bathhouses employed barbers who shaved patrons and faces with a blade so dull it counted as exfoliation, gave them rashes. Others hired musicians. Both were probably correct. And drums, herbs to distract guests from the dubious hygiene of their supposed medicinal properties. In wealthier cities, storytellers sat by the steam room for circulation, recounting tales of love, for clarity of thought, or the time someone slipped on knew how to balance the three-person depending on the clientele. For an additional fee, guests more could request when older women visited, scented oils, more nettle, or even beauty advice from older attendants bachelors arrived, claimed to have once worked for nobility. From farming. Advice included such timeless water carriers, woodstokers, squint at the sun, bath attendants, do not eat onions, scrubbing social events. A few bathhouses never trust a man who bathed heads and faces with a blade. Despite all this, bathhouses were not just for indulgence. Others hired musicians, physicians sometimes prescribed regular bathing guests from the dubious hygiene of their surroundings. And in wealthier cities, storytellers sat by the medieval imagination, recounting tales of love, treachery, or the times someone slipped on bad humours and three-person pile-up. For an additional fee, guests were believed to shock the treatments back into proper alignment, or even beauty advice from older attendants who claimed to have once worked for another person's skin lesions. Advice included one did not ask why someone was wearing a necklace in the sun. One definitely did not point out when someone snored in the steam room. Never trust a man who. The community upheld these rules not with punishment. Despite all this, bathhouses were not just for silence and lingering glances. They were part of healthcare. Physicians sometimes prescribed regular bathing for ailments like melancholy. Too much time spent lounging naked with strangers seemed a condition like a only the medieval imagination could properly define. Priests warned that bathhouses blurred the lines between necessity, bad humours, and restore balance. Some clergymen went so far as to declare free believed to shock the soul back into bordering on heresy. There were naturally rules, this only made bathhouses more popular. One did not criticize when outbreaks of disease occurred. Bathhouses one did not ask why someone was wearing a necklace, blamed for spreading illness. One definitely did not point out when someone tried to fight the steam with even more bathing. The community upheld these vinegar, not with punishment, steeping in wine, passive-aggressive hopes of avoiding lingering glances. Whether it worked or
The
not
church
is
remained
unclear,
deeply
but it certainly
suspicious
led to
of
some very
bathhouses.
expensive laundry bills.
Too much
For
time
many
spent
townspeople,
lounging
especially
naked
the
with
poor,
strangers
bathhouses
seemed like
offered
a
a
recipe
temporary
for
escape
moral
from crowded
decay.
homes and filthy alleys.
Priests warned that
Inside
bathhouses
those
blurred
foggy
the lines
rooms
between
one could
necessity
forget
and
about
temptation.
temptation. Some
Taxes
clergymen went
or
so
the rat,
far as to
currently
declare
occupying
frequent
the
bathing
family
a form of
pantry.
vanity.
There was
bordering
warmth,
on heresy.
music, conversation.
Naturally, this only made
There was a
bathhouses
sense,
more
however
popular.
fleeting, that the world
When outbreaks
could be
of disease
manageable.
occurred,
Even
bathhouses
soft
were
around
often
the
among
edges,
the first places
and it was
shut
not
down,
all politics
blamed for
and
spreading
propriety.
illness.
Ironically,
Bathhouses
some
birthed
towns
legends.
tried to fight plague
Songs
with even
were written
more
about
bathing,
love
scrubbing
their
their
bodies
bodies
with
with
vinegar,
steam,
or
poems
steeping in
lamented
wine-laced
betrayals
baths
revealed
in hopes of
during
avoiding
back
contagions.
Whether it
One
worked or not is
tale
unclear,
tells of a
but it certainly
nobleman
led to some
who
very
slipped
expensive
during a
laundry
particularly
bills.
enthusiastic
For many townspeople,
massage,
especially
and
the
accidentally
poor,
proposed marriage
bathhouses
to the
offered a
wrong
temporary
person.
escape from
They
crowded
were wed
homes
3
and
days
filthy
later,
alleys,
and reportedly
inside
had
those
a decent
foggy
life.
rooms, one could forget
Even
about
the
field
architecture
work,
played a
taxes,
role, or the rat
floors
currently
were sloped
occupying the
toward
family
drains when
pantry.
drains existed.
There was
Though
warmth,
not all of them
music,
led anywhere
conversation.
A few
There was
simply
a sense,
ended
however
at the wall, which
fleeting,
meant that the
the
world
water
could be
cooled
manageable
until someone
even
noticed,
soft around
or
the edges
slipped.
and it was not all
Walls were built
politics
thick
and propriety
to retain heat
Bathhouses
and prevent peeping.
birthed legends.
Roofs
Songs were
low
written
to trap
about
steam,
loves
and
ignited
ceilings
in the
often
steam.
dripped ominously in
Poems
rhythm
lamented
with the
betrayals
musicians revealed
outside during back
And then
scrubbings.
there were the bathhouse
One
nicknames.
apocryphal tale tells of a
Patrons
nobleman
bestowed
who
names with
slipped during a
affectionate
particularly
sarcasm.
enthusiastic
The
massage
lukewarm barrel,
and accidentally proposed
mutton
marriage
broth,
to the wrong person.
St. Steve's.
They were wed 3 days
The
later,
place where
and
I lost my
reportedly
sock
had
and
a
my
decent
dignity.
life. These were places that
Even
had
the
character.
architecture played a
They
role.
were part of the town's personality.
Floors were sloped
as
toward
vital
drains
as any
when
market
drains
square or
existed,
church
though not all
bell.
of them led anywhere
One
helpful.
could track the
A
shifting
few
seasons
simply
through
ended at the
bathhouse
wall,
chatter.
which meant
the water
spring
pooled
brought
until
complaints
someone
about
muddy
noticed,
roads,
or
summer brought
slipped.
sandal blisters and
Walls
rumours
were
about
built
travelling
thick
performers
to retain heat
Autumn
and prevent
arrived
peeping.
with talk of harvest,
Roofs
tax
were low to
collection,
trap steam,
and unsolicited
and ceilings
recipes
often dripped
involving
ominously
cabbage.
in rhythm with the
Winter
musicians
meant fewer
outside.
patrons, more
And then
firewood,
there were the
and a
bathhouse
communal
nicknames.
effort to pretend the roof was not
Patrons
leaking.
bestowed names with
Bathhouses
affectionate
even
sarcasm.
had their own vocabulary.
The lukewarm barrel.
To be pickled
The
meant
mutton
staying
broth.
too long. To
St.
be
Steve's
tub-wise meant knowing which
the
bench
place where
was
I
least
lost my
likely
sock
to
and
collapse.
my dignity.
Going
These
full
were places that
splash
had character.
referred to someone
They were
so
part of the town's
enthusiastic in their
personality,
bathing
as
that
vital
others
as
mysteriously
any market
left the
square or
room.
church bell.
This
One
language
could
changed
track
by
the shifting
region, but the
seasons
spirit
through
remained
bathhouse
the
chatter.
same.
Shared
Spring
spaces
brought complaints
created
about
shared
muddy
stories.
roads. Summer brought
In the
sandal
end,
blisters
the
and
bathhouse
rumours
was
was
not
not
just
just
about
about
washing
washing
bodies.
Autumn
It was
arrived
about
with
reshaping
talk
the
of harvest,
day,
tax
scrubbing
collection,
the edges
and
off life's
unsolicited
many
recipes
small defeats.
involving cabbage.
It was about
Winter
shared
meant
warmth,
fewer patrons,
shared water,
more firewood,
shared
and a
humanity.
communal effort to pretend
No
the
matter
roof
how
was not
imperfect,
leaking.
crowded,
Bathhouses
or
even
questionably
had their
clean,
own vocabulary.
bathhouses mattered.
To be pickled
They mattered
meant staying
because they
too
gave
long.
people a
to
moment,
be tub-wise
a moment
meant knowing
of
which
stillness,
bench was
a
least
moment
likely
of
to
being
collapse.
seen, a
Going
moment
full
when life did
splash
not smell
referred
quite so
to
much
someone
of wet
so
wool
enthusiastic
and
in their
despair.
bathing that
And that
others
in medieval
mysteriously
Europe
left the
was
room.
something worth soaking
This language
in
changed
the
by
hierarchy
region,
of
but the
medieval
spirit
hygiene
remained the
horrors.
same.
The scalp
Shared
held a
spaces
special place.
created shared
Hair
stories.
was everywhere. It
In
was
the
thick,
end, the
tangled,
bathhouse was not
braided,
just about washing
concealed,
bodies,
revealed,
it was about
prayed
reshaping
over,
the day,
and at times
scrubbing the edges
weaponized
of
with vinegar.
life's many small defeats.
Yet despite its prominence,
It was
caring
about
for
shared
it was a
warmth,
labour of
shared
contradiction.
water, shared humanity.
People wanted their hair to look
no matter
presentable,
how
or
imperfect,
at least crowded,
socially passable,
or questionably
but they
clean.
also feared what
Bathhouses
might be
mattered.
hiding inside
They
it.
mattered
Because
because
they
where there
gave
was
people
hair,
a moment,
there were likely
a moment
lice,
of stillness,
a moment
and where there were
of being
lice,
seen,
there was a story,
a moment when life
the medieval
did not smell
approach to
quite
hair
so much
washing
of
was
wet
cautious
wool
at best,
and despair.
Full shampooing,
And
as it
that
is
in
understood
medieval
today,
Europe
was rare.
something worth
Hair was washed
soaking in.
occasionally,
In the
often during
hierarchy
major
of
religious
medieval
festivals,
hygiene horrors,
or
the
before
scalp
significant
held a
life
special
events
place.
like weddings,
Hair
or
was
court
everywhere.
appearances.
It was
For
thick,
most people,
tangled,
clean
braided
hair meant it had been
concealed,
dusted,
revealed,
braided,
prayed
and
over,
perhaps perfumed,
and at times
not
necessarily
weaponized
washed
with
with
vinegar.
water. Yet
When
despite
water
its
was
prominence,
used,
caring
not
for it was a
applied
labour of
carelessly.
contradiction.
Hot water opened
People
the
wanted
scalp's
their hair
pores,
to look
or so it was
presentable,
believed, or at least
inviting
socially
disease,
passable,
and
but they
disobedient
also
spirits.
feared what
Therefore,
might be hiding
lukewarm
inside
or
it.
cold rinses were the
Because
standard.
where there was hair
Hair
was
was
combed thoroughly
lice.
before washing.
Sometimes
Where there were
for
lice,
hours,
there was a story.
combs were made
The
from
medieval
bone,
approach
wood,
to hair
or
washing
horn,
was cautious
and the
at
act
best.
of combing was
Full
not merely for
shampooing as it is
detangling,
understood
but
today
also
was
to
rare.
dislodge lice.
Hair was washed
nits,
occasionally,
and
often
small
during
surprises
major religious
best not
festivals,
mentioned aloud.
or before significant
A popular
life
lice
events like
treatment
weddings
involved
or
soaking
court
the comb
appearances.
in vinegar or
For most
rose water.
people, clean
The acidity
hair
was
meant it had
believed
been
to weaken
dusted,
the lice's
braided,
grip,
and perhaps
possibly
perfumed,
their will to live.
not necessarily
After
washed
combing,
with water.
the hair might be washed with
water
a
was
herbal
used,
infusion.
it was not applied
chamomile
carelessly.
for shine,
Hot
rosemary
water
for strength,
opened the scalp's
or
pores,
nettle,
or so
if
it
one
was
had
believed,
angered a hedge witch,
inviting in disease and
Soaps were
disobedient
rarely
spirits.
applied directly
Therefore,
to the scalp.
lukewarm or
They were
cold
too
rinses
harsh
were
and
the
often
standard.
left behind a residue
Hair was
that
combed
turned one's
thoroughly
hair
before washing,
into a stiff,
sometimes for
slightly
hours.
flammable helmet.
Combs were made from
Those
bone,
with longer
wood,
hair
or
faced
horn
added
and the act
challenges.
of combing was not
Women,
merely
in
for
particular,
detangling,
took pride
but
in
also
their
to
tresses.
dislodge lice.
Braiding was both
nits,
fashionable
and small
practical.
surprises best
It kept
not
the
mentioned
hair
aloud.
out of the way,
Contained
contained
its
its
unruly
unruly
volume,
volume, soaking
and,
the comb
crucially,
in vinegar or
made
rose
lice
water.
easier to
The
detect.
acidity was believed to
Intricate
weaken the
braids
lice's
could
grip
signal
and
status,
possibly
marital
their will to live.
availability.
After
Or
combing,
regional
the
identity.
hair might be washed with
Unbraided
a herbal
hair, on the other
infusion,
hand, was
chamomile
sometimes
for
viewed
shine,
as
rosemary
improper,
for strength,
unless one was
or
mourning,
nettle,
or
if one had
actively
angered a
cursing
hedge
someone in
witch.
Latin.
Head
Soaps were
coverings
rarely
also
applied
played a
directly
role.
to the scalp.
Most
They were
adults
too
wore
harsh
something over
and
their
often
heads,
left behind a
hats,
residue
veils,
that turned one's
coifs
hair
or kerchiefs
into a stiff,
not just
slightly
for modesty
flammable
or fashion,
helmet, but to keep
those
dust,
with longer hair
smoke,
faced
and
added
wandering
challenges.
insects at bay.
Women, in particular,
These
took pride in
coverings
their
were often
tresses.
changed more
Braiding
frequently
was
than
both
the hair
fashionable
underneath was
and
washed.
practical.
In
It
fact,
kept the hair
if someone
out of
had
the
a
way,
nice linen
contained
cap
its
and a
unruly
decent
volume,
comb,
and
they could go a
crucially
suspiciously long
made lice
time
easier
without
to
touching
detect.
a bucket.
Intricate
Not all
braids
treatments
could
were
signal
gentle.
status,
Some
marital
involved rubbing the
availability,
scalp with
or
mashed
regional
garlic or
identity.
onion.
Others,
Unbraided
recommended
hair,
goose
on the other
grease,
hand,
chicken
was
fat,
sometimes viewed
or warmed
as
vinegar
improper,
mixed with
unless
ash.
one was
One
mourning
popular
or
remedy
actively
included soaking
cursing
bread
someone
in
in
wine,
Latin.
applying it to the scalp,
Head
and
coverings
leaving it
also
there until the
played a
wine
role.
evaporated or the person
Most
was
adults
banned from
wore
social
something over their
gatherings.
heads.
Scholars
Hats,
still argue
veils,
whether any of
coifs
this
or
worked,
kerchiefs,
or if it simply
not
made
just
the
for
lice
modesty
seek
or
out
fashion,
less pungent
but to
hosts.
keep dust,
Children were
smoke,
particularly
and wandering
vulnerable.
insects
Their
at
scalps
bay.
were thinner, their habits
These
less
coverings
hygienic,
were often
and
changed
their
more
tolerance for
frequently
combing
than
the
the
hair
hair
underneath
underneath
was
was
washed. Parents
In
often
fact,
used herbal
if someone had
compresses
a
to
nice
reduce
linen
itching
cap
or
and a
distract from
decent
the horror.
comb,
They
of
could
what
go
was
a
being
suspiciously
pulled
long
from
time
behind the ears
without touching a bucket.
Schoolmasters
Not all
sometimes
treatments
inspected
were
their
gentle.
pupils.
Some
for lice,
involved
a
rubbing the
process
scalp
that involved
with mashed
wooden
garlic
stick
or onion.
hard stairs,
Others
and an
recommended goose
escalating
grease,
sense of
chicken
shame,
fat,
or
monks
warmed
and
vinegar
clergy took a
mixed with
different
ash.
route.
One
Their hair
popular
was
remedy
often
included
soaking
shaved
bread in wine,
patches as
applying
part
it to
of
the
religious
scalp
practice.
and leaving it there until the
This
wine
made lice
evaporated or
easier
the
to
person was
detect
banned
and
from
harder to
social
hide,
gatherings, which, depending on
Scholars
one's
still
perspective,
argue whether
was
any
either
of this
a blessing
worked
or
or
if it
punishment.
simply made the lice
Even
seek
so,
out less
monasteries were
pungent
not immune
hosts.
to infestations.
Children were particularly
Communal
vulnerable.
living, shared pillows,
Their
and
scalps were
vows of
thinner.
silence
Their habits
created
less
perfect
hygienic,
conditions,
and their tolerance for
quiet,
combing
determined
significantly
parasites.
lower. Parents often used
Hairstyling
herbal
existed,
compresses
but
to
required
reduce
bravery
itching or distract
from
from
the
the
horror
horror made from
of
animal
what was
fat,
being pulled
soot
from behind
or
the
honey
ears.
were applied for shine and
Schoolmasters
control.
sometimes
These
inspected their
attracted
pupils
both
for lice,
admiration,
a process
and
that
insect.
involved wooden sticks,
One
hard
enterprising
stairs,
noblewoman allegedly
and an
used a
escalating
paste
sense
of
of
egg
shame.
yolk and crushed
Monks
herbs
and
to
clergy
create
took a
volume.
different route.
It worked
Their
beautifully
hair was often
until a
tonsured,
hot
shaved
day
in
turned her
patches
hair
as
into
part
a
of
baked
religious
frittata
practice
that no
This
one
made
could
lice easier
unsee.
to detect and harder to
Barbers
hide,
offered
which,
scalp
depending
care,
on
though
one's
their services
perspective,
were
was
uneven.
either a blessing
Some were skilled
or
in
punishment.
trimming, delousing,
Even so,
and styling.
monasteries were not
Others
immune to
leaned more toward
infestations.
bloodletting,
Communal
tooth
living,
extraction,
shared pillows,
and
and vows of
unsolicited
silence
philosophy
created
perfect conditions.
In larger
for
towns,
quiet
barber
surgeons
surgeons
worked
worked
out of
parasites.
bathhouses.
Hairstyling
Cutting hair
existed,
in the same
but
steam,
required
where
bravery.
people whispered rumours and
Pomades
soaked
made
their
from animal
regrets.
fat,
Dandruff
soot
was
or
handled
honey
with dry
were
powders,
applied for shine
chalk,
and control.
crushed eggshell, These
or
attracted
ground
both
herbs.
admiration and insects.
The goal was to absorb
One
oils
enterprising
and reduce
noblewoman
itching,
allegedly
not
used
necessarily
a paste
to
of egg
fix
yolk
anything.
and crushed herbs to create volume.
Flakes were seen
It
as
worked
part of
beautifully,
life,
like
until
cracked
a hot
hands
day
in winter
turned her hair into a
mysterious
baked
bruises
frittata
from
that
medieval
no
furniture
one could unsee.
For the truly wealthy,
Barbers
options
offered
expanded,
scalp care,
though their
imported
services were
oils
uneven.
from the Mediterranean,
Some were skilled in
scented
trimming,
waters from
delousing,
the east,
and styling,
and silk wraps
others
to
leaned
preserve
more
hairstyles
toward
overnight,
blow-letting, tooth extraction,
nobles,
and
sometimes
unsolicited
slept on
pillows
philosophy.
stuffed with herbs to
In
perfume
larger
the hair,
towns,
as
barber
they
surgeons
dreamed.
worked out of
If one could
bathhouses,
afford luxury,
cutting
the
hair in the
hair
same
became
steam,
a canvas
where
of
people
ambition.
whispered rumours
If not,
and soaked
it remained
their
a
regrets.
battlefield between
Dandruff
beauty
was
and
handled
bugs.
with dry powders,
Seasonal
chalk,
changes brought
crushed
seasonal
eggshell,
concerns.
or ground
In
herbs.
summer, sweat and
The
sun
goal
turned
was to
hair
absorb
brittle.
oils
In
and
winter,
reduce itching,
smoke from hearths
not necessarily
clung
to
to every
fix
strand.
anything. Spring brought mud.
Flakes were
and
seen as
autumn
part of
brought
life,
static.
like cracked hands
There was no
in
escape.
winter. Or
Even the
mysterious
cleanest
bruises
head
from
eventually
medieval
submitted to the
furniture.
will of nature.
For
and
the
its
truly wealthy,
six-legged
options
agents of
expanded.
chaos.
Imported
Despite
oils
all
from the
this,
Mediterranean,
hair was considered a vital
waters from the
part of
east,
personal
and silk
identity.
wraps to
People
preserve
admired
hairstyles
thick,
overnight.
healthy locks.
Nobles
Poets wrote
sometimes
verses
slept
about
on
flax
pillows
and
stuffed
hair
with
and
herbs
raven
to perfume the
tresses.
hair.
Saints
As
were
they
identified
dreamed.
by their
If one could
miraculous
afford
curls,
luxury,
the
hair
hair
was
became a
cut and
canvas of
saved,
ambition.
offered to lovers,
If not,
burned
it
in
remained a
rituals,
battlefield
or
between
kept as
beauty
talismans.
and bugs.
Losing
Seasonal
it, whether to
changes
age,
brought
seasonal
illness or
concerns.
lice-induced
In
panic
summer,
was
sweat
viewed
and sun
as a
turned
personal
hair
defeat.
brittle. In winter,
In
smoke
literature
from
and
hearths
legend,
clung to
hair
every
carried
strand.
symbolic
Spring
weight.
brought mud,
A knight
and
swearing
autumn
loyalty
brought
might
static.
receive a strand
There was
of his
no
lady's
escape.
hair.
Even
Tied
the
around
cleanest
his
head
wrist.
eventually
A
submitted
widow
to the will
might
of
cut
nature.
her hair in
and
mourning.
its six-legged
Healer
agents
might
of
require
chaos.
a lock to break a curse.
Despite all this,
or find a
hair
missing
was
child.
considered a vital
Hair
part
was
of
not
personal
merely a
identity.
cosmetic feature.
People
It was
admired
part
thick,
of the soul's
healthy
packaging.
locks. Poets wrote
then there
verses
were
about
wigs.
flaxen hair and
Not
raven
widespread
tresses.
in the
Saints were
1200s,
identified
but
by their
occasionally used
miraculous
by
performers. Con
Hair was
artists
cut
and
and
people
saved,
with something
offered
to
to hide.
lovers, burned in
These
rituals,
wigs were
or
crude,
kept
made
as
from real
talismans,
hair, stitched
losing
into
it,
caps,
whether
or
to
glued
age,
onto
illness,
cloth.
or
They were
lice-induced
itchy,
panic,
heavy,
was viewed
and flammable
as a personal
everything
defeat.
one hoped for in a disguise.
In literature and legend,
as hygiene
hair
improved
carried
across
symbolic
regions,
weight.
the perception of hair
A knight
shifted.
swearing loyalty
Clean hair
might
became
receive
a
a
sign
strand
of
of his
virtue.
lady's hair.
Oily hair,
tied
unless
around
treated
his
with
wrist,
perfume,
a
was
widow
viewed as
might cut
neglectful.
her hair in
Yet the
mourning.
practicalities
A healer
remained.
might require a
Without
lock
easy
to break
access
a
to
curse,
water
or
soap
find a
and
missing
time,
child. Most people did
hair
what they
was
could.
not merely
They
a
combed,
cosmetic
they
feature.
braided, it was
They
part
wrapped,
of the
they
soul's
hoped.
packaging. Some wore talismans
there
in
were
their
wigs.
hair. Tiny pouches
Not widespread
with herbs,
in the
charms,
1200s,
but
or bits of
occasionally
parchment.
used by performers.
These were meant
con
to ward
artists,
off disease,
and people with something
misfortune,
to hide,
or nosy
These
neighbours.
wigs were crude,
A hairdo
made
could
from
be
real
both
hair,
fashion
stitched
statement
into
and
caps,
spiritual
or glued
armour,
onto
all
cloth.
held together
They were
with
itchy,
pins carved
heavy,
from
and
bone.
flammable.
Even in
Everything
death,
one hoped
hair
for
mattered.
in a disguise.
Corpses were
As
sometimes
hygiene
buried
improved
with
across
combs,
regions,
their
the perception of
hair
washed
washed
with
with
holy
holy
water, clean hair
brushed
became
by
a sign
grieving
of
relatives.
virtue. Oily
This
hair,
final
unless treated
grooming
with
was a
perfume,
sign of
was viewed
dignity,
as neglectful,
a preparation
yet the
for whatever
practicalities
awaited
remained.
beyond.
Without easy
Because
access
whether
to
alive
water,
or
soap,
departed,
and time,
a medieval
most people
person
did what they
understood.
could. They combed,
One truth.
they braided,
The
they
state
wrapped,
of your
they
scalp
hoped.
said something about
Some
your
wore
soul.
talismans in
the
their
end,
hair.
Tiny
Hair
pouches
hygiene was
with
less about
herbs,
perfection,
charms,
and
or
more
bits
about
of
effort.
parchment.
These were
It was a
meant to ward
battlefield,
off disease,
a ritual,
misfortune,
burden, or
and a
badge.
nosy neighbours. It
A
itched.
hairdo could be
tangled,
both fashion
it rebelled,
statement and spiritual
but it also
armour,
spoke
all
of
held
hair,
together
of identity,
with pins
and
carved
of the
from
enduring
bone.
desire
Even
to
in
face
death,
the world
hair
with a
mattered.
head held
Corpses
high,
were sometimes
even if there
buried
was
with
something
combs,
crawling on it.
their hair
If you
washed
ever
with
find
holy
yourself
water
grateful
and
for
brushed
modern
by
dental
grieving
floss,
relatives,
spare a thought for the
this
medieval
final
mouth.
grooming was a sign of
The
dignity,
state of oral
a
hygiene in the
preparation
1200s
for whatever
was less a
awaited
science
beyond,
and more a
because whether
stubborn act of
alive or
survival.
departed,
A
teeth were
medieval
important,
person understood.
they were used for
One
cutting
truth,
food,
cracking
the
nuts,
state
and
of your
occasionally
scalp said
biting
something
one's
about
enemies,
your soul,
but their
in the
care was
end,
wildly
hair hygiene was
inconsistent,
less about perfection
experimental,
and more about
frequently
effort.
painful.
It was a battlefield,
Most people cleaned
a
their
ritual,
teeth in
a
some
burden,
way,
and a
It was
badge.
not a matter of total
It itched,
neglect, but of
it
limited
entangled,
understanding.
it rebelled,
Toothbrushes,
but it also
as they exist today, did not appear in Europe until
and of the
centuries
enduring
later.
desire to face the
Instead,
world.
with
Medieval
a head held
people
high,
used
even
chewing
if there was
sticks,
something crawling
twigs
on
from
it.
aromatic
If you ever
trees
find
like
yourself
hazel,
grateful for
licorice,
modern dental
or
floss,
walnut,
spare a thought.
one
One
end
end
of
of
the
the
stick
stick
was frayed into a brush-like
The state
texture.
of oral hygiene in
This
the
would be
1200s
rubbed against
was less
the
a
teeth
science
in repetitive
and more a
strokes,
stubborn
ideally
act of survival.
dislodging food particles.
Teeth were important.
Layers of plaque.
They were used
and
for
perhaps
cutting
the previous
food,
week's
cracking
regrets.
nuts, and occasionally
To complement
biting
the
one's
chew stick,
enemies. People
but their
sometimes
care was
used
wildly
cloth. A scrap of
inconsistent,
linen wrapped around the
experimental,
finger could be
and
dipped in a
frequently
cleansing mixture
painful.
and used. Most
to
people
scrub the
cleaned
teeth
their teeth
directly.
in some way. The mixture was not a matter of
region
total
and
neglect,
bravado,
but of limited understanding.
A popular one
included
toothbrushes
crushed
as they
charcoal
exist
and
today
salt.
did not appear in
Others
Europe
blended
until
dried
centuries
mint,
later.
rosemary, ash,
Instead,
and
medieval
occasionally
people
powdered
used
bone, chewing sticks.
These powders
twigs
served
from
to scour the
aromatic
teeth,
trees,
leaving
like
behind
hazel,
a surface that
licorice,
felt
or
cleaner
walnut, and looked. One end of the
somewhat
stick
more
was
matte.
frayed into a brush-like texture.
Of course, these powders were
This would
abrasive.
be rubbed against the
Regular
teeth in
use could wear
repetitive
down
strokes.
enamel, but this was
Ideally
not well
dislodging
understood.
food particles.
People valued
layers
the
of plaque,
sensation of a
and
clean
perhaps the
mouth
previous week's
more than
regrets.
long-term
To
structural
complement the
integrity.
chew stick, people sometimes
teeth looked
used white
cloth,
and felt
a
smooth.
scrap of linen
That was
wrapped around the
considered a
finger could
success,
be dipped in a
even if the
cleansing
gums
mixture
had begun
and
to
used
recede
to scrub
like
the
a timid
teeth
rabbit
directly.
in a thunderstorm.
The mixtures varied by region
Halitosis
and bravado.
or bad breath was a
popular
social
one
concern.
included crushed charcoal
Remedies
and
were
salt.
numerous. Chewing
Others
parsley
blended dried
was
mint,
common.
rosemary,
So was
sucking
sash,
on cloves,
and occasionally
anise
powdered
seeds or
bone.
fennel.
Wealthier
powders
individuals
served to
might
scour
carry
the
pomanders,
teeth,
leaving
small
behind a
ornate
surface that
balls
felt
filled
cleaner
with
and
perfumed
looked
herbs
to
somewhat
hold near
more
their
matte.
face during conversation.
Of course,
Others
these powders
chewed
were
cardamom
abrasive.
pods or pieces
Regular
of dried
use could
ginger,
wear down
not
enamel,
only to
but this
sweeten
was
the
not
breath,
well
but to
understood.
mask the
People
underlying
valued
scent
the
of
sensation
fermented
of a
onions
clean
and
mouth
dental despair.
more than long-term
Dentistry
structural
existed,
integrity.
but it was crude.
If the
Toothaches
teeth looked
were
white
treated
and felt
first
smooth
with poultices.
that was considered a
Onion
success.
juice,
Even
vinegar,
if the
and
gums had
mashed
begun to
leeks were
recede
applied directly
like a
to the
timid
gum.
rabbit in a
Clove
thunderstorm.
oil, where available, was
Halitosis,
treasured for
or
its
bad
numbing
breath,
effect, was a social concern.
If these methods failed,
remedies
the
were
tooth
numerous.
was extracted.
Chewing parsley
There were no
was
anesthetics.
common. So was
The
sucking on
extraction was
cloves,
performed by a
anise
barber
seeds,
or
surgeon,
or whoever
Wealthier
was brave
individuals
enough to
might carry
pliers and not
pomanders,
flinch at
small
screaming.
ornate balls.
Extraction
filled with
tools were
perfumed herbs
terrifying.
to hold near their
The
face
dental
during
key
conversation
resembled a miniature
Others
meat
chewed
hook
cardamom
designed
pods
to
or
wrench
pieces
the
of
offending
dried
tooth
ginger,
free
not
with a
only to
twist.
sweeten the breath,
In
but to
skilled
mask
hands,
the
the
underlying
process was
scent of
brutal,
fermented
but
onions
quick.
and dental despair.
In unskilled hands,
Dentistry
the patient
existed,
risked
but it was
broken
crude.
teeth, shattered
Toothaches were
jawbones,
treated
and
first
lifelong
with poultices.
suspicion of anyone
Onion
holding
juice,
metal.
vinegar, and
Preventative
mashed leeks
dentistry
were
was
applied
mostly
directly to
based
the
on
gum.
superstition.
Clove
Some
oil,
believed
where
worms
available,
caused
was
toothaches.
treasured for its
These
numbing
invisible
effect.
invaders were thought to
If
bore
these
into the
methods
enamel
failed,
and
the
the
tooth
tooth was
To
extracted.
drive them out,
There
people
were no
smoked their
anesthetics.
mouths with burning
The extraction
henbane,
was
garlic,
performed
or
by a
other
barber,
foul-smelling
surgeon,
herbs, or whoever was
The goal
brave
was
enough
to
to hold the
suffocate
pliers
the
and not
worms,
flinch
or at
at
least chase
screaming.
them towards someone less
Extraction
annoying.
tools were terrifying.
Diet played a role
The
in
dental
dental
health
health.
resembled a miniature
Unlike
meat
today,
hook,
sugar
designed
was
to
rare
wrench the
and
offending
extremely
tooth free
expensive.
with a twist. Honey was
In
the
skilled
primary
hands,
sweetener,
the
and though it
process
could
was
contribute
brutal,
to
but
decay,
quick.
it was not
In
as
unskilled
destructive as the
hands,
imported
the
cane
patient
sugar
risked
that
broken
later
teeth,
ravaged
shattered
Renaissance
jawbones,
molars.
and lifelong
The medieval
suspicion of
diet
anyone
consisted
holding
largely of
metal.
coarse bread.
Preventative
Porridge,
dentistry was
vegetables,
mostly
and
based
meat,
on
all of
superstition.
which required
Some
serious
believed
chewing.
worms caused
This
toothaches.
helped keep the jaw
These
strong
invisible
and may have
invaders
cleaned
were
teeth
thought to
naturally
bore into
to
the
point.
enamel and
However, the
feast.
bread often
To
contained
drive them
grit
out,
from
people
millstones,
smoked their mouths
tiny
with burning
stone
henbane,
fragments
garlic,
mixed into
or
flour,
other
wore
foul-smelling
down the
herbs.
teeth over time.
The goal was to
Disseparation
suffocate
could
the
lead
worms,
to
or at
exposed
least chase them
nerves and
towards someone
infections.
less annoying.
Combined with the lack
Diet
of
played a role in
antibiotics,
dental
such
health.
infections could become
Unlike
fatal.
today,
Sugar
simple
was rare
cavity
and
could turn
extremely
into a
expensive.
slow-burning death
Honey
sentence
was the primary
delivered via the
sweetener,
bloodstream.
and though it could contribute
Gum
to
disease
decay,
was also
it was
widespread.
not as destructive
Swollen,
as the
bleeding
imported
gums
cane
were
sugar
considered
that
normal
later
past a
ravaged
certain
Renaissance
age.
molars. Some tried to
The
treat
medieval
this with
diet
vinegar
consisted
rinses or
largely
by
of
rubbing
coarse
the
bread,
gums with crushed
porridge,
mint,
vegetables,
others
and meat,
relied on
all
prayer,
of which required serious
Saint Apollonia, this helped
patron
keep the
saint
jaws
of
strong,
toothaches,
may have
received
received
many
many
whispered
whispered
requests from
However, the
desperate
bread often
peasants,
contained
clutching
clutching
their
mill-swollen cheeks,
tiny
tiny
stone
stone
fragments
fragments
mixed
one
into
more flour
pain-free
wore
mourning.
down the teeth.
Tooth
Over
loss
time.
was common, and
This
abrasion
abrasion
could lead to
young
exposed
abos might have a
nerves
full
and
smile,
infections.
but by middle age, combined with the lack of
began to appear.
antibiotics, such
False
infections
teeth did exist,
could become
but
fatal.
were rare,
A simple cavity
from
could turn
bone or
into a
ivory
slow-burning
and tied in
death
with
sentence.
cords.
Delivered
Others
via
were
the bloodstream.
repurposed from the teeth
Gum
of
disease
animals
was also
or unfortunate
widespread.
humans.
Swollen, bleeding gums
These
were
replacements
considered
were
normal,
uncomfortable
past a
and
certain
mostly
age.
ornamental.
Some
Worn by
tried to
nobles
treat
for
this
court
with
appearances
vinegar
and
rinses
quickly
or by
removed
rubbing the
afterward
gums
with
with
a grimace.
crushed mint. Others,
Despite
relied
these
on
obstacles,
prayer.
people did smile.
Saint Apollonia, they
The
joked
patron
about
saint
bad
of
breath,
toothaches,
made fun of each
received
other's
many
whistling
whispered
gaps, and
requests
occasionally
from desperate
gifted
peasants
dental remedies
clutching
wrapped
their
in
swollen
swollen cheeks and bargaining
Tooth
with heaven
powders
for
were given
one
as
more
tokens of
pain-free
affection.
morning. Mint sprigs
Tooth
were
loss was
exchanged
common
like
and
breath
expected.
mints.
Couples
Young
might
adults
chew
might
herbs
have a
together
full smile,
before the
but by
feast,
middle age,
knowing full
gaps
well
began to
that
appear.
roasted garlic
False
was
teeth
waiting
did
on the
exist,
table.
but were rare.
Oral hygiene,
Some were made
while
from
not
bone
scientific,
or ivory,
was
and tied
cultural.
in with cords. It
Others
reflected
were
the values
repurposed
of the
from
time.
the teeth of
People
animals
cared how
or
they
unfortunate
smelled.
humans.
They cared what others saw.
These
They cared
replacements
whether
were
their smile
uncomfortable
was
and
passable,
mostly ornamental,
even if it took
worn by
sand,
nobles for
vinegar,
court appearances,
and
and
stubborn
quickly
denial
removed
to get
afterward
there.
with a grimace.
It was a system
Despite
built
these
on
obstacles,
intuition,
people
trial
did
and
smile.
error, and a healthy
They
dose
joked
of
about
collective
bad breath,
bravery,
made fun of each
monasteries
other's whistling
contributed
gaps,
to
and
dental
occasionally
care through
gifted
their
dental
herbal
remedies
knowledge.
wrapped in cloth.
Monks cultivated gardens
Tooth
filled with
powders were given as
sage,
tokens
mint,
of affection.
and hyssop. Mint sprigs
Plants
were
believed
exchanged
to
like
strengthen
breath
the
mints.
gums and
Couples
soothe
might
pain.
chew herbs together
Manuscripts
before a feast,
recorded
knowing
remedies
full
for mouth
well
rot,
that
roasted
roasted
garlic
garlic was
and
waiting
hot
on the
teeth,
table, which modern
Oral
historians
hygiene,
interpret
while not
as
scientific,
everything from
was
gingivitis
cultural.
to full
It
abscesses.
reflected the values
Treatments
of the
included
time.
gargling
People
with
cared
warm
how they
wine,
smelled,
applying herbal
they cared
poultices,
what
or
others
simply
saw.
fasting.
They cared whether
and
their
hoping
smile
for
was
divine
passable.
intervention, even if it
In
took
towns,
sand,
travelling
vinegar,
tooth-pullers were both
and stubborn
feared and
denial to
welcomed.
get there. These men arrived with
It
bags
was a
of
system
tools
built
and
on
flamboyant
intuition,
coats, trial
promising
and error,
relief
and
and
a healthy
entertainment.
dose of
They
collective
set
bravery.
up in markets,
Monasteries
offered free
contributed to
consultations,
dental care
and
through
extracted
their
teeth
herbal
while
knowledge.
playing music.
Monks
or telling
cultivated
stories.
gardens filled with sage,
Children
mint,
watched in
and
horror.
hyssop. Plants
Adults
believed
waited
to
their
strengthen
turn,
the gums
hoping
and
the
soothe
spectacle
pain.
would distract from
Manuscripts
the agony.
recorded
Illustrations
remedies
from
for
the
mouth
period
rot,
show
tooth
grotesque
demons,
caricatures of
and
these
hot
men
teeth,
yanking teeth,
which modern
while their
historians
victims
interpret
screamed
as
and
everything
flailed.
from gingivitis
And yet,
to full
the tooth
abscesses
pullers
remained.
Treatments
in business.
included gargling
Pain
with
after
warm
all was
wine,
part of the
applying
human
herbal
condition,
poultices, or
if
simply
someone
fasting,
could end it,
and hoping
even
for
briefly
divine
they were
intervention.
forgiven for their
In
eccentric
towns,
travelling
travelling
tooth
tooth
pullers were
questionable
both feared
ethics.
and welcomed.
Tooth charms
These men
were common.
arrived with bags
Some
of
people wore
tools and
teeth from
flamboyant
animals
coats
around their
promising
necks to
relief
ward off
and
decay.
entertainment. Others carried
They
written
set up in
spells
markets,
or hung
offered
small
free
bones near the bed
consultations
and
to protect
extracted
against
teeth
nighttime
while
jaw
playing
pain.
music or telling
These
stories.
practices were half medicine,
Children
half
watched in
superstition.
horror. No one
Adults
really knew
waited
how
their
to
turn,
hoping the spectacle would
worked,
distract
but everyone
from the
agreed
agony.
they hurt
Illustrations from the
spectacularly
period
when they
show
failed.
grotesque caricatures
By modern
of these men
standards,
yanking
medieval
teeth,
dental
while their
hygiene
victims
was a nightmare.
screamed and flailed.
But judged by the
And yet,
tools and
the
beliefs
tooth
of the
pullers
time,
remained
it was a
in
strange
business.
form of
Pain,
perseverance.
after all, was part
People
of the
did not
human
give up on
condition.
their teeth.
If someone
They
could
fought
end
back
it,
with herbs,
even briefly,
sticks,
they were forgiven
powder,
for their eccentric
prayer,
fashion
and the occasional
questionable
scream,
ethics, muffled by a linen
Tooth
rag.
charms were common.
There is a
Some
kind of
people
beauty
wore
in
teeth
that.
from animals
In
around
the
their
absence
necks
of
to
modern
ward off
toothpaste,
decay.
ergonomic
Others
brushes
carried
and
written
dental
spells or
insurance.
hung small
Medieval
bones near the
people
bed
made
to
do.
protect against
They worked
nighttime
with
jaw
what they
pain.
had. They improvised.
These practices
They
were half
endured.
medicine, half
And when the
superstition.
pain became unbearable,
No one
they
really
sought
knew
out
how
the
teeth
man
worked,
with the iron
but
hook
everyone
and a
agreed
firm
they
grip.
hurt spectacularly when they
Even
failed.
that, in its
By
terrifying
modern
way,
standards,
was
medieval
a form of
dental
self-care.
hygiene was a nightmare.
If medieval hygiene
But
had
judged
a
by the
face,
tools
it
and
probably
beliefs of the
shimmered
time,
faintly from
it was
a
a strange
concoction
form
involving
of
perseverance.
Spoiled
People
milk,
did not give up
and
on
something
their
that
teeth.
smelled
They fought
vaguely
back with
like
herbs,
roasted road
sticks,
powder,
skin care in
prayer,
the 1200s
and the
was a
occasional
mixture of
scream
superstition,
muffled by a
trial
linen
and
rag.
error chemistry. There is a
and
kind of beauty
dangerous
in that.
optimism.
In the absence of
People
modern
wanted to look
toothpaste,
healthy.
ergonomic brushes,
The problem
and
was
dental
no one
insurance,
quite agreed on what
medieval
health
people
looked like,
made do, or
They
how much
worked
mercury
with what
was
they
too
had.
much. They
Pale
improvised.
skin was
They
in
endured.
fashion.
It
And when the
signified
pain
wealth,
became
leisure,
unbearable,
and the
they
privilege
sought out
of
the man
staying
with the iron
indoors while
hook and a
peasants
firm
baked
grip.
in the fields. fields. Tanned skin was associated with labour and low status.
Self-care.
So
If
naturally,
medieval hygiene
people did
had a
everything
face,
in their
it
power
probably
to appear
shimmered
pale,
faintly from a
even if it meant
concoction
coating
involving
themselves
crushed
with
pearls,
lead,
spoiled
literally,
milk, and something
One
that smelled
popular
vaguely
preparation
like
was
roasted
Venetian
rodent.
ceruse.
Skin
Skin
in the
white 1200s
1200s
was a mixture of
mixed with
superstition Applied to the face,
chemistry,
it gave a
and
ghostly,
dangerous
matte
optimism
finish that practically
People
screamed,
wanted to look
"I am
healthy,
rich, elegant."
The problem
and
was
possibly
no one
already
quite
agreed
agreed
on what health looked like.
Over time,
or
the
how
lead
much
absorbed
mercury
into
was
the
too
skin,
much, causing muscle
pale
weakness,
skin was in
facial
fashion,
tremors, and it
in many
signified
cases,
wealth, leisure,
permanent
and the
scarring.
privilege of staying
The irony
indoors
was
while
profound.
peasants
The more
baked
beautiful
in the someone
fields,
tried to appear,
tanned
the more
skin
their
was
face
associated
peeled
with
like
labour
old wallpaper
and low status.
Another favoured ingredient
So
was
naturally,
mercury. People did everything in
the
their
shiny,
power to appear
silvery
pale,
poison that
even
makes
if it
modern
meant coating
scientists
themselves
flinch,
with lead was used
literally.
in creams and salves.
One
It was
popular
believed to treat
preparation
skin
was
infections,
Venetian
remove
ceruse,
spots,
a skin
and
whitener
smooth
made from white lead
mixed with vinegar.
In practice,
Applied
it
to the
also
face,
portions
it gave
of
a
sanity,
ghostly,
as
mercury
matte
finish
exposure
that
led to
practically
neurological
screamed,
damage.
"I am rich, elegant."
Users might
and
lose
possibly
coordination,
already dying,
memory,
or the ability
over
to
time,
finish a
the
sentence
lead
without
absorbed
blinking
into the
in
skin,
Morse
causing
code.
muscle weakness.
Still, these
facial
ingredients
tremors,
were prized,
and
in many
recipes
cases
were passed among
permanent
noble
scarring,
women.
stored
The
in little
irony
books
was
alongside
profound.
love
The more
charms
beautiful
and
someone
pickle
tried
tried
to
to appear, some
the
skin
more their
treatments
face
called for
peeled
egg
like old
white
wallpaper.
masks. Others
Another
used
favoured
crushed
ingredient
rose
was
petals
mercury.
mixed with chalk.
Yes,
The shiny,
goat
silvery
milk was
poison
rubbed
that
into
makes
cheeks
modern
for
scientists
softness.
flinch was
Bread
used in
soaked in
creams
ale
and
was
salves.
applied to sunburns.
It was believed to treat skin
If it
infections,
sounded
remotely
remove
edible.
spots,
Someone
and
tried
smooth
rubbing it on their
imperfections.
face. In practice,
Mouse
it also
fat
removed
had its
portions
moment.
of sanity.
It was mixed
as
with
mercury
powdered
exposure
sage
led
and
to
applied to dry
neurological
patches,
or used
users
to
might
soften
lose
coordination,
calluses,
memory,
or
or
the
the ability to finish a
suggest mouse
sentence
fat
without
worked
blinking
best
in when
Morse
rendered
code.
from a black mouse.
Still, these
during a
ingredients were
full moon.
prized,
but that probably
Recipes
had more
were
to
passed
do
among
with
noble
theatrical
women,
flair
stored in
than
little books
scientific
alongside
accuracy.
love charms and
Still,
pickle brines.
someone somewhere
Some skin
rubbed mouse
treatments
fat
called
onto
for
their
egg
forehead
white masks,
and told their friends
others
it
used
worked
crushed
wonders.
rose petals mixed
Honey
with
was more
chalk.
respectable. It
Goat
was used
milk
to
was
treat
rubbed into
wounds
cheeks
and
for
moisturize
softness.
skin.
Bread
It had
soaked in ale
antibacterial
was applied to
properties and a
sunburn.
sweet scent. If it
Unfortunately,
sounded remotely
it also
edible,
attracted
someone
insects,
tried rubbing it on their
bees,
face.
ants,
And anything else
Mouse
with a
fat
nose had its moment.
The brave
It was
persisted,
mixed with
insisting
powdered
that being
sage
chased
and
by
applied to
hornets
dry
was
patches
a small price
used
for radiant
to
skin
soften calluses.
Oil was a staple.
Olive oil,
Some
if one
texts
could afford
suggest
it,
mouse
was
fat
prized
worked
for
best
hydration. When rendered from a black
Almond
mouse
oil was used
during
in
a
perfumed
balms, but that probably
even
had more
animal
to do
fats
with theatrical
rendered from
flair
pigs,
than
ducks,
scientific
or the
accuracy.
aforementioned mice.
Still, was smeared
someone
onto
somewhere
dry
rubbed
limbs.
mouse fat onto
These
their
fats
forehead
were often
and
scented
told
with
their
herbs
friends
to
it
mask
worked
their
wonders.
natural
Honey
enthusiasm.
was more respectable.
Scrubs
It
existed.
was used to treat
Ground
wounds
seeds
and
flour,
moisturize
crushed
skin.
eggshells or
It
ashes
had
were mixed into
antibacterial
pastes
properties
and
and a
used
sweet
to
scent.
exfoliate.
Unfortunately,
The goal was to
it
remove
also
dead
attracted
skin and reveal the
insects,
smoother
bees,
layer beneath.
ants,
And anything
practice,
else with a nose.
the results varied.
The brave persisted,
Some emerged
insisting
glowing,
that being
others
chased
emerged
by
hornets,
hornets
blotchy,
was a small
and
price for
questioning
radiant
their
skin
life choices.
Oil was a staple.
Sun protection
Olive
was
oil,
more
if one could
spiritual
afford
than
it,
scientific.
was prized for hydration.
Some believed that amulets
Almond
or
oil
prayers
was
could
used
prevent
in
sunburn.
perfumed balms.
Others used
even
physical
animal
barriers,
fats,
wide
rendered
hoods,
from pigs,
veils, or
ducks,
hats with
or
flaps.
the aforementioned
Those who
mice
could afford
were smeared
parasols
onto dry
employed them in
limbs.
summer.
These fats were
Peasants
often
used
scented
whatever
with
was
herbs
available
to mask
shawls,
their natural
baskets,
the
enthusiasm.
nearest chicken. Scrubs
Anything
existed,
to keep the sun
ground
off
seeds,
their face.
flour, crushed eggshells,
Freckles
or
were
ashes
unpopular
mixed
among
into
the
pastes
wealthy.
and used
They were
to
associated
exfoliate
with exposure,
The goal was
and were
to
often
remove dead
targeted
skin and
with
reveal the
bleaching
smoother
treatments.
layer beneath. Lemon juice was
practice,
dabbed onto
the
spots,
results
as
varied.
was vinegar.
Some
mixed with
emerged
salt.
glowing.
Others
One
remedy
remedy involved
involved applying
blotchy
the blood of a
and
rabbit
questioning their
killed
life choices.
during a lunar eclipse.
Sun protection was more
Historians
spiritual
still
than
argue whether
scientific.
this did anything useful.
Some believed
aside
that
from making
amulets or
people
prayers
feel
could
committed.
prevent sunburn.
Warts,
Others
blemishes,
used physical
and
barriers,
moles had
wide
complicated
hoods, veils, or
reputations.
hats with flaps.
In some regions,
Those who
a mole
could
on the
afford
face was a mark of
parasols
luck.
employed them in summer.
others, it was a sign of
Peasants
witchcraft.
used whatever was available.
Remedies for
Shawls,
removing them included
baskets,
burning
the
with
nearest
heated
chicken,
iron, cutting them with
anything
knives,
to keep the sun
or
off
applying
their
herbal
face.
poultices made from crushed
Freckles were
plantain leaves.
unpopular among the wealthy.
Occasionally,
They
people
were
just ignored
associated
them
with
and wore
exposure,
larger hats.
and were often
Acne
targeted
was treated with
bleaching
everything from
treatments.
boiled cabbage water,
Lemon juice
to
was
powdered
dabbed
coral.
onto spots, as
The
was
understanding
vinegar
of
mixed
skin
with salt.
conditions was limited.
One remedy
so most
involved
treatments
applying
aimed
the
to
blood of a
draw out
rabbit,
heat, killed or during a lunar eclipse. Mint was historians still argue whether this did anything useful aside from making as an excuse to put lunch on your face. Warts, blemishes, scarring was an unfortunate reality. Reputations. Whether from some regions a mole on the face was a mark of luck, in others it was a sign of witchcraft. Which were common. Some tried to removing them with wax-based burning with heated iron, others cutting the veils or face cloths, or applying herbal poultices made from crushed plantain was considered noble, occasionally a sign of surviving plague them and wore larger hats. In others, acne was a blemish with everything from boiled cabbage water. Perfume was often used to distract from skin conditions was limited. Waters, so mostly rose and lavender, draw out were dabbed behind the ears or across the wrists. Mint was popular. Scented sachets were tucked into crushed cucumber, though more often as an excuse to put was more for smell than function. A bar of rose-scented soap might never touch water, whether from smallpox injury or previously judging the rest of your hygiene. Facial scars were not exempt. Some tried to conceal them with wax-based cream openly. Many applied ointments for face cloths, shaving rash, in certain battlefield injury was considered noble. Knights carried surviving plague kits or battle. Hunters in others it was a blemish to be hidden their cheeks at any cost. Fortune. Perfume was often used to distract from skin conditions. Sometimes inherited skin treatments, especially along with almond lavender, and were dabbed behind the ears was accepted, or across the wrists, though often delayed with scented sachets were tucked into clothing. Wrinkles were massaged soap with warm when it existed. Grey hairs were dyed with plant tinctures. A bar of rose-scented soap, walnut shells and iron filings, it soaked in vinegar, made passable the rest of your hygiene. If one could tolerate men were not exempt. While most did not wear face cream openly, many applied ointments like for sunburn. Not been kicked shaving rash was good enough. Battlefield interestingly, injuries. People often associated herb qualities with morality. Hunters pale skin implied piety, cheeks for good cleanliness and discipline, and fewer insect bites. Sun-darkened skin suggested impulsiveness, skin treatments. Along with this led to unfortunate stereotypes. Aging where peasants were viewed as often delayed simply for having functional melanin. Wrinkles were massaged with warm oil. Grey hairs contributed with skin tinctures through herbal knowledge. Walnut monks and nuns iron filings of soaked in vinegar and passable hair made from garden-grown could tolerate the smell. Calendula, sage, yarrow, and comfrey was not necessarily the goal. Some monastic recipes looking like you had not been kicked offering a surprisingly sensible approach to treating burns, people often associated skin quality with morality. All the effort, skin care was deeply implied piety. Cleanliness for one person gave another a rash. Sun-darkened skin suggested impulsiveness, scorched another sin. Remedies were based on unfortunate stereotypes where peasants were viewed as less pure simply for having functional melanin. If your skin was too hot, you needed a cooling treatment. Monasteries contributed to skin care through herbal knowledge. If your nose turned blue, monks and nuns probably needed to lie down and rethink your choices. And yet, made from garden-grown ingredients, they compared. Calendula, sage, yarrow, and comes down from grandmothers. Some monastic recipes survive today, offering a surprisingly sensible approach to treating burns, rashes, stray hairs with bone tweezers. But for all the candles, skin care was deeply not with vanity, but with curiosity. For one person gave another a rash. Because even in an age without dermatology, there was remedies were based on to feel good in one's skin, hot, even if that skin was partially covered in lard. If your skin was too hot, you needed a cooling treatment. In the 1200s, clothes were less about expression, if your nose turned blue, survival. You probably needed to lie down not just and rethink your choices. It was insulation, people modesty, they fussed, they compared, they shared advice that had been passed down sometimes a blanket for your goers, and travelling people owned very few garments, stared into polished copper mirrors and poked at blemishes. And when something had to do that much work, bone tweezers, not get washed very often. Candles certainly not every week, faces, and usually not even every month, but with curiosity. Washing clothes was stubborn hope. It involved hauling even in an age without dermatology, scrubbing the fabric with sand, to feel good in one's skin. There were no detergents, no washing machines, and no such thing as a gentle cycle faintly of everything was done by hand outdoors. In the 1200s, clothes were less about expression and more about survival. A tunic was not just a fashion choice. This was an ordeal. It was insulation. Clothes were washed when they became visibly filthy, smelled like a livestock and sometimes a blanket for your developed their own political owned very few garments, linen often just one or two sets if someone could afford them. And when something had to do that much work, it did not get washed very often. These were certainly not every week, skin and usually not even every month. And oil. Washing clothes was hard. A linen shirt involved hauling water, heating it if possible, and scrubbing the fabrics with sand, lye, were rarely cleaned. There were no
was
detergents,
thick,
no washing
difficult
machines,
to dry,
and no
and
such
prone to
thing as a
shrinking.
gentle cycle.
Instead of washing
Everything
it,
was done
people
by
aired it
hand,
out outdoors,
beat the dust out
in whatever
with
basin
sticks
or river
hung
could
it
be
over
claimed
burning
for the
herbs
afternoon.
in hopes that the smoke would do
This was
what
not a
soap
chore.
could not. This was an
Drying
ordeal.
clothes was another challenge.
Clothes were washed.
There were no
when they
laundry
became
lines
visibly
strung
filthy,
between manicured
smelled
hedges.
like a livestock parade.
Clothes were laid
or
out on
developed
bushes,
their own
hedgerows
political
or
opinion.
flat stones.
Linen undergarments,
Sometimes
if
they were
someone
hung
could
over
afford
wooden
them,
fences
were
and
the most
occasionally
frequently
over
cleaned
livestock
items, which led to
These were
situations where
worn
a
close
sheep
to the
absconded
skin
and
with someone's
absorbed
only
sweat
pair
and
of
breeches.
oils.
Soap,
A linen
where
shirt
available,
might be
was
washed a
harsh.
few times
It
per
was
month.
made from animal fat and
Overclothes
overclothes, and
like
it stung
wool
the
tunics
hands.
were rarely cleaned.
Washwomen developed
Wool
calluses
was thick
enough to
difficult
knock
to
on
dry
doors with,
and prone to
some
shrinking.
used ash
Instead
or
of
even
washing
fermented
it,
urine as a
people aired it
cleansing
out,
agent. Beat the dust
yes,
out with sticks
urine,
or hung it
It
over
contains
burning
ammonia
herbs in hopes
and
that
was
the
considered
smoke would
highly
do what
effective,
soap could
particularly
not.
for
Drying
linen.
clothes was another
Collecting
challenge.
it was a
There
social
were no
task
laundry
no one
lines
volunteered
strung
for
between
twice.
manicured hedges. Clothing repair was more
Clothes were
common
laid
than
out on
washing.
bushes,
Hedgerows
hedgerows
or
or
flat
flat
stones,
stones,
restitched, and
sometimes they were
reinforced
hung over
long
wooden
before it would be
fences and
properly
occasionally
cleaned.
over
Needles
livestock
and
pens,
thread were valuable,
which led to
a family
situations
might
where
share
a sheep
absconded with someone's only
the same
pair of
intensity
breeches as a blessed
soap,
relic.
where available,
Darning
was harsh.
socks was an evening
It was made
activity.
from animal fat
Adding a
and
patch
lye,
was a sign
and
of
it stung
thrift,
the
not
hands.
shame.
A
Washwomen
tunic
developed
with
5
calluses
different
thick enough
fabrics
to knock
stitched
on
into it
doors
was
with.
not an eyesore.
Some used
It was a
ash
timeline.
or even fermented
Dyes
urine
were
as a cleansing
unreliable.
agent.
Most everyday
Yes,
clothing
urine.
was in shades of
It
brown,
contains ammonia
grey,
and
or
was considered
faded
highly
tones.
effective.
Brighter
Particularly
colours
for
required
linen.
expensive
Collecting
ingredients.
it was a
Indigo
social
for blue,
task no one
woad for a
volunteered
cheaper
for
version
twice.
of blue.
Madder
Clothing
for red.
repair was more common
These
than washing.
dyes faded
A
quickly,
garment would be
ran
patched,
when wet,
restitched,
and occasionally
and
poisoned
reinforced
the wearer
long
if
before
improperly
it would be properly
prepared.
cleaned. Still,
Needles
people
and
tried.
thread were
Even
valuable.
a weak
A
yellow
family
made
might
from
share a
onion
single
skins
need
was
preferable to the
guarded with the
standard
same intensity
potato fog
as a blessed
aesthetic
relic.
most villagers wore.
Darning socks was an
Sumptuary
evening
laws
activity.
dictated what
Adding a
colours
patch
or
was a sign
fabrics
of
certain
thrift,
classes
not
could
shame.
wear.
In some
tunic
regions,
with
5
pheasants were
different
forbidden
fabrics
from wearing
stitched into it
specific
was not an
shades or from
eyesore.
using silk,
It was a timeline.
even if they somehow
Dyes were
acquired it.
unreliable.
Most
This was less
everyday
about
clothing was in
economics
shades
and more
of
about
brown,
keeping everyone
grey,
in their
or
social faded
lane.
earth tones. A poor
Brighter
man in
colours
red
might be
required
accused of
expensive
trying to
ingredients.
impersonate a
Indigo
noble.
for blue,
A rich
woad
man
for a
in plain
cheaper
wool
version
might
of
be
blue.
praised
Madder
for humility,
for red, or suspected
These
of
dyes
hiding
faded
from debt
quickly,
collectors,
ran when
washing
wet,
days
and
were
occasionally
communal
poisoned
events.
the wearer
Women
if
gathered at
improperly
rivers or
prepared.
wells,
Still,
scrubbing
people
clothes
tried.
on flat
Even a
stones
weak
or
yellow
primitive
made from
washboards.
onion skins
They
was
gossiped,
preferable to the
exchanged
standard
recipes,
potato
and tried
fog
not to let
aesthetic
toddlers
most
fall into
villagers
the
wore.
water.
Songs
Songs
were
were
often
often
sung
sung
during
what colours
washing,
or fabric
part
tradition
certain classes
part
could
rhythm
wear.
aid. In
And
some
part
regions,
attempts
peasants
to
were
drown
forbidden
out the
from wearing
complaints of
specific
aching
shades
backs
or
from
from using
numb
silk,
hands, even if they
Wool,
somehow,
when it was
acquired
washed,
it,
had to be handled
This was less
carefully.
about economics
Hot
and more
water
about keeping
would shrink
everyone
it.
in their
Cold
social
water
lane.
did nothing.
A poor man
process
in
was
red
a
might be
delicate
accused
dance
of
of trying to
temperature
impersonate
control,
a noble.
beating, soaking,
rich
and
man
praying.
in plain wool might
Many
be
people
praised
simply
for humility
avoided the
or
process
suspected
entirely.
of hiding
A
from
wool
debt
tunic
collectors.
might go unwashed
Washing
for a year.
days were communal
Aired
events.
occasionally,
Women
and brushed
gathered
down
at
with a
rivers or
stiff
wells.
straw broom.
Scrubbing clothes on
Clothing
flat
storage
stones
was
or
minimal.
primitive washboards.
Most households
gossiped,
did not have
exchanged
wardrobes or
recipes,
chests,
and tried not to let
Clothes were
toddlers fall
folded
into
or
the
rolled
water.
and placed on
Songs
shelves,
were
pegs,
often
or
sung
under
during
beds.
washing. Part
Some
tradition,
hung their
part
garments
rhythm
from
aid,
rafters,
and part
where
attempt
smoke from the
to
fire
drown out the
theoretically
complaints of
kept pests
aching
away.
backs and numb
Others bundled
hands.
their spare clothes
Wool,
into sacks
when it was
and
washed
sat on them.
had to be handled carefully.
Multi-purpose furniture
Hot
was a
water
medieval
would shrink it.
standard.
Cold
Undergarments
water
were
did
more
nothing.
common among the
The
upper
process
classes.
was a delicate dance of
A noble
temperature
woman might
control,
wear a linen
beating,
shift beneath
soaking,
her
and
gown,
praying, both for comfort
Many people
and to
simply
protect
avoided
the
the
outer
process
garment from
entirely.
body oils. A wool tunic
These
might
shifts
go
were
unwashed for a
often
year,
embroidered,
aired
at least
occasionally,
along the neckline
and brushed
and cuffs,
down with a
so
stiff
they could
straw
peek
broom.
out without looking plain.
Clothing storage
These
was
inner
minimal.
layers were the ones
Most
washed
households
most often,
did not have
leading to
wardrobes
the
or
illusion that the
chests.
person was generally
Clothes were
cleaner
folded
than
or
they
rolled
actually
and placed
were.
on shelves, pegs, or
Footwear
under
was
beds.
another matter entirely.
Some hung their garments from
Shoes
rafters,
were rarely
where
cleaned.
smoke from the
They
fire
were made of
theoretically
leather,
kept
cloth,
pests
or wood.
away.
Others
Others
bundled their
expected to
spare
absorb
clothes
their
into
fair share
sacks
of
and
the
sat on them.
landscape. Some were
Multi-purpose
lined with
furniture
fur,
was a
some
medieval
were stuffed
standard.
with straw.
Undergarments
Most
were
were
common
passed
among the
down,
upper classes.
reshaped, or worn. A noblewoman might wear a linen shift beneath her gown.
Clean shoes were a
luxury, and to protect the
Most were
outer
simply
garment
dried
from body
when
oils and knocked against
These
a wall
shifts
to
were
evict
often
whatever had
embroidered
moved in,
at least along the neckline
in wealthier
and cuffs,
homes, laundry
so they could
was the
peek out
domain
without
of servants.
looking plain.
These were
These
usually
inner
women,
layers were the
tasked
ones
with
washed
the
most
backbreaking
often,
job of
leading
scrubbing
to the illusion
boiling,
that the person
wringing,
was
and
generally
drying
cleaner
garments for
than they
entire
actually
households.
The smell of
Footwear was
laundry
another
day
matter
in a castle
entirely.
courtyard was distinctive.
Shoes were rarely
hot
cleaned.
wool,
They were
scorched
made of
lye,
leather
and
cloth,
lavender,
or wood,
fighting a
and
losing
were
battle.
expected to
If a
absorb their
noblewoman
fair
smelled
share
of
of
the
the
landscape,
landscape. Radiant,
it was because several other women were standing waist deep in a soapy trough.
Most were passed
swearing
down,
under their breath,
reshaped, or worn.
Clothes
until
also
holes
carried
outnumbered
symbolism.
stitches.
Clean
shoes
shoes
were a
were a
luxury.
church,
Suggested
Most were
moral
simply
order.
dried when wet,
A ragged
and knocked
hemline
against a
might
wall
speak
to
of
evict
hardship
whatever had
or
moved in.
humility. In wealthier
Bright
homes,
embroidery could
laundry
signal
was the
wealth,
domain of
lineage,
servants
or local
These were
pride.
usually women, tasked
Certain
with the
motifs
backbreaking
were passed
job
down
of
through
scrubbing,
families,
boiling,
geometric
wringing,
patterns,
and drying
plant
garments
symbols
for entire
or animals
households stitched into collars
The
and
smell of
cuffs.
laundry day
A
in a
shirt
castle
could be a
courtyard
canvas,
was
a message,
distinctive,
or a
hot
shield.
wool,
For
scorched
children,
lye,
clothes
and
were
lavender,
often made from
fighting a
scraps.
losing battle.
Babies were
If a
swaddled in
noblewoman
whatever linen
smelled
could be
sweet and looked
spared.
radiant,
As they
it was
grew,
because
they
several
inherited
other women
clothes
were
from
standing
older
waist
siblings,
deep in a
neighbours,
soapy
or
trough,
the deceased,
swearing under their breath.
Hand-me-downs were not a sign of
Clothes
poverty.
also
They
carried
were a sign
symbolism.
of being included in a long,
clean
fraying
tunic and
lineage
church
of thread.
suggested moral
In
order.
winter, layers
A
were
ragged
added
hemline
rather than
might
replaced.
speak of hardship
People
or
piled
humility.
on cloaks, mantles,
Bright
shawls,
embroidery
and
could
caps.
signal wealth.
There was no
lineage,
expectation
or
of
local
clean
pride.
garments. The goal
Certain
was warmth,
motifs
and
were
if that
passed
meant
down
smelling
through
like a
families
sheep,
that
geometric
had fallen
patterns,
into a
plant
chimney,
symbols, so be
or
it.
animals
In
stitched
summer,
into collars
layers
and
were
cuffs,
shed, but
a
only
shirt could
to
be
a
a
canvas,
point,
a message,
modesty
or a
mattered.
shield. Even a
For
peasant
children,
sweating in
clothes
the
were
fields
often
wore
made from
sleeves
scraps.
and head coverings.
Babies were
More
swaddled
for sun
in whatever
protection
linen
and
could be
cultural
spared.
norms than fashion.
As they grew,
They
despite
inherited
the grime and
clothes from
repetition,
older siblings,
clothes were
neighbours,
cared for.
or the deceased.
People took pride in mending
Hand-me-downs
and
were not a
brushing
sign
out
of
stains,
poverty.
in
They were a
arranging
sign
their
of
few
being
possessions
included in
neatly.
a long,
A
fraying
folded
lineage
tunic
of
could
thread.
feel like order.
In winter,
fresh
layers
linen
were
shift
added even
rather
if
than
slightly
replaced.
damp from drying
People
too
piled
close to
on
the fire.
cloaks,
Could feel
mantles,
like
shawls,
renewal.
and caps.
In a world
There was
where
no
most things
expectation of
decayed
quickly.
garments,
Fabric
the goal
held
was
memory,
memory, and if that meant
stitches
smelling like a
marked
sheep
effort.
that had
Faded
fallen into a
colours whispered
chimney,
of sun,
so be it.
soap,
In
and
summer,
survival.
layers were shed.
If you walked
but
through a
only
13th
to a
century
point.
town with your nose in
Modesty
the air,
mattered. You
even
might
a
regret
peasant
it almost
sweating in the
immediately.
fields wore sleeves
Medieval
and head
fragrance
coverings,
was not just a
more
matter
for
of
sun
preference.
protection and
It was
cultural
survival
norms than fashion.
Scent carried
Despite
meaning,
the grime and
masked
repetition,
sins,
clothes were
and
cared
functioned
for.
as both
People
social
took
signal
pride in
and
mending
olfactory
and brushing
armour.
out stains, in
A
arranging
person's
their
smell
few
said
possessions
more about
neatly.
them than their clothes
A folded
or their
tunic
accent
could feel
and
like
sometimes
order.
a fresh
It said
linen
things
shift
they really
even
wished
if
it
slightly
would not.
damp from drying
At
too
the
close
base
to the
level,
fire, everyone
could
had a
feel
smell.
like renewal.
Bathing
In
was
a
rare.
world where
Most
most
things
things was
decayed
rarer.
quickly.
People lived
Fabric
close
held
together with
memory.
their animals,
Cooked
stitches
indoors
marked
over
effort.
smoky fires,
Faded
and
colours
went to the
whispered of
toilet
sun,
wherever gravity
soap,
allowed, and survival.
The result,
If
was
you
a
walked
thick,
through a 13th
layered
century town
scentscape
with your
that
nose in
lingered
the
in
air,
clothing,
you might
hair,
regret it almost
and
immediately.
walls.
It
was
was
not
medieval
just
fragrance
dirt
was
or
not
sweat.
just a matter of
It was
preference.
humanity
It
in
was
its
survival.
most aromatic form.
Scent carried
To fight
meaning,
this,
people
people
turned
turned
to
to
herbs,
and
lavender,
functioned as both
rosemary,
social
sage,
signal
and mint
and olfactory
were the stars of the medieval scent
A
world.
person's smell
Bundles
said
of
more
these
about them
herbs
than
were
their
hung
clothes
from
or their
rafters,
accent,
tucked
and
into
sometimes
pillows, or
it
sewn
sewn
into
things they
sachets
really
that were
wished it
worn
would
under
not.
clothing. At the
A
base
sachet
level,
might
everyone
contain
had a
dried
smell.
petals,
Bathing
cinnamon
was
bark,
rare,
clove,
laundry
or even a
was rarer.
shard of
People
resin.
lived close together with
These
their
were not
animals,
just for
cooked
fragrance.
indoors
They were
over smoky
considered
fires,
protection,
and
against
went to the
disease,
toilet
against
wherever
bad
gravity
luck,
allowed,
and occasionally
the
against other
result
people.
was a thick,
Pomanders
layered
were popular among
scentscape
the upper
that
classes.
lingered in
These
clothing,
were hollow,
hair,
often
and
spherical
walls.
containers.
It
was
made
not
of
just
precious
dirt
metal
or sweat.
worn on
It
belts,
was
or
humanity
hung
in its
from
most
necklaces.
aromatic form.
Inside was a mixture
To
of
fight this,
strongly
people
scented
turned to
substances,
herbs,
lavender,
ambergris,
rosemary,
musk,
sage,
civet,
and mint were the stars of the medieval scent
Ambergris came from the digestive system
were
of
hung
whales.
from rafters,
Musk
tucked
came
into
from
pillows
glands
or
of animals
sewn into
no one wanted
sachets
to
that
meet
were worn under
twice.
clothing. Civet came
sachet
from
might
cat-like
contain
creatures
dried
who
petals,
surely did not
cinnamon
appreciate
bark,
the
clove,
extraction process,
or even a shard of
Despite
resin.
their origins,
These
were not
ingredients
just
were
for fragrance.
highly prized
They were
and
considered
sold at high
protection
prices.
against disease,
When mixed
against
properly,
bad luck,
they produced
and occasionally
scents that were
against
earthy,
other people.
warm,
and extremely good at masking the smell of damp wool.
These were hollow,
and questionable
often
decisions.
spherical containers,
Herbs
made of
were
precious
also
metal,
burned.
worn
This was
on
called
belts,
fumigation,
hung from
and it was both
necklaces.
a cleaning ritual
Inside was a
and
mixture
an
of
air
strongly
freshener.
scented
Juniper,
substances,
frankincense,
ambergris,
and myrrh
musk,
were burned
civet,
in homes,
and
churches,
floral
and even
oils.
on the street.
The
Ambergris
smoke
came
was
from the
believed to
digestive
cleanse the air,
system
drive
of
away
whales.
disease, and
Musk
lift spirits.
came from glands
It
of
also
animals
covered
no
the smell
one
of
wanted to
rotting
meet
food,
twice.
chamber pots, and
Civet
livestock
came from
traffic
cat-like
jams.
creatures.
Clothing
who
could be
surely
perfumed
did not
too.
appreciate the
Wealthier people
extraction
sometimes
process.
owned perfumed
Despite
gloves.
their origins,
Scented with
these
floral
ingredients
oils
were highly
or powdered
prized and
spices.
sold at high prices.
Linen handkerchiefs
when
were
mixed
infused
properly,
with rose
they
water.
produced scents
Cloaks
that
might
were
be lined
earthy,
with sachets
warm,
and
extremely good at
discreetly
masking
into
the smell
seams.
of damp wool.
In some cases,
entire
entire
rooms
rooms
were perfumed by
Herbs
boiling
were
orange
also
peels or
burned.
cloves
This
on the
was
hearth.
called fumigation,
And it was not
and
just
it was
about
both a
covering
cleaning
scent
ritual.
and
Certain
air
smells
were believed to
juniper,
protect
frankincense,
the body.
and myrrh
Disease,
were burned
especially
in homes,
plague,
churches,
was
and
thought
even
to
on the
travel
street.
through bad air.
The smoke was
Miasma.
believed to cleanse
If
the
one
air,
kept
drive away
sweet-smelling
disease, and
herbs
lift
near the
spirits.
face, one could
It also
purify
covered
the
the
smell
smell
before
rotting
it reached
food,
the lungs.
chamber pots, and livestock
Doctors wore
traffic
beaked
jams.
masks filled
Clothing
with
could be
aromatic
perfumed
herbs
too.
believing
Wealthier
the beak
people
would
sometimes
filter
owned
illness.
perfumed gloves.
Citizens
Scented
with fewer
with floral
resources
oils
simply
or
stuffed
powdered
lavender
spices
into their sleeves and
linen
hoped for the
handkerchiefs
best.
were infused with rose water.
Hygiene rituals
Cloaks
had
might
their
be
own
lined with
scent
sachets,
rules. Stitched
After
discreetly
washing,
into the
people
seams.
might rub their skin
In some
with
cases,
scented oil,
entire
both
rooms
to
were
soften the
perfumed
skin
by boiling
and to
orange
impart
peels or
fragrance.
cloves on the hearth. And it
Popular
was not
scents
just about
included
covering
rose,
scent,
almond,
certain
and violet.
smells were
These
believed
oils
to
were
protect
usually
the body.
infused at home.
Disease,
made by
especially
steeping
plague,
petals in
was
olive
thought
or
to
nut
travel
oils
through bad
and
air.
storing them in
Miasma.
glass or
If
ceramic
one kept
containers.
sweet-smelling herbs
Bottles
near the
were
face,
reused,
one
and
could
the smell
purify the
intensified
air
over
before
time,
it reached the
for
lungs.
better or worse.
Doctors wore
Homes
beaked
were
masks
often
filled
scented,
with aromatic
intentionally
herbs,
or not,
believing the beak
rushes
would
and
filter
herbs
illness.
were strewn across
Citizens
the floor
with
in
fewer
noble
resources
homes,
simply
providing a
stuffed
form of
lavender
carpet into their
and a
sleeves and
constant
hoped for the best.
underfoot fragrance.
These
Hygiene
rushes
rituals
were
had their
changed
own
semi-regularly,
scent rules, but the smell of crushed
washing,
herbs, along
people
with
might
whatever
rub
fell
their
onto
skin
the
with
floor,
scented oil,
created a
both to
unique
soften the
household
skin
signature
and to impart fragrance.
Some homes smelled of
Popular
sage and
scents
roast
included
meat.
rose,
Others
almond,
smelled like
and
mildew
violet,
and
These
ambition.
oils were usually
Markets,
infused
too,
at home,
had signature
made by
scents.
steeping petals in olive
The
or nut
butcher's
oils,
stalls,
the
and
fishmonger's
storing them in
bucket,
glass,
the
or
herb
ceramic
vendor's wares,
containers, the baker's smoke.
Bottles were
Each
reused,
street
and the
corner
smell
carried
intensified
its
over
own
time,
perfume.
for better
For
or
medieval
worse.
townspeople,
Homes were
navigation
often
was a
scented,
sensory experience.
intentionally or not.
You could find your way
Rushes
home by
and
smell
herbs
alone,
were strewn
provided
across
the
the
wind was
floor in noble
cooperating
homes,
and no one
providing
had
a
dumped
form of
something
carpet
unspeakable into
and
the
a
gutter.
constant underfoot
Seasonality
fragrance.
affected
These
fragrance.
rushes were
In
changed
spring,
semi-regularly,
the streets smelled of
but the
mud,
smell of
crushed
flowers
herbs,
and sheep,
along with whatever fell
in
onto
summer,
the floor,
the scent of
created a
sweat
unique
mixed with
household
ripe fruit
signature.
in slightly less ripe
Some
neighbours.
homes smelled of sage
Autumn
and
brought
roast
the earthy
meat.
perfume of
Others
fallen
smelled
leaves,
like mildew
fermenting
and
cider,
ambition. And decaying
Market
market
leftovers
had signature
Winter
scents.
was a season of smoke,
The butcher's
damp
stall, the
cloaks,
fishmonger's
whatever
bucket,
scent
had
the herb
embedded
vendor's
itself in your
wares,
scarf
the baker's
since
smoke.
last washing. Each street
Personal
corner
scent
carried
was
its
part
own
of
courtship. For medieval
A pleasant
townspeople,
smell could be more
navigation was a
persuasive
sensory
than a flattering
experience.
poem.
You could find your way
Lovers
home by smell
exchanged
alone,
scented
provided the
tokens,
wind was
handkerchiefs,
cooperating and no
sprigs
one
of
had
mint,
dumped something
locks of
unspeakable
hair
into the gutter.
wrapped in rosemary.
Seasonality
A
affected
well-perfumed
fragrance.
visitor
In
might be
spring,
welcomed
the
more
streets smelled
warmly.
of mud,
A
flowers,
foul-smelling
and
one
sheep. Might be offered
in
the
summer,
guest stool
the scent of
nearest
sweat
the door,
mixed with ripe
Scent
fruit and
could also
slightly
be
less ripe
weaponized.
neighbours.
Enemies might be
Autumn
accused
brought
of
the
carrying
earthy
bad
perfume
luck
of
through
fallen
foul
leaves,
body odor.
fermenting cider,
People
and
suspected
decaying
of
market
witchcraft were
leftovers.
sometimes described
Winter
as
was a
having
season of
unnatural
smoke
or lingering
damp
scents.
cloaks and whatever scent
Conversely,
had embedded
saints were
itself
said
in
to
your
emit
scarf
floral
since
scent
last washing.
even in death.
Personal
A
sign
scent
of purity
was part
known
of
as
courtship.
the odour of
A
sanctity.
pleasant smell could be more
Stories
persuasive
circulated
than a flattering
of corpses
poem that smelled of
Lovers
roses
exchanged
despite having been in the
scented
ground for
tokens,
weeks.
handkerchiefs,
The implication
sprigs
was
of mint,
divine favour,
locks
or
of
at least
hair
impressive
wrapped in
posthumous
rosemary.
hygiene. Religious
A
rituals
well-perfumed
included
visitor might
scent.
be welcomed more warmly.
Incense was burned during mass
foul-smelling
ceremonies and
might be offered
processions.
the guest's
The
stool
fragrance was
nearest
meant
the
to
door.
lift prayers heavenward
Scent
and
could
create a
also be
sensory necessary boundary between enemies the might be accused and of the mundane bad luck through peasants in the back of the church. The incense suspected of witchcraft was sometimes described as having unnatural which was its own act of lingering scents. Children were an unpredictable saints were said to emit floral scents were swaddled in layers of fabric, a sign of purity changed often. Odor. Herbs were sometimes tucked into these layers. Stories circulated of corpses that smelled of roses, chewed mint having been in the ground breastfeeding, believing the implication was to calm the child or at least impressive posthumous hygiene. Some infants religious rituals of rosemary, partly for blessing, incense was burned during mass ceremonies and processions. The fragrance was meant to lift the prayers heavenward and create a sensory boundary between chickens, goats, and the mundane, earthy presence. The peasants in the back of the church household, the incense also served to mask the smell of the livestock, which was its own act during winter. Their smells blended an unpredictable olfactory element, and wet babies were swaddled in layers that was oddly comforting if you had grown up with it. Herbs were sometimes tucked into these layers to offset the effects. There were class differences in scent. Mothers chewed mint or nobility had access to imported believing the scent would calm the child bathing facilities. Milk. Some infants wore garlands of rosemary, partly for blessing, partly to make them more tolerable. The poor smelled of works, smoke, animals contributed to the medieval. But even they took steps to improve their aroma. Chickens, a peasant might not have rose water, but he had mint from the yard of the house. A clean shirt warmed by the fire. In some and the resolve to stand downwind from judgment during winter. Scent rituals blended like smoke, milestones, straw, and wet were blessed with incense. Perfume. Wedding was oddly comforting with flower garland with it. Funerals and horrifying burning herbs to send off the soul. There were class differences from fainting. Each major had access to imported spices, remembered long after the details bathing facilities, and so fragrance was not a luxury. It was a thread running through daily life, binding identity, health, the poor smelled of work. Smoke. People in the 13th century lived surrounded but even they took steps to improve their aroma. Defended by a peasant might not have like rose water, traded it like mint from the yard, feared it like a clean shirt warmed by the fire. No one in medieval Europe smelled like a daisy. Scent rituals, but some carried daisies anyway, tucked behind an ear or sewn into a weddings were celebrated with flower garlands. Triumph over biology involved burning herbs to send off. In the 1200s, feet were living sacred. They were not delicate. Each major event had a poems or remembered long after the details. Feet were instruments of labor. So fragrance was not a luxury. Often ignored. It was a thread running through daily life, binding identity, health, belief, people across fields into markets. People in the 13th century lived surrounded by pilgrimages without complaint by it, or defended by without complaint. They wore it like armor, traded it like treasure, feared it like poison. Most shoes were little more than no one in medieval Europe smelled like a daisy, but offering minimal protection. Some carried daisies anyway, thin tucked behind an ear or sewn and about as much arch support as a beauty cabbage triumph over biology. A cobbler could make only for a measure, but the result in the 1200s feet were not sacred between a shoe and a question were not discussed in poems as we know them did not exist for the average person. Feet were instruments of labor. Wealthy individuals might own hose, often ignored fitting leg coverings made of wool went very wrong, but these often carried people across fields into markets over thresholds, and through most people relied on foot without complaint. Strips of cloth wound around without complaint anyone listened to. These added footwear and when available but had to be rewound regularly or most shoes were little more than stitched leather covering blisters shaped like the foot. A poorly applied minimal protection could turn a walk to the mill had thin into a week-long soft sides, and about as much arch support feathers or some cabbage stuffed into shoes as insulation. A cobbler could make a pair to materials, but the result still felt like a marinated quietly until removed and a question discarded. Or socks, as we know them, did not exist for the average person. Was relative. Wealthy individuals might have dried overnight near fitting leg coverings made of wool or linen, but these often left the foot bare. Shoes were not only partially enclosed. Leather absorbed moisture. Most people relied on foot wraps. Strips of rainy day meant soggy shoes, which meant soggy feet, and which meant had to be rewound and eventually or risk a round of herbal treatment causing for whatever fungal empire had taken hold. A poorly applied people tried greasing their shoes with animal fat, into a weak-long limp, or pitch to repel water, or even feathers. The result was often temporary success, followed by ruined. These materials soaked up sweat, or then marinated quietly until removed. Podiatric health was reactive or replaced. When feet hurt, the term treated fresh was relative. Until then, if they were straw had dried overnight near the hearth, with wine or vinegar. Bruises were not waterproof. Swords were lanced and drained with knives that had also carved breakfast. A rainy day there was no such thing as preventive care, unless one counted mumbling toes and eventually stepping into a muddy lane full of broken tiles and fungal empire had taken blisters were managed with people tried greasing their shoes with animal herbs, beeswax, or bits of wool soaked in beer water. The beer treatment was often temporary success, though it is unclear whether it worked or sticky ankles distracted the sufferer until the swelling subsided. Podiatric health was reactive. For chronic foot pain, when people visited local healers who prescribed warm foot baths with rosemary, they were ignored, or time cuts were some included bloodletting on the logic, bruises removing excess fluids would balance the body. Swords were lanced and drained with knives that had also rest, elevation. There was no such thing as preventive care, traveling unless one counted mumbling rumored to possess before stepping into a muddy lane full of broken tiles and judgment. So common they barely registered were managed with poultices, honey and ash, mashed herbs and healed bits of wool soaked in beer. Some rubbed in animal fat or beeswax to soften the fishes, though it is unclear whether it worked or simply raw distracted the area. Until the swelling subsided, it worked. If not, the cabbage was repurposed. People visited local healers who prescribed warm foot baths with rosemary. Care was a personal matter. Some included bloodletting with logic chip removing excess fluids by those with flexible morals. Others simply advised rest, overgrown nails, or failing all else, travelling to a distant monastery rumoured to possess a sandal from Saint Sebastian. Treatment ranged from cutting away the offending nail, barely registered it in vinegar-soaked cloth, skin until it surrendered, split, and fell off repeated embarrassment. Some rubbed in animal accepted as a fact of life to soften the fishes. People washed their feet with tied pieces of raw cabbage over the area or crushed pine needles. It worked. The results lasted about an hour, after which the natural sense of labour and survival reasserted itself. Was a personal matter. There were jokes. Nails were trimmed with knives. The road follows his feet because it fears by those with flexible morals and other cheerful sense of balance. But truly offensive odour was a matter of community concern. Curled growth, people might leave gifts and disasters, suggest a foot bath, or treatment ranged from cutting away the offending nail entirely to wrapping it in vinegar-soaked cloth bare until it surrendered in summer or fell off. They ran through meadows, dung heaps, and shallow streams. As a fact of life. And scrapes were constant. Washed their feet. Parents checked water signs of infection with sage or crushed pine needles. The results lasted about an hour, after which the remedies included soaking the survival boiled reasserted itself, or rubbing it with oil and murmured prayers. The road follows his feet because its saints were told at bedtime, and other cheerful barbs, and partly to distract. Truly offensive odour was a matter of community concern. Foot care included bathing, ointments, and even massage. Suggest a foot bath. Servants soaked their masters' feet in warm water infused with flower petals. Children's feet were often bare. The feet were then dried with linen and rubbed with almond through meadows, dung heaps made from shallow streams, and lavender. Cuts and scrapes were constant. This ritual was both cleansing for signs of infection. Clean feet signified control or unexplained curses. Leisure. The remedies included soaking the foot in boiled plant water, was both rubbing it with oil and murmured cobblers-shaped souls, stitched uppers, and saints were told at bedtime. They used wooden laths to comfort, foot-shaped molds to distract, to build consistency. In wealthier households, glue and binding cords held the pieces together, and even massage. A good cobbler could make a shoe that soaked their master's feet in warm water, a great one infused with flower petals, worthy of a wedding. Were then dried with linen or a particularly demanding oil or balm made from goose fat. Shoes reflected status. This ritual was pointed both cleansing and often wildly impractical. Clean feet signified rage among nobility and leisure. The ability to rest at the toe. While others were so long shoemaking needed to be tied to the leg and to avoid tripping. Cobblers shaped these shoes were not made for walking. They were made for watching others wouldn't last. Religious attitudes toward to build consistency. Nails, glue, and binding cords held the pieces together. On the other, they were could make a shoe that lasted several seasons. Was an act of reverence. A great one could craft footwear. Monasteries monks performed this ritual regularly, or a particularly demanding humility. Pilgrims received foot washings at sacred sites. Pointed shoes, Christ washing wildly impractical, was a foundational image among nobility. Through churches, sermons, some curled, and the occasional. Others were so long they needed to be tied to the leg to avoid tripping. Rarely mentioned shoes were not made for walking. They were made for watching others described as religious attitudes toward feet was his footwear discussed. On one hand, unless it broke, were humble or earthly. Commoners' feet were mentioned in legal records, usually when injured during disputes involving livestock. Carts, in monasteries, overly enthusiastic ritual regularly, dances, both to cleanse and travellers faced particular challenges. Pilgrims received walking over rough terrain meant constant wear. Christ washing his disciples' feet was a foundational image souls that echoed padded their shoes with sermons, replaced and the occasional with stitched-on patches, and relied on rest medieval literature rarely mentioned feet unless something went wrong. Some wore sandals might be described as fleet-footed, but rarely barefoot as a form of devotion, unless it broke, desperation, or bled. Foot commoners' feet were often left untreated. Usually when injured during disputes and hammer toe livestock were seen as normal signs of age or misfortune. Maypole dances. Folk remedies abounded. Travellers faced particular challenges, soaked in rabbit distance walking, reciting chants under constant wear, or pressing a toad to the soul and offering it a sprains and bruised effectiveness varied. They padded their toes was usually unimpressed, worn soles. Despite all this, feet carried on, and relied on rest stops to weddings, to funerals, to markets, and to war. They stomped some wore sandals, shuffled in sorrow, and marched toward destiny, went barefoot as a form of devotion, fashioned from leather, wool, and willpower. Deformities were often left untreated. Medieval bunions, collapsed arches, and hammer toes were seen as normal signs of age or misfortune. Reluctantly, folk remedies through the simple act wrapping the feet in cloth soaked in rabbit blood, reciting chants under medieval life, or pressing a toad to the soul and offering it a song. It might be the toilet situation varied, or rather, the toad was usually absence of anything. Despite all this, feet carried on. Bodily functions did not stop to funerals, to markets. They simply adapted. They stomped in celebration, shuffled in sorrow, and deeply communal way destiny with whatever protection could be fashioned from leather, wool, privacy was usually traded. In the immediacy, the medieval foot. Let us begin with the medieval equivalent of the bathroom, but it was respected. In castles and fortified manors, and often through the simple act of stone drying built into the exterior wall. If there was one aspect out medieval above a moat, modern time travellers would struggle with. Inside was a wooden bench with a toilet situation, or rather, waste the frequent down a vertical shaft, anything resembling into a cesspit. Bodily functions did not stop in the 1200s, and sometimes simply adapted onto a lower level of the building, unsettling architectural planning had taken a day off. Sanitation was more of a suggestion than provided a degree of privacy was usually traded. It was a cold, drafty hole. Let us begin where the wind howled upwards with unholy intent. The garderobe. Many garderobes were built in fortified manners of gravity. This was a small stone which made using them in the exterior test of both usually projecting out slightly above a moat or courtyard. The smell was inside was a wooden bench with a hole cut into everything. Attempts were made to reduce odours, vertical placing herbs like lavender into a cesspit near the seat, sometimes hanging bunches of rosemary air, or stuffing straw distressingly onto a lower level of the building, tossed down the shaft to neutralise the worst had taken a day off. Whether this helped theory or simply gave the user something to hope privacy remains debatable. It was a cold, for those living in towns where the wind howled upwards the options with unholy intent. Many garderobes were built high for convenience of ceramic or wooden bowls were kept which made using them in the dark a test of both aim used at night and existential courage. Or when walking to the communal latrine, castle walls too much of an adventure. Attempts were made to reduce contents, placing herbs like lavender or mint designated cesspits, hanging bunches of rosemary out a window with a yell of warning that may or may not occasionally tossed down the shaft to neutralise the worst of it. Yes, the infamous whether this garde low or simply gave the user something to hope for the water remains debatable. A real thing. So for those living in towns pedestrians who failed, the options were humbler. Streets were narrow, most drainage chamber pots and footwear absorbent. These ceramic people learned to walk close under the buildings and wear long cloaks with hem. They were used at night during storms. Public latrines did exist in the communal latrines, often near rivers. Too much of an adventure. Open air or in the semi-enclosed structures, sometimes with separate sections for men and women. Cesspits, they were cleaned sporadically out a window with a yell of warning that may or may not flowed into the river, which also supplied drinking water, thus creating an infamous circular ecosystem of increasingly poor decisions. Watch out for the water. Wiping materials varied. Wealthy individuals might use pedestrians, which was then washed by someone else and reused. Streets were narrow. The poor used what was available: footwear, absorbent, hay, straw. People learned to walk close to buildings and wear long cloaks with hemline. In coastal areas, mussel shells were not unheard of. Public latrines did exist in larger towns, often near rivers. These were some relied on the left semi-enclosed structures, sometimes with separate sections for men and social implications. They were cleaned sporadically. To shake with the left hand was considered offensive. Waste flowed into the river, which also supplied drinking water, did not exist, creating a circular. The idea of using paper increasingly hygiene would have been seen as wasteful, wiping material, especially when parchment and paper were so expensive. Cloth, which was then washed by someone else. Nothing printed was considered disposable. Used what was available. Wipe with the Gospel of John. Straw, even if it is written in Latin or even contains confusing grammar. In coastal areas, the design of toilets were not unheard of, though their monasteries often had communal latrines with running water. Some relied on the left hand and using nearby streams with long. These were among the most advanced social sanitation systems of the time. To shake with the left hand was sometimes included scheduled cleaning rotations, toilet paper, making them more hygienic than most noble estates. The idea of using paper for personal hygiene would have been seen as waste houses, especially when parchment and paper were so expensive. When folks were emptied, nothing printed was considered disposable. Farmers. One does not wipe with the Gospel of John, even if it is written in Latin and sheer unpleasant, confusing grammar. Gong farmers were the design of toilets, scooping waste into barrels and monasteries carting it outside communal latrines with running water channeled beneaath, often near rivers or wastelands. These were among the most advanced to them with remarkable systems of the time. Despite their unglamorous work, sometimes included scheduled cleaning rotations. Without them, streets making them more hygienic, flooded, and diseases spread even faster. In some towns, they were the quiet backbone houses. Urban hygiene. These were covered, shoveling and uncovered as needed. The rest of society when full, pretended they were emptied by individuals known diseases linked to poor sanitation were common. This was a real job. Dysentery, and it paid surprisingly parasitic well infections, due to the sheer plagued communities involved. Flies were farmers worked at night, ever scooping waste into barrels and carting it outside city limits. Surface existed only in theory. Separately, often near rivers or waste coexisted dangerously close together. Clung to them. People tried to mitigate this with herbs, boiling. Despite their unglamorous water was often avoided in favour of beer or wine. Streets not for fun, but because fermentation diseases spread even faster than gossip. They were the quiet was not always solitary. Urban hygiene in monasteries and public latrines. The rest of society multiple pretended lined up side by side. Diseases linked to poor sanitation were common. Conversations occurred and parasitic infections silent communities. Forced. Flies were constant. One entered the latrine with dignity and the concept of a clean sometimes shared far too loudly only in theory. Children were trained food and excrement coexisted dangerously given miniature chamber pots. People tried to mitigate this with older children were taught to dump waste. Water was often avoided, or at least not into the laundry basin, not for fun, accidents, but because fermentation killed things that rivers occasionally so did rats. Toileting was not always solitary. Liked warmth in monasteries and public latrines. Multiple medieval toilets provided all three, with little to no of unfortunate encounters involving conversations, anatomy, debate, and deeply traumatized silence was not in toileting while traveling. One entered the latrine with challenges and exited. Pilgrims used roadside bushes shared far too loudly over designated children were trained outside towns. Toddlers were given miniature chamber stools with holes in them. Older children were taught to dump waste properly, or at least not into the laundry basin. Nobles brought portable chamber pots. Discipline followed might carry aromatic herbs, so did rats. Smell, which also served to ward off conversation. Darkness, disposal of waste was everyone's medieval toilets. Some cities had laws about when waste could be dumped. Of unfortunate encounters involving startled anatomies ranged from deeply traumatized shaming. More often, people simply lived with smells and hoped for a good wind. Pilgrims used roadside frozen waste piled up in alleys or designated comfort areas outside nothing towns. In medieval Europe some carried small folding stools. There was holes in them. Medieval jokes often referenced bodily functions. Plays featured fart gags. Nobles poems hinted at unfortunate noises. A clever merchant might carry aromatic herbs. One manuscript contains a recipe for a potion to silence the wind. Disposal of waste was everyone's very specific prayer. Some cities had laws about when waste could be dumped, but the enforcement was inconsistent. penalties ranged from toileting in the public shaming was neither refined people simply lived with the smells and hoped for a good improvisational. In winter, frozen waste piled up in alleys. In spring, did what they could. They built high towers to drop waste smelled quite away. Spring, they dug pits and hired men with strong jokes often referenced no sense of smell. Plays they burned herbs, gags, said prayers, poems hinted at unfortunate noises from the back. Because in the medieval world, one manuscript contains a recipe for a potion to silence the wind. If the medieval toilet was a crisis of architecture, medieval medicine was a crisis of confidence. Speaks volumes. Hygiene in the context of health toileting was not a given. Was neither refined nor comfortable. An aspiration. It was pragmatic. Medical treatment in the 1200s and remarkably somewhere between hopeful witchcraft and experimental carpentry. They built instrument towers to drop explanations far away, and the chance of infection hired men with strong backs. Let us begin with the tools. They burned herbs, said prayers, and avoided looking down too often. Were used repeatedly because in the medieval world, between cleanliness began with creativity. When they were cleaned, it was usually with wine, strong vinegar, or if the medieval toilet was a crisis of architecture, medieval medicine was a serious commitment. It meant starting a fire, hygiene in the context of health, heating it to the point of bubbling menace. It was, and then maybe dunking the blood-stained blade inside medical treatment in the 1200s hovered somewhere between surgeons wore no gloves. There were no surgical gowns. They instruments were tunics. Explanations history. And the chance of infection almost only if visibly. Let us begin with the tools. Blood was removed with rags, forceps, lancets, or a corner of the table were used repeatedly. Surgical surfaces, if they existed, were wooden planks. When they were clean, kitchen tables usually with wine, scrubbed only vinegar, if the last patient, if the practitioner was feeling cautious. Boiling water were packed. Boiling was a serious commitment. It meant starting a fire. Moss was favoured for its absorbency heating and availability. Bubbling menace, when accessible, and then maybe was used to seal wound blade inside for a moment before it worked better than many alternatives. Surgeons wore no gloves. Why? There were no surgical gowns that festered. They worked in tunic, garlic, smeared with history, or warm bread. Their hands were rinsed with beer. Only if it visibly smelled wrong. After that, it was blood was removed with rags, snow, leeches, or a corner of the tablecloth. Surgical surfaces, if they existed, to apply were wooden slightest mention kitchen tables, excess scrubbed only if the last patient leeches had been did not care about the reason. They just latched wounds and did their work with moss. They were placed behind ears, on the arms, or moss on any favoured for its absorbency and availability. They were valued when accessible. Any was used to seal medical toolkit, discourage infection. Only to knives. It worked better than many alternatives. Though no bloodletting charts existed, wounds that they detailed which veins to open, onion, for which ailment, or warm bread, mashed with beer. Right if it still smelled wrong after that, it was time left for prayer, melancholy, behind the knee just in case. Fair. These charts physicians kept them in jars of theory ready to apply at the slightest dimensions and a deep faith in human fluids. Being the leeches did not care about the reason. They just cupping was also used their work. Horns or cups were placed behind ears to the skin, on the arms, creating any suction that raised blood toward the surface. They were valued companions to balance humours, draw out impurities, and prevent illness. Second only to knives. What it usually did was leave circular bruises and bloodletting suspicions as a healer's qualifications. They detailed which veins to open. Barber surgeons for which ailed much of the practical medicine. A headache. They shaved beards. Pulled teeth, fever, drained abscesses, left ankle, and lanced boils, behind the knee just in case requested. These charts were battered inside leather rolls, theory, stained artistic diagrams, and a deep faith in human fluids, being the source of sometimes bathhouses. Cupping was also used, was respected. Horns or cups were heated and pressed to the skin, limp, creating suction that raised blood toward the surface. Hospitals, such as was believed to balance humours, draw out impurities, and prevent illness. These were often what it usually did was leave circular bruises lay in lingering suspicion of the healer's qualifications. Windows were few. Ventilations handled much of the practical linens were changed when they could no longer be ignored. Pulled teeth, nurses were nuns or monks who believed service to the sick purified the soul. Their tools they washed patients with herbal water, applied ointment slightly mismatched, and read prayers over the dying. They worked in markets, cleanliness in hospitals, and sometimes bathhouses. Pests were common. Good rats was respected freely. Fleas were practically left behind limp patients and dented confidence. Monks kept herb hospitals, dried lavender to hang above prioritized and burned sage to purify the air. These were often monastic. Sickness was a physical state, but it was also seen as a on straw mattresses. Purity of the soul, ventilation more than sterility of the sheets. Linens were changed when they could no longer care was domestic. Nurses were nuns or comfrey service to the sick. A grandmother might rub nettle oil into a twisted ankle. Patients with herbal healing was a family affair, and read prayers over the dying. Often cleanliness in hospitals was aspiration. A good healer knew how to make fever ran freely to school. Fleas were practically witch prayers to save before pouring vinegar onto an open herb gardens. Dried lavender ailments were treated equally, and burned sage leprosy was feared and misunderstood. Sickness was a physical state, but it was also seen as housed in colonies where they lived. Purity of the soul mattered maximum sterility of the sheets. They wore bells to signal their approach. Care was domestic, tended with basic salves, grind comfrey root hygiene consisted of river water. A grandmother might rub nettle oil into a twisted ankle. Illness was even healing was a family affair. The afflicted were considered possessed, often whispered, or morally flawed. A good healer knew included confinement, isolation, cold baths, and witch prayers to say before hygiene for these individuals was rarely prioritized. Not all ailments were treated equally. Sometimes leprosy was feared, occasionally misunderstood, and frequently lepers were exiled to the outskirts, housed in colonies, where they lived central minimal care, blending folk knowledge with practical experience. They wore bells, they washed their hands when possible, wounds were tended with basic salves, and cord cutting was done with knives, river water, and resignation. The mother was bathed only if time allowed. Poorly treated. Infants were rubbed with salt, the afflicted were washed in herbal water, cursed, and racked, or morally flawed. If both survived the birth, included it was celebrated with isolation, cold drink, and exorcism. Medical texts were scarce for these individuals was rarely prioritized and illustrated with optimism. They were sometimes chained, remedies sometimes instructions, occasionally pity with lard, and frequently frog skin, or applying ashes was dangerous. Midwives were central figures. Not all recipes were dangerous. With some were surprisingly effective. They washed their hands. But the lack of standardization meant results depended heavily on luck. Cord cutting was done with interpretation of stars or teeth. Academic medicine. The mother was bathed only if time allowed. Bologna, Paris, and Oxford offered lectures on galenic in herbal water. Students studied human anatomy using animals. The birth, guests were celebrated with gratitude and debated the influence of planetary medical texts were scarce, handwritten lacked balance, and illustrated with wet and dry. Remedies included instructions for mixing herbs with lard, moderation boiling frog skin, or applying ashes. A patient might still suffer if the moon was in the wrong phase. Not all recipes were dangerous. Some were surprisingly effective. Gaps. But the lack of standardization meant results depended heavily on treatments, telling stories, and interpretation. Some were honest, others academic medicine was growing. They sold snake oil without Paris and Oxford offered lectures on questionable theories, and guaranteed human anatomy using animals. Guessed at internal Still they were welcomed and debated the influence of planetary movement on fevers. Plague had not yet devastated Europe. Cold, wet, smaller outbreaks of illness prepared the ground. Hygiene towns developed rudimentary quarantine practices. Homes with illness might still suffer if the moon was in the avoided phase. Healers burned sulfur in sick-filled gaps. Washed walls. They wandered from village to village, selling potions, amulets, offering treatments, the link between cleanliness and health was forming. Others were sharp at a time. They sold snake oil without snakes, miracle tonics with questionable herbs. Doctors argued that washing the body reduced odors which might reduce disease. Never. Others insisted baths opened the pores and invited danger. The result was confusion. Plague had not yet devastated Europe. They cleaned smaller outbreaks when they smelled offensive ground. They boiled towns, developed rudimentary quarantine practices. Despite it all, there was care. Homes with illness might be marked. People tried. Whole streets were blood with cloths that were rinsed in sulphur in sick rooms. They gathered herbs from wild hills and wore herbal. They saved bandages, rewound them between cleanliness and health. They tightened the knot. One outbreak at a time. The human body was mysterious. Some hygiene was not yet bathing, but it was attention. Doctors argued that washing the body reduced odors which might reduce disease was ordinary. To be treated was hopeful. Open to survive was remarkable danger. In the
result
1200s,
was
cleanliness and
confusion.
religion were
People
not
bathed,
always about
but
soap.
nervously they
Often
cleaned
they were about
wounds, but
symbolism.
only when they smelled offensive.
Washing did not necessarily
They boiled
mean
water,
removing
but mostly
dirt.
for broth.
It could mean removing
Despite it
sin.
all, there was care.
A clean
There was
face
effort.
could
People
express
tried.
humility. They wiped
Clean
blood
hands
with cloths
might
that were
prepare the
rinsed
soul.
in cold
Feet
streams.
scrubbed.
They gathered
Were not being
herbs from
sanitized
wild
so
hills.
much as
They
sanctified.
saved bandages.
Monasteries
rewound
embodied
them,
this
and said
contradiction.
prayers as they tightened the
bathed
knot.
infrequently.
The human
Usually
body
only
was
several
mysterious,
times a
and
year,
hygiene was
in
not yet
accordance with
science,
strict
but it was
monastic
attention,
schedules.
tenderness,
Yet they washed
repetition.
parts of their bodies routinely.
To get sick
often
was ordinary.
several times
To be
per
treated
day.
was hopeful.
Hands
To survive
and faces
was
were
remarkable.
cleansed before
In the
meals,
1200s,
after
cleanliness
sleep,
and religion
before
were not
prayer,
always about
and
soap.
on holy days.
Often they were about symbolism,
Not for comfort.
Washing
not for
did not
hygiene,
necessarily
but
mean
for
removing
ritual.
dirt. It could
The
mean
act of
removing
washing
sin.
was done in silence.
A clean
From a
face
shared
could express
basin
humility.
using cold water.
Clean hands might
The
prepare
basin was
soul.
rarely emptied
Feet,
between
if
uses.
scrubbed,
The
were
water's
not physical
physical
state mattered
so
less
much
than
as
its symbolic
symbolic
meaning.
Monasteries
These ritual
embodied this
washings
contradiction.
reinforced structure.
Monks bathed infrequently,
Clean hands
usually
meant
only
readiness
several
for
times a
sacred
year.
acts.
In accordance
Dirty
with strict
hands, like a
monastic
wandering
schedules.
mind,
Yet
suggested
they washed
spiritual
parts of their
laxity.
bodies routinely.
The
often
idea was
several
not to
times
cleanse
per
away
day.
germs. Germs were not
Hands
known,
and faces
but to
were
remove
cleansed
disorder
before
from
meals,
the soul.
after sleep.
Foot washing
before
was
prayer,
more formal,
and on
it
holy
occurred
days.
on specific days,
Not
most
for
notably
comfort, not for
Maundy
hygiene,
Thursday,
but for ritual.
On that day,
The
monks
act of
washed each
washing
other's
was done
feet
in
in a
silence,
ceremony
from a
emulating
shared basin,
Christ
using
washing
cold
the
water.
feet of his disciples.
The basin was rarely emptied.
It was meant
between
to remind
uses.
them of
The water's
humility.
physical
Service
state mattered less
and
than its
obedience.
symbolic meaning.
A younger monk
These ritual
knelt to
washings
clean the
reinforced
older's feet.
structure. The water was cold.
Clean hands
the cloth
meant
rough.
readiness for
the
sacred
air
acts.
often still
Dirty
with reverence.
hands, like a
The
wandering
feet might
mind,
be cracked,
suggested
fungal,
spiritual
or
laxity.
battered from years of walking
The idea
stone
was not to
floors,
cleanse away
but they
germs.
were treated
Germs
with
were not
grace.
known, but to
Pilgrims
remove
too
disorder from the
practiced
symbolic
soul
washing.
Foot washing
They
was
cleansed
more
their
formal.
faces and hands.
It occurred
upon
on
reaching
specific
shrines,
days,
most
notably
springs and sacred
Maundy
fountains.
Thursday.
On
Some
that day,
walked for months
monks
across
washed
Europe,
each other's
their
feet
skin
in a
covered in
ceremony
dust,
emulating
their feet
Christ
blistered and
washing
worn.
the feet of his
Reaching
disciples.
a holy site and touching
It
water,
was meant to
however
remind them
murky
of
or
humility,
shared, was
service,
a profound act
and
of
obedience.
spiritual transition.
A younger monk
A splash
knelt
on the
to
brow
clean the
or a
older's
rinse of the
feet.
palms
The
marked
water was
arrival,
cold,
not
the
hygiene.
cloth rough.
The
In
air
monasteries,
often still
large
with
communal
reverence.
wash basins
The
called
feet might be
lavatoria
cracked,
lined the
fungal,
cloister
or
walls.
battered from years
These
of
were
walking
stone
troughs,
floors,
often fed
but
by
they
a
were
constant
treated
stream
with
of
grace.
water.
Pilgrims
Via
too
aqueduct or
practiced
cistern.
symbolic washing.
Monks
They
stood
cleansed their
shoulder to
faces
shoulder,
and hands
washing in
upon
silence,
reaching
the
shrines,
sound of
springs
drippings
and
echoing
sacred
across the
fountains.
flagstones.
The water
Some walked
flowed
for
not
months
for
across
sanitation,
Europe, their
but
skin
as a
covered in
metaphor
dust,
of divine
their feet
grace,
blistered and
constant,
worn.
flowing,
Reaching a holy
shared.
site and touching
Clean
water,
garments
however
were also
murky
part
or
of
shared,
religious
was a
hygiene.
profound act
Priests
of spiritual
wore white
transition,
albs and
a
embroidered
splash on the
chasubles,
brow,
all
or
of
a
which
rinse
had to
of
be
the palms
spotless
marked
during
arrival,
Mass.
not hygiene.
The garments were handled
In
carefully,
monasteries,
stored
large
in
communal
wooden
wash
chests
basins
lined with
called
linen
lavatoria
and
lined the
with an
cloister
almost
walls.
ceremonial reverence.
These were stone troughs.
A
often
priest
fed
who
by a
stepped to the
constant
altar with a
stream of
visible
water
stain might
via
not be
aqueduct
scolded
or cistern,
but he might be judged.
Monks
by
stood
both his
shoulder to
peers
shoulder,
and
washing
his
in
congregation.
silence. The sound
Clean
of
robes
dripping
meant
echoing
spiritual
across the
attentiveness.
flagstones.
Wrinkled
The
hems
water
could
flowed
suggest
not for
distracted
sanitation,
devotion,
but as a
Yet
metaphor
bathing
of
the full
divine
body
grace.
was discouraged.
Constant church
Flowing,
teachings warned
shared.
that frequent immersion
Clean
weakened
garments
the body,
were also
invited
part of
sin
religious
or stirred
hygiene.
inappropriate
Priests
vanity.
wore white albs
To
and
bathe too
embroidered
often was to
chasubles,
risk
all of
indulgence,
which had to be
it was
spotless
seen
during
as a
Mass.
luxury of the flesh.
The garments
not
were
a
handled
requirement of the
carefully,
spirit.
stored in wooden
Some
chests
saints were
lined with
praised
linen,
specifically for
and
their
laundered
refusal
with
to
an
wash.
almost ceremonial
Saint Thomas of
reverence.
Canterbury allegedly abstained
A
from
priest
bathing
who
so
stepped to the
thoroughly
altar
that his
with a
robes
visible
became
stain
part
might
of his
not be
skin.
scolded. This was
But he
viewed
might
not
be
as
judged
slovenliness,
by
but as
both
divine
his peers
detachment and his
Hermits
congregation.
and ascetics
Clean
rejected
robes
washing
meant
entirely.
spiritual attentiveness.
Living in
Wrinkled
cave
hems
huts
could
or
suggest
makeshift
distracted
shelters.
devotion.
They saw the body
Yet
as a
bathing
trap.
the full body was discouraged.
Dirt was a
Church
reminder that the
teachings
world
warned
was
that
not
frequent
eternal.
immersion weakened the
Soap,
body,
warmth,
invited
comfort,
sin,
or
or
stirred
stirred
temptation.
inappropriate vanity. By allowing
To bathe
themselves
too
to become
often was
filthy,
to risk
they
indulgence.
testified to their faith as a luxury
the worse
of
they
the
smelled,
flesh,
the more
not a
they
requirement
proved
of
their
the spirit.
resistance to earthly
Some
pleasure.
saints were praised
And yet,
specifically for their
paradoxically,
refusal
the
to
Church
wash.
washed
Saint Thomas
the
of
dead.
Canterbury allegedly
Before burial,
abstained
the
from
body
bathing
was
so
cleansed
thoroughly
with
that
holy
his robes
water,
became part
wine,
of his
or
skin.
even blessed
This was
oils.
viewed not as slovenliness,
The process
but as
was
divine
gentle.
detachment.
The limbs were sponged.
Permits and
the face was
ascetics
rejected
suspected the mouth might be closed, living in caves, huts, all of this makeshift shelters. The dead saw the body as a trap, but it was also sacred. Was a reminder that the world was not to prepare them for divine judgment. Warmth, comfort. It was the final temptation, the one that sent by allowing themselves to become filthy. They sometimes the cloth used in washing the dead was they smelled, the more they proved their resistance to earthly pleasure. The linen might be kept, and yet paradoxically, the church, even in death, washed the act of cleansing before burial. The body was cleansed with holy water, wine, or even blessed oil. Weight. The process was gentle. Objects, the limbs were sponged, the face was wiped, the mouth might be closed, warded off evil, and all of this was practical. The pilgrims carried small flasks, but it was also at shrines dangling from the dead or stashed to prepare them for divine judgment. Holy water was splashed on newborn soldiers' livestock, and even travellers leaving on long journeys. Sometimes the cloth used in washing the dead was preserved, and rosemary, if the person was believed to be saintly, to the sacred. The linen might be churches engaged in larger acts of even cleaning. In death, before the act of cleansing could ripple forward into veneration. Altars were wiped, holy water had immense banners with dust weight, and hung. It was sprinkled on objects, parishioners participated, people, animals. Cleaning became a form of communal penance, warded off evil, scrubbed the stone floor of a church with your hands. Pilgrims carried small flasks filled at shrines, dangling from belts or stashed was as good as a confession. Holy water was splashed on newborn soldiers' lingered around people, and even travellers leaving on long journeys. A man who bathed too often might be considered vain, and rosemary. A woman who was fragrant oils might be accused. Public churches engaged in larger acts of cleaning. Scent before heavily feast days. It could indicate holiness polished if it came from incense. Floors were swept. Looseness. Banners were dusted and perfume, and hung. Social class made parishioners participated. A noble who smelled of rose became a form of communal penance. A servant to scrub the stone floor of a church with your hands. This double standard extended into the visual as well. A blister from scouring the pews was his hands daily, but never his robe, and yet was respected. Suspicion lingered around people who seemed a woman who kept a tidy home but braided a man who bathed too often might be accused of neglecting her soul. A woman who wore fragrant oils might be accused of seduction or pride. Priests preached about heavily washing away sin. It could indicate holy mouth of lies from incense, scouring the soul with prayer. If it these were not idle phrases, social shaped behavior. Different. People scrubbed harder smelled of rosewater was dressed in freshly aired clothes. Tried the same. They sprinkled their animals before feast days. This and wiped their children's faces with the corners of their tune well. Baptism, a monk who washed his hands daily, but never his robe, was respected for his discipline. A moment of transformation. A woman who kept a tidy home but braided her hair too carefully might be accused of neglecting her soul. Some churches built elaborate metaphors of cleanliness, basins waist high and full of cold priests water. Preached about others washing away sin, bowls, rinsing the mouth. Either way, the act was the same, scouring the soul with prayer water into these grace. Were not idle phrases. Certain pilgrimage towns installed bathhouses scrubbed near the entrances to holy sites, dressed in freshly basic clothes structures. They sprinkled their animals could rinse off feast days and wipe their children's faces with the corners of their tunics. So was modesty. Baptism was the ultimate the intention mattered, whether washing became part of the devotional it was a moment of transformation. One did not kneel before a saint while covered in weeks of road dust and questionable puddles. Cleansed. Some churches built elaborate fonts, paintings, stone basins, waist-high, showed angels washing the feet of saints. Others used Mary wiping the face of either way. The act was the same, and Christ himself through water kneeling into a basin before certain pilgrimage towns installed bathhouses near the entrances to holy sites. Reflected light. These were basic wooden structures where weary travellers could rinse off cleanliness. It was about care. Soap was optional. Cleanliness might not save a soul, but the intention prepare the way. Washing became part in a world of formless hardship. One did not kneel before something to do, covered in weeks of road dust and questionable puddles, while they waited for grace. Art reinforced these ideas. In a time when so much was uncertain, the act of angels washing the feet of saints became Mary a tiny wiping the face of the infant because in the medieval world, Christ himself many things, kneeling with a basin before Peter. But above all, it was a way to glowed in these images. The medieval market was a swirling hive of trade, gossip. It was not about cleanliness. It was about depending on the season. A pungent medley of everything that ran, but it might prepare the way. Recently butchered. It offered form. Hygiene in these spaces was not absent. It gave simply followed a different logic, one shaped by practicality, availability, and an admirable ability to ignore smells. In a time when so much was uncertain, the act of washing something any daily or weekly, depending on the size of the town, because in the medieval world, public squares could be many things and spilled into every available corner. But above all, it was a way to vegetables beside fishmongers, while the medieval market was not swirling hive of peddling rushes gossip, or dried herbs, mud, waste disposal, depending on the season, activity, a pungent in the medley of everything that participated in avoiding it, or was recently butchered. Measures were ad hoc. Hygiene in these spaces was not absent. If the smell became simply followed a different logic, one shaped by practicality, availability, and an admirable ability to ignore smells that would drop a modern nose on rosemary and wave it around. Operated daily or weekly, depending on the size of the fishmongers. For instance, they were held in public squares or with open roads and spilled into every available from nearby rivers that also sold vegetables beside fishmongers, while blacksmiths hammered iron not far from women and unwanted rushes, or only to run into the street. Waste disposal manure was a community activity in the sense that everyone participated in avoiding it. Was conscientious, hygiene measures were refuse into a nearby ditch. If the smell became unbearable, gradually liquefying into the street, the flies got too enthusiastic. Someone might mutter a complaint. In warm weather, the odor was robust. Dried rosemary. In winter, it waved around, froze in place, waiting patiently for spring. Fishmongers operated under similar logic. Stalls with buckets of water, blood, often fetched from nearby rivers that also served as categorization. Most butchers used scales, blocks as cutting and unwanted eyeballs. These blocks were not only to run into the street, scraped, mingled over, and eventually burned, and wait for the next blood soaked into the boards, the ground, and the merchants of the conscientious. They might sweep the refuse into a nearby rarely changed. If they were not, one could identify a butcher gradually liquefying into the street. By midday, the flies had established a democracy. In warm weather, the odor was robust, often hotter, winter, more aromatic, froze in place, less waiting patiently for spring. The smell of bread helped butchers operated under appetizing notes of medieval produced blood. Bakers dealt with flour that defied polite categorization. They washed their hands butchers more frequently, wooden blocks as cutting surfaces, because sticky dough were not clean so much as scraped, flipped over, and eventually burned. Fire. Their tools were wiped on the ground, and the hands of the workers were familiar. Gloves were not rarely advertised. Aprons were rarely changed. Food vendors selling cooked meat, pies, or butcher by stews worked in open air. Often over day, the flies had established a democracy, hot, which helped kill some of the bacteria, own space, and most of the hotter, more aromatic, were minimal, slightly less bowls were made of wood or cheap pottery. The smell of bread helped mask washing the dishes, appetizing rinsing of the medieval barrel until the water bakers dealt with flour, dough, then it was changed, coals, or just they washed their hands more frequently. Alehouses were similarly pragmatic, because sticky drinking vessels were wiped with cloths that had witnessed history, cleaned by fire. The ale itself was safer than water thanks to fermentation. Rats and flour beetles drank communally, but rarely advertised, and coughed with food vendors selling cooked meat and knives were stews worked salt was handled by often over that had likely explored many surfaces which helped kill some of the bacteria. Still, and most people gathered, drank, and lived long enough to do it again. Were made of wood or cheap pottery. Washing dishes involved rinsing them in the same barrel until the water turned distinct hygiene challenges. Then it was changed. Fulling involved stirred. Alehouses were similarly pragmatic. Wool in drinking vessels were wiped with cloths collected from neighbours' history. The ale itself was safer than water, thanks to fermentation. Donated patrons drank communally. The ammonia softened the fibers, and coughed with abandon. The smell softened one's sense of optimism. Salt was handled by fingers that had likely explored many surfaces before arriving at the table. Feet rinsed it in streams, and then laid it in fields long enough to do it again. Birds contributed opinions from above. Textile workers, such as plant-based weavers and dyers, had distinct hygiene challenges and heat. Fulling involved pounding in large vats, often mixed with urine fires, collected from the water turned vibrant, donated for a questionable. Gloves were the ammonia softened the fibered skin, nails, and smell softened one's sense of hands of a dyer could reveal fulling mills were built outside a town for good reason. Workers stomped the cloth with bare feet, rinsed it in streams, and then laid it in fields to dry. Cleaning the vats was secondary to producing the next batch from above. Some dyers boasted a rainbow of pigments, blacksmiths, coopers, and carpenters. They did not focus on hygiene unless it interfered with their work. The water turned vibrant, sawdust, and grease were constant. Gloves were rare, with dye-stained tools were wiped on aprons and everything it touched. Burns, the hands of a dyer could reveal what were treated with spit, rags, and the occasional dab secondary to producing the next batch was part of the process. Some dyers boasted a rainbow with all 10 fingers was admired. Coopers one with 9 was experienced. Did not focus on hygiene unless it interfered with their work, or very fast reflexes. Sawdust and grease. Barbers operated in shops that doubled as surgical stations. Tools were wiped on aprons, trimmed beards, pulled teeth, cuts, and splinters were treated with tools were hung on walls or and the occasional dab of honey. Washing involved infections as part of the process. The same blade that shaved with all 10 fingers was admired. To bleed an arm with 9 was experienced. The chair was wooden. One with 8 was straw covered. Terrible luck. The smell was antiseptic only in the sense barbers that it was strong enough to scare away the surgical station, and maybe a few customers trimmed beards. Laundry workers faced constant exposure to filth. Their tools were hung on walls, beaten, or laid on tables, and washing involved a quick water was hauled by hand. The same blade was added to soften might be used. Soap, to bleed an arm, was homemade, and the chair was wooden. Laundresses often were straw rivers. The smell was antiseptic only in the sense that it was strong enough to scare away microbes, permanently wrinkled, and maybe a few customers bore the laundry workers faced constant exposure to filth. Clothes if they were lucky, the water scrubbed and boiled. The water was flowed downstream. Ash was added to soften it in the runoff. Soap from someone else's homemade and coarse. Street cleaners often existed in some towns, leaning over criminals while sentenced to public labour protested. Or the very poor, their hands were permanently wrinkled. Their job was to shovel animal scent of smoke, scrape refuse from gutters and clear market waste. If they were lucky, the water flowed downstream. If not, they worked in the runoff from someone else's optimism. Rakes, street cleaners existed in some towns to smell like their profession. Sentenced to public labour, thanked them, but everyone noticed when they were gone. Their job was to shovel a day of careful foot scrape refuse and gutters and clear market privy maintenance was essential but unpleasant. Rakes and gong farmers and were expected to smell like their profession. Emptied cesspits beneath houses and public everyone noticed when they were gone. Hauled the waste outside the missing cleaner, often dumping it into designated pits and a week of regret. The job privy maintenance was essential, no one else wanted pleasant. Gong farmers were avoided heroic night workers, emptied cesspits beneath houses and public latrines. If you saw one at a tavern, you did not comment. Town, often dumping it into designated pits or field for services rendered. The job paid well. Women selling because no one else wanted it or perfume. Gong farmers did what they could to introduce fragrance admired economically. And utterly indispensable. Rosemary, lavender. If you saw one at a tavern, you did not comment. Some sprinkled their stalls with rose water. And the occasional others offered scented pouches to wear around the women neck. Selling claimed to ward off bad air perfume, and even worse did what they could to introduce fragrance was a temporary reprieve for noses overwhelmed by the rosemary and lavender or mint. For a few coins, some sprinkled their stalls with rose instead of a compost pile. Others offered scented pouches to wear around the neck. Strange claimed to ward off bad air and even worse. People developed resistance. Their presence was a temporary reprieve but for noses overwhelmed by the butcher. They knew where to walk, fishmonger, when to hold their breath, a few coins, and which stalls changed their straw most instead often. Of a compost pile. The smell of fresh bread, despite the chaos, a strange order held the provided brief intermissions between developed resistance. Not just even a well-placed pie cart could improve morale. They knew where to walk, sanitation laws existed in some cities, and which stalls changed their straw most often to clean their stalls, the smell of to fresh dispose bread, of waste, roasted to cover meat, or ripening apples. These laws were provided brief intermissions between strategic humanity. Inspectors were placed with food could improve fines morale. Were paid in produce. Sanitation laws existed in some between cities. Hygiene and regulations required merchants to clean their stalls. To dispose of waste could be fined for failing to cover meat with cloth. These laws were enforced irregularly, one could offer a hot and ignored strategic paperwork entirely. Inspectors were bribed with somehow food. People fines were paid in produce. They ate. Traded. The balance between hygiene and commerce tilted based on hunger. They wiped their hands on their tunics. One could be fined for failing to cover meals with joy. Or
Children
one could offer
played
a
in the
hot roll
alleys,
and avoid
dogs
paperwork
snuck
entirely.
bones from butchers.
Yet somehow
Pigeons
people
dropped commentary from rooftops.
They ate. The medieval
traded,
market
laughed,
thrived
and
chaotic
haggled over
and
turnips.
alive. Because hygiene
They wiped their hands
in the medieval
on their
workspace
and
was not about
pickled eels with
sterilization.
joy.
It was about
Children
rhythm.
played in the alleys.
Work,
Dogs
wash,
snuck bones
again.
from butchers.
Rinse tools
Pigeons
when
dropped
time allowed.
commentary from rooftops.
Clean
The
what
medieval
needed to be
market
clean.
thrived,
Chaotically
and
the
alive.
rest for the rain. Because hygiene
And occasionally,
in the medieval
toss a
workspace
bucket of
was
water
not
into
about
the street and
sterilization.
call it progress.
It was about
In
rhythm.
the 1200s, grooming
Work,
was more than
wash,
hygiene.
work
Again,
It was performance,
rinse tools when
self-respect,
time allowed,
and survival
clean what
rolled into a
needed to be
daily
clean.
ritual of effort
Leave
for
the rest for the
maintenance
rain.
and practice.
And occasionally,
toss a bucket
while
of water
modern
into the
grooming
street
conjures
and
images
call
of
it scented
progress.
lotions and
In the
mirror-lit
1200s,
bathrooms,
grooming was
medieval
more than
hygiene
hygiene.
was often done with one
was
eye on the weather,
performance,
one hand
self-respect,
holding a comb,
and survival,
and
one
rolled
foot
into a daily
trying to
ritual
avoid stepping
of
in
effortful
something
best
maintenance
left undefined,
and
practiced denial.
Hair for both men and
While
women
modern
was a
grooming
central
conjures images
feature
of
of
scented
personal
lotions
grooming.
and mirror-lit
Not only was it a
bathrooms, medieval grooming was often done with one social identity. It was a known haven for lice and one foot, and the occasional poetic metaphor. Something best left combs were carried on belts or tucked into satchels. For both men and women, they were made
was
a
a
central feature of personal
horn,
grooming, and were often
not only
was it a canvas for
fine
style
teeth
and
for
social
hunting
identity,
lice and wider
it was a
teeth for
known
detangling.
haven for lice.
Combing
knits,
was public
and
and
the occasional
unapologetic.
poetic metaphor. People did it during
Combs were
conversation,
carried
during
on
meals,
belts, or
even
tucked
during
into
sermons,
satchels,
provided
they were
the
made
priest
of
was
bone,
sufficiently
wood,
distracted
or
by his
horn,
own
and
dandruff,
were
often double-sided with fine teeth for hunting
Lice
lice
were
and
so
wider
common
teeth
that
for
not
detangling.
having them
might have been
considered
combing was public
suspicious.
and unapologetic.
Remedies varied.
People did
Some
it during
applied vinegar,
conversation, during
others
meals,
used
even
garlic
during
paste,
sermons, and a few
provided
brave
the priest was
souls rubbed
sufficiently
ashes mixed
distracted
with
by
bare
his
fat
own
into the
dandruff.
scalp. Then combed
Lice were so
vigorously
common
until
that
the
not
lice
having
either
them
died
might have been
or
considered
fled to more
suspicious.
hygienic. Remedies varied. Some
Toasts.
applied vinegar,
Certain
others
herbs,
used garlic
such as
paste,
wormwood and
a
rue,
few
were
brave
tucked
souls
into braids
rubbed
or
ashes
sewn
mixed
into
with
head
hair
coverings
coverings
to
to
deter
then combed
infestation.
vigorously until the lice
Whether they
either
worked
died or simply
fled to more
smelled strong
hygienic
enough to
hosts.
convince the lice
Certain
to
herbs,
relocate,
such as
remains
wormwood and rue,
unclear, were tucked into braids.
Children were the
into
most
head
infested,
coverings
and
to
the
deter
least concerned,
infestation. Often treated in the street
Whether they
with a
worked
comb or simply
and
smelled
scowled.
strong enough
Beards
to
were a
convince the
different
lice
story.
to relocate.
Styles
Remains
varied by
region
region
and era.
Children
Children
were
were
the
the
most
most infested and the least concerned, often
clean-shaven
treated
as a
in the
sign of
street
humility,
with a comb, while
and a
nobles
scowl.
grew carefully
Beards
shaped
were a
beards
different
to
story.
signal status.
Styles
Maturity
varied
by region
Peasants
and
did
era.
what
They could. Monks
often
and trimming
clergy
with
were
knives,
often
clean-shaven
singeing
as a
off
sign of
scraggly
humility,
ends with hot
while
irons.
nobles grew
There were no
carefully
razors
shaved
as
beards
such,
to signal
just
status
blades
and
maturity.
sharp enough to terrify the
Peasants
whiskers
did what they could
into submission.
often
trimming with knives.
Beard
or
oil existed,
singeing
though
off
rarely
scraggly
called
ends
that.
with hot iron. It was usually
There were no
animal
razors as
fat,
such,
scented
just blades,
with herbs or
sharp
left
enough to
unscented
terrify the
whiskers
if the user
into
preferred to
submission.
smell like salted
Beard
mutton.
oil existed,
Beard
though
combs
rarely
were
called
smaller
that.
versions
It
of
was
hair
usually
combs,
and
animal
trimming
fat,
was often a
scented
communal
with
event.
herbs
or left unscented. If the
One
user
man
preferred
steadied
to
the
smell
head,
like
another
salted
did the
mutton,
cutting,
beard
and a third
combs
gave
were
advice
smaller
that was
versions
usually
of hair
ignored.
combs, and trimming
Eyebrows
was
and
often a
eyelashes were
communal
left
event.
mostly alone.
One man
Occasionally,
occasionally, a
another
noblewoman
did the
might
cutting,
pluck her
and a
brows
third
thin to
gave
match
advice
a
that was
fashionable
usually
silhouette.
ignored.
Eyebrows
Tweezers
made
and
of
eyelashes
bronze
were
or
left
iron
mostly
were used.
alone.
Occasionally,
For this
a
purpose,
noblewoman
often
might
doubling
pluck
the
her
brows
splinter
thin
remover
to
match
a
a
fashionable
fashionable silhouette. Tweezers made of bronze or iron were used for this purpose, often doubling as
Pincers,
splinter removers.
eyelashes
and
were never
general
painted,
pincers.
although soot
eyelashes
or
were
ground
never
charcoal
painted,
might
although
be
soot
rubbed
around
or
the
ground
eyes in
charcoal
certain
might be
regions.
rubbed around
Part
the eyes in
beautification,
certain
part
regions.
insect
Part
repellent,
beautification,
part
fusion.
insect repellent. Nails were
Part
trimmed with
confusion.
knives or
Bitten.
nails were trimmed
Long
with
nails
knives
were
or
not
bitten.
practical,
Long
unless one
nails
was
were
trying
not
to
practical
unless
that they
one
did
was
not
trying
do
to
manual
signal
labor.
that they did not
For
do
most,
manual
nails were
labor.
kept short through
For
use
most,
alone.
nails were kept
Scrubbing,
short
lifting,
through use
tilling,
alone.
and the
Scrubbing,
endless
lifting,
daily
tilling,
contact with
and
soil,
the endless
ash,
daily
and
contact with
unmentionables.
soil.
Ash,
Hands
and
were
unmentionables.
scrubbed with sand or soap
Hands
root,
were scrubbed with
sand
salt
or
or
vinegar,
vinegar,
and
rubbed
wiped
with
on
salt
aprons
or
with
vinegar,
alarming
and
enthusiasm.
wiped on aprons
A
with
hand
alarming
free of visible
enthusiasm.
dirt was
A
either
hand
recently
free of
washed
visible
or
dirt
recently
was
idle.
either recently washed
Teeth
or recently conveniently idle. Teeth, as already mentioned, were brushed with cloths, rubbed with salt, and chewed clean using aromatic twigs. Mouth rinses included wine, vinegar, and herbal infusions. Bad breath was masked with parsley, mint, or silence. Lip color was natural. Lip balm was animal fat, sometimes flavored with berry juice or resin, often applied with fingers that had just cleaned something else. Where used, perfume was applied sparingly. Rose water was favored by those who
Lavender
could afford
water
it.
was a close
Lavender
second.
water was a
Scented
close
oil
second.
was dabbed
Scented
on wrists
oil
or
was
behind
dabbed on
ears.
wrists or
Commoners
behind
relied
ears.
on herbal
Commoners
satchels,
relied on
scented
herbal
satchels,
satchels, scented
or
combs,
simply not smelling
or
worse
simply
than their
not
neighbours.
smelling worse than
In
their
court,
neighbours. Smelling pleasant could be a social weapon. Pleasant could be a social weapon. It was often seen as a suspicious extravagance, unless one was trying to impress or avoid a marriage negotiation. Ears were cleaned with linen twists or carved. Some were made of bone or ivory. Others, a clean ear was desirable, though rarely checked. More important was the absence of earache, which was treated with warm oil, gently, followed by plugging the canal with wool or old beliefs. Body hair was managed according to need, or old Some removed armpit body hair was managed according to need, scraping blades. Some removed armpit or lice hair using tweezers, others scraping blades alone. Especially there were no waxes, no sugaring, others definitely no laser removal. There were no waxes, hair removal was a functional necessity, not aesthetics. Hair removal was a function of necessity, matter. In others, it was a public topic of concern. In some communities, body hair was a private matter. Carried in others, it was a public topic of concern if it might be seen as religious or recently healed. Carried meaning. Someone who smelled of herbs might be seen as religious or someone who smelled of nothing. Someone who suspiciously fortunate might be freshly recently dunked. Someone who smelled of nothing was either suspiciously fortunate or recently dunked longer than words. In some towns, there were even rumours that certain people's breath could spoil milk or sour a barrel. In some towns, there were even rumours that certain people's breath could spoil milk or sour a barrel of beer. Shifts absorbed smell became oil. Clothing helped with cloaks, deflected dirt, linen shifts, head coverings, sweat and coifs, veils, hats, cloaks kept hair clean, dirt and concealed coverings, lice outbreaks, coifs, veils, shoes contained straw for insulation and concealed lice outbreaks. Gloves protected hands from grime, for insulation and odor control. Accessories were often protected hands from grime, injury, though they often managed to be both. Accessories were often more functional than status symbols, though they often managed to be both. Social cues were built into combs could be status symbols, a well-combed head as well as grooming preparation for a meeting. Social cues were built into grooming might precede a marriage negotiation. Might signal preparation for a meeting. Might imply a message no one wanted a marriage negotiation aloud. A perfumed kerchief might imply a message no one wanted to hear spoken aloud. Respect and intent. One's grooming was not dirty private. Hands might mean one had public proof of effort or had not washed after something regrettable. Dirty hands might mean one had worked hard or an important or had not washed after something regrettable. Rare, but grooming shoes might imply a short dusted their clothes with powdered herbs. Bathing the dirt from their tunics. Grooming cleaned their shoes. People dusted their clothes with powdered herbs. They adjusted their belts from their tunics from their shoes, straightened collars before meals. Spit polish. A wooden mirror might be used, polished lint to reflect just enough to see collars before meals had not disappeared. A wooden mirror might be the act of checking one's reflection just enough to see that reminded people that they still existed. The act of checking one's reflection, children were groomed by reminded often roughly that they still existed. Faces were wiped with damp cloths. Children were groomed. Hair was combed with often roughly brushes or sharp fingers. Faces were wiped with damp cloths. Ears were twisted with stiff brushes or cleanliness sharp fingers. Was part of discipline. Hands were checked for clean child was a visible sign of responsible parenting. Cleanliness or at least a recent scolding. A clean child. Children learned early to hold still, to present themselves or at least a recent scolding, to avoid rolling in mysterious. Children learned early to hold still. Among the wealthy, themselves grooming could be theatrical, and to avoid rolling in mysterious trimmed nails and washed feet. Among the wealthy, ladies grooming could be hours having braids woven, servants adjusted hair, or trimmed nails and washed feet. Men
Ladies
might have their
sat
beard
for hours
styled,
having
nails
braids
woven,
cleaned,
coifs
and
adjusted,
garments brushed,
perfume
while discussing
glared.
politics or poultry.
Men might
It was
have their
not just
beards
grooming,
styled, nails
it was
cleaned,
choreography,
and garments
The
brushed.
body became a
while
tableau
discussing
of
politics
order
or
and
poultry.
resources.
It was not just grooming.
Grooming was seen,
It was
choreography,
discussed, and occasionally
The body
envied.
became a tableau of order
Among the
and
poor,
resources.
grooming was quick and functional.
Grooming was seen,
A splash
discussed,
of water,
and
a comb
occasionally
through the
envied.
hair, a wipe of the hands
Among the
and
poor,
out the door.
grooming was quick
Tools
and
were
functional.
shared, advice was
A
shared,
splash of water,
fleas were
a
shared,
comb through the
the
hair.
goal was
A
to
wipe
look
of the
presentable
hands
or
and
at least
out the
not
door.
contagious.
Tools were shared,
Grooming became a
advice was
community
shared,
effort.
fleas
Neighbors
were
helped
shared.
braid each
The
other's
goal
hair,
was to look
delouse
presentable
children,
or at least
or
not
lend a
contagious.
knife for trimming a
Grooming
waving
became a
moustache.
community effort.
Despite the limited
Neighbors
access
helped
to
braid
baths
each other's
and the
hair,
many barriers
delouse
to consistent
children,
cleanliness,
or lend a knife for
medieval
trimming a
people
wayward
cared
moustache.
deeply about how they
Despite
appeared.
the limited access to
Grooming
baths
was not
and the
many
vanity,
barriers to
it was
consistent
survival.
cleanliness.
In a
Medieval
world where
people
disease
cared
lingered,
deeply
where
about
first
how they
impressions
appeared.
mattered, and
Grooming
where
was
status
not
could
could
be
be
seen in the
it was
sheen of a
survival.
belt buckle.
In a world
Grooming
where
was a
disease
daily
lingered, where
necessity.
first impressions mattered, it was not just about looking
And where
good.
status
It
could
was
be
about
seen
saying
in the sheen
I
of a
am
belt
still
buckle.
trying.
Grooming was a daily
Because in the
necessity.
medieval world,
Effort
it was not just
was
about
everything.
looking good. It was about
Clean
saying
fingernails
I am
might
still
not stop a
trying.
plague,
but they might earn
Because in the
respect.
medieval world,
a combed
effort
beard might
was
not guarantee
everything.
a job, but it
Clean
might secure a
fingernails might not
conversation.
stop
a plague, but they might
wiped
earn
nose,
respect.
a brushed tunic,
a combed
a
beard
half-washed
might not
face.
guarantee a job.
These were not
but
just
it might
signs
secure
of
a
decency.
conversation. They were declarations of hope. And
A
sometimes
wiped nose,
that was
a
enough.
brushed tunic.
By the end of the
half-washed
1200s,
face.
public health was not
These were
yet
not
a
just
profession,
signs of
but it was
decency.
increasingly a concern.
They were declarations
People had
of
no
hope.
microscopes, no germ
And
theory,
sometimes
and no
that was
centralized
enough.
system of
By
sanitation.
the end of the 1200s,
what
public
they
health
had
was
were
not yet
noses, instincts, and memories. They had
profession,
seen what happened,
but it was
when disease
increasingly
took
a
hold,
concern.
and they knew
People had
without
no
fully
microscopes,
understanding
no germ
why
theory,
that
and
dirt,
no centralized
waste,
system
and
of
foul air
sanitation
were dangerous.
What they had
Hygiene
were
became an
noses,
act of
instincts,
fear,
and memories.
of repetition. They had
Of
seen
hope
what
against
happened
the
when
unknown.
disease took hold.
Before the Black
and they
Death
knew,
arrived in the
without
following
fully
century,
understanding why,
smaller
that
outbreaks
dirt,
of illness
regularly
raced
swept
and
through
foul air
towns and
were
villages.
dangerous.
Dysentery,
Hygiene
fever,
became an act
ergot
of
poisoning,
of
and other
repetition,
afflictions
of hope
could decimate
against the
a family or cripple a
unknown.
community. Before the Black
When
Death
disease
arrived
struck,
in the following
people
century,
turned to the tools
smaller
they had.
outbreaks of illness
Smoke,
regularly
prayer,
swept through towns
herbs,
and villages.
and distancing.
Dysentery,
It was
fever,
not quarantine
ergot
in the
poisoning,
modern sense,
and other
but the
afflictions
logic
could
was
decimate a family or
Avoid
cripple
the
a
sick,
community, burn what could be burned, and wash what could be reached.
When disease struck,
Public baths
people
were
turned
sometimes
to the
closed
tools they
during
had.
outbreaks. Smoke trees were
prayer,
cleaned more
herbs,
thoroughly,
and
at least
distancing.
temporarily. It was not
People
quarantined
burned aromatic
aromatic herbs
sense,
indoors.
but the
and
logic
carried
was
pomanders
similar.
stuffed with clove,
Avoid the
lavender,
sick,
or
burn
rosemary.
what could be burned,
Doors
and
were
wash
marked with symbols
what could be reached.
Stories spread
Public
about
baths
cursed
were sometimes
wells,
closed
vengeful
during
saints,
outbreaks.
or poisoned
The trees
bread
were cleaned
It
more
was not a
thoroughly,
system,
at least
but it was a
temporarily.
strategy. People
Built from
burned aromatic
fragments of
herbs
truth
indoors
and
and carried
mountains of
pomanders
fear.
stuffed with clove.
Cities like
lavender,
London,
or
Paris, and
rosemary.
Florence began
Doors
to
were
develop
marked with
basic
symbols.
ordinances.
Stories
These
spread
included
about
where
cursed
waste could be
wells,
dumped,
vengeful
when
saints
markets had
or
to be
poisoned
cleaned,
bread, and which trades were responsible
was not
for their
a
own
system,
refuse.
but it was a strategy.
Regulations
built
were
from
often
fragments
ignored,
of truth,
and enforcement was
mountains of
inconsistent,
fear.
but the laws existed. A fishmonger could be fined
Cities
for
like
leaving
London,
guts in the
Paris,
street.
and Florence began
A
to
tanner
develop
might be
basic
ordered to move their
ordinances.
vats of
These
skin
included
stripping
where
where
waste
waste
could be
outside
dumped,
the city
when
walls.
markets had to be cleaned,
and
and
was
which
the beginning
trades
of a
were responsible
responsible
for their
hygiene,
own
even if
refuse.
mostly symbolic.
Regulations were
People
often
started to
ignored,
notice
and
patterns.
enforcement was inconsistent,
Foul smells
but
often
the
preceded
laws
sickness.
existed. Rotten
A
food
fishmonger
caused
could
more
be
than
fined
stomachache.
for leaving guts in the
Crowded
street.
rooms bred coughs.
None of this was yet science, but it was observation. Midwives, barbers,
Tanner
monks
might be ordered
and
to
bath
move their
attendants
vats of
passed
skin
on
stripping
knowledge through
chemicals
stories,
outside the city
superstitions
walls.
and habits. It was the
A
beginning
healer
of
might not
official
know what
hygiene,
caused
even if
infection,
mostly
but they
symbolic.
knew
Which
people
bandage
started
smelled
to
wrong.
notice patterns.
A washerwoman
Foul smells
might not
often
understand
preceded
parasites,
sickness,
but she
rotten
knew
food caused
which
more than
shirt
stomachache,
carried more
crowded
than sweat.
rooms bred
Waste
coughs.
was a growing
None of
problem.
this was yet
Towns
science,
became
but it was
denser,
observation.
houses were built
Midwives,
close together,
barbers, monks,
cesspits
and bath
overflowed,
attendants
rats
passed
moved
on
in,
knowledge through
rain
stories,
turned filth
superstitions,
into
and
rivers.
habits.
toilets. People walked with heads down, might not out of humility, infection, but to watch they knew their steps. Which bandage was scraped on stones. A washerwoman home might Not children were taught to play uphill from the street drains, but she was not foolproof. Shirt, it was barely effective, more than sweat, but it was better than waste nothing. Was a growing problem. Became a towns became denser. Tidy houses were built close together. Merchants, cesspits overflowed. Cloak implied respectability. Rain turned filth into reflected the soul walked with heads down. Cities began to value appearance, but to not for beauty, steps, but for what it might prevent. Scraped on stones outside homes. Certain children were taught to play uphill from the street drains. Butchers were ordered to clean up. It was barely effective. The enforcement was inconsistent. Cleanliness became a moral signal. Cleanliness was becoming considered an honest water quality was another concern. Cloak implied respectability with stone. A well-kept door front reflected the soul and protected. Cities who began to value appearance could be fined, but for what it might prevent. Beer and wine remained safer than water, not because they were cleaner when stored. Butchers were because the brewing process eliminated many of the enforcement threats. Was inconsistent. Children drank weak ale. Was cultural. Adults drank stronger versions. Was becoming not civic. For pleasure alone. Water quality was another concern. In churches, cleanliness took on an additional urgency. Springs were blessed and protected as a judgment. People who polluted shared wells could be fined, spiritually publicly shamed. Floors were swept and wine remained safer than water. Not because they were cleaner. Holy water was refreshed because the brewing process eliminated many of the invisible threats and checked. Children drank weak ale. Hygiene adults drank stronger versions. Purity of space was equated with purity of worship. In churches, cleanliness took on an additional urgency. It was a shield. Illness plague had not yet arrived in full force. A dirty church might be considered spiritually already circulated from distant swept. Pews were afraid. Scrubbed. A cough in the wrong setting could clear a room. Water was refreshed. Families buried their dead with altar cloths. Clothes were burned. Rooms were sealed for vermin. The line between caution and holiness blurred. Purity of space was equated with purity became more extreme. A clean washed with vinegar wore layers of perfumed cloth, and plague had not yet arrived divine protection, but fear sharpened their habit had already circulated. The invisible enemy was met with visible effort. People were some towns appointed wardens to monitor health could clear a room. They walked families buried their dead with homes, ordered cleanings and occasionally shut down bathhouses or bakeries. The line between caution and panic blurred or obeyed. Hygiene practices became more extreme. Their tools washed with vinegar wore layers of their understanding was limited and fasted in hopes of divine presence meant that the idea of public habit was stirring. The invisible enemy was met with visible effort. Some towns appointed wardens to monitor health. They carried wooden streets and heavy-lit homes, ordered cleanings and occasional experience and occasional bakeries. The scent of clothes they were resented, the stench of their rounds, or obeyed. Depending on the areas, cleanliness was more tied to nature. Villagers their understanding was limited. Dried laundry in sunlit fields. Their presence swept dirt floors with the idea of public health was stirring. Manure was managed with pitchforks. These wardens did not wield stethoscopes. Herbs were hung in doorways, uniforms, burnt in corners and sprinkled in shoes. They carried wooden staffs and animals were kept outside. They spoke with the authority of experience and the size of the household. The scent of clothes. It was not pristine, stench of but it was ordered. In rural areas, cleanliness was more tied to nature, but it did not villagers washed in streams, it meant dried laundry in sunlit fields. Folk remedies emerged to fight invisible illness. Some wore toad manure in pouches around the necks, and others carried written charms bathed in dew, burnt in corners and sprinkled in shoes, or placed garlic. Animals were kept outside, or illness was seen depending on the weather and the size of the household. Cleanliness, it was not straddled both, but it was ordered. A body could be purified by smell of smoke, and wet straw could be purified, but it did not mean neglect. A town it meant could be purified by procession. Folk remedies emerged to fight invisible alongside physical washing. Some wore toad bones in pouches around the neck. Bathed, others carried written charms bathed in dew, prescribed not for digestion, or placed garlic on window ledges. Illness was treated with holy water, as both physical and spiritual poultices. Cleanliness, therefore, straddled both. If all else failed, a body could be purified by washing. The one for the soul, could be purified by the ritual. A town could be purified by cleanliness, healers advised spiritual cleansing alongside physical washing. A family who neglected to sweep their stoop might be assumed to neglect their faith. Might be prescribed not for digestion if patched, but for purification. Diligence. Illness was even treated small with gestures mattered, and shaking straw out of shoes before entering a church. Wiping soot else from one's face, the priest and the barber brushing crumbs from a tunic before the other for the limb. Cultural attitudes to regulate aspects of hygiene in their own ways. Tanners were pushed to the outskirts. Uncleanliness. Butchers had a family who neglected to sweep their stoop. Were expected to maintain clean tools. Their faith, though the definition of clean remained loose. Merchants selling food had to cover even their small gestures. Bakers cleaned ash shaking from straw out of shoes before entering a church. Wiping these were not yet from one's face before a meal, with a brushing crumbs from a tunic. They were signs of a society beginning to acknowledge that guilds began to regulate. Despite the inconsistency in their own superstition, people tried. Tanners were pushed to the outskirts. Butchers had assigned dumping grounds. They avoided meat were expected to maintain clean their bedding in winter sun. The definition of clean scraped waste from doorsteps, and merchants selling with food had to cover their wares. Herbal sachets cleaned ash from ovens. They rinsed their hands in basins before meals. These were not always health codes, not everyone, but enough to matter. Cleanliness, they were signs of a society beginning to acknowledge that order mattered. But it provided the inconsistency, it offered superstition, it allowed people to believe they had developed habits. A mother brushing her child's hair before market. They avoided meat during wiping their stall, aired their bedding in winter sun. A baker sweeping scraped waste from doorsteps. These were not grand acts, but they were repeated every day. Sachets and in that repetition, a new kind of order was born. Basins because in the 1200s, health was fragile. Not everyone was enough to matter. Cleanliness so was discipline. Cure. People could not prevent outbreaks or stop plagues, but it provided sprinkle and soap. It offered comfort. They could try. It allowed people to believe they had the only medicine available. A mother brushing her child's hair before market low. A merchant wiping his stall and the footsteps that once echoed through muddy streets have faded. These were not grand acts, but they were repeated. The 1200s are behind you and in that repetition, a new kind of order was born. Quiet gestures in the 1200s, health was fragile. Slow rhythm was everywhere held together by repetition. So was discipline and resolve. People could not see the enemy. Imagine the last moments of a day. Scrub, sprinkle and soap. A woman could try. Leans over a wash basin trying was the only medicine available. The water cloudy. The fire has long since burned low. The market's empty hums and the footsteps that once echoed through muddy streets have faded. Smoothing his hair with a hand that has wrung out linen. The 1200s are behind you now. Carried bundles of faint outlines on parchment. There is no soap left, but candlelight matters. The slow rhythm of the world, the baker wipes together by repetition the corner of his apron. Not because anyone will see it, but because tomorrow will begin again. A woman on the bench leans over a wash basin in the corner of her home. Now. The water cloudy, settled. Her fingers herbs in the rafters have dried to crisp. She hums softly to herself. The vinegar water that brushing dust from her child's polished a pew, smoothing his hair with a hand away that has wrung out. There is still dirt and carried fingernails of rushes, still lice in the braids. There is no soap left, the faint aroma of sheep in woolen cloaks. Across the town, a baker wipes flour from a bench. The corner of his basin has been emptied. Anyone will see it has been shaken. Because tomorrow the candle again has been trimmed, and the bench they should be ready. That is what lingers in the stillness. The smoke has settled, not perfection. The herbs in the rafters have dried to crisp paper. In the face of illness, vinegar water, in the absence of scrubbed a wound or polished a pew, has long since been poured away and stirred. There is still dirt. They did not always know why. Still lice in the braids. They must. Still the faint aroma of sheep. As your own room grows quiet and your thoughts dim has been managed. Let those rhythms carry you gently. Has been emptied. Let the straw has been shaken. Eyes. The candle has been trimmed. They tried moving through hair. That is what lingers in brushing a cheek. Effort, the hush of water being poured. Habit, sleep, not well. Glamour. In the face of illness, in the absence of certainty, they combed, scrubbed, swept, and stirred. They did not always know why. They only knew they must. And now, as your own room grows quiet and your thoughts dim, let those rhythms carry you gently. Let them settle behind your eyes, soft and slow. The comb moving through hair, the cloth brushing a cheek, the hush of water being poured. Sleep well. Hello folks, tonight we begin with a story that smells faintly of burnt flour and quiet resentment. It is the story of medieval baking, not how they made bread, but where they were allowed to begin with a story, because in the Middle Ages the act of baking a loaf in the wrong oven was not just discouraged. It is the story of medieval baking, evicted, not how they made bread, on the steward's where they were allowed publicly humiliated. Because in the Middle Ages, the act of baking a loaf before you get oven was not just take a moment to like the video, get a person fined, but only if you genuinely depending on the steward's mood. And let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. Before you get comfortable, it's always fascinating to like the video, watching history collapse from across the globe. If you genuinely enjoy what I do, dim the lights, and let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. And let's ease into tonight's journey. It's always fascinating to see who's watching history. In the early medieval countries across the globe, bread was not just a staple food. Now dim the light. It was a social turn on a fan for that soft and nowhere was that contract more bizarre than in the system of banality together. The Lord's legal in the early medieval essential communal bread was not just a staple this food. Included watermills, wine countries, and most famously and nowhere was that contract more forbidden to own or operate their own bread ovens. The Lord's legal right to control their land communal infrastructure. For a fee, of course. This included watermills, wine communities, and most famously ovens. A mandatory enforced payment to each loaf operate often collected in eggs, coins, or use the one provided by their landlord. Part of next year's barley, not a symbolic fee. The oven itself, community contribution, a mandatory enforced was typically a dome of stone often collected in eggs, large enough to bake for the entire village. On unlucky occasions, in theory, part of was a practical communal space. The oven itself, known as a banal in French territories, was typically a dome of stone baking brick, large enough to bake for the entire village. With the personality of cold, it was a practical communal space. Villagers would wait for hours with their raw dough wrapped in damp cloth, hoping their turn came before baking times. And a firekeeper, because the personality of cold porridge. And yes, the oven villagers would wait for hours with their raw dough firekeepers were unimpressed with hoping their turn. They rarely smiled, often scowled, and seemed because to consider undercooked loaves a moral failing. The oven was there was no quality guarantee. If the most firekeepers were unimpressed with complaints, too bad. They rarely smiled. The loaf had touched the Lord's fire, and that was all to consider. Undercooked loaves a moral failing. Survive. There was no quality guarantee. If crust irregularity or the unauthorized souring or the loaf had touched the Lord's fire, and that was all the law These were not crimes of records survive of villagers crimes against willful crust irregularity. The fines were not souring, or in England fines could reach a shilling or more, roughly equivalent to a week's earnings. In some regions, refusal to use the communal oven resulted in expulsion. The fines were not small. A particularly bold form of culinary reach a shilling or more. There are even tales of to a week's disguising private ovens. In some regions, refusal to use only to be discovered resulted in expulsion from unusually cheerful. A particularly bold form of culinary neighborhood morale. There are even tales of peasants disguising private ovens as sort of bread auditor, only to be discovered with a steward noticed unusually cheerful crusts. If smoke rose from an unapproved chimney, he investigated. The steward if a loaf looked suspiciously well risen, sort of bread auditor. If a widow claimed her bread had simply fallen into the coals, if smoke rose from an unapproved chimney, he investigated. Petty tyrants. If a loaf used suspiciously well risen, he asked grievances, or simply if a widow claimed her bread had simply fallen into the coals, the steward had keys to the oven door. Some stewards only unlocked it during designated hours, who used oven rights to late arrivals grievances or simply pass a boring dough left overnight was discarded. In some villages, sold to neighbours had keys to the oven door and only unlocked it during designated wasn't just hours. Food. It was late arrivals were turned away. A family's loaf shape dough left overnight was discarded. Tradition or sold to neighbours if the firekeeper was feeling entrepreneurial. Raided, bread wasn't just variation; it was a story. Identity. Yet the communal a family's loaf shape might signal heritage, blurred together on the long superstitions. Their crusts stamped with braided cross monotony. Each variation some resisted. Yet the communal oven made all a handful of peasants experimented with blurred together on the long stone peels. One village tried baking in flour soot, another wrapped dough in cabbage leaves and buried it in hot compost. These handful of peasants experimented with compost baking. It turns out smells worse than tried baking in flower pots. But the real rebellion wrapped dough in cabbage leaves and buried it in small personal constructions. These strategies rarely clay over brick. Compost baking behind sheds smells worse than success, or even inside homes. But the real rebellion was heat private oven. Clandestine ovens were dangerous games. Discovery meant a heavy fine or loss of tenancy behind sheds, people untried, or even inside homes disguised as heat sources. Historians still argue whether these rules were universally enforced. Discovery meant a heavy fine or loss of tenancy varied by region and century. Others claim the enforcement was less about practicality. Historians still argue more about maintaining hierarchy. Universally enforced. The oven, in some suggest, was severity varied by region. To bake without permission was to reject. Others claim the enforcement was less about practicality, refusing to bow, and more about maintaining. There's even record of a French peasant finding not for baking in this reading, but for thinking about baking in a private oven. Without permission was to reject. The steward, perhaps emboldened by boredom, cited the intent to conspire. There's even record of a French peasant fined not for baking, no one knows, but for thinking about baking in a private oven. The rules extended beyond baking. By boredom, cited the intent to conspire. Villagers were required to grind grain at the Lord's mill. No one knows if the man ever made the bread. Doing otherwise was theft. The rules extended beyond the resources. The same system applied to the Lord's infrastructure made villagers were required to grind grain at the Lord's mill and press grapes at his press. Still, the system doing otherwise was theft centuries of his monopoly across kingdoms and empires. Loaves passed through the Lord's infrastructure made life easier through an hourglass. In practice, each one made life narrower, tracked, and tolerated. Still, the system endured. During times of crisis, famine, across kingdoms and empires, the oven became a focal point of anxiety. Like grains, when grain was scarce, each one usage dropped, and stewards grew paranoid. During times of crisis, famine, plague, or war, in some cases, people began baking root vegetable loaves or acorn meal bread. Oven usage the oven master and stewards grew paranoid to clean bread the flavor thinner, from the flatter, more bitter. In the 14th century, people began baking over oven loaves or acorn meal breads, which the oven master charged extra, offered flexible hours, clean the flavor even from the stove. The villagers responded by bringing gifts. One monastery took over oven duties for its local village. The steward responded by suing the monastery, less, offered flexible hours, and even the court cited excessive. The villagers responded by bringing gifts, a phrase which for a brief moment became famous enough to appear in poetry. The steward responded by suing the monastery. Women bore much of the burden. He lost. In the most households, they excessive crust-based timing, a phrase which for a brief moment became famous enough to appear in poetry. Was a domestic failure. Women bore much of unauthorized bake. Was illegal. In most households, they prepared in some manners, managed the timing, were denied access to the oven, unless a male relative vouched for them. Loaf. Bread, domestic like failure, so much else, was an unauthorized bake. Still, daily life went on. Children scavenged, widows were denied access to the oven. Dogs lingered unless a male relative vouched for them. Flared over bread cut like so much else. But there were also jokes, songs. Still, daily life went on. Children scavenged, burnt crust the oven near the market. Dogs lingered for crumbs. Just one argument flared over who cut the queue. Legal obligation. But there were also jokes, over songs, and things began to change in the peasants gained more rights. The oven, Lord's lost control, was a social cash economies weakened the whole wrapped in smoke, taxation, and legal obligation. By the 16th century, in many places, private ovens were tolerated, or at least gained more rights. The stewards became less a threat, and cash economies weakened the hold of in-kind taxation. But the memory by the 16th century, in many places, private ovens were tolerated, or at least overlooked. Narrow escape. The steward became less a threat, smoke-coloured robes. Bread in one tale, a woman bakes an entire feast in a hole in the woods, feeding the village during a blizzard. Ovens. The steward tries to find her and falls into a pit of smoke-coloured robes. Moral in one tale, a woman bakes an entire feast in a hole in the woods, the system seems feeding the village during a blizzard. Taxing the act of baking, controlling the heat into a pit of yeast. Yet it made sense within the logic, possibly feudalism, symbolic. Power in retrospect, was local. The system seems ownership was vertical. Taxing the act of baking, controlling the heat of survival. Control. Yet it made for generation logic to generation. Feudalism, villagers, power was local, under the ownership of authority, was vertical. Bread was everything. Dues, controlling their fingers, they muttered about the steward. And so, for generation, they lined up, week villagers after week, baked their low in hand under the eye of authority, heavy, hoping the crust would rise, but not too much. Their fingers, someone muttered about the steward, but still, manorial life did not revolve around week after week. But bread had a peculiar way of revealing everything, hoping to understand how deep but not control of landlords ran in the medieval countryside. One must look beyond the ovens revolve around the structure that bound. But bread had a peculiar way of revealing around old timber. To understand how deep this was the world of feudal ran in the medieval countryside, privileges, one must look beyond the ovens and into the structure that bound peasants to the land like vines around old timber. Most peasants did not own the land of feudal tenancy. They rented it from the lord of the manor, and responsibilities were often granted by the king or inherited from generations of well-placed ancestors. Most peasants did not own the land they lived on. Crops, they rented it from the lord of the manor, whose holdings were often granted by the king or inherited from generations of well-placed ancestors. But the relationship between peasant and landlord was not merely in labour, in crops, social, in animals, legal, and occasionally in outright coin. The steward knew who had jumped their roof, a partial cash borrowed a mule, and the relationship between peasant and landlord was not merely economic. It was social, legal, and deeply personal. The steward knew who had tenancy agreements varied widely. A mule, some who had spoken ill bound to the manor last unable to leave without permission. Records. Others were freemen, technically mobile, but still obligated. Tenancy agreements varied widely. A few were cottars or villains, bound to terms that denoted how much land they held, permission, how many goats were free, reasonably technically mobile, to contribute in an emergency to certain customs. The specifics were complex, but the common thread was this: terms that denoted how much land they held to them, how many goats they could reasonably be expected to contribute in an emergency. The rules governing their tenancy were a complex custom, but the common thread was this: in many manners, the land did not belong to them, obligations, and neither did the decisions. A missed harvest delivery. The rules governing their tenancy were a patchwork of custom. Unauthorized baking could trigger warnings. Failure to fulfill repeated offences could result in removal, fines. A missed harvest delivery. And in a world where shelter was the difference between unauthorized baking, starvation could trigger warnings, was no small punishment. Repeated offences, a recorded case from an English manor beyond the early 1300s, details and in a world where shelter was the difference between survival and starvation. They had taken their grain 2 miles away to a competing recorded case from an English manor in the early 1300s. The steward details the removal of a family, cited them for failing disruption of the customary flow of grain. They had taken their grain 2 miles away to a competing family left with 2 sacks of barley and a wooden stool. The steward, upon learning this, was confiscated for penalty. Disruption of the reasoning was always cloaked in language that implied harmony. The family left with 2 sacks of barley and a wooden stool. The oven, the mill, the press was confiscated as penalty. The reasoning was always cloaked in language that implied harmony, preserved order. Landlords maintained that the shared infrastructure noble intentions, the oven, the mill, the press, was a collective. These were monopolies. Using it ensured the lord charged for access to essential services and penalised any attempt to opt out. Beneath these noble intentions was not just a simple reality. It was a mechanism of compliance. These were monopolies. Some landlords took for access to essential services and penalised any baking days during which all villagers were expected to bring their dough. It was a mechanism of compliance. Non-compliance was noted. Some landlords, a man who failed to appear with his loaves, established mandatory baking days during which all villagers were expected to bring their dough to the communal illicit bake. Non-compliance was not just a tool. A man who failed to appear with his loaves might be accused of hiding. Landlords relied on stewards. A woman who skipped her bailiffs to enforce these planning an illicit bake. The reeve, often the oven himself, not just was responsible for maintaining local order and reporting violations. Landlords relied on stewards him in a precarious position to enforce these norms. Half resented. The reeve, often he might be your neighbour, was responsible for maintaining who once borrowed your ladder and never returned it. This placed him in a he was watching your chimney for signs of unauthorized smoke. He might be your neighbour, your cousin, was not a or the man who once borrowed your ladder. It began and never returned it. Now he was watching your chimney for signs of unauthorized assembly of local men. Eviction by itself the steward was not a clean process. The charges would be read. It began with a summons. Sometimes they were laughably precise. Would be brought before the baking of 5 barley loaves assembly of local men overseen by the steward. Willful heating of stones without charges would be read. Sometimes they were vague. Sometimes they were laughably disturbance precise. Of custom, or baking failure to uphold duties outside approved fire. The punishment depended on mood, precedent, consent, and politics. Sometimes they were well-liked tenant might be let disturbance off with a fine. Of custom, or a repeat offender, to uphold especially one who questioned the logic of the rules. The punishment depended on mood, the court precedent, would record the judgment, and the family would have a day, tenant might be let off with a fine. Their repeat offender, especially one who questioned the logic of the rules, might be expelled. Any report was made by the judgment were considered, and the family would have a day, maybe peasants had little recourse. Appeal to higher courts was rare and costly. Reverted defying the order could result in any repairs made by the tenant was discouraged, but not unheard of. Peasants had little recourse. Appeal to higher courts had to be restrained from dragging a flour defying the order could result in enforced removal. The sack violence was discouraged, but not unheard of. Was ruined. In one surviving account, steward fined her in Normandy had to be restrained from dragging a flour sack out of a woman's arms mid-eviction. Some viewed evictions as last resort. They preferred to keep tenants in place. The steward fined her for wasting grain. Independent. Not a well-managed manner avoided open some viewed evictions as last even resort. The gentlest landlord they preferred to keep tenants in place. Potential eviction. Productive. Fearful, the knowledge that shelter could be taken away with a well-managed manner often avoided open conflict than any sword. But even the gentlest landlord understood the power quietly of potential eviction. They followed the rules. The knowledge that shelter could be taken away with a word their oven was often more effective on time than any sword. They avoided questions for many peasants. And when they grumbled, they did so privately. They followed the rules even when they seemed absurd. They paid their loaf could rise too much on time. A steward could overhear. They avoided questions, and no one they wanted to be packing their belongings before Michaelmas with nowhere to go. Behind hands. The relationship. A loaf could rise too much. A peasant, a steward could overhear. The lord pretended and fairness. No one wanted to be packing their belongings before Michaelmas, and the oven nowhere to go. And silent smoked in the background. The relationship, the truest symbol of the system. Peasant pretended loyalty, or lose the lord pretended fairness. This the steward pretended neutrality extended into every area and the oven of life. And silent one smoked in the firewood one gathered. Truest even the pond where one fished. Use it. All were governed by rules. Many of them unwritten. Social architecture extended into every area. Breaking it might not result in jail, but the firewood one gathered exile. Even the pond where and in a society where mobility was rare, being cast many of them was not just inconvenient. Customary law, it was life-altering. Breaking it might not result in jail, to navigate the system with cleverness. Exile. They bartered favors. And in a society where mobility was rare, they baked visibly and blandly, not just inconvenient. Seasoned loaves over coals in secret. Some peasants tried to navigate the system with vegetables. They bartered favors. One man claimed he was drying mushrooms. They baked visibly and blandly, then cooked their seasoned loaves over coals in secret. He was fined. They disguised roasted dough as vegetables. The mushrooms, tragically, one man claimed he was drying mushrooms. Still debate how widespread such enforcement was. The steward did not operated with a lighter touch. He was focusing on tithes and labour. The mushrooms, tragically, compliance. Others, particularly, debate in more densely populated or economically vital regions, operated with a lighter touch, every rule focusing on tithes and labour. It often came down to personality. Others, particularly in more densely might allow a quiet bake in economically vital regions, a vindictive one might every watch chimneys after sunset, and carry a ledger came down to personality. The anxiety was steward might allow a quiet not entirely avoidable. A vindictive one might watch chimneys after sunset, but it was also carry a ledger with an iron clasp. Every step in the process, the anxiety was baked in, was visible, not entirely avoidable, and weighed. It was hard to hide a bake, but it was also still to prove one had not baked. Every step in the process, and the smell lingered in the air, was visible, regulated. Thus, the oven was not merely a utility. It was hard to hide a bake. It was a checkpoint. Harder still to prove one had not baked. A fire-lit boundary between what was tolerated lingered in the air, what was not. Thus, the oven was not merely a utility to declare independence. and the system, checkpoint, in all its smoky inertia, did not forgive boundary between what was tolerated. The communal oven and was not the only corner of the manor. To cross it without permission was to declare independence. Life. And the system, in truth, in all the entire bread-making process, did not forgive independence easily. Operated under a tight communal oven was not the only corner of the manor where if a villager wished to bake itself into daily life. Needed grain. In truth, to grind the entire bread-making process to the grain to loaf. Operated wished to consume anything resembling beer alongside their bread. If a villager wished to bake, permission to use the manorial malt house. To grind the grain, they needed access to the Lord's mill. It was an economy. And if they wished to consume anything resembling beer alongside their bread, and each step required permission to use the manorial malt house and rent, pay a fee for brewing mills, often positioned near a stream or modest river, was one of the most visible expressions of manorial power. And each step peasants could not legally grind their grain elsewhere. The local mill, bringing it to a neighbouring mill, stream or modest river, was one of the most visible expressions considered a breach of trust, and sometimes even a legally grind their grain elsewhere. Ensured not only a steady income mill, even also owned by a cousin or millers fellow villager, not was just considered a breach of trust, but with sometimes even a legal offence. When and how much ensured not only a steady income served as both economic ledgers and social barometers. Millers were tasked a family that brought more grain than usual might be hoarding, a family that brought none might be struggling. These records served as both economic ledgers and social barometers. A fine line between serving the manor more grain than usual might be hoarding. A family that often viewed with suspicion by peasants or hiding, not entirely. Millers, like stewards, walked a fine line between serving the manor of the flour as payment was ripe for abuse. They were often viewed dishonest miller could easily skim a little extra from every sack, unjustified. The Lord rarely intervened unless the skimming interfered with his payment was one peasant for abuse preserved in a manner. A dishonest miller accuses the miller a little extra from every sack. An oddly the Lord rarely intervened unless the skimming interfered with the weighing stone. When no one was looking, preserved in a manner. Another complaint describes a miller of flour whispers in a hollow, an oddly poetic term describing the act of flicking flour it was for weighing stone when no one was looking. Find the Another complaint describes a miller after the grain was ground, it still needed to be transformed into dough. When discovered, he claimed it was for mice. In certain manners, specific types of flour were regulated. After the grain was ground, it still needed to be transformed into dough. Was reserved for the household of the Lord, subject to scrutiny. And in certain manners, specific types of flour were regulated. A meal. Often white flour, barley, seen as rye, refined, or whatever was reserved for the household of the Lord, the church. Once dough was prepared, beer peasants were expected to bake with bread and ale, often constant companions in the medieval diet, or whatever had survived the weather, baking and the required permission. Once in some manners, each household beer was allowed to brew followed once per season. Bread and ale were constant companions in the medieval diet, only under supervision. Brewing, like baking, the process required permission. Grains, in some manners, each household was allowed to storing the liquid in wooden casks. Others allowed brewing only on feast days or only under supervision. A portion was reserved for the process involved boiling and another for the steward's herbs or hops, a role storing which several stewards took to with enthusiastic frequency. Beer was taxed. There were punishments for brewing. A portion was reserved for the Lord's table or failing to pay the ale tax. Tasting. A role in one recorded stewards took to with enthusiastic for selling ale during punishments for brewing too much, without brewing too strong, or license, or failing to pay the punishment included a day of public shaming. In one recorded incident, the manor widow was holding a wooden spoon during a saint's feast without proper blessing. No one was quite sure if it was the brewing. Her punishment included a day of public shaming. Standing beside the manor oven, possibly holding a wooden spoon, overlapping systems of control, mill, malt, oven. No one was quite sure if it was the brewing or the selling that had offended. To live on the manor was to live within a chain of dependencies possibly wrapped around every calorie. Overlapping systems of control for breaking those chains, even accidentally, created a web were both financial and social. To live on the manor was
to
one
live
thing,
within a chain of
dependencies
another.
that wrapped around
Gossip,
every calorie.
after all, was the
And
true
penalties
currency
for
of
breaking
many
those
medieval
chains, even
villages.
accidentally. If a
Were
man
both
was seen
financial
carrying
and
an
social.
unusually light
A
sack to
fine
the
was
mill,
one thing,
others
a
noticed.
reputation was
If
another.
a woman's loaves rose
Gossip,
too
after
quickly,
all, was the true
suspicions
currency
formed.
of many
If a
medieval
family brewed
villages,
too often, if a man
neighbours
was seen
wondered aloud.
carrying an unusually
Sometimes
light
the
sack to
gossip
the
was
mill,
accurate.
others noticed.
Sometimes it was
If a
not.
woman's loaves
But the
rose too
steward
quickly,
listened to both.
suspicions
Some
formed.
peasants
If a
attempted to
family
navigate
brewed
this
too
web
often,
with tact.
neighbours wondered
They
aloud.
paid early.
They
Sometimes
brought the
the
steward's
gossip
small
was accurate.
gifts.
Sometimes
Turnips,
it was not.
wax,
But
the
the
occasional
steward listened
songbird
to
in a
both.
cage.
Some
Others
peasants
leaned
attempted
into
to
piety,
navigate this web
hoping
with
that
tact.
appearing devout
They paid
would
early.
shield them
They brought
from
the
suspicion.
steward small gifts.
The village
Turnips,
church offered a
wax,
second layer of
the occasional
surveillance.
songbird in a cage.
Priests often knew
Others
more
leaned
about
into
baking
piety
habits
than
hoping
theology.
that appearing devout
A confession
shield
could
them
include
from
theft,
suspicion.
adultery,
The village
or
church offered a
unauthorized
second layer
sourdough.
of surveillance. The punishment for the
Priests
latter was
often
often
knew
more
lighter,
about baking
but the
habits
shame
than theology.
lingered.
Historians
confession
still
could
debate
include
how
theft,
much resistance
adultery,
existed
or
beneath the
unauthorized
surface.
sourdough.
While open revolt was
The punishment
rare,
for the
subtle
latter was often
rebellion
lighter,
thrived,
but
the
families
families developed
lingered.
methods of baking.
Historians
that left
still
little
debate
evidence
how much
loaves
resistance
flattened
existed
and folded
beneath
like
the
cloth.
surface.
Bread, while open
Steamed in
revolt was
cauldrons
rare,
rather than
subtle
baked.
rebellion
Some
thrived.
peasants soaked
Families
old
developed
crusts
methods
and
of
reformed
baking
them
that
into
left
new
little
loaves
evidence
to avoid accusations
loaves
of fresh
flattened
baking.
and folded
It
like
was not
cloth.
appetizing,
Bread,
but it was
steamed in
technically legal.
cauldrons rather than
One
baked.
account from a Flemish
Some
village
peasants
describes a
soaked
man who
old
developed
crusts
technique
and
of
reformed them into
sun-drying
new loaves
dough
to avoid
on
accusations
large
of
rocks.
fresh baking.
The bread
It
was
was
leathery
not
and
appetizing,
unpleasant,
but
but
it was
edible.
technically legal.
When questioned,
One account
he claimed
from a
it was
Flemish village
accidental
describes a man
laundry.
who developed
The
technique
steward,
of
finding no
sun-drying
precedent
dough
for punishment,
on large
allowed
rocks.
it with a warning.
The bread was leathery
Do not
and
let your
unpleasant,
shirts
but
rise
edible.
again. When questioned,
Even
he claimed it was
this
tightly
accidental
regulated
laundry.
system.
Strange
The steward,
exceptions
finding no
appeared.
precedent for
Certain
punishment,
holidays
allowed
allowed
it
temporary
with a
freedom.
warning.
Do not
Midsummer
let your
bakes,
shirts rise
harvest
again.
feasts, and saints'
Even
vigils
inside
often
this
came
tightly
with
regulated
suspensions
system.
of baking
Strange
rules.
exceptions
On these
appeared.
days, villagers
Certain
baked
holidays
openly,
allowed
shared
temporary
loaves,
freedom, and
Midsummer
consumed
bakes,
both bread
harvest
and beer
feasts, and
without
saints'
measuring.
vigils.
It was a
often
brief
came
window
with
of
suspensions
liberation
of
before
baking
the steward's
rules.
ledger.
On these
resumed
days,
its
villagers
quiet
baked
tallying.
openly, shared loaves.
The connection between
and
consumed
grain,
both
power,
bread
and punishment
beer
is
without
hard
measuring.
to overstate.
It was a brief window
Bread
of liberation
was not just
before
food.
the steward's ledger
It was hierarchy.
resumed its quiet tallying.
It was documentation.
The connection
It was
between
ritual,
grain,
power,
the
and
oven
punishment
recorded
is
obedience,
hard to
the mill
overstate.
recorded yield,
Bread
the malt
was not
house
just
recorded
food.
pleasure.
It was hierarchy.
Every bite was watched.
It was
Every
documentation.
crumb noted.
It was ritual.
And yet,
The
through
oven
this gauntlet
recorded
of
obedience,
surveillance, the mill
life
recorded
persisted.
yield. The malt
Peasants
house
baked
recorded
with care,
pleasure,
not just for fear
every
of eviction,
eviction was
but
watched,
because
every
bread was
crumb
home.
noted.
The smell
And
of
yet,
rising
through
dough,
this gauntlet
the
of
feel
surveillance,
flour between
life
fingers,
persisted.
the soft
Peasants
sound of
baked
crust
with care,
cracking,
not just for
it all
fear of
formed
eviction,
the rhythm
but
of
because
survival.
bread was home.
Stewards could weigh,
The smell of
inspect,
rising
and
dough,
fine,
the feel
but they
of
could not
flour
erase the
between
warmth
fingers,
of a good
the
bake,
soft sound
shared
of
in
crust
quiet
cracking.
defiance of a world
It
that
all
watched far
formed
too
the rhythm
closely.
of survival.
So the
Stewards
circuit could
continued,
weigh,
inspect,
inspect to mill,
and fine,
dough to
but they
oven,
could not
brew
erase the
to
warmth
cup.
of a good
Rules
bake,
etched
shared
into
in
every
quiet
step.
defiance of a world
Yet
that watched
somewhere
far
in
too
between,
closely. Amid the soot
So the
and
circuit
suspicion
continued.
the villagers
Grain to
found
mill,
small
dough
ways
to
to
oven,
stretch their
brew
freedom
to cup.
A loaf
Rules
shared
etched
in
into
secret
every step.
a jug
Yet somewhere
passed
in
quietly.
between, amid the soot
A
and
crust
suspicion,
burned on purpose
the villagers
to hide
found
the
small
quality
ways
within.
to stretch their freedom.
These moments
A loaf
did not overturn
shared
the
in
system,
secret, but
a
they
jug
softened
passed
it.
quietly, just enough. A crust
The world
burned
of
on
medieval
purpose
bread
to
was
hide
not
the
limited
quality
to
within.
rules about where peasants could
These
bake.
moments did not
It
overturn the
extended
system.
to the strange,
But
sometimes
they
absurd,
softened it,
and always meticulously
enough.
enforced list.
The world of ways
medieval
that a
bread
villager
was
could
not
get
limited
into
to
trouble.
rules about where
The fine
peasants could
system,
bake. Long
It
before
extended
modern
to the
bureaucracy
strange,
managed to
sometimes
capture
absurd,
the essence of
and
both
always
punishment and
meticulously
paperwork
enforced list
with the precision
ways
of a
that a
tax
villager could
collector
get into
and
trouble.
the creativity
The fine
of a
system,
bored playwright.
long before modern
There were
bureaucracy,
fines for failing
managed
to
use
capture
the
the
oven.
essence of
Yes,
both punishment
but
and
there were also
paperwork
fines
with
for
the
flour precision of a tax coloration and the creativity suspiciously playwright. And for loaf there were fines considered morally ambiguous. Yes, enforcement of these fines depended on local crust coloration and the temperament for bread of the steward suspiciously festive from across and for loaf shapes violations were morally ambiguous. and that no enforcement of these fines depended on local custom. In one English manor, a baker was fined 3 pence for using the Lord's wood show that violations were surprisingly common, even though no village was immune from the damp branches he had gathered. In one English manor, in another village, a woman was charged with using the Lord's wood after she attempted to grind grain at home, even though the wood in question was a pile of damp branches he had gathered from her grandmother. In another village, a woman was charged with reckless milling, primitive, after she attempted to grind grain at home, kept using a heavy stone and a method. Each entry was from her grandmother. By offender, the steward described her technique as primitive. These records serve not only as a legal archive, stewards kept records as a quiet, remarkable detail. Intimidation. Each entry was villagers knew that once a name appeared in the ledger, it would not be easily forgotten. These records, a repeat offender might be legal archive closely, but as subjected to unannounced intimidation or held up as an example once a name appeared in the ledger. The ledger would not be easily viewed across seasons. A repeat offender might be watched more closely, which households subjected to boundaries, inspections, which families tended to pay without complaint during manor and which neighbours were prone to accusations. When viewed across seasons and years, met at irregular intervals, often which households pushed boundaries, attended which families tended to pay local jurors, and which neighbours were prone to accusation. Villagers brought grievances. Manor courts steward read at regular intervals, often under a tree or in a barn, reduced or in rare cases waived. A few local jurors, they were enforced to the flat, the reed, unchanging villagers brought grievances that made the absurdity of the charges all fines the more were confirmed, reduced or in rare cases waived. Fines, but most often they were enforced with rather than simple payments. Unchanging seriousness corrected that made the absurdity of the charges all the more painful. Assisting the firekeeper. Some lords believed attempting to disguise be instructive. As an rather than simple payment, they introduced a woman was required to gather firewood. One man was ordered to spend a day assisting her neighbour's hearth. After attempting to disguise a illicit bake, the goal, as an animal to the court, experiment, was moral realignment. A woman was required to gather firewood for a week after she symbolic punishment in her neighbour's hearth. In certain places, a peasant caught baking outside the communal oven to the court might be made to carry a loaf-shaped stone through the village. Exposure. There were also required to kneel before the oven and confess in certain places. A peasant caught baking outside the communal not just oven to correct might behaviour, be made to carry to reinforce the communal sense that rules mattered. Others were required to kneel before the oven and confess, and that even bread could be sacred. These acts were designed not just to correct behaviour, but to reinforce the communal sense that rules mattered. That authorities resistance came in many and forms, that even bread could be sacred if enough people agreed to families might bake secretly at night. Not all villagers accepted these, placing it among embers, disguised as resistance came in many forms. Others delayed baking until feast days when enforcement families might bake secretly at night. A few shared their finds among extended relatives, pretending the bread was for cousins or elderly parents. Others delayed baking until feast days when enforcement was lax. In such cases, the punishment a few shared their fines among extended relatives, especially if the steward the bread was for cousins or elderly parents itself became not reached deception. Some peasants learned to underbake the punishment, then finish the loaf at home over a small fire, especially claiming it had needed drying rather than baking. Bread itself others developed folding techniques that disguised some peasants learned to making stale bread, then finish the loaf at home over a small fire, claiming it had needed drying rather than baking. Were sometimes scraped others developed folding to reduce their appearance of authenticity. Making flour was mixed with ash or herbs and to alter the smell, masking signs of illicit baking. Were sometimes scraped with blades to reduce their appearance of authenticity and sympathy, and flour was mixed with ash complicated or herbs to alter some the smell. Took their duties seriously, documenting every rumour and reporting every call between loyalty to the manor, the other way, choosing the villagers over precision. Complicated still role. Others, some became enforcers in their own seriously, documenting every rumour and making and reporting every to reduce fines others in exchange for favours, choosing peace over precision. Their influence varied wildly, became enforcers in their own right, figures in the landscape of fines and making private deals and forgiveness to reduce fines in exchange for favours. Historians debate whether this level of surveillance and control was varied wildly across all but they remained central figures in the landscape of villages, especially those far from the main manor house. Historians debate whether this level of surveillance and control was consistent across all regions. Relied more heavily Some on fines to generate revenues, especially those far from the main infractions wherever possible. Enforcement slackened. There are manor rolls that show spikes in fines during bad Lords relied more heavily on fines to generate revenue, pushing stewards to find infractions wherever possible. Beyond the village, there are manor rolls sometimes played a role in fines during bad harvests. Though it did not oversee manorial ovens directly, it often reinforced the moral framework used to justify the fines. Beyond the village, the church preached about obedience, in enforcement, and the importance. Though it did not oversee manorial ovens directly, disobedient baking was framed not only as a legal offence but as a spiritual failing. Priests preached about obedience that threatened the harmony of the community. Communal living. Feast days, disobedient baking was framed not only as a legal offence but as a spiritual failing, either formally of pride or rebellion that villagers could bake at the community, provided the bread was shared during the temporary reprieve. These moments of sanctioned freedom were relaxed, either families planned weeks in advance. Villagers could bake at home, setting aside the bread was shared during and inviting neighbours to join moments in the of sanctioned freedom were cherished. For a brief time, families planned weeks in advance, preparing bread special recipes, setting aside ingredients in these and inviting neighbours to join in the indulgence emerged. For a brief time, the steward's authority layered flatbreads appeared and bread became joy. Children carried small twists of dough. In these windows in animal shapes, new breads emerged, told stories of ancestors, honeyed once faced similar flatbreads but had outwitted the steward. Children carried small twists of dough. These stories, passed down over generations, became a form of stories of ancestors acquired assurance that similar while the system had outwitted the so did the creativity of those who lived under. Stories passed down over generations. Once the feast ended, the oven returned to its central quiet assurance that while the system endured, the fines creativity of those who lived under wiser but wearier returned once to the long line outside the stone dome to its central place. And avoiding eye contact resumed with the steward. The fines reappeared. Some tried petitions, wiser but wearier, of villagers from one manor to the long line outside the stone dome, oven fees, clutching their citing the age and avoiding eye contact, the inconsistency of the firekeeper, and the risk of overcrowding. A group of villagers from one manor presented a formal request for reduced oven and doubled the inciting the age of the structure. The fees remained unchanged. The firekeeper and the risk of overcrowding. A travelling steward noted their arguments, thanked them for their initiative, for communal baking rights during a sermon. The fees remained from the manor, and his sermon was later reported to the bishop as a theological misdirection to their cause. Peasants who had attended were reminded baking rights during a sermon. Loyalty to the manor was not from the manor, and his sermon was later reported to the bishop addressed as theological misdirection. Peasants who had attended were reminded one by one that loyalty to the manor was not optional, and that any future complaints should be addressed through proper channels. Themselves spoke none of these strategies. They revealed a population that understood the weight of its situation and refused to accept it entirely. The steward. They revealed that the efforts themselves, a refusal to surrender. They revealed a population that understood the weight of its situation very rarely and refused to accept it entirely. The steward retired. They revealed a quiet rebellion, a war drew attention to surrender every loaf in those gaps to the for a week or a month, and sometimes villagers very rarely they did not announce it. They did not record retired, but they new lord took over. One record scribbled in the margin of a church ledger notes in those gaps for a week or a month. The month of villagers baked freely. They did no fines are listed. They did no punishments. But just a break in the system, one record scribbled in the margin of a church ledger. In the great ledger of history, most entries are free baking. A name, a date, no fines are listed, but no punishments. Occasionally, just a break in the system, brief, a fine challenged. A loaf in the great ledger of history, a fire lit without permission, a name. These are the stories worth remembering. But occasionally, in the end, there is something the oven more. Was not just a place of challenged; it was a monument, shared control, a fire lit and the bread that came from it. Whether these are the stories worth remembering. Because in the end, food, the oven was not just a place of heat, of resistance. It was a monument, trail of humanity, and the bread that came from it, power, whether burnt for the medieval peasant or beautiful, survival was more than endurance. It was a record of resistance, and nowhere did that creativity manifest more vividly than in the quiet rebellion. For the medieval peasants, survival required when baking endurance grew too costly or too convoluted. Villagers turned not to protest or petition more vividly but to innovation, than in the quiet rebellion against a remarkable sense of humour. What emerged was a strange catalogue of evasive, too convoluted, oddly villagers turned not to domestic petitions, all in the service of one and often a remarkable sense of humour. What emerged was a strange villages constructed what later came to be known as loopholes and domestic mischief. These were small clay domes hidden behind sheds to bake piles of straw, or tucked inside some villages constructed what later came to be known as, to the untrained eye, they were simple fire pits or clay domes hidden behind to the steward beneath piles of straw. Discovery meant immediate finds and, in some cases, animal shelters. Destruction of the structure. To the untrained eye, they were simple fire pits, but until they were caught, these covert bakers enjoyed freedom from fees. Discovery meant immediate finds, superior bread. In some cases, one village developed a method of communal baking in the woods. But until they were caught, these covert bakers enjoyed freedom from fees and often superior bread. Villagers took turns hauling dough out under cover of communal baking in the often woods, pretending they were gathering mushrooms or checking livestock. A ring of bread produced in these moonlit ovens was dense. Villagers took turns hauling dough out under cover of darkness, and it did not often carry the scent of they were gathering mushrooms or checking other forms of evasion. The bread produced in these moonlit ovens was dense. Villagers disguised baked loaves, but it was theirs, items, and it did not carry the scent of obligation. Rounded rolls, other forms of evasion, were more theatrical. And in one particularly imaginative instance, villagers disguising barley loaves hollowed out other items and worn as a flatbread passed off as blankets. Unfortunately, rounded rolls during a sudden rain, cabbages, and the wearer was fined particularly imaginative instance display a large barley loaf hollowed out. One of the most common strategies was the accidental unfortunately collapsed during a sudden rain. Might claim their dough had been placed too close to the hearth by mistake, display unbecoming, or that a child, one of the most common strategies, had tucked it into a warm spot out of curiosity. A family might claim their dough had been placed too close to the hearth. Some accepted the excuse, or that a child, unaware of oven rules. Others wrote the incident down as bred curiosity and imposed a half. The steward's reaction varied. Some strategies required cooperation, particularly from villages often developed unspoken codes. Others wrote the incident down as bred. If the steward arrived asking and imposed a half, neighbours might confirm alibis. Such strategies required cooperation, or feign ignorance, and villages often developed unspoken codes to protect one another. Children were sometimes coached on what to say, and in more vigilant communities, elderly relatives acted as lookouts for ignorance about the scent of freshly baked rye. Certain villages became known. Children were sometimes coached on what to say, and in more vigilant communities, the people of lower relatives acted as lookouts from porches and hillsides. Though we have fined them thrice this year, certain villages became known for their evasive jurisdiction manor rolls from a village of liars and the people of Lower Parnell are clever in avoiding the other. Though we have fined them thrice this year. Despite another steward lamented that his jurisdiction included a village of liars and crusts, and the enforcement was often motivated less by fairness than by the need to maintain control. Despite every time a peasant avoided the other ended even for a single bake, the rules were strict, and the enforcement was often motivated less by fairness in a world where nearly every other aspect of life was regulated. Every time a peasant avoided creativity even for a single baking, it felt like a villagers used similar strategies to avoid the agency in a world where nearly every other aspect of life was regulated. Some ground grain the creativity extended claiming it was for feed. Others crushed apples similar strategies rather than use the cider press. And other in one manner, a group of villagers dug a hidden mill grain and constructed a secret wheel, claiming it was operated only at night. Others crushed apples by wheel was discovered than used the cider press, and the culprits were in one manner. A group of villagers dug a hidden mill race and constructed a secret wheel that operated only at night. The wheel was revealed a deep understanding among peasants were fined a year's worth of tolls, and the ways to bend those rules such without openly breaking rarely coordinated. These were not revolts, they were acts of quiet resilience. It revealed a deep understanding among peasants of the rules that governed them. Villagers ways to bend those rules and codes without openly breaking dry the loaves. These were not revolts, they were acts of quiet resilience. Might mean retrieving language became a form of resistance. Children played games called villagers developed euphemisms and codes. foods, often to dry the loaves, amusement meant to bake at home, knew the subject. Checking the stew, there were songs too. Retrieving hidden one dough. English folk verse, children played in a manuscript from the 14th century, includes the line, oven hot, amusement by adults who knew the subtext beneath the elder tree. There were songs too. Another, sung in English folk verse, preserved in a manuscript from the 14th century, includes the line, oven never finds but not for me. Cold. I bake beneath the elder tree was a vital tool. Another, sung in taverns, allowed villagers to cope with the absurdity of their restrictions. He weighs the bread to make light of their fines, but never and to preserve dignity, even when hauled before the manor was a vital tool. Laughter was not recorded in the ledgers, to cope with the absurdity of their restriction lines. To make light of landlords eventually attempted to preserve dignity, even when hauled before the manor. Inspection powers. Laughter was not recorded in the ledgers, but it echoed in the spaces between lines. One steward began offering eventually attempted to respond to this wave of evasion. They expanded inspection powers. Villagers fed him surprise visits, directing him toward innocent neighbours. One steward began offering rewards freely elsewhere, paying in breadcrumbs. Enforcement policy backed surreal levels. Villagers steward in Burgundy reportedly hired a boy toward innocent neighbours for unauthorized baking. Operated freely. The boy became something of a local celebrity. Enforcement reached surreal diminished. A steward in Burgundy reportedly hired a boy to sniff chimneys for unauthorized Another manor invested in an oven bell, became something of a local whenever celebrity, alerting the steward diminished. It broke after a dog bit him, and he refused despite the harshness of the system. It Another manor invested in an oven bell. What it did instead was create a culture of workarounds, of whispered advice within a week, and inherited tricks. Despite the harshness of the system, more than it failed to suppress. It became a defiance, a challenge. What it did instead was create a culture of workarounds, of whispered advice, passed down and inherited tricks. They passed down strategies. Baking became some of more than tricks became legend. It became a triple crust method, challenge designed to be solved anew with each ash roll. Baked villagers passed down more than recipes. They passed down strategies. Wind bake, some of these tricks done with heated stones and reflected sunlight, possibly mythical, but often discussed. The ash roll, baked directly. Children learned these alongside prayers. The windsiders, it done with heated stones and reflected sunlight, secrecy, this possibly effort, mythical, this risk, but often for a loaf of bread. But to those children who lived under the system, the loaf represented to outsiders it might have seemed petty. It represented this secrecy, this freedom, this risk, a single decision that belonged to them. But to those who lived under the system, the loaf represented more than calories. The oven, after all, was not just a represented a moment of freedom. It was a checkpoint, a place where the rules of ownership and obedience were physically enacted. Ledger. By stepping outside the oven boundary, even briefly, a peasant could reclaim something essential. It was a checkpoint, a quiet dignity, a place where the rules of ownership and obedience were physically enacted, not change the system. Stepping outside that boundary, even briefly, a peasant feel, however briefly, essential that their labour and knowledge had value apart from the manners or forms, that they could still shape their lives, even if the shape was irregular. They allowed villagers to feel, however briefly, when viewed in their labour and knowledge had value apart from the manners of approval. A shadow system shaped parallel to the official one, even if the shape was irregular. In that shadow system, smelled faintly of ash. Wherever heat when viewed in full, these evasions form a kind of alternate history, but a shadow system running parallel to the official, fragile and profoundly human resistance. Ovens one that wherever heat could be found, on bread fines were avoided. Every system of control not inspected, eventually invites resistance. It was an imperfect, and in medieval villages, resistance was almost never open. One that did not quite literally form on bread alone or protest. Every system of control as a loaf eventually invites resistance. And in medieval villages, resistance was stationed at the edge of a field. It did not come hollowed log torch used as a chimney to mask. It came as a loaf baked after midnight. These acts quiet whistle from a child, invisible, stationed at the edge of a field. They formed a silent current of defiance used as a chimney to mask the smoke of an illicit bake. Peasants were above these acts were small, often invisible, but they knew the power. They formed a silent current of defiance. But they also knew the hunger, injustice, peasants were above flour under their nails. They knew the risks. They knew that baking bread at home, in private, the ledger, in silence, but they also knew hunger, injustice, and the feel of flour under their nails. So they broke the rules. They knew that baking bread at home, with a resilience that has outlived their names, was faster. Some of this resistance took the form of hidden ovens, as described earlier. So they broke just the rules, carefully, social strategies, and with a resilience that has outlived and remarkably coordinated. One of the most enduring took the form was the use of lookouts, as described earlier. When someone baked illegally, other villagers would stand watch. Non-violent, children played games remarkably coordinated crossings. One of the most enduring about imaginary was the use of lookout systems. If they saw someone baked illegally, other villagers leaned on walking sticks. Children played games not because they needed to rest, but because they shout about imaginary foxes and where they were headed. If they saw information approach quickly, a raised hand leaned on specific sticks at crossroads, not because they needed to rest, but because they wanted to see who was coming and where they were headed. Only information moved quickly. A raised hand suspected specific whistles existed, parked at an odd angle. These were the tools when they did, they often lacked the resources to confront an entire village, signals, acting in unspoken agreement. Stewards suspected such networks. Sometimes resistance took rarely theatrical forms. Even when they did, they often lacked the resources to confront an entire village, a mock feast using a stone shaped like bread. Sometimes they invited the steward to inspect their bake, claimed innocence, and burst into laughter when he tried to confiscate a lump of granite. The steward fined them for mockery. Took more theatrical forms. The villagers paid with pennies in one collected in a shoe, handed over by villagers in Yorkshire. Staged more often, though, resistance was practical. Like bread peasant might pay the oven fee, steward to inspect their dough, finishing the rest at home, and burst into laughter when he tried to confiscate as a lump of granite. The steward fined them for mockery. The villagers paid with pennies collected in a shoe, handed over them to the steward with flour sprinkled on top. More often, though, resistance was practical. Slow fermentation. Peasant might pay the oven fee, but bake only part of their dough. Some finishing the rest just enough to avoid suspicion. Another might disguise baked loaves as uncooked ones, presenting them to the steward who had flour sprinkled on top and could pass off extra loaves as their fermentation. The barter system became a quiet rebellion to avoid suspicion. Then bartered bread moved from household to household, with neighbours who had larger families for favours, pass off extra loaves as their own. A loaf might buy an afternoon of fence repair, rebellion, a jug of ale, or a week of bread moved from household. These exchanges were rarely documented, making them invisible to manorial oversight. Goods. A loaf might buy an afternoon attempted to regulate such jug of ale, or a week of kindling. Posted. Written exchanges were rarely documented, making them invisible to manorial oversight. In some villagers, the steward attempted to regulate such bartering. Despite their efforts, stewards could not be everywhere. Or spoken, declaring other duties, baked goods to inspect, be accounted for, to record disputes. The villagers listened politely and ignored the instruction. All their drama were intermittent, their efforts, and even when they occurred everywhere, they often relied on other circumstantial evidence to inspect. Harvest steward might knock on a door and ask to see the contents of an oven. For the family drama were intermittent excuses, and even when the bread was in hand, they often relied on circumstantial evidence. The steward left with suspicions. Steward might knock on a door and ask to see the contents of an oven. Worked the family would offer ashes allowed for mistakes, unless the bread was in hand, plausible smell was undeniable. A family steward left with suspicions and little might claim it had been gifted by a neighbour. Ambiguity worked in the villager's favour. Carrying a bundle for mistakes, insist improvisation, and plausible these explanations, while not always believed, were difficult to disprove. Might claim it had been gifted by a neighbour. And unless the steward was willing to search every carrying a bundle, every child, insist it was enforcement remained partial. These explanations, while not one of the most effective forms of resistance, to disprove, pretending, and unless the steward was willing to villagers would feign confusion over new regulations, claim ignorance remained partial at best, or express disbelief. One of the most effective forms of resistance was simply pretending not to understand where dialect villagers would feign confusion over new regulations. claim
A steward
ignorance
from
of
one
specific
county
dates
might struggle
or
to
express
communicate
disbelief
clearly
that
in
baking
another,
in a fire
and
pit
villagers
counted as
exploited
oven
this
use.
by mispronouncing,
In regions where
misdirecting,
dialects varied,
or deliberately
language
misunderstanding
became a
his
shield.
instructions.
A
There
steward
is a
from one
record of a
county
steward
might
from
struggle to
Devonshire who
communicate
travelled to a
clearly in
border
another,
village
and
and
villagers
attempted to
exploited
impose a
this by
fine for
mispronouncing,
unauthorized use of the
misdirecting,
communal oven,
or deliberately
the villagers
misunderstanding
insisted
his
they had never
instructions.
heard of such a
There is a
rule,
record
and
of
that
a
their
steward from
baking
Devonshire who
stones were
travelled to
older
a
than
border
the manor
village
itself.
and attempted to impose
The
a
steward,
fine
frustrated,
for unauthorized
demanded
use of
to
the
see the
communal
loaves.
oven.
The
The
villagers
villagers
insisted
insisted
they
they
had
had
never
never
heard
heard
of such a
scorched
rule,
and
and that
hard,
their baking
and claimed
stones
they
were
were older
older
than the manor
The
itself.
steward left.
The steward,
Unconvinced,
frustrated,
but outnumbered,
demanded to see the loaves.
Sometimes
The
resistance
villagers
came
presented
not
him
from
with
peasants,
unleavened discs,
but from within the
scorched
system.
and hard, and
A
claimed
sympathetic
they were for
reeve
roofing.
might overlook minor
The steward
violations.
left, unconvinced. A
but
tired
outnumbered.
steward might ignore one suspicious
Sometimes
loaf
resistance
to
came
avoid
not
an
from
argument.
peasants,
But from within
In
the
a few
system,
cases,
lords
a
themselves
sympathetic
turned a blind
reeve might
eye,
overlook
preferring
minor
peace to
violations.
strict adherence. A tired
These
steward
moments
might
of
ignore one
leniency
suspicious
were rare,
loaf,
but
to
remembered.
avoid an argument. They gave villagers hope,
In a few
encouraged
cases,
further
lords
subtlety,
themselves
and
turned a
reinforced the
blind eye,
idea,
that the
preferring
rules
peace to
could
strict
bend.
adherence. These forms of resistance
These
did
moments
not
of
exist in
leniency were
isolation.
rare,
They
but
were
remembered.
part of a broader
They
pattern
gave
of
villagers hope,
adaptation, encouraged
just
further
as
subtlety,
peasants adjusted
and reinforced the
planting
idea
cycles to match
that
the weather
rules could
and
bend.
used
superstition
These forms
to
of
explain
resistance
disease
did not exist
they
in
used
isolation.
rebellion.
They were
to
part of a
navigate
broader
authority.
pattern of
They
adaptation.
were not revolutionary.
Just as
they did not
peasants
seek to
adjusted
overthrow
planting
the system
cycles
to match
they
the
sought
weather
to live
and
within
used
it,
superstition
bending
to
it just
explain
enough to
disease.
survive
They
with
used
dignity.
quiet rebellion
Over time,
to navigate
some of these
authority.
strategies became
They
tradition.
were not
Children were
revolutionaries.
taught
They did
which
not
fields
seek
made
to
the best
overthrow
cover,
the system.
which corners
They
of the
sought
heart
to live
retained
within
heat,
it, bending
and how
it
to
just
tell the
enough to
difference
survive
between a
with
steward's
dignity.
footstep
Over
and a
time,
traveller's.
some of these strategies
Elders
became
passed
tradition.
down stories
Children
of
were taught
successful
which
evasions,
fields made
and
the
every
best cover,
household had
which
its own
corners of
lore
the
about
hearth flour,
retained heat,
fire,
and
and how
fines.
to tell the difference between a
This
steward's
folklore
footstep
included more than
and a
techniques.
traveller's. Elders
It
passed
included
down
saints
stories
and
of successful
superstitions.
evasions.
Some
and every
believed
household
that
had
Saint
its own
Honoratus,
lore about
patron
flour,
of bakers,
fire,
would protect
and fines.
those who baked in secret.
This
if they
folklore
offered him a
included
pinch of
more than
salt.
techniques. Others swore by
It included
specific
saints
herbs
and
burned in the
superstitions.
fire to disguise
Some
the
believed
smell
that
of
Saint
fresh
Honoratus,
crust.
patron of
A few
bakers,
claimed
would
that
protect
placing
those
a
who
broom
baked
across
in
the
secret
threshold
if they
would
offered him a
confuse
pinch
the
of
steward
salt.
and prevent his entry.
Others swore by specific
Whether these
herbs
beliefs
burned
had
in the
merit or
fire
not,
to disguise
they gave
the smell
villagers
of
a
fresh
sense of
crust.
control. A few
Resistance
claimed
also
that
had
placing a
emotional
broom across
value.
the threshold
It bonded
would
communities,
confuse the steward
created
and prevent his
stories,
entry, and reminded
whether these
peasants
beliefs
that they
had
were
merit
not
or
powerless.
not.
They gave
In a world
villagers a sense
defined
of
by
control.
rigid hierarchy, these
Resistance
small
also
acts
had
were
emotional
bursts of
value.
agency.
It
They might
bonded
not change the manner,
communities,
but they
created
changed
shared
the
stories,
mood,
and reminded
baked
peasants
in
that they were
defiance
not
tasted
powerless.
better.
In a world
joke
defined by
whispered at the
rigid
steward's
hierarchy,
expense
these small
lingered
acts
longer
were
than the
bursts
heat
of
of the
agency.
oven.
They might not change the
every
manner,
act of
but they
resistance
changed the
succeeded.
mood.
Some
Some
villagers were
baked
caught,
in defiance
fined,
tasted
or punished.
better. Yet
A joke
even these
whispered at the
failures
steward's
became
expense
part of the
lingered
communal
longer
memory.
than the heat of the oven.
The man who hid bread
Not
in
every
a
act
haystack
of resistance
and forgot it for
succeeded.
3 days.
Some villagers
the
were
woman
caught,
who tried to
fined,
bake on
or
a
punished.
borrowed hearth
Yet
and
even
burned
these
the thatch.
failures
The
became
boy
part
who
of the
confused
communal
ash
memory.
for flour.
And
The man who
ruined
hid
the
bread
dough.
in a haystack
Their mistakes
and
were
forgot it for
retold,
3 days.
reshaped,
The
and
woman who
laughed
tried
over.
to bake on
Failure
a borrowed
was not
hearth
shameful,
and
it
burned
was simply
the thatch.
the cost
the boy
of
who
trying.
confused ash
And
for
so,
flour
through
and
watchfulness,
ruined
cleverness,
the dough.
and community,
Their mistakes were
peasants
retold,
persisted.
reshaped,
They baked in secret,
and laughed over.
they shared in
Failure
silence.
was not
They
shameful,
smiled
it was simply
when fined,
the cost
and
of
baked
trying.
again. And
Each
so,
loaf
through
was an act of
watchfulness,
labour,
cleverness,
but
and
also
community,
of quiet
the
rebellion.
peasants persisted.
Not because
They
they
baked
baked
in
in the
secret,
system, but
they
because it
shared in
reminded them
silence.
that they still
They
had
smiled
hands
when fined,
and heat
and baked
and will.
again. They
Each
could be
loaf
watched,
was an act
they
of
could be
labour,
fined,
but also of
but they
quiet
could also
rebellion.
bake.
Not because
The
it
arrival
would
of the
topple
steward for a
system,
bread
but because it
inspection was
reminded
never
them that
sudden,
they still
and
had
yet it was
hands
always
and
unwelcome.
heat and will. It began
could
with
be
a
watched,
silence more
they could be
deliberate than usual,
but they could
as though the
also
birds
bake.
themselves
The
knew
arrival
to
of the
hush.
steward for a bread
Dogs,
inspection was
so
never
often
sudden,
vocal in their
and yet
daily
it was
complaints,
always unwelcome.
slinked to corners.
It
Doors
began with a
creaked open
silence
with
more
less
deliberate
confidence
than usual.
Somewhere near the edge of the village, the reeve
hush.
might already be walking
Dogs,
ahead,
so often
nodding
vocal
once
in
or
their
twice,
daily
not out of
complaints,
greeting,
slinked
but
to
as
corners.
a signal. Doors creaked
The
open
steward
with
less
coming.
confidence.
Again, somewhere near the edge of the
He
village,
did not
the
arrive
reeve
in
might
haste.
already be walking ahead.
That was part
nodding
of the
once or
theatre.
twice, not out of greeting.
He moved
but
slowly,
as a signal,
deliberately. The steward
allowing
was
time
for worry to ripple
again
through the houses.
He
On
did
some
not
days
arrive
he
in
carried
haste.
only his ledger.
That was part of the
he
theatre.
brought a small iron
He
scale
moved
or a strip
slowly,
of measuring
deliberately.
It
allowing
depended on his
time
mood
for worry to
and
ripple
on the
through the
purpose of the
houses.
visit.
On some
Was
days
it a
he carried
general
only his
inspection,
ledger,
a follow-up
on others
or
he
something
brought a
more
small
targeted,
iron
perhaps
scale
the
or a
result
strip
of
of
a
measuring
whispered
rumour
rumour
passed in
It
exchange
depended
for
on his
leniency.
mood and on the
Villagers
purpose of
had
the
little
visit.
choice but to cooperate.
Was it a general
Refusing
inspection,
to open
a
one's door
follow-up,
was not
or
an
something
option.
more
Claiming
targeted,
illness
perhaps
might
the
delay
result
the
of a
inspection,
whispered
but only
rumour
temporarily,
passed in exchange
and
for
often
leniency.
resulted in increased
Villagers
suspicion.
had little choice
The
but to
steward had
cooperate.
legal authority.
Refusing to open
reinforced
one's
by the
door
Lord's
was
seal,
not an
and
option.
if
Claiming
necessary,
illness
the
might
presence
delay
of
the
two
inspection, but only
strong-armed assistants
temporarily,
who preferred
and
not
often
to be
resulted
used,
in increased
rarely
suspicion.
declined the opportunity.
The steward had
Bread
legal
inspections
authority
were not just a
reinforced by the
formality,
Lord's seal,
they were an
and,
assertion
if necessary,
of control.
the presence of two
Every
strong-armed
loaf
assistants who
examined, every
preferred not
crust
to be
measured
used,
was a
but
reminder
rarely
that the manna
declined the
reached into
opportunity.
the heart.
Bread inspections
The
were
home,
not just
the
a
heart of
formality.
daily life.
They were an assertion
It was not
of
enough
control.
to work the fields.
Every
or pay
loaf
the rent.
examined, every
One's
crust
baking
measured
had
was
to
a
be visible,
reminder that the
verifiable,
manna
and
reached
above
into
all,
the heart,
properly sourced.
the home.
The
the
inspection
heart of
began
daily
with
life.
questions.
What
It was
grain
not
had
enough
been
to
used?
work the fields,
When was it milled?
or pay
Where
the
was
rent.
it stored?
One's
Who had
baking
prepared
had to
the
be
dough?
visible,
At what
verifiable,
hour was it
and above
baked?
all, properly
These
sourced.
inquiries,
The
harmless
inspection
in tone,
began with
carried
questions.
weight.
What grain
Answers
had been
were
used?
cross-referenced
When was it
with
milled?
past records.
Where was it stored?
Statements from
Who
neighbours,
had prepared the
or
dough?
the steward's own
At
memory,
what hour was
which
it
was
baked?
notoriously good.
These inquiries,
If a loaf was
harmless
presented,
in
the
tone,
steward did not
carried
simply
weight.
glance at it.
Answers were
He
cross-referenced
held it up
with
to the
past
light.
records.
He tapped it with his
Statements from
knuckle.
neighbours, or
He
the steward's
sniffed
own
it,
memory,
sometimes
which was
theatrically,
theatrically,
as
as
though
though scent
if a
alone
loaf
could
was
reveal
presented, the
criminal
steward
intent.
did not simply
The
glance
crust
at it.
was examined for
He held it up
uniformity,
to the light.
the bottom
He
for
tapped
soot
it with
patterns,
his knuckle.
the surface for signs
He
of glaze
sniffed
or
it,
added
sometimes
ingredients.
theatrically,
It was said
as
that
though
some
scent
stewards
alone
could
could
tell the
reveal
difference
criminal
between a lord's
intent.
oven and a
The
home
crust
fire,
was examined
simply
for uniformity,
by the curve,
of
the
the
bottom for
bread's
soot
rise.
patterns, the
Fines
surface
were
for
issued
signs of
immediately.
glaze or added
They were
ingredients.
written into the
It
ledger,
was said
read
that some
aloud,
stewards
and
could tell the
confirmed
difference
by
between a
witnesses.
lord's oven and a
There was
home
no appeal
fire,
process
simply
beyond the manor
by the
court,
curve
and
and
the
that
bread's
court
rise.
met
Fines
infrequently.
were issued
A
immediately.
peasant who
They
objected
were written
too
into the
loudly
ledger,
risked a
read
second
aloud,
fine
and
for
confirmed
disorder,
by
for
witnesses.
disrespect. Or
There
in
was no
one
appeal
case
process
for
beyond the
raising
manor
voice
court,
in the presence
and
of
that
sacred
court
dough.
met infrequently.
The punishments
peasant
varied.
who
Most
objected
were
too
monetary.
loudly risked a
A
second
few
fine
involved
for
additional
disorder,
labour,
for disrespect,
gathering wood
or
for the
in
manor
one
oven,
case,
cleaning
for
the
raising
flour
voice in the
storeroom,
presence of
or
sacred
assisting
dough.
the firekeeper for a day.
The punishments varied.
Occasionally,
Most
the
were
punishment
monetary.
was symbolic.
A
A
public
few involved
apology,
additional
a
labour,
recitation of the
gathering
oven
wood for the
regulations,
manor oven,
or the
cleaning
forced
the flour
consumption of
storeroom,
one's own
or
overbaked
assisting
loaf
the firekeeper
in
for
front
a
of an
day.
amused crowd.
Occasionally, the punishment
Yet
was
despite the
symbolic.
spectacle,
A public
enforcement was not
apology,
always
a
thorough.
recitation of the
Stewards
oven
were
regulations,
human.
or the
tired,
forced
they
consumption
erred.
of one's own
Some grew
overbaked
lazy
loaf
in their
in
roles,
front of an
relying on
amused
threats
crowd.
more than action.
Yet despite the
Others,
spectacle,
facing
enforcement
multiple
was not
villages
always
under
thorough.
their charge,
Stewards
focused
were
only
human.
on those most
They
likely
tired,
to
they
resist.
erred. Some
It
grew
was an
lazy
imperfect
in their
system,
roles,
but it
relying
functioned
on
well
threats
enough to
more than
maintain
action.
fear.
Others,
Facing multiple
villagers
villages
adapted.
under their charge,
They learned which
focused
excuses
only on
worked
those
best.
most likely to resist.
A broken oven door at the
It
manor
was an
could
imperfect
justify
system,
a
but it
delayed
functioned
bake.
well enough to maintain
A visiting
fear.
priest could distract from an
Villagers
unexpected
adapted.
aroma. They learned
Children
which
were sent
excuses
outside
worked
during
best.
inspection hours with
A
baskets
broken oven
full
door at the
of
manor
misleading
could justify
goods,
a
roots,
delayed
dried
bake.
herbs.
Sometimes
A visiting priest
stones
could
wrapped
distract
in
from an
cloth
unexpected
to resemble
aroma.
dough. Children
One
were sent
story
outside
tells of a
during
woman who hid
inspection
her bread
hours
with
in a
baskets
basket
full
of apples.
of misleading
When questioned,
goods.
she
Roots,
claimed she
dried
had been
herbs.
preparing a
Sometimes
gift for the steward's
stones
mother.
wrapped in cloth
Flattered,
to resemble
the steward
dough.
allowed her to pass.
One story
Whether
tells
his
of a
mother
woman
ever
who
hid
received
her
the
bread
apples
in a
no one
basket
knew.
of apples. Other villagers were
questioned,
more direct.
she claimed she
They
had been
paid the
preparing
fine
a
without
gift for the
complaint,
steward's mother.
not because they accepted
Flattered,
the rule,
the steward
but because
allowed her
the
to
price
pass.
was worth the
Whether his
silence
mother
that
ever
followed.
received the apples,
Bread,
no one
after
knew.
all, was more
Other
than
villagers
food.
were more
It was
direct.
warmth. They
Routine,
paid the fine
comfort,
without complaint. complaint,
paying to
not
preserve
because they
that
accepted
peace was,
the rule,
for some,
but because the price
they were
was
willing
worth
to
the
make.
silence that
Still,
followed. Patterns
bread,
emerged.
after all, was
Households
more than
find
food.
repeatedly
It was
was watched
warmth,
more closely.
routine,
Those who
comfort.
baked
Paying
irregularly
to preserve
or
that
produced
peace
loaves
was,
too
for
fine
some,
for their
a trade
apparent
they were
means
willing to
were
make.
questioned more
Still,
often. Patterns emerged.
A family
Households
whose bread
find
was too
repeatedly
pale one
were
week
watched
and
more
too
closely.
dark the next.
Those who
might be
baked
suspected
irregularly
of
or
alternating
produced
between
loaves too
legal
fine for
and
their
illegal
apparent
ovens.
means were questioned more often. The steward noticed these things. A family whose bread was too pale one week and too dark the next. Other times might be suspected of alternating, allowing suspicion to grow as a tactic. Ovens. A delayed inspection could increase fear. Sometimes,
fear,
as the steward knew well, was the best way to ensure cooperation. Allowing suspicion to grow was a tactic. It became a record. A delayed inspection could increase fear, texture, and fear, as the steward knew well, was the best way to ensure cooperation. Old flour. Bread became more than too moist. It became a record. A scent too strong. Color. The addition of unauthorized herbs. Story. Each loaf was a confession. Too thick. Each inspection suggest a reading. Flour. In this environment, honesty was not always the safest path. A scent. Villagers lied. The addition of unauthorized herbs. Ease. Each loaf claimed to have a confession. The manner of each inspection it was closed. They described ingredients was not always the safest path. They invented relatives who had borrowed their dough gently, or neighbors who had delivered the finished loaf. To have baked the manner of old days were not malicious. They were described ingredients in a world where fire itself was relatives who had borrowed their dough, or neighbors who had delivered the finished loaves early. These lies were not malicious. They were necessary, not with joy, but in a world where fire itself was regulated. Alibis, route fleeing could be the steward arrived early. Children games were played in which one child watched their parents prepare another as the baker, not with joy, as with caution. It was memorized phrases, alibis, routes for fleeing if the steward arrived early. The oven itself, games when finally visited, was treated with mixed emotions. Another as the baker, some saw it as a burden, as witnesses, others as a center of life, but not fantasy. Most simply was practiced, accepted it. The oven itself, when finally visited, was treated with mixed emotions. It did not judge. Some saw only it as a burden, did that. Others as a center of life. There were, however, brief moments of relief. Accepted days, its walls were thick, seasonal festivals, predictable. During these times, regulations only the steward did bread that. Flowed more freely. There were, however, brief moments of relief. The steward, often invited to participate, weddings, did not carry his festivals. He drank, ate. During these times, and for a day or two, the village exhaled. Bread flowed more freely. But the ledger always reopened. The steward, often invited to participate, silence did not carry his ledger. And the villagers drank, once more measured flour with precision. And for a day or two, watched chimneys for excess smoke. But the ledger always reopened. Booth. The stick returned. Some say the steward enjoyed his work. Others, the villagers once more measured flour with precision. He could inspect chimneys for excess smoke, baked it, and listened for the sound of approaching, but he never truly tasted the crust. Some say the steward enjoyed his work. To observe. Others to regulate, envied the villagers. Enforce. After all, that role, he could inspect bread, was a lonely one. Baked it. He could left each house with notes, but he never truly tasted the crust. But his role was to observe, stories, to regulate tales of mistaken flour, and that role, however powerful, was a lonely one. These stories passed he left from each house with notes, grew in the behind worry. But he also left behind stories, and so tales of mistaken to rise in hidden loaves of brave fires burned low and fast. These stories, ashes from mouth to ear, with haste, grew in the and villagers, hearts pounding, legends, broke their loaves, and so bread continued to rise in secret. The fires burned low and ledger in hand, ashes. The village watched him go, and villagers, it was during the hardest years, broke their loaves with famine, plague, still dusted unrelenting storms, that the steward walked on, most rigid in hand and most fragile. The village watched him crisis go. Altered. It was everything. During the hardest years, the manorial oven marked by famine, plague, control, unrelenting storms, that the bread rules were both most rigid and most fragile. Peasants who had once accepted the oven's monopoly as burdens already a symbol of control, now found themselves a crucible of scarcity, vice, suspicion, the same rules remained, but the stakes changed. Who had once accepted the oven's monopoly as burdens to life, stable, the Black now found themselves caught long before it emptying the vice. When illness the same spread, rules remained, fields went untended, when markets closed and mills fell silent, the communal rhythms of bread making disintegrated, reshaped villages long before bread did not disappear. When illness spread, in fact, and fields went untended, when markets fewer mouths and mills fell silent, fewer hands, the communal rhythms of bread making disintegrated. Socially, the need for bread did not disappear. Some manners attempted to maintain the old rules. With fewer mouths to feed, perhaps out of fewer hands to bake, continued his gained weight. Socially, were still spiritually, bread was still confiscated. Some manners attempted social to maintain the old shifted. What had once been a fear of punishment became a question of survival. Inspection. If a family fines were still issued, they might not was still confiscated. If they could not bake, social calculus shifted. What had once been a many-baked punishment became a question of survival. The steward had more pressing matters to attend to. If a family could not bake at home, they might not bake at all. If they could not bake, themselves were not immune to the changing times. And so many baked in silence, others fled, and hoped the steward had simply more pressing matters to attend to, from exhaustion or sympathy. He did. One record describes the steward were not immune to the changing family to illness. Some died. Let them bake where they will. A few simply gave up a month later, whether from exhaustion. The villagers held a small vigil, and in one record describes a steward who, after losing his own family to illness, freely without fear. Let them bake where they will. But other stewards was dismissed a month later. In an effort to maintain order vigil and in defiance of authority in a crumbling dozen loaves they increased in distributing them freely. New fees were imposed, sometimes other not for baking at home, but for failing to bake. In an effort to maintain order, the rationale was reassert authority. Perhaps it was an attempt to measure food reserves or simply to extract what little remained from tenants, sometimes not for baking at home. But for during these years, communal ovens sometimes fell into perhaps it was an attempt to measure food with fewer people to use and maintain to extract what little remained from tenants already at their limits, and the smoke. During these years, communal ovens sometimes the oven collapsed entirely during a festival. With fewer people blamed the villagers for overloading the structures cracked. The villagers blamed the steward for neglecting repairs, and the smoke holes clogged. No one was fined. In one village, the oven collapsed entirely during a festival. The manor blamed the villagers for overloading it with clay pots. The villagers blamed the steward for neglecting repairs. These were ancient techniques. No one was fined from time, but the oven was not rebuilt. They were inefficient. Instead, villagers returned to older methods. They required no permissions. Heated famine added another layer of ancient techniques passed down years from times before harvest. The bread itself they were inefficient. Wheat disappeared first, and more importantly, they required no permission. Barley became the standard. Famine added another layer of flour gave way to mixtures of husk, years of poor harvest. Root, the bread itself changed. In some cases, wheat disappeared first. Then these loaves were dense, barley became barely edible, but they were better than nothing. Flour gave way to mixtures of decline in quality. Enforcement became more difficult. In some cases, dried nettles exactly constituted a. These loaves were dense, the ingredients varied barely edibly, but they were better than nothing. Steward find someone with each for baking around quality. Enforcement became more difficult. In theory, yes. What exactly constituted a loaf became absurd when the ingredients varied so wildly. A steward in southern England reportedly baking around a boiled detailing acceptable crust colours based on grain content. In practice, villagers mocked him by painting loaves with some berries to achieve. A steward in southern England reportedly carried a chart detailing acceptable crust colours responded based on grain content. Churches, villagers mocked him struggled with their own loaves with crushed berries. They preached charity, but often enforced the same. The steward responded by confiscating. The village priest might distribute alms by adding soot and report unauthorized baking. Struggled with their own contradictions. Some clergy advocated for leniency, but often enforced the same that unblessed bread rules. Baked outside the village priest might distribute alms, invited divine and report unauthorized baking. One sermon declared, the loaf made in darkness advocated for leniency, and others warned that unblessed bread, a widow in baked outside the communal order, excellent crust, invited divine wrath. She was not fined. One sermon declared, the loaf made in darkness shall taste despite of ash the tensions, sin. These crises also a widow in the front row, known for villagers shared ovens when they laughed aloud, loaned flour she was not in exchange for crust. She was not and developed informal rotations. Despite the tensions, children these crises also fostered not just solidarity, but to ensure that no one's baking drew loan flour in exchange for crust. Old women and developed informal rotation became essential. Children were tasked with watching fires, not just for safety, their methods ensure that no one's baking drew unwanted intention. In these kitchens, once sidelined, a circle became essential as repositories of pre-manorial baking knowledge formed. Their methods was scored with symbols, returned decoration. Force. but as a kind
In these
of blessing,
kitchens, if one could call
loaves
a
were placed near thresholds to
damp
ward off
kindling
illness.
kitchen,
A piece of
new
dough
rituals
was set
formed.
aside each time,
Bread
buried
was
or
scored
burned
with symbols,
as an offering
not
to
to
decoration
saints or spirits,
but as a kind of
the
blessing.
line between cooking and
Loaves
magic
were placed
blurred,
near
as it often
thresholds
did
to
when
ward
the
off
world
illness.
turned
A
uncertain.
piece of dough was
These
set aside
practices
each
were
time,
rarely
buried
acknowledged
or
in
burned
manor records,
as an
but
offering
they
to
lived in the
saints or
margins.
spirits. In sudden drops
line
in
between
fines,
cooking and magic
in unexplained
blurred,
absences
as it
of
often
the
did
steward,
when the world
in
turned
vague notes
uncertain.
about seasonal
These
baking
practices
were
disturbances.
rarely acknowledged in
There is
manor
one
records,
surviving
but
entry
they
from
lived in the
1350,
margins,
written in a
sudden
hurried
drops
hand,
in
which
fines,
reads,
in
"Loaves
unexplained
observed
absences
in the
of
woods,
the steward,
suspect
vague
none."
notes about seasonal
Whether it was a
baking
moment of mercy
disturbances
or a mistake,
there is one
remains
surviving
unknown.
entry from 1350,
As the worst
written
years
in a
passed
hurried
and
hand,
population
which reads,
slowly recovered,
loaves
the
observed in
manorial
the woods
system attempted to
suspect
reassert
none.
itself.
Whether
Ovens
it was a
were
moment of
repaired,
mercy or a
rules
mistake
were
remains
reissued,
unknown.
fines resumed.
As the worst
But
years
something had
passed
changed.
and population
The
slowly
villagers had
recovered,
learned
the
that they could
manorial
survive
system attempted
without
to
permission.
reassert itself.
That bread did not
Ovens
burn
were
more
repaired,
easily outside the
rules
manor.
were reissued,
That flour,
fines
when mixed with
resumed,
patience
but
and
something
cooperation,
had changed.
rose just
the
as well
villagers
in
had learned
secrecy.
that they could survive
Some lords
without
recognized
permission.
this shift
That bread
and
did not
adapted.
burn
They
more
relaxed
easily outside the
enforcement,
manor,
reduced fees,
that flour,
or
when
allowed
mixed
home
with
baking
patience
under
and
specific
cooperation,
conditions,
rose
others
just as well
resisted
in secrecy.
They insisted on
Some lords
returning to the
recognized
old
this
ways,
shift and
even
adapted.
as their
They
tenants
relaxed
grew fewer
enforcement
and less
reduced
compliant.
fees, or
In
allowed
one village,
home baking
the steward
under
attempted
specific
to
conditions.
rebuild the oven
Others
using new
resisted.
materials, and
They
more
insisted
restrictive
on returning
rules.
to the old
The villagers
ways,
refused
even
to
as
use
their
it.
tenants
You
grew
find
fewer
them,
and
they
less
paid,
compliant.
then baked again.
In
At
one
that
home,
village,
the steward
fines
attempted to
increased,
rebuild the oven
eventually
using
the
new
oven
materials
sat cold,
and more
untouched.
restrictive rules.
It became a
The
storage
villagers
shed.
refused to use
Years
it.
later,
You
it
find
was
them.
pulled down,
They
and the
paid,
stones
then
used
baked
to build
again
a wall.
at home.
Not all
The
resistance
fines
was so
increased.
visible. Eventually,
In most
the oven
places,
sat
the
cold,
rules returned,
untouched,
but so
it
did
became
the
a storage
evasions.
shed.
Years
dance
later,
resumed,
it was pulled
more
down, and
cautious
the
perhaps,
stones used to build
but
a wall.
unchanged in essence.
Not all resistance was so
The
visible.
legacy of those
In
years
most places,
remained.
the rules
Children who
returned,
had seen
but
their
so
parents
did
bake
the
in
evasions.
silence grew into adults
The
who
dance
remembered
resumed,
why.
more cautious perhaps.
They taught their own
but
children the
unchanged in
old
essence.
methods, not just for convenience.
The legacy of
but
those
as
years
inheritance.
remained. Children who had seen
Stories
their
were
parents
told,
bake in
not of
silence
rebellion,
grew into adults
but
who
of
remembered
resilience.
why.
They
Of
taught
nights
their
when
own
the fire
children
was
the
low,
old methods,
and yet
not
a
just for
crust
convenience,
but
of
as
mornings
inheritance.
when the smell of bread meant life.
Stories were told,
law, not of
These
rebellion.
stories did
but
not
of
appear in
resilience.
court rolls or manor
Of
records.
nights when the fire
They were
was
passed
low,
in kitchens,
and yet a
at
crust
firesides.
During
Of
the
mornings
kneadings
of
when
dough,
the smell of bread
they
meant
formed
life,
a quiet
not
canon
law.
of resistance.
These stories
A
did not
history of
appear in
crusts
court
and
rolls
crumbs
or
or
manor
manor
records.
They
In
were passed
time,
in kitchens,
some of the old
at
laws
firesides.
faded. During
Ovens
the
were
kneading
less
of
closely
dough,
monitored.
they formed
Fees
a
were
quiet
replaced
canon
with
of broader
resistance.
rents.
A history
The rise
of
of
crusts
towns,
and
trade,
trade
and
and tenant
survival
farming shifted
In time,
the balance of
some of the
power.
old laws
But even
faded.
then,
In the
ovens were
changing
less
world,
closely
the
monitored.
memory of
Fees
restriction
were
lingered.
replaced with
A
broader
man
rents.
might build a
The
new
rise
oven
of towns,
and
trade,
still
and tenant
recall the
farming
day his
shifted
father
the
hid
balance
dough
of power.
in a
But
cauldron.
even then,
In the
a
changing
woman
world,
might
the
bake
memory
openly
of
and
restriction
remember the
lingered.
taste. A
Of
man
root
might
bread,
build a new
shared
oven
in fear,
and still recall the day
past,
his father
shaped
hid
in
dough
fire and
in a
ash,
cauldron
did not disappear.
A woman might
It was
bake
baked
openly
in.
and remember
In the
the
world
taste
of manorial
root
regulations,
bread.
the
Shared
rules
in
may have been
fear.
written by men, but it was
The
often
past,
women who bore their
shaped in
weight.
fire and ash.
Nowhere
Did
was
not
this more
disappear.
evident than in the daily act
It
of
was
baking
baked
bread.
In the
While
world
village
of
charters,
manorial
court
regulations,
rolls, and manor
the
ledgers
rules
may have been
tended to
written by
feature
men,
the
but it
names
was
of
often women
husbands,
who bore their
stewards,
weight.
and reeves.
Nowhere was
It
this
was the
more
hands
evident
of women
than
that
in the
shaped
daily
the dough,
act of baking
timed
bread.
the rise, tended
While
the
village
fire,
charters
and kept the
court
rhythm
rolls
of
and
manor
kitchen,
ledgers,
these
tended to
acts
feature the
invisible
names
to
of
legal
husbands,
records, but
stewards,
central
and
to
reeves,
survival,
unfolded
the
every
hands of
day
women
beneath
that shaped the
low
dough,
thatched
timed the
ceilings with
rise,
sleeves rolled
tended
up,
the fire,
and futures
kept the
pressed
rhythm of
into
the
flour.
kitchen. These
Bread
acts,
making
invisible
began
to
early,
legal
often before the
records, but
sky
central
had
to
shifted
survival,
from black
unfolded
to grey.
every day.
A woman
beneath
might
low
begin with little ceilings with sleeves rolled up,
flour
and futures
and a
pressed
knowledge
into
passed
flour.
down by repetition.
Bread making
rather
began
than
early,
writing.
often before the sky
If the
had
household
shifted
was
from black to
fortunate,
grey.
the flour had
A
come
woman
from the
might begin
manorial
with
mill.
little more than a bowl.
If not, it might have
a
been
pile of
ground
flour
by hand,
and
with
a
knowledge
stone
passed
slowly
down by repetition,
painfully,
rather than writing.
The grindstone,
If
if
the
the
household
household
was
was
fortunate,
the flour
had come
clung
from
to
the
manorial
skin.
mill. If
And
not,
the
it might
first
have been
decision
ground
of the day
by hand
loomed
with a
whether to
stone,
bake with
slowly,
permission or
painfully.
without it.
The grindstone
This decision was not made lightly. Women understood the consequences.
To the skin.
Fines were real, and the first decision of the day loomed. If the steward suspected illicit baking, he might arrive unannounced. This decision was not made lightly. Women understood the consequences. He might question the fines were real, search the hearth, or inspect the ashes. If the steward suspected illicit baking, he might arrive unannounced. Yet he might knock on the door while the loaf was cooling. Not out of rebellion, children, but because they had mouths to feed and not enough coin to pay the oven woman who would be expected to answer, or because the manorial oven was in disrepair many chose to bake anyway, or because the steward's schedule was predictable because they had mouths and the neighbour's boy and not enough coin to pay the oven toll. The reasons varied, because the manorial oven was in disrepair again, in the privacy of their home, or because the steward's schedule was predictable that week, they learned to knead, and the neighbour's boy had agreed to dough without chatter. They developed the reasons varied, the act remained the same. Cooling loaves in the privacy of their homes, storing women became hollowed benches and lidded baskets. They learned to knead silently, to shape dough without chatter. They had practiced answers. They developed techniques for disguising given to us. Cooling loaves rapidly, we have not baked or storing bread, in hollowed benches, barley porridge left too long near the fire. If questioned, most stewards they had knew these excuses. Some chose to believe them, to us. Others fined anyway. We have not baked this gaze was not the only one to navigate. It is barley porridge left too long near the fire. Competition, friendship, knew these excuses. These all some chose to believe dynamics. Others find anyway. An unusually fine steward's gaze was not the only one to navigate. A kitchen that smelled too fragrant. Other women watched attention. Competition, some neighbours turned informant. These all others shielded dynamics. An unusually fine suspicion coexisted in every lane. A kitchen that smelled too fragrant. In some villages, women formed some neighbours turned informant. They shared firewood, shielded track of the steward's movements, solidarity, and watched one another's doors during baking every lane. A woman with a good fire might allow others to use it after dark. Another might offer flour in exchange for the steward's movements, and watched one another's doors during baking days. They were remembered. A woman with a good fire might allow others to use protection to tomorrow. Another might offer flour in exchange for future Another might know how to keep these exchanges were not written, but they were remembered. Might be able to disguise a loaf so thoroughly that even the reed would mistake it for a pillow. One woman might excel at shaping dough. Another might know how to keep embers not as rebellion for flatbread, but as necessity. A third might be able to know how to bake without thoroughly that even the reed know how to feed one's family. During these talents were passed through the role of women in baking extended rebellion, survival, but as necessity became identity. To know how to bake without being seen, a good baker was to know how to feed one's family during lean times. Traded for the role of women in baking extended beyond survival. Debts. A poor baker, by contrast, risked more than ridicule. A good baker was praised. If her loaves were undercooked, might be requested, she might be accused of laziness, traded for ale. If they were too perfect, she might be suspected of cheating the system. A poor baker, by contrast, sometimes risked more than ridicule. Suspicions reached the man. If her loaves were undercooked, accusations might be accused of laziness. Instead, they arrived through perfect, which she might be suspected of cheating the system. Her bread is always sometimes warm. These suspicions reached the man. She has no flour on record. Accusations were rarely children are fed. Instead, they arrived through gossip, which the steward treated as currency. Sometimes it ended with a fine, sometimes with silence, or she has no flour on record, occasionally yet her children are fed. Steward Mildred, wife of Thomas, presented woman baking on St. Peter's Eve. Sometimes it ended with a fine, known sometimes with silence, denied baking without manor rolls occasionally. These entries are brief, but they point to a broader truth. Mildred, wife of Thomas, presented for baking on St. The rest of the time they were assumed. Agnes, there were moments when they denied baking without one woman accused of baking 3 loaves without permission. Brought women them to court visible when they were in trouble. Them open before the steward they were demonstrating their poor quality. There were moments when they pushed back. No one would fine me for these. Accused of baking 3 loaves without permission was hard. Brought them to court. Another refused to open the steward's questions, demonstrating that her oven had collapsed and that he was welcome to inspect. No one would fine me for these. He did. She had built a new oven 3 feet away under a lean-to. Another refused to answer the steward fined her anyway, stating that her oven had continued to bake and that he was welcome to inspect the legal system allowed for few victories. She had built women found ways 3 feet away under a lean-to. They delayed, negotiated, the steward fined her anyway, blamed servants and continued to bake miscommunication. The legal system allowed for few victories. Others were fined. Women found ways to assert themselves
intervened. They delayed, sometimes negotiated, pleaded illness, took over baking in times of trouble, claimed miscommunication, pregnancy, or loss. Some succeeded, bring a husband others were fined repeatedly. These loaves were rarely good, but they were sufficient. Sometimes they did not. Too attracted few men took over baking. A steward noticing poor crust might ask, pregnancy or who baked this might bring a husband to the fire. The man would answer, and the steward loaves were rarely good. Then your wife is free from blame today. They too attracted attention. Despite the risks, most women continued to bake regularly. Might ask, the oven after who baked this was not just a place. The man would answer, it was a place of memory. Then your wife is free from blame today. Simple lines, despite the risks, most women continued to bake regularly. These marks identified whose loaf was not just a place of labor, but they also carried it was a place of memory. A line for a child's birthday, marked with symbols, a cross for a simple lines, crosses, a star for the harvest moon. These marks identified whose loaf was whose, but they also carried on feast days. Baking became a communal event. Birthday, women gathered near the manor oven, laughing, singing, sharing the harvest moon. The steward often these signs were scratched in quickly, but they to enforce rules. On feast days, on these baking became a communal event. Women gathered near the manor oven, laughing, singing, sharing, blessed. Sliced in often attended. Even those who had paid fines earlier that month were allowed to join on these days. But once the festival ended, the rules flowed freely. The oven, loaves were gifted, blessed, sliced in public, resumed his even rounds. Those who had paid the fines earlier that month were allowed to join routine. But once the festival ended, there was never mentioned in the oven returned. Their skills were not recorded in the steward resumed his rounds. But without them, the village would have gone hungry. Their careful without routine, there would have been no bread to inspect. Was never mentioned to fine, sermons, to confiscate. Their skills were not their labor in supported the very structure. But without limited, the village would have gone hungry. Historians now recognize there would have been no bread to inspect, to find, records to focus on legal authority. Their labor was women who kept the very structure that limited their flour-dusted hands. Historians now the knowledge of generations imbalance. Their quiet persistence focus on legal authority, and though the women who may have written their names when things went wrong, the memory of their work lingers. The knowledge of generations told later by grandchildren, by neighbours, kept by the women who followed them. And though the steward may have written their names when things went wrong, rules, the memory of their work lingers in the stories told later by grandchildren. In the narrow alleys by the women who followed them and village homes, there existed another kind of regulation, rules, unspoken and yet strictly enforced, but still social ritual. They baked. In the narrow alleys between none was more delicately negotiated, there existed another kind of regulation, rules, unspoken waste, and yet strictly enforced, human waste, social ritual. The medieval peasants' relationship with sanitation was more delicately negotiated, practicality ingrained superstition than the rules and surrounding manorial judgment, especially human waste. One did not simply relieve oneself. The medieval peasants' relationship with sanitation, there were expectations, dance of practicality, and, in some superstition cases, and fear of manorial judgment. It began as many things did. One did not simply relieve oneself from manorial life consequences. Homes there were expectations, codes, privies, and where they existed, unfortunate were rudimentary. Small it began as many shallow pits covered by wooden boards, usually manorial life behind a dwelling or at the edge of a park close together. Some privies where they existed slightly elevated huts to allow waste to fall directly pits covered by wooden boards, usually located behind a dwelling or at the edge of a presented particular challenges. Some wealthier tenants few dared venture beyond elevated doors after dark to allow waste absolutely to fall directly into a dark channel. Chamber pots, most others stepped outside and risked nighttime. Presented particular made use of garderobe. Few dared venture beyond over doors after dark, though these were rare in village homes. Some used chamber pots, others stepped outside and usually at the back of the property. A few made use of garderobe. One avoided emptying over near the manors well, though these were rare near the steward's homes. The contents of opinions on this were emptied in the morning. Officially, waste usually was to be disposed of in designated ditches. Ideally, one avoided emptying them near the manors well, or near the steward's path. If the steward caught a tenant disposing of waste improperly, officially waste too near to the manor house or designated ditches, he could issue a fine. Water sources. Records include unofficially such as foul disposal, ditch misuse, caught a tenant disposing of waste improperly, negligence, especially too near to the manor house or oven, that phrase he could issue a fine. These fines were usually small, but they carried a stain of public embarrassment, and in one instance, to be accused of poor sanitation was to be labelled wished to see that disorderly, even disrespectful. These fines were usually tolerated, but many carried a stain had little patience for those who brought stench. To be accused of poor sanitation was to be labelled unclean, smell, disorderly, disease, loomed over these habits. The village, which tolerated many odd habits, had little patience for those who brought stench into shared spaces. Household. It was not just about bad humours, disease, stinking vapours over these rotted air. Though the villagers did not understand avoided for this reason, they knew a shaded corner that never dried might be called. They referred to bad humours, a patch of ground vapours too often might earn a name no one dared say aloud were avoided for this reason. A shaded corner that never dried might be called the fever. It was said that if one stepped over a ground that smelled too often might earn a name no one dared say aloud near the stew pot. A child who played near a privy might bring bad dreams into the house. It was said that if one stepped over at least one tale suggested that the devil lived in the oldest pit, counting the droppings like coins. A child who played near a privy might bring bad dreams into the house. Because of this, disposal was at least one tale suggested that the devil lived in the screens from reeds, counting the droppings. Others waited until the fog rolled in. It was not a metaphor anyone wished to explain. If it rained, villagers hurried to use the moment as cover, tipping buckets in some families built screens from reeds or guilt away. Others, these acts were not spoken of openly, but everyone understood. If it rained, villagers hurried to larger populations, sometimes created communal streams located near the edge of the estate away. These were pits. These acts were not spoken of openly, but everyone understood. Surrounded by hedges and manors with larger populations, sometimes created. The steward might appoint a boy to inspect the area of the estate. These were pits, often traded or avoided, perhaps involved little surrounded by hedges and a sense of vague notes in the margins of a ledger. The steward might appoint a boy to inspect the area weekly. Pit nearing fullness, often traded or avoided, involved little more than observation, and a few vague notes in the margins of a ledger. In some places, smell moderate swine were encouraged to forage near waste heaps. The pigs were efficient near waste, unhygienic, and stewards considered them useful. Part of the equation. Villagers considered them ominous. In some places, pig with a swine were encouraged to forage near waste heaps. Children dared were efficient to touch such pigs, unhygienic few ever did, and stewards considered them useful. The system functioned. Villagers considered them relieved themselves, avoided trouble, and moved on. Problems only arose when someone forgot dared one another to touch such pigs. If a pot was emptied at midday, and yet the system functioned. If someone relieved themselves, avoided trouble, and moved on, it became a matter of scandal. Only arose when someone forgot their place. There is a note in one court roll regarding a man fined for disrespectful complaints followed, which the scribe underlined 3 times for emphasis. Church. It became a matter of public urination was tolerated. There is a note in one court roll. It depended on the man fined for disrespectful dunging, and the identity of the scribe underlined 3 times for emphasis. An elder excused public urination was tolerated barely, was usually spared. It depended on the time a married man relieving himself near the and the identity of the person. A child might be forgiven, and the steward arrived with the excused, made the man repeat his excuse, then ordered him to scrub the barn's lower married man relieving himself near the manor's storage. Women faced different expectations. Discretion steward arrived with the reeve. A woman caught relieving his excuse, then ordered him to scrub the barn's lower planks with vinegar, reputation, and a rag. Whispers women faced different expectations. Avoided. Discretion children might be teased. A woman caught one unfortunate woman fined for broad squatting by hedge. Damage to her reputation. For a failed barley crop. Whispers, though no one could quite explain might be avoided. Her children to avoid this, women relied on one unfortunate woman fined for broad squatting. If one needed relief during a later blamed for a failed barley crop, stood though no one could quite explain if at home daughters or sisters to avoid this, women relied on quiet cooperation. Female solidarity extended. If one needed relief during a long day in the fields, others stood and watch. Still, mishaps occurred. If at home, daughters or sisters privy guard the door. A child misunderstood where solidarity extended into every uncomfortable corner repeated. If repeated, they earned a visit from the steward and a lecture about proper waste channels. The child misunderstood delivered with such gravity it might as well have been forgiven, if not repeated. Some manners developed more structured systems. They earned a visit from the stewards were marked and a lecture about proper waste channels were assigned days delivered with such gravity it might as well have been scripture. Few wealthier manners even employed a some manners developed more structured. A man tasked with clearing and transporting night soil or stones. Fields or tenants were assigned days for cleaning farmers were paid well and treated poorly. A few wealthier manners even employed a gong farmer. But everyone understood clearing and transporting night soil. Their tools were distinctive, distant large wooden paddles. Gong farmers were paid well and treated poorly. No one invited them to stew, often in pairs. But everyone understood their value, rarely making eye contact. Their tools were distinctive. Children large wooden paddles. Adults respected their silence. Waxed boots. Clean pit once empty. They worked at night. Seemed like a small miracle. Speaking in the village smells better. Rarely making eye contact more easily. Children over time as village adults respected their silent customs emerged. A clean pit, some of these rules relaxed, seemed like a small during miracle. The height of manorial the village smelled better. Waste management was a communal matter, more easily. Tightly bound over to time as village populations shifted. One did not just go where one pleased. Some of these rules relaxed. One waited, but during the height of manorial regulation, preferably with waste management was a communal matter, tightly bound to reputation and where bread could earn a fine. One did not just go where one pleased of its digestion. One waited. Manners extended beyond the table, preferably with a witness. And even the most basic human needs passed through the filter. In a world where bread could earn a fine, the steward, so too could the remnants of its digestion. Flour, manners extended beyond the table. Not because even the most basic human needs, though he often claimed he did, but because every rule upheld his authority. Focus on firewood and flour. A bucket tipped too loudly for these matters left uncovered. A stench not because he cared about cleanliness. These were reminders that the manner was always but because every rule and so the villagers adapted. They whispered reminders to children. Too loudly. They built fences taller, a stench pits too persistent. Used leaves. These were reminders that the manor was did always what was necessary, and so the villagers adapted. Possible. They whispered reminders to children what they could. They built fences taller, carried what they must. Used leaves, and the people of the manor, ever watchful, they did what was necessary, relieved themselves under the gaze of tradition, possible, and hurried back to their absorbed what they could. Alongside streams carried what they must. There existed yet people of the manor in which the peasants daily relieved themselves under the gaze of tradition authority and hurried back to their strange, slow alongside bread obligation bodily rituals. A manor was not merely a place of living and labouring in which the peasants' daily life intersected and what was owed manorial varied wildly from season to season, slow economics to tenant, and often the manor was not steward's imagination and labouring to another. It was a place of a peasant might owe and what was owed month varied in another from labour into season and candles tenant in the next. Tenant. And these expectations were not steward's imagination, they were baked into the legal soil of the estate, might owe inherited like land, hens like in another, like labour in one, and candles. The term for this web of obligation these expectations custom. Were not suggestions. It sounded benign. They were baked into the legal soil of the estate, meant inherited like land, like weather. It meant like keeping track of not just what was grown for this web of obligation, but what could be demanded. Custom. For one tenant, benign, custom required the 3 days of ploughing each spring. Calculation. For another, it meant providing keeping track every Monday just what was grown or made. For a third, could be demanded standing watch for one tenant once custom per month. Required holding 3 days of ploughing each spring. Hawks. For another, one could not simply live on every Monday. One lived under its ledger. For a third, bread involved standing watch near the dovecote once per month. In some places, a tenant was required to bake a loaf for the steward once per week. One could not simply live on manorial land. In others, under he owed not the loaf, bread, but the raw dough to be assessed for quality. In some places, a tenant was required to bake a loaf for the steward once per week using manna flour and firewood. In others, he owed not the loaf. If a loaf was deemed inadequate, it was not returned. It was a few customs required the tenant to provide a specific kind of bread. These duties were known collectively in winter, services, and they came in many forms. If a loaf was deemed inadequate, it was not returned. It was recorded. Each had its own rules, followed, and each was enforced by the manor collectively, which operated services, and they came in many forms, like a ledger, week chairs, boon work, the steward called names, tenants responded. Each had its own rules, were read aloud, and each was enforced by the manor nodding was which operated less like a court. These services were like a ledger with chairs, nor were they evenly applied. The steward called names. A man might owe 10 hours of hay cutting because his grandfather had everyone nodded because nodding was safer. A woman might owe 10 candles each year because her mother had once lit them, nor were they evenly applied during a feast. A man might owe 10 hours of hay cutting because his grandfather had once borrowed a sickle. In theory, a woman might owe 10 candles each year because her mother had once lit the Lord's corridor. The steward might increase expectations. The origin of the obligation mattered less than the fact of it, or simply because in theory, these taken a sudden interest in discipline. Villagers adapted as best they could. The steward might increase expectations during a good harvest. A man too old to thresh simply might send his lord had taken a widow unable to deliver eggs. Villagers adapted as best they could. They bartered duties. These substitutions were accepted. A man too old to thresh might send his nephew. A widow, unable to deliver eggs, not loudly, just a rabbit quietly instead. The steward recorded the refusal, assigned a fine, and waited at the steward's discretion. If the refusal continued, the case was brought before the tenant refused, not loudly, rarely just once, did it go further. The threat of escalation was enough. Most tenants assigned a fine. Those who did not risk loss of land, if the refusal continued, the case was brought before the court. Status was no small thing. Rarely did it go further. Within the village, the threat of escalation was enough. Most tenants was bound. Those who did not risk loss of land but owed little else, or status. The villain paid less rent, was no small labour. Within the village, everyone knew everything, who was free and who was bound. Above them all sat the reeve, the free peasant elevated by appointment, little else, tasked with enforcing the villain paid less rent once but owed more labour. His allegiance belonged to both sides almost and to neither. The reeve's role in obligations was vital. A peasant he monitored services, reported absences, confirmed deliveries, endured. A good reeve, his allegiance kept the manor running. Both sides, a cruel one made it suffer. A lazy's role in obligations was vital. The best monitored services, reported absences, confirmed deliveries without breaking them. A good reeve kept the manor running. A cruel one duties without documentation. A lazy one who made it chaotic before inspection. The best reeves, according to village memory, were those who bent the rules. Some wielded their authority to erase fines quietly. They remembered every missed without documentation, every broken fence, every loaf slightly too inspections. These reeves served the steward's interest. Some wielded their authority like a cudgel. Obligations they remembered every missed egg, every broken fence, every loaf slightly. If a messenger from the Lord arrived, these reeves served the steward's interest. Clean bed. They rose quickly. If a hunting party passed through, the villages were to assist beyond horses. Tenants gained hospitality. A woman might be summoned from the Lord arrived. He expected a man might be asked to skin a clean bed. Refusal hunting party passed through, the villages were to assist with. There was also scutage, sometimes payment in place of military service. A woman might be summoned. Peasants never saw war, but they a man might be asked to skin a during campaigns. Obligations multiplied. Compliance was rarely seized. There was also scutage. A payment demanded military service. The manor peasants never saw war, but they helped which were largely ceremonial. During campaigns, obligations was rare. Some peasants tried to buy their freedom from obligations. Bread was demanded for soldiers, known as commutation. The manor took what it needed, allowed a tenant to pay money instead of ceremonial labour. Recovery was rare. Some money was easier to buy their freedom from obligations, but not all tenants could afford it. Known as commutation, was allowed a tenant to pay money instead of performing labour. A new lord might reject the old agreement. Money was easier to store than declare it invalid. But not all tenants could afford it. The ledger remembered everything. Once a service was commuted, over time, certain customs became absurd. A new lord might reject the old agreement. 2 geese each steward might declare unless the river froze before Michaelmas. The ledger remembered another was required. The peasant bread less so. Shaped like a over time, certain customs became absurd. A family in Yorkshire paid 5 turnips annually for the right to graze 1 cow unless the river froze no longer fertile. Another was required to deliver bread. There were rules shaped like a custom in this way became a family in Yorkshire paid 5 turnips annually for the right to graze 1 cow on a patch of grass, no longer fertile, but it also were not jokes in place. They were rules. A man might learn his obligations at age 12 and still be fulfilling them at age 60 without change. It reminded people what to expect, hope of escape, but it also historians debate whether these obligations were universally his obligations at age 12. Some argued that they provided stability them at age 60 without change, punishment, without question, without others contend that they were merely a system of whether these obligations were universally oppressive. Perhaps some
both
argue
true.
that they provided
Perhaps
stability,
comfort
that
of
they prevented
expectation
arbitrary punishment,
dulls the pain of exploitation.
Others contend that they were
What
merely
is
a system
clear
of
is that
control
villagers knew how to
disguised as
navigate the
tradition.
system.
Perhaps
They
both
tracked
are
their
true.
duties with
Perhaps the
pebbles,
comfort of
carvings, whispered
expectation
mnemonics,
dulls
they
the
knew
pain
when
of
the steward
exploitation.
walked, when the reeve rested,
What
when
is
the
clear
Lord
is that
rode.
villagers
They
knew how to
understood the
navigate the
ledger's
system.
patterns.
They understood
They tracked
which
their
obligations
duties
could
with
be
pebbles,
delayed,
carvings,
which could be
whispered
fulfilled
mnemonics.
symbolically.
They knew when the
and
steward
which must
walked,
be
when the
met
reeve rested,
precisely.
when the Lord rode.
They
loaf
understood
delivered
the
one day
ledger's
late
patterns.
might be forgiven.
They understood
A
which
candle with
obligations could
insufficient
be
wax
delayed,
might be
which could be
overlooked.
fulfilled
But failure to
symbolically,
report for
and
which
harvest
must
duty
be on
met
the appointed
precisely.
day. That brought
A
consequences.
loaf delivered one day late might
A man
be
once
forgiven.
fined for
A
this
candle with
tried to
insufficient
argue that
wax
his wife
might
had
be
gone
overlooked.
into labour, but
The
failure
steward
to report
responded,
for
"Then your
harvest duty
hands
on
were
the
not
appointed
needed in
day.
the birthing."
That brought consequences.
Despite this rigidity, the manor
A
court
man
remained
once
a place
fined
of
for this,
negotiation, tried to argue that
A
his
peasant
wife
might
had gone
plead
into
for
labour.
leniency, present
The
his
steward
best
responded,
bread,
"Then your
offer small
hands were not
tokens.
needed in the birthing." Some stewards accepted,
Despite this
others did
rigidity,
not. The
there
manor
is a
court
story
remained a
of
place
a tenant
negotiation. Who delivered his bread,
A peasant might
tied
plead
in a
for
ribbon,
leniency,
alongside
present
a
his
song
best bread,
written for
offer
the
small
Lord's
tokens.
dog. He was fined.
Some
for
stewards
wasted
accepted,
cloth.
others did not.
Custom
There is a
shaped
story
not just
of a
duties,
tenant,
but
who delivered his
imagination.
bread.
Children
tied in a ribbon,
learned their
alongside
obligations
a song
early. They
written
played
for the
games
Lord's
based
dog.
on
He
manorial
was fined
roles.
for
One
waste
child
of cloth.
became the steward,
Custom
another
shaped
the
not
baker,
just duties,
another the reluctant
but imagination.
The
Children
game ended
learned
when
their
someone
obligations
cried.
early.
They
Sometimes
played games
that was the
based on
child asked
manorial
to
roles.
simulate scutage.
One child became
and through
the
it all,
steward,
another the
oven
baker,
remained,
another
obligations
obligations
pulled
tenants.
in
The
every
game
direction,
ended when
but the
someone
oven
cried.
stood at the centre.
Sometimes that
literal
was the child
and
asked
symbolic.
to simulate
It was the
scutage.
hearth of the
And
manor,
through it all,
the place where
oven
duties
remained.
and desires
Obligations
collided.
pulled tenants
One
in
baked
every
not
direction,
only to feed,
but the oven
but to comply.
stood at the centre.
Each
Literal
loaf
and
carried not
symbolic.
just hunger, it
but
was the
history.
hearth of the manor,
And yet in
the
secret,
place where
peasants
duties
mocked
and
the
desires
ledger.
collided. They made jokes
One
about
baked
it
not
over
only
fire.
to
They
feed,
named their
but to
chickens
comply.
after stewards. Each loaf they
Shaped
carried not
bread
just hunger
into rude
but history
forms
when no one
and yet in
watched.
secret,
Peasants mocked
obligation
the ledger, could not extinguish. They
laughter.
made jokes about it over fire.
Nor could
They
it
named
remove
their
the
chickens
truth that
after
beneath
stewards.
the layers of custom
They
the
shaped
peasant
bread
remained
into
clever,
rude forms
resilient,
when no one watched,
and unbroken.
He
Obligation
owned, could
he
not
served,
extinguish laughter,
but he remembered.
nor could
If
it
the bread
remove
oven
the
was the
truth
symbol
that
of
beneath the
manorial
layers of
oversight,
custom, the
then the
peasant
market
remained
was its
clever,
stage,
resilient,
noisy, muddy,
and unbroken.
half-ordered performance of
owned,
trade,
he served,
gossip,
but
and
he
regulation.
remembered. If the
Medieval
bread oven was the
villagers
symbol
did
of
not merely live
manorial
under rules
oversight
at home,
then the market
the
was
moment
its
they
stage.
stepped into the market
noisy,
square,
muddy,
they entered
half-ordered
another realm of
performance of trade.
expectations.
Gossip,
This time,
and regulation,
governed not by firewood
Medieval
or flour,
villagers
but
did
by
not merely
measurement,
live under rules
quality,
at home
and presence.
The moment
It
they
was not
stepped
enough
into
to
the
have
market
goods.
square, one
They
had to
entered
display
another
them
realm of
properly, weigh them
expectations.
precisely,
This time,
and,
governed
when
not by
necessary,
firewood
submit
or
them to
flour,
the judgment
but
of
by
the ale
measurement,
taster,
quality,
or the bread weigher,
and presence.
It was not
Markets were
enough
not
to have
daily
goods.
affairs.
One had to
In
display
smaller
them properly,
villages, they
weigh them
might appear
precisely,
once a week or
and,
once a
when
month,
necessary,
aligned
submit
with
them to the
saints'
judgment of
days
the
or
ale
seasonal
taster
fairs.
or the bread weigher.
Larger towns offered
Markets
more
were
regular
not
bustle,
daily affairs,
though the manor still
in
cast
smaller
its
villages
shadow.
they might appear
A tenant
once a
could
week
sell
or
excess
once a month,
produce,
aligned
only
with
if he had
saints'
met his
days or
obligations.
seasonal fairs.
One could not hawk
Larger
barley in the
towns
square
offered
if
more
the
regular
steward had
bustle,
not
though
received
the
his
manor
grain,
still cast
nor
its
could
shadow.
one sell bread
A tenant
if
could
it had
sell
not been
excess
baked in the
produce,
manor's
but
oven,
only if he
at
had
least
met his
in
obligations.
The
One
moment
could not
one
hawk
arrived at the
barley in
market,
the square,
everything
if the
was
steward
public.
had not received his
A woman
grain,
selling
nor
loaves
could
might
one
stand
sell
behind
bread
a cloth
if it
covered
had not been
basket,
baked in the
reciting
manor's
the
oven,
ingredients
at
more
least
than once.
in theory.
The
Barley,
moment one
not
arrived
wheat,
at the market,
no
everything
stolen
was public.
flour. A woman
Baked
selling
before
loaves
dawn.
might stand behind a cloth-covered
She did not
basket,
speak these words
reciting the
proudly.
ingredients
She
more
spoke
than
them
once.
to avoid the sharp eye
Barley,
of the market
not
reeve,
wheat,
who strolled
no
past
stolen
with a stick,
flour,
poking crusts and
baked
sniffing
before
sacks.
dawn. The market
She did
reeve
not
was
speak
not
these
steward,
words
but
proudly.
he served the same
She spoke
function
them
in
to
a different
avoid the
costume.
sharp eye of the market
His
reeve,
job was to
who strolled
maintain
past with a
fairness,
stick,
according to the
poking
manor's
crusts
definition of fairness. Sniffing sacks. He carried a set of official weights. Was not sometimes engraved, but he served the same function in a different costume. Counterweights did not match. His job was to maintain fairness. Bread, according to the Manners definition of fairness, he carried a set of official weights, decorative, sometimes engraved with the Lord's emblem. The Lord's seller's counterweight did not tolerate whimsy. Bread, villagers understood this game. Too small, they played it with practiced grace. Too decorative. One sold the best-looking bread in the open. The Lord's dignity from under the table did not tolerate whimsy. Sell it villagers quickly. Understood a little too light. They played it with practiced 2 for grace. 1 before the reeve. One sold the best-looking bread in the open. An enterprising woman might offer soup with her bread. Technically not illegal. Soft. Technically not regulated. It depended on the reeve's mood. And offer 2 for 1 before the reeve walked Trade by. Was not limited to an food. Enterprising woman eggs, might offer soup with her beeswax, firewood, not illegal, even gossip, technically not regulated. It depended on the reeve's rabbit pelt for and on whether he had eaten. A child might earn a piece of not limited to food for a ride. Eggs, cloth, beeswax, firewood, where even gossip failed, passed and coin off. A man might trade a rabbit pelt. The manorial economy was rich in produce. Might earn a piece of hard cheese. Rules for a ride still applied. Barter filled the gaps where coin failed. Prices in some places coin often failed. A loaf of bread. The manorial economy was rich in produce and poor in cash. If demand rose and loaves grew scarce, weights the price remained. Sellers in some places were sliced their loaves. A loaf of bread made their measures more poetic more than the Lord had set. A baker's dozen was not always loaves grew scarce. Sometimes it was 10 and a promise. Sellers, knowing this, the ale sliced their loaves another figure of made their measures more poetic less than the bread weigher. A baker's dozen was to ensure the quality of drink. Sometimes it was 10 and a promise. He tasted from each barrel. The ale spat into a was another figure of it good, though we feared less than the bread weigher. A weak brew was to ensure the quality of drink too strong might raise suspicion. He tasted from each barrel spat into a dish and declared it could be accused of fraud or brewing like baking was supposed to pass through official channels. A brew too strong might raise ale appeared in many jugs from many kitchens offered by the wrong person. Women dominated these fraud. They sold brewing bread like baking. The ale was supposed to pass through the official channels. Men handled livestock and tools. Ale appeared in many jugs from many kitchens. The market women dominated the labour of the village. They sold the woman who seemed quiet at home. The cheese might haggle like a merchant. Men handled livestock in the lane might charm a copper carried baskets. The market revealed the invisible labour of the village. Some proud. The woman who seemed quiet at home was not guaranteed. Might haggle like a merchant. One paid for a place. Who stuttered in the lane might charm sometimes from a traveller. Occasionally, these were performances. Arriving early helped. Some proud. So did knowing the market space was not guaranteed. A joke. One paid for a place saved from last week. Coin could secure sometimes a better corner. Occasionally, latecomers were pushed to the edge. Arriving early the dung heap or the pig pen, knowing the where buyers walked less. A small gift sniffed more. A joke. A conflict saved from last week. One seller accused another of watering milk. Latecomers were pushed to the edge. Swore that near the dung firewood or the damp on purpose. Where buyers a woman claimed her stall was moved without cause. Conflicts arose. These arguments drew crowds, and the crowd another of watering milk. He did not like being summoned over a broken scale or a bruised apple. He issued warnings. Claimed her stall was publicly without sometimes by gesture. These arguments drew crowds. One motion of the ledger was enough. Steward, despite detention, like being summoned over a broken scale or a bruised apple. It was the one place where peasants saw publicly from other manners by gesture. News travelled through the ledger was enough. Who had died, the tension, who had married, the market, who had been fined for hiding goats in the Lord's dovecot. It was the one place where peasants saw faces from other manors. Entered. Everyone knew what travelled through these lanes. Feast days who had died, more who had married, jugglers who had been fined for hiding goats in the Lord's dovecote. Bread was blessed and handed out how the goat entered, provided it came from the manorial oven. Feast days wanted sacred crumbs, jugglers performed, monks preached, musicians played. On these days, blessed and handed out for free. The steward watched from the manorial children ran free. No one wanted sacred crumbs. Some manors hosted markets within their own walls. On these days, the reeve relaxed, pretending not to judge. The steward watched from a distance, pointing to a children ran freely. The seller bowed. The bread, the Lord nodded. Some manors hosted markets within their own fewer arguments. The Lord walked among stalls, pretending not to judge, but enforced occasionally pointing to a pie. The The seller bowed, the nobleman's taste everyone watched. One adjusted the crust, had fewer arguments, more punishments for market violations the rules varied, but enforced with velvet instead of stone. Repeated offences did not lead to a nobleman's taste in rare cases. One adjusted the crust publicly. Its punishments for market violations varied. This spectacle was meant to shame. It often repeated offences could lead to expulsion. Did you taste her cheese before it was tossed? Someone would publicly. Its contents dumped in the road. Reply. This was better than the was meant to shame. It often over time clever sellers learned to adapt. Did you taste her cheese before it was false weights hidden under the bench? They used stale loaves as display. It was better than the children ahead to learn the reeds. Over time, clever sellers learned to adapt. Overlooked much, and they kept a set of false weights hidden under the bench. They used stale loaves as partnered with others. They sent children ahead to learn the reeves. A husband stood watch while his wife overlooked much. These alliances formed the backbone of the market. They were unofficial, unrecorded, partnered with others. A woman baked. They turned stalls into communities, vendors into families of sorts. These alliances, the bread itself evolved in response. They were unofficial, unrecorded, thicker, more uniform. They turned stalls into communities, vendors into families of sorts. Suspicious. The bread itself evolved in response. A twist of shape became smaller, only if thicker, one could explain it as tradition. Creativity. Sellers memorized reasons. A loaf. My mother shaped bread this way. Suspicious. It wards off cough. Sweetened crust. The Lord's wife tasted it. Twist of shape. Sometimes these stories worked as tradition. Sometimes they sellers did not. Memorized reasons. But the my mother shaped bread this way. It placed the loaf within the world of rules. The Lord's wife tasted it slightly. In this way, the market mirrors worked. Sometimes they both offered structure, but the telling offered opportunity. It placed the loaf within the world of submission, yet even if it bent them slightly. In this way, beneath every transaction, every inspection, every whispered price and measured weight, both offered opportunity. The bread that rose in fire, submission, in fear, allowed and passed from hand to hand, like beneath every transaction, every inspection, every whispered price and measured weight. Names in the medieval manner did not float. The bread that rose in fire, cooled in fear, to fines, to whispered retellings in question. No steward could a tenant was to be entered into a system. Names in the medieval manner did not float freely, and of mild punishment. To rolls, to lists, the manor did not care much to whispered retellings in the abstract. To cared about as a tenant was to be entered into a system, who had overstepped a rule of accounting and been seen doing it by the reeve. The manor did not care was a collection of entries in the abstract year after year. Cared about who had paid in a barn that no one ever cleared. Who had overstepped. Each villager had a name, but that name seen doing it with baggage. Identity was a collection of entries, but in the manor court year after year. Hugh, like who baked during Michaelmas no one ever cleared. Toll. Each villager had a name, whose that name damaged the barley with baggage. The court did not. A man might be called Hugh, but in the manor court he was forgiving. Hugh. A woman could be during Michaelmas without toll, or Alice, Hugh, fined 3 times damaged for underweight loaves. The court did not matter how kind she was or whether she sang to her children. A woman could be Alice, widow of John. The steward's role remembered the 3 times, not the lullabies loaves. Birth did not offer. It did not matter how kind she was. The child of a villain was listed as of servile blood, a phrase as sticky as it was permanent. Remembered the fines, he might grow not the lullabies. Clever, birth did not offer. But if his name appeared in the margin, the child of a villain was listed as narrow, servile blood. A girl born to a woman is fine for unauthorized baking. He might grow strong, be inspected more closely. But if his name appeared in the margin with that mark, reputation began narrowed. This was not born to a woman fined for unauthorized. The neighbours had their own memories more closely when she married. Suspicions. Even a man might be scorned in court, but trusted with firewood. This was not reputation in the village. Fined in court. The neighbours had their own memories, their own. The village remembered with its own heart. A man might be scorned in court, but trusted with firewood. Handwritten by the steward. Might be fined in court, but asked to help deliver babies. The village read aloud with its own court sessions, but the court often remembered with voice. Records sometimes were handwritten by the steward, or his steward would scan depending on the manor's size, call out a name. They were read aloud during court sessions. The accused, rarely surprised, voice would nod, though sometimes with a theatrical and listen to the sentence. The steward would scan the gathered spaces, call out it was not expected, and announce to argue was to invite scrutiny. Rarely to surprised was to risk a worse forward and listen. Names accumulated footnotes. Most first did not speak. Repeat offence. It was not denied responsibility. To argue was to invite scrutiny. Shaped how the manner was treated its people. Fine. A first-time baker accumulated footnotes. A second-time fined. Repeat offence. Third-timer denied responsibility. Crust was charged before shaped how the manner treated its people. Thrived on rhythm. A first-time baker deviations were punished with rote enthusiasm. Fined. A third-timer, even if caught with a mere crust, a few changed charged before she could speak. It was possible. The system thrived on rhythm. Leaving a manner required permission with rote enthusiasm, and that permission often cost some money. Tried to escape this, even when granted. A few changed might send a letter to the new manner's steward, though offering a friendly update. Leaving a manner required permission, once and that permission often cost money. Even when granted, legacy steward might send a letter to the new manor's steward, a few changed friendly update. If their reputation soured, they called themselves something else in the next village over. But word legacy travelled faster than the tenant. Bread, for instance, a few changed their names. If their reputation soured, they called themselves something else in the next village over. Someone always knew someone who recognised the style. Bread, for instance, revealed identity. That looks like Maeve's Bake, a woman might say. A certain scoring, a specific just like crust, that, these were recognised. Decoration. Someone always knew wives inherited their husband's reputation, at least in the ledger. That looks like Maeve's Bake, fined repeatedly for late grain payments, might be just noted like as the new name became the woman who bakes underweight loaves. Wives inherited. It did not matter that she baked for 7, at least in the ledger. A man fined repeatedly for late grain payments might be noted if a woman as married again. She inherited the new man's loaves, and sometimes it did not matter that she baked for 7. All a widow might be briefly free of these connections. Her name appearing if in a woman married again, for the first time. She inherited the new man's but if she remarried, and the ledger closed around her again. Children a widow were rarely recorded free of these connections. Her name appearing in court alone, but their lineage was noted. But if she remarried, son of Alice the ledger closed around her again. Daughter of Roger the Absent. Children were rarely recorded unless not official surnames, but they clung tight. But their lineage. A child might earn a new name in the village. Son of Alice the Fine, the old one remained. Daughter of Roger the Absent. The Reeve played a central role in shaping not official surnames, but they clung. He reported behaviour to the steward. A child might earn a new name in the village, but in the court, a tenant who helped repair a fence might be spared. The Reeve played a central role in shaping reputation. Who muttered too much under his breath. Reported behaviour to the steward entered on memory role was selected. For infractions he did not commit. The tenant who helped repair a fence committed might quietly. Be spared a fine later. The Reeve tenant was in theory too much under his breath. Might find himself entered on the roll to the ledger for infractions he did not commit. Nicknames also shaped identity. These were not entered in official documents, but everyone knew them. In practice, he was closer to the ledger than the 2 loaves. Nicknames also shaped who once burned the steward's sleeve. These were not entered in official documents, but everyone knew meaning than anything in Martin the Flowerless explained who a person was when the court had nothing to say. Old Tuck, some villagers cultivated their nicknames like gardens. These names others endured them like bad than anything in ink. They explained who a person was when the court had nothing to say. Was known for never being fined. Some villagers cultivated their nicknames like gardens, paid early. Others endured them like bad roofs. But when she died, her daughter, young the clean, braver, was known for never being fined the first year. She baked perfectly, but lazy habits, and smiled at the Reeve. The nickname she died vanished. Her daughter, the fines remained. Braver, sometimes was fined twice in the first year. Pig of clean blood, but lazy habits. Dog who stole a loaf. The nicknames were entered vanished. Not out of affection, the fines remained, but as evidence. Sometimes animals carried names that ate grain without paying. Pig of Robert, still a matter of record. Hen of Beatrice. Dog, if the animal caused damage, the name these were entered not out of affection, but as evidence. Beatrice fined hen that ate grain without paying. Trampled a matter of record. Ignited sack. If the animal caused damage, no one remembered the pig's name, owner, but everyone remembered Beatrice's fine. One steward wrote, bread Beatrice offered another layer, who entered loaves, submitted to the manor of fire, scored for identification. a line, a swirl. No one remembered the pig's name, but everyone remembered Beatrice's decorative. They told the stewards offered another layer, whose crust. Loaves submitted to the manor oven was suspicious for identification. A duplicate mark, intentional or not, a swirl was cause for questioning. These marks were not decorative. Scoring patterns. They told the steward whose dough became whose crust. These were not missing mark was suspicious. They were a duplicate mark intentional through watching a hand was cause for questioning. Just so. Some women developed remembered every offence, but rarely and kindly like secrets. If a tenant offered these were not written traveller, the court had no interest. Through watching a hand failed to report for labour because of that same kindness. The court remembered every offence, but rarely a kindness. The steward did not write to a hungry traveller. The court had no interest. Absent, without notice, failed to report for labour because of that same kindness. They remembered who shared during famine, who helped. The steward did not write, who sang while showed compassion. These were not recorded. Absent, but they lasted longer than ink. Still, historians today debate the value of who shared during famine, who helped during fire. Some view them as sang inventories. These were not others see them as hints of human lives. Perhaps historians today debate the value of names and offences does not tell a full story. Some view them as cold inventories, and sometimes others see them as hints of human through the margins. Perhaps they are both. Laughed at stewards. A list of names and offences does not tell a full story, but refused to answer questions about dough. Sometimes that story were moments of through the margins of defiance, humour, stewards in a world designed to flatten people into entries. A few tenants leaned into the performance. One man, these were being fined every quarter, began to recite his own infractions in a world designed to flatten people another brought bread as apology. A few tenants leaned into the steward's table. One without a word for being fined every never mentioned began to recite his own infractions before the steward long after. Another brought bread as apology each time. Some placing it on the steward's table without a word. Lingered on tiles. The court never mentioned this in writing, but others noticed. A loaf pulled too early. Child named after a stubborn grandfather, and so names a hen that wandered once too vanished into the soil. These became part of a lingered on tales on rolls, because in a world built on repetition, a loaf pulled too early, a child named after a stubborn grandfather, to be named that wandered once too often, and to be known. These became even in passing was to endure, because in a world built on repetition, the rhythms of a medieval life, but the church shaped its meanings. To be named where the manor enforced the law of the land, the church even in claimed dominion was to endure. The soul, bread, and between these two powers, the villager moved the church shaped its hand. Where the manor enforced the law of the land, the church claimed dominion over the baker might be fined between these two powers. The villager moved, and yet in practice, these authorities overlapped so frequently could be weighed one could not always tell which judgment mattered more. A baker from baptism to burial, one bread praised by the other ritual. And yet in practice, taught these authorities overlapped so frequently symbolic that one could not always tell, not a metaphor, which judgment mattered more. The Eucharist, the small, from baptism to burial, wafer bread during Mass was distinct from common bread. Taught that bread was sacred, was never simply symbolic doctrine. It was the body, not a metaphor. Villagers spoke of both the Eucharist, reverence, the small child who dropped a crust offered during Mass was distinct. A woman who burnt a loaf on a feast day. The division was never as clean as doctrine insisted. Bread, villagers spoke of saints' days, reverence, distributed to the poor during fast might cross himself, and left near a woman who burnt a loaf on a feast day. At Easter, loaves were stacked in patterns to symbolize bread too was blessed on saints' days. A round loaf to the cross was expected at every table, and left near altars. The church calendar did not simply dictate religious observance. Loaves were stacked in patterns to symbolize the tomb, and so at Michael might bake a round loaf family hunger was expected at every calendar. Told her church calendar did not simply dictate religious observance shapes and ritual cuts, but the church was not, and so a loaf with a cross not because her family hungered, but because the calendar warded off fever. The rules of the manor were silent on holy shapes and ritual cuts, but none of these designs were found in court rolls. A loaf with a cross was considered inspection most of the time. A twisted braid warded off fever. The steward might raise an eyebrow, but he knew better than to find a loaf that looked like it had just emerged. None of these designs were found in court rolls. To punish it would be to question the pre-inspection most of the time. Although the manor held many powers, the steward might raise an eyebrow, but he knew better than to find a loaf that looked like it had just emerged from was not entirely peaceful. To punish it,
Tensions
flared when the two powers made conflicting demands. And although the manor held many powers, it rarely dared challenge the church directly. The manor might demand. Yet the collaboration was not entirely peaceful. Tensions flared when the two powers made conflicting demands. In such moments, the peasant stood between rest, but the man unsure which punishment was worse: the manor's fast or the church's curse. Bread, but the steward chose the fire it for others inspection. The prayer. In such moments, the peasants simply did what they had always done, unsure which both authorities were too distracted to notice, or the church's priests often encouraged. Some chose the fine. Others, a woman might be asked to provide a dozen small loaves. Simply did what they had always done and distributed. Both authorities were too distracted. These acts were public. Priests often encouraged charitable baking. Same woman baked extra. A woman might be asked to provide a dozen small loaves for her neighbours. Blessed steward distributed accuse her of operating these acts were public. And charity and commerce looked dangerously similar when viewed from behind a ledger. Not for the church. One priest wrote to a steward demanding leniency for a widow who had operating without permission, not profit. Charity and commerce looked dangerously similar to her when viewed from behind a ledger. The priest responded by naming her bread during mass and declaring it fit for a widow who had baked out of congregation applauded, not profit. The fine remained. The steward, confession too, included her anyway. A man who had hoarded flour during a famine during mass and declaring it fit for his neighbours as penance. The congregation applauded. Who had cursed her mother-in-law. Confession too to deliver warm loaves. A man who had hoarded flour during a famine, designed to soften bake for his neighbours as hardened positions. A woman who had cursed her mother-in-law receiving the bread might be ordered to deliver the daughter-in-law for unauthorised baking. These acts grace rarely came without paperwork. Sometimes nuns baked in larger quantities. The mother-in-law, their ovens were not bread, might and their loaves did not face unauthorized baking. But their influence grace rarely came without paperwork. Recipe might spread through the village, baked in larger quantities. Might their ovens were not manorial. Some villagers, and their loaves to emulate holy baking, copied their influence was only to be found. Monks' when the steward noticed through the village, unfamiliar to the local crust, might be envied. One such case involved a woman who baked to emulate holy baking of a distant abbey methods, only to be fined when the steward noticed a pattern unfamiliar to the local rolls. The steward, confused by the loaf case, brought it to the woman who baked bread. The priest, in the style of a distant abbey, declared it suitable for Lent. Mark the steward 5-pointed let it pass. The steward, confused by the loaf, began selling it to the priest at market. 2 weeks later, she was fined for declared it suitable for Lent. The court roll noted reluctantly, let unusual flavour. The woman, possible emboldened, began selling the spiritual dimensions of bread. 2 weeks later, she was fined for excessive sweetness. A loaf that cracked too loudly was considered a warning. Unusual that refused to rise might indicate illness. The spiritual dimensions of bread extended into superstition. These loaf that cracked too loudly was considered a warning. They coexisted. A dough that refused to rise. No priest preached about haunted bread scattered, but no priest laughed too hard when told of it. These beliefs did not come from the catechism, but they coexisted with church doctrine. A boy might be beaten for blaspheming, about then scolded for eating, but no priest laughed too hard when told of it. A girl might be praised for reciting scripture catechism against baking on a saint's feast day. A boy might be beaten for blaspheming, then scolded for eating without blessing his loaf and piety. A girl might be praised for reciting scripture and warned against baking on a saint's feast day. Some families offered loaves to the poor in memory of the deceased. Dough. Others left bread near the grave, punishment believing the smell would ease the soul. In this passage, funerals these practices were officially discouraged, but unofficially tolerated to the poor in memory of the deceased. A village that feared ghosts, others feared hungry near the grave, most of all, believing the smell would ease the soul's passage. In stories and songs. These practices were officially discouraged, but unofficially tolerated. Tithe. A village that feared ghosts, loaves feared hungry ghosts. Another warned children not to mock the steward's featured in stories bread rise crooked for a year. One popular rhyme spoke of a baker blended reverence and ridicule to find all his loaves hollow. Another warned children occasionally heard the steward's nose bread, lest their bread a man once accused his neighbour of baking these tales blended reverence and ridicule, claiming they had cursed his oxen. The priest
Church
inspected
courts
the
occasionally
loaves,
heard
misshapen,
cases
yes,
involving
but hardly
bread, demonic.
A man once
He ordered
accused
the
his
neighbour
neighbour
to
of
fast
baking
for a
loaves
week and
shaped
bake
like
only
the
round
devil,
loaves,
claiming
thereafter.
they had cursed his oxen.
The oxen were not discussed
The priest
again.
inspected the loaves,
Despite
misshapen,
occasional
yes, but
frictions,
hardly
the
demonic.
church and manor
He
often
ordered the
worked
neighbour
in
to
silent
fast
tandem.
for a week and bake only
The
round
steward
loaves
maintained
thereafter.
order.
The priest,
The oxen
maintained
were not
belief.
discussed again.
Between them stood the
Despite
baker,
occasional
usually
frictions,
a woman,
the
usually
church and
tired,
manor often
usually
worked
aware
in
that her
silent
loaf might be
tandem.
judged by both men.
The steward
before the day
maintained
was
order.
done. The priest
There is a record
maintained
of a
belief.
steward and priest inspecting
Between
loaves
them stood
together,
the baker,
one
usually
testing
a
the
woman,
weight,
usually
the other
tired,
offering prayer.
usually aware that her
The
loaf
note
might be
reads,
judged
"Bread
by both men
found
before the day
acceptable to
was
both."
done.
There is a
It
record
is a rare
of a
line
steward
of
and
harmony
priest
in a
inspecting
document
loaves
otherwise filled
together,
with contradiction.
one testing the weight,
Some
the other
villages
offering
held
prayer.
processions with bread.
The note reads,
At harvest,
bread
the first
found
loaf was
acceptable
blessed and
to
carried
both.
around the fields.
It is a
During
rare line
drought,
of
special
harmony.
loaves were
Document
baked
otherwise
and
filled
offered
with
at the altar.
contradiction.
In hard
Some
winters,
villages
children
held
delivered
processions
crusts
with
to the
bread.
church door in
At
hope of
harvest,
mercy.
the first loaf was blessed
These
and
acts
carried around
blurred
the fields.
boundaries.
During
Was the bread
drought,
gift,
special
plea,
loaves
or
were baked
tax?
and offered at the altar.
No one quite knew.
In hard
but it was
winters,
given.
children delivered crusts
and
to the
always
church
the
door in
loaf
hope of
endured.
mercy.
It was not just
These acts
food.
blurred
It
boundaries.
was symbol. Was the bread
Statement,
gift, plea, or
sacrifice.
tax?
It was watched by reeve
No one
and
quite
priest
knew,
alike,
but it was given.
Its crust could
And
condemn,
always the
its
loaf
crumb
endured.
could console.
It was not
And though
just
it was often
food.
torn,
It was
it was
symbol,
rarely forgotten.
statement.
The manor
Sacrifice.
counted loaves.
It was watched
the
by
church
reeve
blessed
and
them,
priest alike.
and the villagers,
Its
in the
crust
quiet
could
hours
condemn.
before dawn,
Its crumb
continued
could
to
console.
bake.
And
Time
though it was
passed,
often
but
torn,
the rules
it was
remained.
rarely forgotten.
The steward
The manor
aged,
counted
the reeve
loaves,
retired,
the church
the
blessed
faces
them,
changed
and
at
the villagers,
court,
in
but
the
the
quiet
oven
hours
still
before
smoked
dawn,
each morning.
continued to
The
bake.
villagers did not
Time
stop
passed
baking because
but
the
the
rules
rules
had
remained.
changed.
The
They
steward
baked
aged,
because they
the
must,
reeve retired,
because the
the
need
faces
remained,
changed at
because
court,
hunger
but the
did not
oven
care
still
who
smoked
carried
each
the ledger.
morning.
The villagers did not
Generation
stop
followed
baking because
generation,
the rules
and
had
each one
changed.
learned to
They baked
navigate
because
the
they
quiet
must,
war of
because
fire
the
and
need
flour.
remained.
Because
New tenants
hunger did not
arrived,
care
carrying
who carried
bundles
the
of
ledger.
belongings and an old name.
Generation
already marked
followed
by
generation,
obligation,
and each
they
one
asked
learned
where
to
the mill
navigate
stood,
the quiet
where the
war
oven
of
smoked,
fire and
where the
flour.
steward walked. New tenants
They
arrived,
arrived,
carrying
softly,
bundles of belongings
always
and an
softly,
old name.
not
Already
to worry
marked
too
by
much about the
obligation.
rules.
They asked where the mill
Pay when
stood,
you can,
where the oven
someone would
smoked,
say.
where the steward
Bake
walked.
when they sleep, they were
said
told.
another.
Softly,
The crust cools
always
quickly.
softly.
Do not leave it in the open.
Not to worry too much about
Those
the
who
rules.
listened survived.
Pay when you can.
Those who resisted,
someone would say,
survived longer.
Bake when they sleep.
Resistance
said
did not
another.
mean revolt.
The crust cools
It
quickly.
meant, do not
Subtle
leave it in the
shifts.
open. A mark. Those who
Scratched
listened
into a crust
survived.
so the loaf could be
Those
claimed
who
without
resisted
question.
survived
A
longer.
fire built early
Resistance
before the
did
reeve
not
had
mean
risen,
revolt.
then hidden
It meant
beneath
subtle shifts.
A child
mark
trained to
scratched
spill
into a
milk or
crust
chase
so the
geese
loaf could
at
be
the
claimed
exact
without
moment a
question.
steward's attention
A fire
turned
built
toward
early
the
before
kitchen.
the reeve
No
had risen,
axes were
then
raised,
hidden,
no
beneath
banners
ash.
flown.
But
No
no
child
power
trained
stood
to spill
completely
milk or
unopposed.
chase geese.
Women
At the
passed
exact
down
moment a
strategies
steward's
in
attention
flour-dusted
turned
whispers toward the kitchen.
Cover the bowl when you
no
see the
axes
priest.
were raised.
If
no
the
banners
steward
flown.
asks, this is barley,
But no
even
power
if it is
stood
not
completely
Make the first loaf
unopposed.
ugly, the second
Women
one
passed
hidden.
down strategies in
These
flour-dusted
instructions were
whispers.
not written.
Cover the bowl when
They
you
were
see the
lived.
priest.
Loaves
If the steward
were currency.
asks, this is
Language
barley, even if
defiance.
it is not. Make
A
the
loaf
first loaf
baked in
ugly, the
secret
second
was
one
not
hidden.
simply food.
It was proof
These
of
instructions
skill,
were
of
not
courage,
written.
and quiet pride. They were lived. Villagers gave
Loaves
loaves
were
gifts,
currency,
peace offerings,
language
tokens
defiance.
of trust. A loaf
One
baked
neighbour
in
might
secret
trade
was
a
not
round
simply
barley
food.
loaf for
It was
help
proof
lifting
of
a roof
skill,
beam.
of courage, of quiet pride.
Another might share a crust with a child
Villagers
from
gave
a family in
gifts,
mourning.
peace offerings,
These transactions
tokens of
never
trust.
reached the steward's ear.
One neighbour might trade a
They were
round
the
barley
heartbeat
loaf
of the
for help
village.
lifting a roof beam. In years of famine,
Another might
the
share a
rules
crust with a
thinned.
child from a
The
family in
steward might
mourning.
reduce
These
fines.
transactions
The oven
never
toll
reached
might
the
be
steward's
postponed.
ear.
But the pressure
They were the
remained.
heartbeat of the
No
village.
flour meant no
In
leverage.
years of famine,
Some
the
villagers
rules
ground
thinned.
acorns, dried
The
peas,
steward
even
might
retrieve
reduce
fines. The
They
oven
made
told
what they
might
could
be
and called
postponed.
it bread,
But the pressure
The
remained.
court did not always recognise
no flour
it, but the village
no
did.
leverage.
It was
Some
during
villagers
these
ground
lean
acorns,
years that
dried
bread
peas,
became
even
sacred.
tree bark.
Not in the church
They made
sense,
what they
though
could
the
and
priests
called it
spoke
bread.
often of loaves and
The
fishes,
court did not always
but in the
recognize it,
intimate
but the
way
village did.
something becomes
It was
holy
during these
through
lean
necessity.
years that bread
A well-shaped
became
loaf
sacred.
offered
Not
during
in the
famine
church
was a
sense,
kind of
though the
miracle.
priests spoke often
A
of
mother
loaves
who
and
shared
fishes,
her crust while
but in
hungry
the intimate
earned
way,
a kind of
something
reverence
becomes
the
holy
steward
through
ledger
necessity.
could never reflect.
A well-shaped
Even in
loaf
abundance
offered during
the rules
famine
persisted.
was a kind of
If harvests
miracle.
were good,
A mother who shared her
rose.
crust while
More
hungry
loaves,
earned
more
a
labour,
kind of
more
reverence.
toll.
The
villagers
villagers
ledger
laughed at the
could
steward's
never
optimism.
reflect.
Even
Rain
in
is
abundance,
not
the
a
rules
tax,
persisted.
one man
If
muttered.
harvests were
Yet
good,
he charges for the
expectations
green.
rose. More loaves,
Still they
more
adapted,
labour, more
they built
tolls.
new hiding
The
spots,
villagers
they
laughed at the
baked in
steward's
pairs,
optimism.
one to shape,
Rain is
one to
not a
watch.
tax.
They shared
One
news
man
of the
muttered.
steward's mood,
Yet he charges
the
for the
reeve's
green.
location, the priest's
Still
distractions.
they adapted.
They built
If a
new
new
hiding
steward
spots,
arrived, he was
they baked
observed
in
carefully.
pairs, one to shape. Did he
One
favour
to watch.
soft crusts? They shared news of the
Did he
steward's
walk the
mood,
lane
the
before or
reeve's
after
location,
breakfast?
the priest's distractions. These facts mattered more
If
than
a new
sermons.
steward arrived, he was observed
And
carefully.
always, the oven
Did he
waited.
favour soft crusts?
A presence. Did he walk
Not
the
at
lane
all.
before
Its
or
bricks
after
held
breakfast?
the history
of
facts
thousands of
mattered
loaves.
more than
Some
sermons.
had burst too early, and
Some
always
had been removed
the
too
oven
late.
waited.
Some had cooled before
A
inspection.
presence.
Others
Not at all.
hidden before
Its
dawn.
bricks held the history
oven
of
smoked
thousands of
regardless.
loaves.
It cared
Some
little
had
who
burst
paid
too
or who
early.
prayed.
Some had been
Children
removed too
made
late.
games of
Some had
mimicry.
cooled before inspection.
One played the
Others
steward, another
hidden
the baker.
before dawn.
A third would
The
hide
oven
behind a
smoked
bush,
regardless.
clutching a makeshift
It cared
crust.
little who
They
paid
laughed
or who
shouted,
prayed. Occasionally
Children
cried.
made games
The
of
game
mimicry.
never ended.
One played
It
the
only
steward,
grew more
another the baker.
accurate with
A third
time.
would hide
Adults did
behind a
not
bush,
play, but they
clutching
watched.
a makeshift
They
crust.
remembered
They
their own
laughed,
first
shouted,
loaves,
occasionally
their first
cried.
finds.
The
They
game
recalled
never
who had
ended.
helped,
It
who had
only grew
warned,
more
who had
accurate
turned
with
away.
time.
They
Adults did
repaid
not
those
play, but
debts
they
in
watched.
quiet ways.
They remembered
A
their
handful
own
of
flour,
first loaves,
a turned
their
back
first
during
finds.
inspection.
They recalled
A false
who had
statement
helped,
delivered
who
with
had warned,
perfect sincerity.
who had turned away. As years
They
wore on,
repaid
the
those
steward's
debts in
record
quiet
thickened.
ways.
Names
A
came and
handful
went.
of flour,
Some pages
turned
curled
back
from
during
damp
inspection.
Some entries
A
faded.
false statement
The
delivered
steward's
with
memory,
perfect
however,
sincerity.
remained sharp. As years
A
wore
good
on,
steward
the
remembered
steward's
which
record
tenant
thickened.
missed payment
Names
last
came
Lent.
and went.
A
Some
great
pages
steward
curled
remembered
from
whose
damp.
loaves
Some
always
entries
rose
faded.
too well, whose
The steward's
crusts
memory,
were too
however,
consistent
remained
to be mere
sharp.
chance.
A good steward
The
remembered
greatest
which
steward
tenant
said
missed
nothing but
payment
watched.
last Lent.
Reeves,
A
too,
great
left
steward
their
remembered
marks.
whose loaves
One
always
was remembered
rose
for
too
singing
well,
during
whose
inspections.
crusts were too
Another
consistent to
for
be
tripping
mere
over his own
chance.
cloak.
A
The
third,
greatest
for
steward
pretending
said nothing
not to
but
see
watched.
loaves cooling on a
Reeves,
fence
too,
post, left
then
their
returning
marks.
later to
One
retrieve
was remembered
one.
for singing during
Each had his
inspections,
role, his power,
another
his
for
manner
tripping over
of
his own
enforcement.
cloak.
A third
One reeve,
for pretending
old
not
and
to see
nearly
loaves
blind,
cooling
was
on a
beloved.
fence post, he claimed.
Then
he could
returning
judge a
later
loaf by
to
smell
retrieve
alone.
Each
Too
had his
crusty,
role,
10
his
lashes,
power, his
he
manner
joked.
of
No
enforcement.
one ever received them.
One reeve, old
Under
and
his
nearly
watch,
blind,
fines
was beloved.
dropped. He
Inspections
claimed he
were
could
delayed.
judge a loaf by smell
Bread
alone.
became a little freer.
Too crusty, 10
When he
lashes,
died,
he
the
joked.
village mourned.
No one ever
The next
received
reeve
them.
was younger, stricter.
Under his
the
watch,
crusts
fines
darkened
dropped.
again.
And
Inspections
still,
were delayed.
the oven remained.
Bread became
The
a
village
little freer.
changed slowly.
When he
Roofs
died,
sagged,
the village
then
mourned.
were mended.
The next
Children
reeve
grew,
was younger,
married,
stricter.
inherited
The
fines,
crusts
not
darkened
their own.
again.
Seasons
Still,
shifted.
the
One
oven
winter,
remained.
the mill
The
froze.
village
Flour
changed
had to be
slowly.
carried from a
Roofs
distant town.
sagged,
Then
that
were
spring,
mended.
the oven
Children
worked
grew
without
married,
pause.
inherited
The steward
fines
visited
not
daily.
their own. Loaves were
Seasons
counted,
shifted,
measured,
one
sniffed.
winter,
None
the
were
mill
spared,
froze.
yet
Flour
none
had
went
to be carried from a
uneaten.
distant
The
town.
balance never
That
broke,
spring,
but it wavered
the oven
often.
worked
A
without
poor
pause.
harvest meant tighter
The steward
rules.
visited
A
daily.
new lord might
Loaves were
demand
counted,
better
measured,
record-keeping.
sniffed.
A
None
priest
were spared,
might preach
yet
against
none
greed.
went
Then
uneaten.
report the baker,
The balance
who
never
smiled
broke
too
too
often.
wavered often.
Yet
A
through
poor
it all,
harvest meant
bread
tighter
was
rules.
made,
A new
shared,
lord
hidden,
might demand better to record keeping, find, a priest might preach against greed, and with every loaf, then report the villagers told their own story, too often, not in words, yet, but in gestures. The way one was made, a cloth, shared, the way one hidden, cooled a praised, the way one passed a slice to a child. And with every loaf, the villagers told their own story, not in words, the system but in gestures, the way one folded a cloth, the way one cooled a loaf, stories spread beyond the manor to a child. A peddler carried news of a village where loaves were baked openly at midnight. The system could punish baking, but it could not extinguish care. In later years, spoke of a steward who married a baker's daughter, then a peddler carried news of a village where loaves were baked openly. These stories were not confirmed, no reed but they were shared interfere because belief. Another tale spoke of a steward who married a baker's daughter, kneaded into the oven along with barley and salt. These stories were not left on doorsteps in they were shared, too large for one household. Belief no names more than proof, no thanks required. Hope was kneaded into the dough, the church along with barley and salt. Others claimed it was a reed left on the doorsteps in spring, too large for one household. More likely, no names simply one family, no thanks required. Some said the church organized it. Bread as others claimed it was a reed with a guilty conscience. Historians debate whether the memorial family was remembering or merely cautious. Bread, perhaps as memory, perhaps neither. Bread as records of who had held names and who had not offences. Historians show the neighbour who carried firewood for an old merely cautious to rise. Perhaps both. They do not show the mother who ate only show fines names, so her children offences. The soft. They do not show the neighbour who carried. They do not show the man who woman too weak to rise 3 times in 1 month. They do not show the mother who ate only the boy whose father had been taken by fever. Could have the soft centre. Those stories live elsewhere. They do not show the man who fined 3 times in 1 month. Gave his last coin to the boy whose father had been taken by fever, and so the village endured. Those stories live elsewhere. Were just, but because the people were. They did what they must. They shaped dough when the wind howled. They lit fires when wood so the village endures. They bent because the rules when they just broke them when they must. And survived. They did what they must. Because in the end, when the loaf was not only a fine, they lit fires when wood was scarce to be judged. They bent the rules also when they could. It was also broke them when they must. Hope and survived. Even if the steward never understood, because in the end, the loaf was not only a fine over the village law or a weight to be judged. Flickers of orange also lit behind the hills. It was also warmth, and the lanes turned quiet. And even if the steward never understood themselves, the village did. Night has descended over the gently from the thatch. The last flickers of orange slip behind the hills, and the lanes turn quiet. Inside those low houses, the scent of bread still lingers. Smoke curls between gently from the thatch, clinging the air holds the final warmth of the spent ovens. The steward has returned inside those low houses, left by the door, his ledger set aside with a between folds of linen. No new names will be written tonight. Of the reeve, no longer walks the lanes, has returned to no longer listens for flower ground whispers. His ledger set aside with a soft. His lantern has been extinguished. No new names will be written tonight. Duties folded. The reeve no longer walks the lanes to the villagers. No longer listens for flower ground whispers. A child stirs and shifts in sleep. One hand curled around a crust, save his list of duties folded. His breathing slows as dreams to the villagers now. He will not remember what the steward stirs and he will remember the feel of one hand curled around a crust, the way his mother hummed as she kneaded, his breathing the way the fire dreams when the first loaf cracked open. He will not remember what the steward said. Memories he will remember the feel of warm dough in his hand. A woman wraps the way his mother hummed as she kneaded. She tucks it near the embers. Just close enough to keep it rising. She does not count fines in her head. She counts how many mouths a woman wraps tomorrow's dough in. She has done this for years. She tucks it near the embers, just close enough to keep it rising. And the sharp words of younger fines in her head. Still, she counts how many mouths must be fed. That is what is done. She has done this for years. An old man turns over in bed, bitter winters stiff, and the sharp words of younger firewood and turning her. She bakes. He murmurs something because that is what is done. Half remembrance. Across the lane, an old man. Perhaps it is the name of a child, his back stiff. Perhaps it is a line from firewood. And perhaps it is the number of loaves he murmured once claimed he owed. Half dream, he does not rise to argue. He only exhales. Perhaps it is the name of a child long grown. The houses are quiet now. Perhaps it is a line from a prayer. No goats Perhaps it is the number of loaves the steward once claimed he owed. What remains are he does not rise to argue. The only exhaled beams, the rustle of straw mats. The houses are quiet now. Of cooling walls clatter. The village does not sleep all at once. No fines are spoken aloud into stillness. What remains slow collective easings. The creak outside the earth holds the rustle of straw mats. The moon casts long shadows over the fields. The village does not sleep all at once. The mill stands silent, stillness, its wheels slow, collective for morning rain. Outside the earth, the manor house looms in the distance. The moon casts its long shadows over the fields. It does not see the lobes cooling on the mill stands silent. All the crusts its left out for neighbours waiting for morning rain. It does not hear the laughter that once followed a steward's misstep, dark, or the curse muttered. It does not see the loaves cooling on windowsills, or the crusts left out for neighbours. The oven too rests now. It does not hear the laughter that once followed a steward's misstep, with cracks, or the curse muttered when dough fell flat. It has baked more loaves than any steward could count. The oven, too, it has heard songs, secrets, it is blackened with years. It has witnessed small rebellions ringed with quiet triumph, but still whole. Tonight, it has baked more loaves than any steward could count. It has heard this village is not special. Its name may not be recorded in small rebellions and quiet triumph. The names of its people may never appear in the histories, but it remembers heat. It remembers hands. This village is not special. Its name may not be recorded in the rolls fed itself with labour. The names of its people may never appear in the histories written by those who never stories whispered behind doors. It existed, and that is enough. It was real. Let your thoughts fed itself with labour. Leave the manorial rules behind, shared ledgers, fines paid, and the tolls and the turnips behind doors. Let the reeve walk away. That is enough. Let the steward sleep. Let your thoughts let the oven cool now. Picture leave the manorial rules behind. Ledgers, the inspection cloth, the tolls and the turnips. On a table beside let the reeve walk away. Let the steward sleep. Let the oven no cool. One will weigh it. Picture only the loaf. No one will judge it. Round. It will be eaten by people who care. It sits on a table beside a candle. Center. It's crisp on the outside, filling the room, and made with care. No one will weigh it. It is not perfect, but no it is one enough. Will judge it. Let that image be eaten hold. By people let who it care settle only behind your eyes. It is soft in let your breath crisp on the outside to match the and quiet rhythm of this village, this kitchen, this table. There is nothing more required of you tonight. Let that image hold. Sleep. Let it settle behind your eyes, as if let your breath is baking slow still. To match the quiet rhythm of this village, this kitchen, this table. There is nothing more required of you tonight. Sleep, warm and full, as if the bread is baking still. Hello folks, tonight we plunge into the murky past of a world where drinking a glass of water could quite literally be the last thing anyone ever did. The rivers looked peaceful, sure, but they doubled as open sewers, animal baths, laundry pits, and sometimes unofficial cemeteries. Wells offered refreshment in theory, but in practice, they delivered dysentery with a side of slow despair. From medieval cities to quiet rural villages, water was not trusted. It was tolerated at best and outright feared at worst. And when the most dangerous thing in the world was the thing people needed to survive, something had to fill the cup. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. In many parts of medieval Europe, the idea of drinking plain water was about as popular as licking a mouldy turnip. The reason was straightforward. Water sources were, for the most part, disgusting. Town streams flowed with the runoff of tanneries, latrines, and unfortunate livestock. Wells were shallow, often dug a polite 10 steps away from a privy. Springs were nice when they could be found, but even those came with a lingering suspicion that the spirits guarding them had questionable hygiene. So people adapted, not with filters or science, not yet, but with brewing kettles, honey, fruit skins, and barrels. They drank things that had been boiled, fermented, soured, or steeped. It might not have tasted good, but it did not kill them quite as often. Ale was the beverage of choice. And not the party-starting kind, but the weak, bready, small beer version that bubbled quietly in every household. It was essentially cold, yeasty oatmeal in a cup, and even toddlers drank it. Not because it was nutritious, because it was boiled. This is not to say people never drank water. But when they did, it was with hesitation, prayer, or peer pressure, sometimes all three. If the river looked especially clear and someone else drank it and did not immediately fall over, maybe it was safe. Maybe. There was a certain logic to the choices people made. They did not know about bacteria, but they understood patterns. If half the neighborhood got sick after a festival, they remembered what was in the communal bucket. Historians still argue whether these water fears were universal or more common in crowded towns where water became a kind of terrifying communal soup. In rural settings where a spring might stay unspoiled and a cow less likely to walk through it, water had a slightly better reputation. But even then people leaned towards something brewed. It was tradition and also survival instinct disguised as cultural habit. In some regions, wells were whispered about like troubled relatives. Not just dangerous, but haunted. Someone drowns mysteriously and suddenly the villagers begin leaving offerings by the stone rim and muttering apologies. Bad luck did not always mean contamination. Sometimes it meant someone had upset the water. Oddly enough, despite all the boiling that went into beer and mead, the idea of simply boiling water to make it safe was not a widespread practice. Fire was available. Water was everywhere. But boiling water for drinking, that idea shows up far less often than expected, possibly because beer had the bonus of calories, taste, and that ever-so-gentle buzz. One fringe theory from the period suggested that water was simply too raw for the human body, that it needed tempering with spices, warmth, or at the very least, a bit of honey. Cold water, some believed, shocked the stomach and weakened the spirit. Warm ale, by contrast, felt like a hug in a mug. In monasteries and manor kitchens, brews bubbled constantly, not just ales, but weak wines, herbal tisanes, and vinegar-spiked concoctions. People tried everything. Rainwater was collected sometimes, strained through charcoal or old cloth. Some households relied on instinct. If the dog drank it and lived, it passed the test. A highly scientific method, depending on how many dogs were available. There were also, of course, the show-offs. The occasional noble or merchant who insisted that their estate's spring was pure and cold and as clear as crystal. They would pour a cup with great ceremony, sip dramatically, and possibly spend the next week very quietly dying. But image was everything. Clean water, when it could be found, was celebrated almost reverently. A rare spring might be declared holy. People made pilgrimages to bathe in it, collect it, whisper secrets to it. Sometimes those springs stayed clean. Sometimes a nearby farmer redirected his drainage ditch and the miracle turned septic. It is easy to imagine a morning centuries ago. A child wakes up thirsty and reaches for a cup. Not of water, but of beer. A thin, cloudy liquid served in a wood or clay mug. It smells a little sour, tastes like bread crust, and leaves the lips dry. But it is safe. Or at least safer than trusting the well. That is how most days began, and that habit stuck. Over generations it became custom. Ale with breakfast, ale with lunch, wine for supper if one could afford it, mead or cider if there were apples or honey to spare. But always something other than water. Not because people were uncivilized, but because they were trying, in the face of invisible dangers, to make it to tomorrow. Some monasteries, ever inventive, treated brewing as both divine work and a delicious loophole. Monks experimented with fermentation ratios, herbal additions, and even storage methods. While the average peasant brewed in rough barrels behind their home, monasteries developed sprawling brew houses where nothing went to waste, and everything eventually turned into drink. And yes, there were charts in cities. Taverns often served what passed for drinking establishments and neighborhood public health clinics. No one was ordering cocktails, but a mug of whatever was on tap might be safer than the water from the churchyard well. Sometimes a local healer might add herbs to a cask, yarrow, elderflower, mint, and claim it protected against plague. Whether it worked is debatable. Whether people drank it anyway, absolutely. Even traveling merchants carried flasks of something stronger. A few sips of vinegar water mixed with herbs was a common choice, thought to ward off illness and settle the stomach. It was not tasty, but when one's other option was scooping water from a roadside ditch, flavor took a backseat to not dying. As the centuries passed, the fear of water calcified into ritual. Some towns had local rules about who could draw from what source. In places where water was exceptionally bad, it was common to see a full barrel of ale in the home, but no cup ever dipped into the well except for washing clothes or watering plants. Entire generations grew up barely ever tasting pure water. It was just not done. One of the more peculiar customs involved toasting to health, because when everything you drank was technically medicine, the line between wellness and celebration got blurry. You were not just sharing a drink. You were warding off fate. And if someone skipped a toast, suspicious. When outbreaks of disease swept through towns, the first suspicion often landed on the water. Wells were sometimes ritually cleansed, not with bleach, obviously, but with prayers, coins, or the occasional dead chicken, depending on the local traditions. If that sounds unhygienic, remember, they did not know better. But they did know that clean water should not smell like cabbage and regret. And then there were the disasters. The times when people had no choice but to rely on whatever water they could get. During sieges, floods, or droughts, ale production could grind to a halt. Rain barrels grew algae, wells dried out or overflowed, and people drank what was left, knowing it might not end well. Sometimes it was that, or nothing. But in ordinary times, the rule of thumb was simple. If it frothed a little and tasted vaguely of smoke and old bread, it was probably fine. If it was clear and tasted like nothing, that was the real danger. The sun rises over a crooked rooftop, and the first thing to reach the lips of a medieval labourer is not water, it is ale. Thin, flat, slightly sour ale, what people today might generously call small beer. It is not a treat, nor a reward, it is breakfast. For much of pre-modern Europe, ale was not reserved for taverns or feasts. It was a daily staple present at every meal and in nearly every home. It was brewed in backyards, kitchens, and monastic cellars. Entire families participated in its production, from gathering malted grain to skimming foam off bubbling barrels. Ale was not merely a beverage, it was a tool for survival. The idea of starting the day with an alcoholic drink sounds alarming to modern sensibilities, but this was not alcohol as people now understand it. Small beer contained very little alcohol, barely enough to dull the edges, certainly not enough to cause intoxication unless consumed by the bucket. And it often was. Buckets, mugs, ladles, whatever held liquid could carry it to the lips of farmers, shepherds, servants, and schoolchildren alike. Even monks drank it before prayer. In fact, children drank small beer routinely. There was no scandal in it. It was simply the default beverage, and it happened to be less deadly than water. Parents, if they thought about it at all, probably believed the mild alcohol content would keep their offspring calm, quiet, and slightly sleepy, which, given the number of shared beds and squeaky floorboards in a peasant's home, may have been considered a parenting win. Households often designated a specific person, usually a woman, to oversee the brewing. In small communities, she might be the local alewife, a title of honour and necessity. An alewife knew how to judge grain by scent, stir kettles without scorching, and time a fermentation using nothing more than instinct and lunar gossip. Some historians believe alewives were among the earliest female entrepreneurs, selling excess brew to neighbours or bartering it for meat, eggs, or gossip. The ale itself was not consistent. One batch might be barely drinkable, the next might sparkle with unexpected clarity. Ingredients varied wildly depending on region, availability, and desperation. Barley was common, but oats, rye, or whatever grain could be mashed into a paste might end up in the pot. Hops were not universal yet. In many parts of Europe, people flavoured their ale with herbs and spices, sometimes pleasant ones like rosemary or yarrow, and sometimes things that sounded more like a potion than a pint. The brewing process itself was more survival ritual than science. Water was boiled, grains steeped, mixtures cooled, and fermentation began. No one used thermometers. No one used sterilization. Everything depended on the season, the quality of grain, and how many flies decided to investigate the vat. A good alewife was a kind of wizard. Monasteries elevated the process to a higher art. They had access to better equipment, more consistent grain, and, perhaps most importantly, time. Monks recorded brewing practices with the same reverence they reserved for prayers and livestock accounting. Recipes were guarded, procedures were debated. Some abbeys became famous for their brews, and it is no coincidence that the descendants of those monastic drinks still sit on shelves today. People did not drink ale for fun. It was not about merriment or relaxation. It was hydration with benefits, boiled water, a few calories, and a touch of fortification. A poor person might go their entire life without ever sipping plain water on purpose, but they would remember the taste of their mother's ale, the sting of a sour batch, or the smoothness of a well-aged monk's brew shared on a holy day. Historians still argue whether small beer was truly safe or just relatively less dangerous than water. It certainly helped that brewing required boiling, which killed many of the bacteria and parasites plaguing wells and rivers. However, storage was often questionable, barrels were rarely cleaned, and mold was considered more of an aesthetic problem than a biological one. Still, people who drank ale seemed to die slightly less often of mysterious stomach issues than those who drank whatever came out of the ground. Even the act of drinking ale became part of the rhythm of life. Meals were soaked in it. Bread was dipped in it. Grains left over from brewing became animal feed, and the dregs might be used to scrub floors or flavour porridge. Nothing went to waste. Ale was not just consumed, it was embedded. In towns, taverns served as both social centres and hydration hubs. One might wander into a dark room at mid-morning and find it filled with workers, sipping small beer before returning to carts and cobbles. Children might be perched on stools, cradling mugs larger than their heads. There was no stigma, no shame. It was not indulgence, it was normal. There were downsides, of course. Not everyone brewed well. Poor quality ale could make a person just as sick as questionable water. And there were moments when fermentation went too far and mild buzz became accidental nap in the chicken yard. But on the whole, ale was reliable. It might not taste like much, but it kept people standing, walking, talking, and most importantly, breathing. Ale also became a measure of class. The rich drank wine, the clergy drank spiced mead, and the poor drank ale. Within that framework, the quality of one's drink said something about one's place. A smooth, nutty, small beer suggested a well-stocked kitchen and a patient hand. A sour, burnt concoction hinted at bad grain, bad luck, or both. Over time, regulations appeared. Some towns passed laws about ale quality. Ale tasters, yes, that was a real title, were appointed to make sure the brew sold in public houses met a certain standard. If a tavern's ale was too weak, too strong, or simply offensive to the tongue, fines could be levied. The ale taster was not always beloved, but he was respected, or at least feared. There were other laws as well. Some towns set fixed prices for ale, adjusted by season. Others limited who could sell it and where. In larger cities, guilds formed around brewing. In smaller villages, everyone knew who made the good stuff and who used spoiled oats. Word travelled. When famine struck and grain supplies dwindled, ale production dropped. Suddenly, the village well looked more tempting and more dangerous. Illness rose, people grumbled, and suddenly brewing was not just a domestic task, it was a public service. In especially rough years, people brewed with whatever they could find: peas, turnips, even chestnuts. The resulting drinks were memorable, possibly traumatic, but they were liquid, and sometimes that was enough. Some folkloric remedies claimed that adding certain herbs to ale could ward off curses, infertility, or the neighbour's evil eye. Others believed that brewing on certain days, Fridays, holy days, or during a waxing moon, produced better results. Whether or not those tricks worked, they added flavour to the ritual. Brewing was a craft, yes, but also a superstition, a hope, a bubbling prayer. By the end of a typical day, a person might have consumed several mugs of ale without ever thinking twice about it. It was part of work, part of meals, part of sleep. Some households drank it warm, some cool, and some directly from the bucket. And through it all, people lived, not perfectly, not painlessly, but with fewer intestinal catastrophes than if they had dared to rely on the well. Small beer may not sound glamorous, but in a world where a cup of water could be your last, it was nothing short of heroic. Wine holds a reputation today as a drink of elegance, of candlelit dinners and dusty cellars. In medieval Europe, however, it was rarely so romantic. wine was not just reserved for nobles swirling goblets and quoting poetry. It was everywhere, on monastery tables, at village feasts, in soldiers' kits, and even in the hands of scribes scratching out letters by poor candlelight. From the Roman Empire through the medieval period, wine flowed steadily across much of Europe. Vineyards spread through warm climates, from the Mediterranean hills of Italy and Spain to the valleys of France and the Rhineland. Wherever the climate allowed grapes to grow, wine production followed. Even regions where grapes struggled to ripen developed a taste for importing the stuff, and people found creative ways to stretch, preserve, or disguise what little they had. Despite its ubiquity, wine was not always pleasant. In fact, most medieval wine would likely make a modern sommelier weep into their decanter. The concept of aging wine gracefully in oak barrels had not yet refined itself into the science it would later become. Instead, wine was made quickly, stored poorly, and spoiled rapidly. If a person did not drink it within a few months or weeks, it turned sour. And not in a charming, tangy way, more like, "This has been in the sun too long, sour." To compensate, people added all manner of things: honey, spices, herbs, even chalk or ash. Anything to cut the acidity and pretend that the smell did not signal impending regret. A common practice involved boiling the wine down into a syrup, then reconstituting it later. The result was sweet, thick, and vaguely medicinal. In a world where water could kill, this passed for luxury. The Romans had already understood that wine could be both status symbol and survival tool. They introduced the drink wherever their empire reached, planting vineyards and building taverns everywhere. Their soldiers drank wine daily, often diluted with water, which ironically may have made the water safer by lowering the microbial load. Medieval people inherited these habits, though few knew they were following Roman traditions. Wine simply remained part of life. Monasteries played a major role in preserving and refining winemaking traditions. Monks planted some of the best vineyards in Europe, tended them with patience, and recorded notes that, while spiritual in tone, often hinted at experimentation. They knew which hills received the right light. They knew how much rain ruined a harvest. They knew how to pray over a barrel in just the right key. Wine also held sacred status. In the Christian Church, wine became the blood of Christ during Mass. That meant even communities that normally could not afford wine made sure to obtain at least enough for religious purposes. It was not uncommon for peasants to drink weak ale all week and then receive a single drop of wine on Sunday. That drop carried weight, both spiritual and symbolic. Historians still debate how widely wine was consumed outside of religious and noble settings. In southern Europe, wine was relatively affordable and more common across all social classes. In the north, where grapes struggled, it became a luxury. Imported wine cost more, and local brews, usually beer, ale, or mead, dominated the table. Yet even in these places, wine appeared during holidays, weddings, and funerals. It marked important moments. Because wine spoiled so easily, people often resorted to mixtures. Mulled wine, for example, featured cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, and sugar. Though not all of these ingredients were available everywhere or at all times, wealthy households might simmer their wine in bronze pots with fruit peels and serve it warm in pewter goblets. Poorer folk might simply add a twig of something fragrant and hope for the best. The medical world, such as it was, praised wine. Doctors recommended it for digestion, sleep, and melancholy. Specific wines were thought to balance humours: red for warmth, white for cooling the blood. If a person felt sluggish, a few sips of spiced wine might be prescribed. If one felt too energetic, more wine. The solution was often, curiously, always wine. One particularly odd fringe practice involved soaking herbs in wine and applying the mixture to wounds. The idea was that the alcohol would cleanse and the herb would heal. In some cases, this may have worked better than expected. In others, it was simply an expensive way to waste both resources and time. Regardless, wine and medicine walked hand in hand for centuries, often guided more by guesswork than effectiveness. In noble households, wine culture grew elaborate. There were designated cupbearers, specialized jugs, and even etiquette guides about how to offer and receive a pour. Tasting wine became part of the meal, with hosts eager to display their collection, though collection here might mean a few clay amphorae hidden behind a curtain. The point was not quantity, it was refinement, that and not dying from contaminated stream water. For the poor, wine represented something just out of reach. A merchant might save for weeks to buy a bottle for a feast. A peasant might receive a flask as a gift. Children might never taste it unless they entered the priesthood or got lucky during a festival. But everyone knew what wine symbolized. It was not just fermented grape juice, it was civilization in a cup, the proof that humanity could coax sweetness from soil. In taverns, wine was rarely served straight. It was cut with water, reheated, or mixed with whatever local concoction passed for sweetener. The goal was not purity, the goal was palatability. If it was drinkable and did not cause hallucinations or vomiting, then the barkeeper considered it a success. Patrons agreed. The storage of wine was its own gamble. Barrels leaked, clay jugs cracked, oxidation ruined more than it preserved. Wealthy estates sometimes built underground cellars to store wine at consistent temperatures, but even these were prone to rodents, mold, and accidents involving clumsy servants. Many households simply buried amphorae in the ground and hoped for a mild winter. In colder climates, wine froze. In hotter climates, it turned into vinegar. In both cases, people adapted. Vinegar wine became a base for cooking or added to medicinal syrups. Frozen wine was thawed near the fire, where it lost its bouquet but gained warmth. People were resourceful, they had to be. Because wine was seen as both holy and healing, it occupied a strange duality. It was offered to kings and beggars, priests and plague victims. A person might drink wine to celebrate a birth, then pour a libation on a grave. It transcended class, if only briefly. When the wine came out, something sacred lingered in the room, whether that room was a stone chapel or a dirt-floored hut. There were also frauds. Vendors who watered down their stock, dyed white wine to look like red, or filled old barrels with musty leftovers and charged a premium. Towns passed ordinances against this. Some required public tasting booths. Others allowed buyers to inspect a seller's barrels before purchase. One town even created a measuring stick for how full a barrel needed to be. Too low and the merchant paid a fine or worse. Yet despite its faults, wine endured. It travelled on trade routes. It appeared in epic poems. It soaked into legends. It was poured for emperors and spilled by fools. And in a time when water might carry parasites, sewage, or death itself, wine remained, stubbornly, the drink that meant one might still wake up in the morning. Wine was not a luxury because of its flavour. It was a luxury because of what it was not. It was not a gamble. It was not a stream beside a leper's hut. It was not a barrel full of hope and cholera. It was, for those who could afford it, a predictable escape. And sometimes that was worth every drop. There is a fire, there is a pot, there is water inside that pot, and yet no one drinks it. That is the strange paradox of medieval life. Boiling water was not unheard of. It was done frequently, for cooking, for brewing, for laundry, for making gruel that could technically be called soup. But for drinking, that was another story entirely. The idea of simply boiling water to make it safe to drink was not part of the common worldview. It seems painfully obvious now. Heat kills germs. Clean water reduces illness. Yet in the medieval mind, those connections had not yet been established. Boiling water was viewed as a culinary step, not a survival tactic. It was the prelude to turning water into something else, not the end result. When people boiled water, it was to transform it into broth, porridge, beer, or tea. Plain boiled water held no cultural weight. It lacked flavor, richness, energy. It felt incomplete. The absence of a final ingredient was not comforting. It was suspect. Drinking hot water on purpose was something you did when you were ill or strange. This gap in understanding meant that boiling water was not part of disease prevention. People may have noticed that beer drinkers survived plagues more often than water drinkers, but they attributed this to divine favor, strong blood, or sheer luck, not to the act of boiling liquid in a pot. Historians still debate whether any communities independently developed a practice of boiling water solely for safety. If they did, the records did not survive. Monasteries and learned households came closer. They prepared concoctions using boiled water and herbs, sometimes for the sick, sometimes for rituals. Some of these were effectively medicinal. A tisane of mint, steeped in boiled water, could soothe stomach aches. Elderflower brews, while not fully understood, offered mild immune benefits. But even then, the water was not the point. It was a vessel, a delivery system for healing things. The water itself remained invisible. In wealthier homes, servants boiled water for washing and bathing. Sometimes this water cooled and was used for other tasks. But again, no one poured it into a cup for sipping. The closest most people came to that was broth. Broth was sacred. A bone simmered long enough turned liquid into nourishment. It was not just warm, it was full of strength, memory, and fat. People trusted broth. Water, however, remained questionable. Part of the problem may have been perception. Cold water felt fresh, clean, alive. Boiled water was warm, dull, and flat. If you were going to go through the trouble of heating it, why not throw in some barley, or herbs, or dried apples? Anything to make it feel like a proper drink, not just a hot mistake. In winter, warm drinks were prized, but again, these drinks had substance. Spiced wine, mulled ale, milk with a hint of honey. Warm water, unflavored, was considered weak. It was what you gave someone when everything else had run out. It was what you drank while coughing beside a hearth, swaddled in too many tunics, wondering whether you would see spring. It did not comfort. It reminded. Doctors of the time, those who based their practices on humours and planetary alignments, warned against hot water. It was thought to unbalance the body's inner temperatures. The stomach, they said, needed warm food but not hot liquid. Cold water, meanwhile, could shock the system. And so people lived in a strange in-between. Water was risky both cold and hot, and neither option brought much comfort. A few thinkers speculated on water purity. Some writers in the Islamic Golden Age discussed filtration. Others in ancient Rome recommended using charcoal or sand. But these ideas did not spread widely or quickly. In medieval Europe, the village mindset held firm. Water, as it came from the earth, was not to be trusted. The only way to improve it was to change it, ferment it, sweeten it, hide it. Brewing ale was one of the few processes where water was reliably boiled, not just once, but often twice. Grains required steeping, mashing, and sparging, a process that involved pouring hot water through the mash to extract sugars. This meant that nearly every drop of ale had gone through at least one good boil. And yet, people did not make the logical leap to apply that same treatment to water for its own sake. If they did, it was rare enough that chroniclers did not mention it. Some folk remedies advised pouring hot water, over herbs and inhaling the steam. This was common for colds and fevers. But again, it was not about drinking. It was about breathing, about cleansing the head, about ritual. Water was never the star. It was always the assistant. During times of crisis, sieges, famines, plagues, people became desperate. Water from the well might be muddy. Water from the stream might be clogged with bodies or waste. In these moments, someone might boil water to strain out the visible filth. But the goal was not sterilization. It was optics. If it looked better, it must be safer. That was the logic, not microbes, not pathogens, just appearance. It is worth remembering that the very concept of invisible illness was foreign. Disease had smell, it had color, it had curses. It did not ride on droplets or cling to undercooked food. Germ theory would not arrive for centuries, and until it did, boiling water for cleanliness remained an accidental blessing, not an intentional one. One of the few consistent exceptions came from travelers. Those on long journeys sometimes boiled water out of necessity. Streams were unpredictable. Rain barrels unreliable. Soldiers and pilgrims needing something warm and fast might boil water over a campfire and add whatever was nearby: dried herbs, onion skins, stale bread, bits of salted meat. The result was always more than water, but the act of boiling became habit. Even then, many travelers preferred to carry wine or ale in skins. A wineskin swinging from the hip was not just for show. It was armor against thirst and dysentery. Some added vinegar to their water, a mixture known in ancient times as posca. This sour, diluted drink had staying power. It masked bad flavors and discouraged some bacteria. Roman soldiers drank it. Medieval peasants rediscovered it. It was not delicious, but it was serviceable. In urban centers where water contamination was worst, people learned not to ask questions. They drank beer, they drank wine, and they drank watered-down fruit syrups if they had access to orchards. In wealthier homes, fruit preserves were mixed into hot water to make a kind of proto-tea. This was more common in the late Middle Ages as sugar became slightly more available, but again the focus was on sweetness. The water merely carried it. Tea itself would not arrive in Europe until the 17th century, long after the worst water habits had calcified into tradition. When it did arrive, along with coffee, it brought with it the consistent practice of boiling water. That shift would change habits slowly, then suddenly. Boiled water became a baseline, not a mistake. But that future was centuries away. In medieval times, the fire burned, the pot simmered, but the cup waited for something else: a root, a leaf, a grain, a prayer. Plain boiled water simply did not exist in the public imagination. It was too empty, too flavorless, too modern. And so people brewed, they steeped, they fermented, and they hoped. Tucked behind high stone walls and under the eaves of tiled cloisters, monasteries in medieval Europe simmered with a quiet, fragrant energy. Beyond the chants and the copied texts, another sacred practice took place: brewing. It was not merely a domestic necessity, it was an act of order, of discipline, of service. And sometimes it was the most hygienic thing anyone within 50 miles could consume. Monastic brewing developed slowly but thoroughly. As early as the 6th century, monks had begun cultivating vineyards and barley fields. By the High Middle Ages, they had transformed brewing into a kind of divine engineering. Recipes were written in margins. Schedules were carved into wooden beams. Copper kettles hissed in the early hours of the morning, long before the first prayers of the day. Monks brewed for many reasons. They drank ale with meals. They distributed it to the poor. They used it to support travelers, fund hospitals, and fill the cups of visiting bishops. But underneath all that, there was another reason. It was safer than water. Even if they did not fully understand why, Monks knew that boiled, fermented liquids caused fewer deaths than clear, still water from the garden cistern. The ale they produced was varied. Some monasteries brewed extremely weak table beer, meant for daily consumption, and shared even with children. Others made heavier brews, strong enough to numb pain and blur memories, though these were usually reserved for holy festivals or ill patients who could not keep food down. The most complex brews, thick, malty, dark, were seasonal. They accompanied Lent, harvest feasts, or the long, hungry stretches of winter. Monks measured carefully. They recorded proportions of malt to water, durations of fermentation, and even methods for purifying wooden barrels. Some employed sand, others smoke, and still others invoked prayers as a kind of spiritual sterilization. These were not casual hobbyists. These were men who believed their brew houses were as important as their chapels. One fringe theory among some monastic writers suggested that alcohol, used properly, could reveal divine order. The balance of yeast and grain, the transformation from water to ale, mirrored the transformation of the soul. Whether that theory was universally accepted remains unclear, but it certainly justified a great deal of experimentation. Historians still discuss how many monasteries across Europe were brewing simultaneously by the 13th century. The number is uncertain, but the impact is undeniable. Monks influenced both technique and taste. They improved storage, introduced specific strains of yeast, and began classifying ales by strength and colour. They created consistency in a world that otherwise brewed by guesswork and instinct. Brewing was also practical. It provided income. Monasteries that produced surplus beer sold it in nearby towns or exchanged it for grain and supplies. In this way, a humble drink became a lifeline. Even nobles sometimes preferred monastic ale, believing it to be cleaner, smoother, or simply more trustworthy than whatever was bubbling behind the local tavern. Some monasteries employed lay workers to help with the brewing. These assistants lived outside the main cloister but followed strict rules. They harvested hops, monitored the cooling rooms, and carried barrels to cellars dug deep into the earth. The best of them were treated with great respect, known by name, invited to eat with the monks, and sometimes granted a portion of the stronger brew as thanks. Brewing also allowed monks to provide for the sick. Ale was often easier to digest than food and contained enough calories to sustain someone too weak to chew. Special batches were brewed for infirmaries, gentle, nourishing, sometimes laced with herbs like sage or wormwood. In an era without antibiotics, a warm cup of monk's ale might be the closest thing to medicine available. These brews were not just sanitary, they were flavorful. Spices, dried fruits, and honey were added when available. Some monasteries experimented with oak aging or buried their barrels to keep them cool through summer. The result was a range of drinks that, while not resembling modern beer exactly, had depth, complexity, and a sense of place. Certain monasteries became famous. Pilgrims traveled not only for spiritual healing, but for the taste of a particular ale. Stories spread, whether true or not, of brews so pure they could cure fevers, settle disputes, or reveal visions. A monk's reputation might hinge on the clarity of his beer. A scandal over a bad batch could linger for decades. One particularly curious practice was the beer blessing. Before distributing a new brew, some monasteries would gather in the brewhouse, recite prayers, and sprinkle holy water on the vats. It was half ritual, half quality control. If the brew turned sour afterward, someone might question whether the blessing was done properly, or whether someone in the group had failed to confess a sin. Not all monasteries succeeded. Some struggled with infection in their vats. Others faced accusations of selling ale that was too strong, too sour, or too expensive. Town governments occasionally intervened, fearing that monastic breweries might undercut local producers or encourage overindulgence. But the best brewhouses maintained a delicate balance between duty, economy, and flavour. Outside the cloister, the monastic influence spread. Towns copied their methods. Merchants bought their barrels and tried to replicate the flavour. Lay brewers began to track temperature and fermentation length, not because they understood microbiology, but because the monks had shown that consistency could be profitable. It was not just about avoiding death by water, it was about building trust in a cup. When someone lifted a tankard of monastic ale, they believed they were drinking something crafted with care, with reverence, with a deeper purpose. It might not have been accurate, but the belief was powerful. Brewing also helped reinforce the monastery's role as provider. A person might walk 20 miles in cold rain, soaked through, starving and trembling. Upon arriving at the gate, he would be offered not water, but ale. Not strong ale, not intoxicating ale, but warm, soft, life-giving ale. That gesture, repeated across centuries, gave monasteries a reputation not just for piety, but for generosity. During times of famine, when crops failed and meat vanished from markets, ale remained. It was filling. It could be brewed with grains too damaged for bread, but still usable after boiling. Some monasteries even opened their gates to the public during brewing days, allowing villagers to collect leftover mash for animal feed or to brew a thinner version at home. Even as political tides shifted and some monasteries fell into disrepair or were dissolved, their brewing practices lived on. Lay brewers absorbed them. Recipes were copied, adapted, and refined. Some even claimed to use yeast passed down from ancient abbeys. Whether true or not, the myth had marketing value. It is easy to overlook the brew house when thinking about monastic life. The scriptorium, the chapel, the gardens, they all loom large in historical imagination. But the brewing room was just as sacred. It was warm, it was fragrant, and it was life-sustaining. When the bells rang for evening prayers, some monks knelt with sore hands and malt-stained robes. Their offering was not words, but barrels lined in tidy rows, each one a small miracle of chemistry and care. In a world where drinking water could shorten your life, the monks lengthened it, one quiet brew at a time. The milk was warm, not in the cosy poured-over porridge way, but in the it sat in a wooden pail for 2 hours way. And yet, for many medieval people, milk remained one of the few drinks that straddled the blurry line between nourishment and hydration. It was not ideal, it was not always available, but it was familiar, and sometimes that was enough. Milk, by nature, is a perishable thing. In a world without refrigeration, it turned quickly, especially during summer months. Fresh milk spoiled within hours, separating, souring, and becoming a breeding ground for everything that made a person regret their life choices. And still, people drank it, carefully, sparingly, usually when there was no other option. Cows, sheep, and goats produced milk, and all were kept by medieval households depending on region and climate. Cow's milk was most common in northern Europe, goat's milk in rocky or mountainous areas, and sheep's milk in warmer climates where cows struggled. The type of milk depended not on taste preferences, but on terrain and tolerance. Milk, when consumed fresh, was usually a morning drink. It came straight from the animal, still warm, and was sometimes sprinkled with spices or mixed with bits of bread. Children drank it more often than adults. Pregnant women were encouraged to drink it for strength. The elderly were sometimes given warm milk to help them sleep. But for the average labourer, milk was a luxury, one that spoiled before midday and attracted flies by the dozen. Historians still debate how widespread the practice of drinking raw milk truly was. In urban areas where keeping livestock posed logistical and legal challenges, milk was either non-existent purchased from questionable vendors. These vendors carried pails through the streets, shouting prices and pouring ladles into ceramic mugs. There were no safety checks, no temperature control, and no refunds. One poor decision and a person might spend the next week revisiting their lunch. In rural settings, milk was safer, if only because people knew the animals producing it. They controlled the cleanliness of the stable, the condition of the buckets, and the timing of the milking. They knew whether a cow had eaten something suspicious, and they trusted their own instincts about when milk had turned. It was not science. It was experience. Because of its short shelf life, most milk was not drunk at all. It was turned into something else, usually as fast as possible. Butter, cheese, yogurt, curds, these were the end game. Milk, raw and vulnerable, was simply the raw material. The real value lay in what it could become. Transformation meant longevity, it meant safety, it meant trade. Butter was churned in wooden barrels, sometimes flavored with herbs or salt. Cheese took longer, but kept for weeks or even months if stored correctly. Hard cheeses traveled, soft cheeses were consumed quickly. Yogurt-like drinks appeared in some regions, especially where Islamic or Eastern European influences spread fermentation techniques. These drinks were tangy, slightly sour, and sometimes effervescent, closer to liquid cheese than milk. Fermented milk drinks had an advantage. They were less likely to cause illness, especially when mixed with honey or herbs. Some were believed to aid digestion, calm the mind, or ease joint pain. A few even appeared in medical texts recommended for specific ailments. Whether they worked is debatable, but they were at least less hazardous than whatever lurked in the village well. One fringe belief, common in parts of Central Europe, claimed that milk taken from a cow at dawn, before it had eaten or moved much, was pure and carried spiritual benefits. Some families collected this milk in separate vessels, reserved it for the sick, or offered it during religious rituals. It was not boiled, not altered, just sipped slowly in quiet reverence. Whether it helped or not, no one dared to question the tradition. Milk also played a symbolic role. It was associated with motherhood, purity, and abundance. In Christian iconography, the Virgin Mary was sometimes depicted nursing the infant Christ, and milk became a metaphor for divine nourishment. This symbolism occasionally translated into practice. New mothers were fed extra dairy to strengthen their own milk supply, while midwives encouraged the use of goat's milk when breastfeeding was not possible. Goat's milk, in particular, had a reputation for being gentler on the stomach. It was often given to infants, the elderly, or the infirm. In areas with no access to cows, goats served as walking milk dispensers. They ate nearly anything, climbed anything, and complained loudly while doing it. But they produced reliable milk, and in tight conditions that reliability meant survival. Sheep's milk was less common for drinking and more often used for cheese. However, in certain regions of Italy, the Balkans, and the Middle East, it was consumed fresh or turned into fermented drinks. These were thick, tangy, and full of fat. In colder months, they were warmed and mixed with cloves or garlic. In warmer months, they were chilled in ceramic jugs, cooling both the drink and the expectations. In cities, dairy products were more accessible to the rich than the poor. Nobles could afford fresh milk delivered daily. They had servants to test it, kitchens to store it, and cooks to disguise it if things had gone slightly sour. Poorer households relied on preserved dairy, cheese, dried curds, or buttermilk when available. If they drank fresh milk, it was often from their own livestock, and even then, only seasonally. Because milk spoiled so quickly, there were also superstitions surrounding its storage. Some households placed protective charms near the dairy shelf. Others chalked protective symbols on milk buckets. It was not just bacteria people feared, it was witches. Milk that curdled too fast, turned yellow, or developed an odd texture could be blamed on a neighbour's ill will. Milk theft, both real and imagined, was taken seriously. In some villages, accusations of souring milk led to trials, confessions, or worse. To avoid temptation, some farmers milked their cows before dawn or just before dusk, believing it made the milk less likely to attract unwanted spiritual attention. If that sounds paranoid, consider how vital a few pints of milk were in a poor household. When one's survival depends on a single goat or cow, every precaution feels justified. During times of crisis, famine, drought, or plague, milk became even more valuable. It fed children when grain ran out. It kept the sick alive when nothing else could be kept down. Families rationed it, traded it, and sometimes even hid it from neighbours. A single cow meant power. A full pail meant leverage. But in normal times, milk remained an unstable companion. Delicious when fresh, dangerous when not. A comfort, a risk, a gamble poured into a clay cup and judged by sight, smell, and superstition. It was consumed quietly without toasts or ceremony. It did not have the joy of wine, the tradition of ale, or the clarity of water. But it was familiar. And for those who managed to store it, stretch it, or turn it into something safer, it was enough. In the medieval world, few drinks were truly safe. Fewer still were sacred. Milk, strangely, managed to be both, fragile and vital, fleeting and essential. It spoiled easily, but so did everything. It nourished the young, the old, and the tired, and though it rarely made the poems or the parchments, it lingered at every hearth and behind every door, because in a time when drinking water meant flirting with disease, a warm mug of milk, curdled or not, still felt like something close to home. Steam rises from a battered clay cup. It smells faintly of nettle, maybe mint, possibly something stronger. A cluster of dried leaves floats lazily on the surface. There is no label, no recipe, no brand. Just the quiet comfort of a herbal brew made in a cottage kitchen, stirred by hand, whispered over, and consumed with cautious hope. In the medieval world, herbs were not seasoning. They were medicine, magic, and myth. And sometimes they were hydration. When ale was too expensive and wine was out of reach, when milk had spoiled and the well seemed cursed, people turned to plants. They gathered them in forests, grew them in gardens, tied them in bundles, and soaked them in water. These were the tisanes, infusions, and odd concoctions that filled the gaps between real drinks. They went by many names and had many effects, some calming, some invigorating, some dangerous. But above all, they were made with intention: a tea of chamomile to ease nerves, a nettle infusion to cleanse the blood, a brew of elderflower to break a fever. These were not beverages, they were tools. Herbal drinks were particularly common among women. Mothers, midwives, and healers guarded recipes the way monks guarded manuscripts. A specific blend of herbs might be known to help with childbirth pains, another to stop coughing. Children were dosed with warm brews to calm their stomachs or hush their cries. Old women handed down secrets about which herbs required boiling, which needed only steeping, and which should never be mixed without a protective prayer. Because these herbal drinks were often made at home, they varied widely in composition. One family's headache remedy might cause hallucinations in another household. One village's calming tea might be banned entirely in the next town. The ingredients were whatever grew nearby: lavender, thyme, sage, yarrow, fennel, mugwort. If it had a scent and did not kill the chickens, someone probably steeped it. Historians still argue whether most people truly believed in the medicinal properties of these drinks, or whether it was simply something to do when options were limited. Either way, the rituals surrounding herbal infusions gave people a sense of control. When illness loomed or water tasted wrong, It helped to feel that one could brew something purposeful. Whether or not the herb actually helped, the act of preparing it did. Some tisanes were social. Visitors might be offered a warm mug of rosemary or lemon balm. In colder climates, mulled brews with cinnamon or cloves became winter staples. These spices were expensive and often reserved for holidays, but when added to a pot of boiling herbs, they created a powerful illusion of wealth and comfort. Even if the liquid beneath was mostly boiled weeds, the smell alone could lift spirits. Other brews were ceremonial. Some were prepared during births or funerals, with strict instructions about who could stir the pot or pour the first cup. A particular blend might be reserved for weddings, shared only between the bride and groom. A stronger, bitter infusion might be used in curses or blessings, depending on the intent. Monasteries also embraced herbal infusions, particularly in infirmaries. Monks grew rows of medicinal plants in their cloister gardens: plantain for wounds, valerian for sleep, horehound for coughs. Recipes were recorded in herbal manuscripts passed down and copied with ornate flourishes. Some were surprisingly effective, others were more faith than function. One fringe belief held that speaking a prayer while stirring the herbs clockwise increased their potency. Another insisted that infusions made under a full moon worked faster. There were instructions about water temperature, time of day, and even the mood of the person brewing. Whether these factors made a difference is unknown, but the belief itself gave weight to the process. There were also cautionary tales. Some herbs could poison as easily as they could heal. Hemlock, belladonna, and foxglove found their way into the wrong cups more than once. Children sometimes drank what they should not. Adults misread recipes or confused similar-looking plants. The consequences could be mild, a headache, a rash, or fatal. It was a risk everyone accepted. Because the ingredients were not consistent, the effects of these brews varied from house to house and cup to cup. One person's remedy was another's mistake. Some families kept herbal knowledge within their lineage, refusing to share recipes except under oath or in exchange for favors. Others offered their brews freely, leaving bundles of dried herbs on neighbors' doorsteps or offering cups to travelers in need. In towns, market stalls sold sachets of dried herbs. The sellers, often older women with wide skirts and sharp eyes, claimed their blends cured everything from fevers to bad dreams. Authorities occasionally accused them of witchcraft, especially if a brew worked suspiciously well. A woman who cured too many ailments with nothing but leaves and steam might find herself watched closely. Healing was valuable. Too much healing was dangerous. Some people drank herbal brews for clarity. Monks prepared drinks before long nights of copying texts. Soldiers drank warming infusions before battle. A tired craftsman might sip something pungent and bitter to shake off sleep. Even students, few as they were, had preferred teas for memory and focus, often mint or rosemary. Children were not excluded. They drank mild brews to calm their stomachs, settle fevers, or help them sleep. Some mothers made daily teas to keep their children strong, simple blends of chamomile and honey or thyme and lemon. The taste was not always pleasant, but the warmth of the cup, the gentleness of the ritual, carried comfort that water never could. In some villages, herbal brews became part of seasonal celebrations. A spring drink brewed from fresh dandelions, an autumn infusion of sage and apple peel, a solstice blend with every herb gathered that year, stirred together in one chaotic, potent potion. These drinks were not sold, not stored. They were shared, hot and fleeting, like the seasons they marked. During times of scarcity, herbal brews became even more important. When ale ran out and wine was unaffordable, when the cow gave no milk and the well was green with slime, people turned to what still grew: a handful of mint, a sprig of yarrow, leaves from a tree that survived the frost. These became survival drinks, not glamorous, not intoxicating, but enough to push through another day. Not all herbal drinks were taken by mouth. Some were poured over wounds. Others were used in bathing rituals: lavender water for skin ailments, rosemary to ease sore muscles, elderflower to cool fevers. These applications blurred the line between washing and drinking. The same plants that steeped in a cup could just as easily float in a wooden tub. Travellers often carried pouches of dried herbs wrapped in cloth. These served as quick remedies and protective talismans. When sleeping in unfamiliar barns or under hedgerows, a person might chew a clove or sip a bitter blend to ward off illness. Whether or not the herbs had the power people believed, the presence of the pouch itself offered reassurance. There were stories too, tales of brews that helped women see into the future, of herbs that forced the truth out of liars, of leaves so potent that a single sip revealed past lives. These stories were usually told at night near the fire, between sips of something steaming and sour. Even those who laughed at them often kept a secret recipe tucked away. Herbal drinks also served as a kind of social currency. A woman known for her sleep tea might receive gifts all winter. A man with the best headache blend might find extra eggs in his basket. The drinks connected people. They were favors, apologies, bribes, and offerings, not just hydration, but hospitality in its purest, most personal form. Sometimes the herbs ran out, a bad harvest, a harsh frost. And then people stretched what they had, reusing steeped leaves, drying stalks that were normally discarded, adding wood shavings or bark. So these brews were weaker, sometimes nearly tasteless. But even a ghost of a flavour could bring comfort. And always, the process mattered more than the product. Water was risky. Wine was costly. Ale was labour. Butt and herb, picked by hand, dried in the rafters, crushed in a mortar, felt personal. The act of turning it into a drink was its own kind of magic. Boil, steep, pour, breathe. In a world full of uncertainty, a simple cup of herbal tea was a quiet assertion of agency. No priests, no guilds, no taxes, just fire, water, and leaves. And in the quiet hours before dawn, when the fire burned low and the shadows grew long, a cup of something warm, made from plants, patience, and a little whispered hope, could make all the difference. The smell is different in the countryside, not just because of livestock or open fields, but because the water smells different. Or rather, it often does not smell at all, which in medieval terms is a victory. In rural areas, water sources could be cleaner, deeper, and less shared with neighbours who dumped things best left undescribed. The divide between urban and rural water safety was real. In cities, rivers doubled as sewers. Wells were crowded by outhouses and dye pits. People drew from the same stream they dumped refuse into the previous day. In villages, streams ran clearer, if not entirely pure, and families knew exactly who used the upstream bend. That does not mean countryside living was a sanitary dream. It simply meant the contamination was easier to track. If a sheep fell into the spring, the village found out. If a neighbour started using a bucket to wash something unsavoury, there were words. But the population density was lower, the earth was more forgiving, and people could adapt their drinking habits more easily. Rural households often managed their own water. Some built small covered wells. Others drew water from springs nestled between hills. Many homes stored rainwater in barrels, carefully covered with cloth or wooden lids to keep out insects and animals. It was not ideal. It turned stale. Algae formed. But it was still better than sharing a municipal trough with 20 apprentices and a dead pigeon. In cities, the solutions were more desperate. Large towns tried to manage water through public fountains or aqueducts, many inherited from Roman engineering. But pipes cracked, cisterns overflowed, and fountains collected grime from 100 hands. Water sellers filled jugs from wherever they could and shouted their wares in crowded markets. No one asked where the water came from. Everyone knew the answer would ruin the thirst. Historians still argue whether urban dwellers knew their water was more dangerous or simply had fewer options. Likely, it was both. Boiling water was labor-intensive. Ale cost money. Herbal brews took time. In cities where everyone was busy staying alive, people made do with what they had and avoided thinking about what floated in the bottom of the bucket. One fringe practice in both town and country was water whispering. People talked to wells, literally. They thanked them for clean water. They apologized when someone became ill. They dropped coins or herbs into the depths. A few families believed a specific spirit lived in their well and left bread or milk at its edge. Some of these customs lasted for centuries. Whether the well was cleaner afterward is debatable. Whether people felt better about drinking from it is not. Rural households, especially those without livestock, often relied more heavily on seasonal water. Rain collection was vital during spring and fall. Snowmelt fed streams in early summer. During dry spells, people shared sources or walked long distances with wooden pails swinging from tired arms. In some villages, children were sent out every morning to collect water, and the choice of stream or spring became part of daily strategy. In urban settings, water access depended on status. Wealthier homes had private wells, often covered and guarded. Some even installed basic filtering systems using gravel and charcoal. These were primitive but not useless. At the very least, they removed visible debris. For the poor, water came from shared sources, often closer to cesspits than comfort. Illness spread fast. Gossip spread faster. The physical act of carrying water shaped daily life. In both settings, water had to be fetched, lifted, stored, and ladled out sparingly. No one ran a tap. Every drop came with effort. It was measured. It was watched. Children learned early not to waste it. Spilling a bucket meant more than inconvenience. It meant losing precious time and possibly drinking something worse later. Some households designated one container for drinking water only. It was cleaned more often. It was covered more carefully. In some homes, it was placed in a central location and watched over like a shrine. Water was not just a necessity, it was a resource, one that required vigilance. Differences in storage also widened the gap between town and country. In rural homes, barrels were often made from oak or ash, lined with pitch or resin to prevent leaks. These barrels kept water cooler and somewhat fresher. In towns, pottery jugs or lead-lined cisterns were common. The former broke, the latter poisoned, not quickly, not dramatically, just enough to cause problems no one knew how to diagnose. The irony of medieval urban water was that the very infrastructure that made cities possible often made water worse. Drains clogged, gutters overflowed, streets turned into shallow rivers of filth during storms. Any clean water moving through town picked up company before reaching the cup. And once it did, no one trusted it fully. Because of this, many people drank liquids that had passed through something else first. Barley, grapes, leaves, cows. Even in villages where the streams sparkled, there was hesitation. One dead frog ruined a season. One outbreak changed habits forever. Water testing, such as it existed, relied on animals. If the dog drank it and lived, it was declared safe. If the chickens avoided it, there were whispers. Some families placed silver coins in water jugs, believing they killed poisons. There is some truth in silver's antimicrobial properties, but the medieval application was more hopeful than scientific. In towns, suspicion ran deeper. If a household fell ill, neighbors blamed the well, or the maid, or the merchant who sold them vinegar 2 weeks ago. Water contamination was rarely acknowledged directly. It was too abstract, too invisible, easier to blame something with a face. In rural communities, cause and effect felt closer. If someone fell ill, others looked upstream. They asked questions. They adjusted. The water might still be dangerous, but at least the danger felt knowable. One peculiar practice involved blessing water sources during feast days. Priests gathered villagers by the well, sprinkled holy water into the depths, and said prayers for purity. This was less about chemistry and more about comfort. Afterward, people said the water tasted sweeter. It probably did not. But belief was powerful. Urban centers often ignored such rituals. The water was already political, managed by guilds, taxed by lords, accessed by favor. People argued over rights to the fountain or the order of drawing. Disputes were common, fights broke out. A person might wait in line for an hour, only to see the water run cloudy and the sun go down. Then it was back to ale. In the countryside, water politics was simpler, but no less emotional. A neighbor who drew more than his share might face quiet retaliation. A disputed spring could split a village. And if someone poisoned a well intentionally or by negligence, the consequences were often harsh: fines, banishment, or worse. Water justice was swift. Despite all of this, people adapted. They learned which streams ran clean after rain. They tracked seasonal changes. They remembered which wells produced sulfur smells in August and which stayed cold through July. This knowledge passed through families like heirlooms, not written, not recorded, but trusted. Some towns attempted innovation. Public bathhouses and fountains tried to normalize cleanliness, but these often failed, not because the ideas were bad, but because the maintenance was impossible. Pipes cracked, roofs collapsed, water pressure dropped. The promise of cleanliness faded beneath the weight of grime and human error. And so the divide remained. Country water might be clearer, but it was more fragile. City water might be accessible, but it was more corrupt. In both places, people searched for better options, leaned on tradition, and drank what they had with cautious optimism. Because in the medieval world, every sip was a calculation, every ladle was a wager, and no one, no matter how rich or careful, escaped the truth. Clean water was rare. Trust was even rarer. But thirst was constant. And so the choices continued. Barrels filled, buckets emptied, springs whispered to beneath the trees. Somewhere between cracked cobblestones and a flickering torch, a child scratches at the back of his ankle. Again and again. The cause is simple. He has not worn socks in weeks, possibly ever. His feet sweat inside rough leather shoes, and the dampness has invited a familiar collection of fungal guests. Welcome to medieval foot care, or rather, the curious absence of it. Hygiene in the medieval period was not entirely ignored. People did wash. They did notice bad smells. They cared, often deeply, about personal presentation. But when it came to feet, there was a strange mixture of avoidance, improvisation, and enduring discomfort. Clean feet were a luxury. Dry feet were a miracle. Water, as has been established, was a gamble. Soaking one's feet in it invited risk. Washing them was often done with leftover broth or beer dregs, whatever could spare a little warmth and not smell worse than the problem itself. In wealthier homes, footbaths existed. Servants brought warm water, herbs, and linen towels. But even then, the practice was more about ritual than effectiveness. A splash, a scrub, and back into the boots. In rural areas, people went barefoot often, especially children. Shoes wore out quickly, and most households owned one or two pairs at most. Feet grew tough, calluses served as armor, cuts healed slowly, and infections spread faster than rumors at market. Still, feet remained largely neglected unless they caused real pain. It was common for people to sleep with their feet near the fire, not for comfort, but to dry them. Moisture was the enemy. Blisters became ulcers. Ulcers turned into something worse. People stuffed their shoes with straw, rags, or nothing at all. In cold months, they wrapped their feet in cloth, sometimes wool, sometimes whatever they could find. Socks, in the modern sense, were rare and expensive. Historians still argue whether foot infections were seen as a normal part of life or a sign of divine punishment. Some religious texts speak of sores and lesions as tests of faith. Others suggest that pilgrims developed foot ailments as a badge of suffering. Either way, there was little structured care. A poultice of garlic and wine might be applied, a prayer might be said. But unless a person could no longer walk, the issue remained their own. One fringe remedy involved burying one's feet in warm manure. It was said to draw out illness and ease joint pain. The science is questionable, the smell is not. Another method required soaking the feet in vinegar, then wrapping them in strips of old linen soaked in rose water. A luxury, clearly, and one reserved for those who could afford both vinegar and rose petals in the same week. Shoes varied. The rich wore leather, sometimes lined with fur. The poor made do with wooden clogs, scraps of hide, or went without. Footwear was not standardized. There were no sizes. People wore what fit well enough. Ill-fitting shoes caused blisters. Blisters became blood blisters, and when shoes were shared between siblings or borrowed from neighbors, the resulting foot ailments were treated with vague regret. Nails were not trimmed often. When they grew too long or painful, they were snapped off or filed with bits of rough stone. Ingrown toenails were addressed with knives, small ones ideally, but not always sterile or sharp. The pain was tolerated. The outcome was not guaranteed. Public bathhouses occasionally included foot washing stations, but again, these were not designed with fungi in mind. They offered warm water, communal benches, and the soothing illusion of cleanliness. However, these spaces also bred infections of their own. People shared towels, basins, and floors. Athlete's foot was likely not called that, but it certainly made the rounds. In monasteries, monks often washed each other's feet as a symbolic gesture. It echoed biblical stories of humility and service. The water was warmed, the process was quiet, and for a moment someone's feet were clean, at least until they stepped outside again. This practice was more spiritual than sanitary, but it left behind written records and illustrations, reminders that even the most overlooked body part could carry meaning. Travelers faced particular challenges. Long walks in wet boots led to trench-like rot. Soldiers rubbed their feet with animal fat to create a barrier against water. Shepherds packed moss into their shoes. Some used lard. Others relied on strong-smelling herbs, both to mask odor and to fight infection. It worked sometimes, but not often enough. Women, when not barefoot, wore soft slippers indoors. These were rarely practical and offered little protection. Dancers and servants alike suffered from blisters and splits. Pregnant women were sometimes advised to soak their feet in cool water to balance the womb. The logic was unclear, the results mixed. One curious practice was walking barefoot through morning dew. It was believed to cure joint stiffness and soothe fevers. In some villages, this was done as part of religious festivals or healing rituals. The dew was thought to carry nature's purity. More likely, it was simply cold enough to numb the pain for a few minutes. There were also charms. Some people tied small bags of herbs to their ankles to protect their feet from spirits. Others etched protective symbols into the soles of their shoes. In regions where witchcraft fears ran high, a sore foot could be blamed on a neighbor's evil eye. A person might wake to find scratches or swelling and decide they had been cursed. Remedies included ash circles, iron pins, or carrying dried toads. It is unclear whether these helped the feet, but they certainly made conversation more interesting. During winter, frostbite was common. Toes turned black, then numb, then vanished. People wrapped their feet in sheepskin or placed them near the hearth for hours. Some burned themselves trying to restore circulation. A few believed that rubbing snow into frozen feet would help. It did not, but it distracted from the pain. The role of shoes in class identity cannot be overstated. Nobles wore pointed shoes, sometimes so long they had to be tied up with ribbons. These shoes were useless for walking, but very effective for showing off wealth. Poor people wore flat shoes, plain and functional. A good pair might last 2 seasons, a bad one, 2 weeks. Cobblers did what they could. They patched soles with scrap leather, replaced ties hammered in iron nails. But even they had limits. Shoes were not mass-produced. Every pair was unique, every foot equally so. And not all cobblers were skilled. A badly repaired shoe could cause more harm than going barefoot. Foot ailments were so widespread that people developed a surprising tolerance for discomfort. A limp was not suspicious, it was expected. An odd gait, a dragging foot, or the inability to bend one's toes was rarely remarked upon unless it interfered with work. Feet were not aesthetic objects, they were tools. If they worked, even poorly, they were considered acceptable. Children learned early to care for their feet in rough ways. They scraped mud off with sticks. They soaked in cold puddles. They picked at blisters until they bled, then wrapped them in wool. If the wound festered, someone might apply honey or chewed bread. If it healed, the child limped for a week and then forgot the lesson. Some festivals included foot races, not for health, but for sport. Participants often ran barefoot through uneven fields, dodging stones and thorns. Prizes ranged from loaves of bread to ribbons. The aftermath often included bandaged toes and a few missing nails. It was still considered worth it. In some towns, local healers specialized in feet, though not officially. They were known more by word of mouth than by signage. An old man with a file, a young woman with a copper kettle, a widow who whispered over bunions. They treated what they could, and when they could not, they offered strong ale. There were also those who ignored foot problems entirely. The pain was constant. It did not spike or scream. It simply remained, a dull throb, a burning itch, a raw edge. People grew accustomed to it, a minor discomfort in a world full of larger ones. But on cold mornings with frost creeping across the floor, feet mattered. They were what touched the world first. They stepped into boots, into chores, into survival. If they cracked, bled, or swelled, the day slowed down. Pain became drag, and drag became danger. No one held ceremonies for foot care. No one wrote songs. But there was reverence in the way a person eased into warm straw, in how they curled their toes near a hearthstone or pressed dry cloth against their soles after a storm. A private ritual, a quiet gratitude. Because in a world where feet were both transportation and foundation, they were precious in the most neglected sense. The outhouse door creaks open, assuming there is a door. More often, it is a crude wooden frame, angled just enough to offer the illusion of privacy. Inside, there is no toilet paper, no seat, latrines, cesspits, ditches, and rivers. None were ideal, all carried risks. But they existed, scattered across towns, monasteries, castles, and villages, each with its own quirks, hazards, and peculiar customs. In towns, most people relieved themselves in chamber pots, especially at night. These were emptied into the street or into a designated waste area. The morning ritual in many neighborhoods included dodging whatever had been tossed from upper windows. The phrase "gardy-loo," a warning shout used in some places, was meant to alert those below. Whether it was heeded in time is another matter. Castles had slightly more sophisticated setups. Some featured garderobes, small stone rooms with chutes that carried waste down the outer wall. Theoretically, it dropped into the moat. In practice, it smeared the wall and collected below in foul, sticky piles. Servants were tasked with cleaning these. No one envied them. Some garderobes were positioned over rainwater drains. This made them cleaner in theory, but the smell persisted. Monasteries handled the problem with slightly more organization. Large latrines were built over running water channels. Waste was washed away, at least partially. Monks followed strict rules about when and how to relieve themselves. Silence was often maintained, even in the latrine. It was a solemn, quiet affair, and while it may sound orderly, the reality remained deeply unpleasant. Historians still argue whether medieval people considered the sanitation implications of their choices. Some evidence suggests they did. Privies were sometimes placed far from wells. Laws prohibited dumping waste into certain streams, but enforcement was inconsistent, and understanding of contamination remained vague. The nose knew something was wrong. Science had not yet arrived to explain it. In rural areas, the practice was simpler and sometimes more sanitary. People used the edge of the forest or a designated spot behind the barn. The soil absorbed more than the cobblestones of a town. Waste broke down more easily. There was privacy in nature, though not always comfort. Brambles, insects, and freezing winds made for memorable visits. The poor often lacked permanent facilities. A family might dig a shallow pit and cover it periodically with dirt. When it filled, they moved and dug another. Some shared pits with neighbours, others simply found a discreet spot and hoped for rain. This was common in overcrowded slums where space, resources, and privacy were all luxuries. Wealthier households owned wooden commodes or porcelain chamber pots. Some were decorated absurdly with floral motifs or painted scenes. These were often emptied by servants or apprentices, yet another reminder that class could insulate one from the less charming aspects of daily life. There were regional variations in terminology and technique. Some communities developed elaborate outhouses with ventilation slits and scented herbs tucked into the walls. Others preferred open-air setups. The choices often reflected local climate, resources, and customs more than any overarching principle of hygiene. One fringe practice involved the use of moss, wool scraps, or even seashells for wiping. The idea of toilet paper, as it exists today, did not yet exist. People used whatever was available. Some used smooth sticks or handfuls of straw. In wealthier homes, linen rags might be reserved for this purpose and washed afterwards, by someone low on the social ladder, of course. Waste was also repurposed. Human waste, known as night soil, was sometimes collected and sold to farmers as fertilizer. This was dangerous but economically efficient. People accepted the risks. Some towns employed workers whose sole task was to empty cesspits and cart away the contents. These workers were called gong farmers in England. Their job was essential and revolting. They worked at night, wore thick boots, and were paid surprisingly well, perhaps as compensation for the loss of smell and dignity. Gong farmers were often isolated socially. Their work was seen as unclean, both physically and spiritually. Some communities forbade them from participating in certain rituals. Others respected them quietly, knowing full well what the town would look like without them. Toilets, such as they were rarely cleaned thoroughly. Lime might be sprinkled to suppress odour. Ashes from the hearth could be dumped to reduce moisture. But the accumulation was constant. Maggots, rats, and disease followed closely behind. People adapted by covering their noses, moving quickly, and pretending not to notice. During festivals or large gatherings, sanitation often collapsed entirely. Ale flowed freely, so did everything else. Temporary pits were dug. Some were used, some not. It was common for people to relieve themselves wherever they stood, especially after dark. The aftermath was unfortunate for morning travellers. Children learned early how to navigate the system. They were often assigned the task of emptying pots or fetching ash. They learned to hold their noses, move fast, and keep complaints to themselves. It was a rite of passage, albeit one no one looked forward to. Women faced additional challenges. Privacy was harder to come by. Long skirts helped, but modesty laws and social pressure meant many women waited uncomfortably long or used less than safe locations. Some developed discrete routines involving screens, curtains, or the cooperation of others. Men, more often outdoors, faced fewer restrictions. In towns, alleyways became unofficial urinals. In castles, soldiers relieved themselves near battlements. In villages, a tree or wall sufficed. This disparity shaped experiences, routines, and health outcomes across genders. The dangers of medieval sanitation were immense. Cholera, dysentery, and parasitic infections were common. Flies spread filth from one location to another. Wells became poisoned by nearby cesspits. Yet, in the absence of germ theory, blame was assigned to miasmas, bad air, or moral failings. Illness was often seen as divine punishment rather than bacterial inevitability. There were attempts at regulation. Town ordinances forbade waste dumping in main thoroughfares. Fines were issued to those caught soiling fountains or polluting water channels. But enforcement varied. And even in well-run towns, the sheer volume of waste made total control impossible. Certain buildings included multi-seat latrines, especially in monasteries or larger estates. These were communal, and conversations sometimes took place during use. It was not considered strange. Modesty, in this case, gave way to routine. The smell lingered, but so did the social function. Some cultures built overhanging toilets on bridges. Waste dropped directly into the river. This was efficient, but disastrous for those living downstream. Travelers were warned to avoid drinking water near cities for precisely this reason. The connection between human waste and agriculture also shaped attitudes. Fertilizer was precious. Crop yields depended on nutrients. In some cases, farmers requested waste deliveries. It was scooped, transported, and applied by hand. Gloves were rare, sickness common. The psychological toll of medieval toilets is difficult to quantify. Constant exposure to filth shaped expectations. People accepted odors, stains, and illness as background features of life. Complaints were rare, endurance prized. Some scholars speculate that religious obsession with purity may have been a response to daily filth. Rituals of cleansing, fasting, and penance reflected a yearning for order in a world that constantly produced the opposite. Bodily functions were reminders of mortality, weakness, and the inescapable physicality of life. Still, laughter persisted. Jokes about toilets appear in plays, poems, and sermons. Everyone shared the experience, from the lowest labourer to the king. Flatulence jokes crossed class lines. Outhouse mishaps became stories told at night. There was unity in discomfort. Because in the medieval world, going to the toilet was not a matter of privacy or luxury. It was a dance with nature, space, and custom. It was an act performed with speed, caution, and low expectations. And afterward, with a sniff, a shrug, and a few shuffled steps, people carried on. In the far corner of a dimly lit workshop, a thin man leans over a bubbling pot. Steam rises thick with sweetness. A wooden paddle scrapes the edge. This is not a potion or a stew. It is mead, honey wine, and in the medieval imagination, it hovers somewhere between indulgence and medicine. Mead was old, even by medieval standards. People drank it long before the first cathedrals rose, before the first guild charters were inked. It came from beekeepers and warriors, monks and mystics. It required only honey, water, and fermentation time. Simpler than ale, richer than wine, and endlessly flexible, mead sat slightly apart from other medieval drinks. It was rare, it was revered, and, when available, it was consumed with both celebration and suspicion. Honey was expensive. Bees had to be tended carefully, their hives placed away from damp and protected from theft. Swarming season required attention. Harvesting honey meant enduring stings, climbing trees, and using smoke. Every drop was precious, which made mead a drink of choice for the well-off or for very special occasions among the poor. In some regions, mead was brewed only once or twice a year. It was sealed in earthenware or wooden casks and stored in cool cellars. When opened, it foamed gently and smelled of clover, wild herbs, and damp wood. The strength varied wildly. Some batches barely caused a blush, while others sent a grown man to sleep with his shoes still on. Historians still debate whether mead was truly as widespread as the legends claim. Some argue that it was reserved for elites and religious ceremonies. Others insist that it was a common peasant drink in regions where grapes were scarce and barley did not grow well. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in the middle. What is certain is that mead carried cultural weight. In Norse tradition, it was the drink of gods and poets. Skalds drank mead before reciting epics. Warriors drank it after battle. In Anglo-Saxon texts, mead halls were central to community life. The drink itself symbolized unity, memory, and glory. Even centuries later, the echoes remained. Medieval people flavored mead with spices, herbs, and fruits. Cloves, ginger, elderberries, cinnamon. These were added not only for taste, but for their perceived healing properties. A cup of mead was believed to aid digestion, soothe grief, or inspire romance. Whether or not it worked, no one denied that it made evenings warmer and conversations more generous. One fringe recipe included crushed oyster shells, believed to enhance virility. Another instructed the brewer to sing to the mead each evening during fermentation. In both cases, the effect was more spiritual than chemical, but the ritual mattered. The act of making mead became as meaningful as drinking it. Monasteries occasionally produced mead, though less frequently than ale. Honey was harder to come by in bulk, but when they did, the resulting batches were often used medicinally. Mead was given to the sick, the dying, or visiting nobles. Infirmaries stocked small flasks. Priors offered it during cold seasons. It was kept locked, guarded not just against theft, but against casual indulgence. Mead also appeared in marriage traditions. A newlywed couple might be given enough mead to last a full moon cycle, 30 days, hence the term honeymoon. The idea was that the drink would encourage fertility and harmony. Whether it delivered on those promises remains an open question. But the tradition lingered and in some regions persists even now. In taverns, mead was less common than ale, but not unknown. It was usually more expensive and served in smaller cups. Some tavern keepers blended it with ale or cider to stretch supplies. Others passed off sweetened ale as mead. Customers knew the difference, or pretended not to. Because honey was a product of the land, mead changed from village to village. The taste of one beekeeper's mead might differ entirely from another's just a mile away. Soil, flowers, weather, all shaped the outcome. Some meads were light and floral, others dark and heavy. Some fizzed, some did not. A person could become attached to a particular batch, the way one becomes attached to a season. Making mead at home required patience. The fermentation process was slow. It could take weeks or months. A failed batch meant wasted honey, no small loss. Families who succeeded kept their methods private. Some recipes were passed down like heirlooms guarded with quiet pride. In times of sickness, mead was offered to the weak. Warmed gently, mixed with a pinch of sage or lemon balm, it was said to restore strength. For the grieving, it dulled the edges of sorrow. For the anxious, it eased nerves, and for the cold, it brought a soft inner fire that ale rarely delivered. Not everyone trusted it. Some believed mead invited dreams, visions, or even possession. A few clerics warned against its use in excess, claiming that it stirred unnatural passions. Whether that was due to the alcohol or the honey, no one agreed. But the warnings were clear. Mead could elevate or undo a person depending on how they approached it. Weddings, solstice feasts, and birth celebrations often included mead if it could be obtained. A single shared cup might be passed around the room. Guests sipped, then nodded silently. It was not about intoxication, it was about participation. To drink the mead was to join the moment fully. Some regions developed spiced meads known as metheglins. These were intentionally medicinal and often included dozens of herbs. Recipes varied but might include rosemary, thyme, wormwood, or even pepper. They were rarely enjoyable in flavour, but they carried weight. A grandmother's metheglin might be credited with saving lives or clearing lungs. Whether it did or not was beside the point. Mead was not stored in glass. It lived in barrels, crocks, or wax-sealed flasks. The storage itself influenced taste. Oak casks gave it depth. Clay pots kept it cool. Some brewers added beeswax to soften the flavour. Others used birch bark, believing it infused clarity. In regions without grapes, mead sometimes replaced wine in religious rituals. Not officially, of course, but quietly in remote chapels, a priest might bless a cup of mead rather than sour wine from a foreign barrel. This substitution raised eyebrows but rarely reached authorities. Mead also appeared in folklore. It was the drink of fairies, elves, or spirits in many stories. A lost traveller offered a golden cup of mead was wise to refuse, lest he wake 100 years later, or worse, never at all. These stories reflected both the drink's allure and its danger. Despite its occasional rarity, mead retained a strong identity. It did not fade as quickly as other drinks. It lingered in poetry, proverbs, and memory. Even as beer became dominant, mead held on, part sweet indulgence, part sacred tradition. Because in a world full of bitter brews, dangerous water, and bland survival, mead was something different. It was deliberate. It was golden. It shimmered slightly in the light and clung to the lips, and whether brewed in a monk's cellar, a beekeeper's barn, or a thatched kitchen beside the hills, it offered the same quiet promise. A brief sweetness in the mouth, a softness behind the eyes, and the sense that for just a moment the world might be kind. In the centre of a bustling medieval town square, a man sells vinegar from a wooden cart. Small casks, sealed with wax and marked with crude symbols, rest beside jars of pickled onions and cloudy bottles of what might be medicine or might be soup. It is difficult to tell. What is certain, though, is that vinegar was everywhere and people drank it, willingly, sometimes even joyfully. Vinegar in the medieval world was not just a kitchen ingredient. It was a preservative, a cleanser, a tonic, a cooking staple, and, yes, occasionally, a drink. It was sour, strong, and occasionally dangerous, and it played a surprising role in how people stayed hydrated, or at least how they convinced themselves they were doing so. Vinegar forms naturally when wine or ale spoils in the right conditions. Yeast gives way to acetic acid bacteria, and what was once festive becomes pungent. In most cases, this was considered a failure, but in a world where nearly every liquid spoiled eventually, vinegar was viewed as salvage. It was what came after the wine had grown tired. It was what ale became when neglected. It was a second chance in a barrel. This second chance was often embraced. Vinegar was mixed with water to create a drink known in various regions as posca, or sour wine water. It was especially common among soldiers and labourers. The idea was simple. Water was dangerous, but vinegar could help kill whatever lingered in it. The sharpness also masked unpleasant flavours. And, perhaps most importantly, it offered the illusion of refreshment. Historians still debate whether vinegar truly neutralised harmful microbes or simply made foul water more palatable. The acidic environment could deter some bacteria, but the overall effectiveness remains unclear. What is clear, however, is that people believed it helped, and belief often carried as much weight as science in those times. Roman soldiers were known to drink posca centuries earlier, and the tradition never quite vanished. In medieval times, the drink was passed down through military camps, monasteries, and farming communities. It was easy to make, easy to store, and, in small quantities, vaguely revitalizing. One fringe belief held that drinking vinegar sharpened the mind. Students were occasionally encouraged to sip it before long reading sessions. Others claimed it calmed the heart or suppressed lustful thoughts. Whether it truly had these effects is uncertain, but it certainly stopped people from overindulging. No one drank too much vinegar. It was self-regulating in that way. Some brewers created flavored vinegar drinks. These included honey, herbs, or even bits of fruit. The resulting concoctions were known as oxymels, sweet-sour tonics used as health remedies. They were taken in small sips, usually from clay cups, and prescribed for ailments ranging from sore throats to melancholia. A splash of oxymel before sleep was believed to prevent bad dreams, or, at the very least, to keep the stomach occupied with something more interesting than ghosts. In the kitchen, vinegar served as a seasoning. It brought brightness to otherwise bland dishes. It was added to stews, lentils, preserved vegetables, and even cheese. But sometimes, when all else failed, when the water was green, the ale was flat, and the wine had vanished, people simply drank it. Vinegar diluted in water became a common mealtime drink for the poor. It was cheap, easy to transport, and hard to ruin further. A traveller could carry a flask of vinegar and add it to questionable water as needed. It did not taste good, but it tasted intentional, which, in some cases, was enough. In monasteries, vinegar had multiple uses. It was used to clean wounds, rinse hands, freshen stale bread, and even mop floors. Some monks believed vinegar's sharpness warded off evil spirits. Others just appreciated its smell over other options. Not all vinegar was equal. Apple cider vinegar was popular in orchards and cooler regions. Wine vinegar was stronger, more acidic, and often reserved for the wealthy or the particularly brave. Ale vinegar had a more musty aroma and was often used in cooking rather than drinking. Balsamic vinegar, as it would later be known, existed in infancy in parts of Italy, but was largely unknown elsewhere. Some households maintained a vinegar mother, a strange, gelatinous mass that grew inside barrels and helped ferment new batches. These mothers were treasured and passed down. They looked unpleasant, but functioned reliably. To lose one was to lose a source of preservation, flavor, and drink. Some were even named. People whispered to them as one might a pet or a garden. One fringe recipe advised placing a piece of iron in the vinegar barrel to harden the courage of anyone who drank from it. Another suggested adding crushed pearls to give the drink noble energy. Whether these additions improved the taste is doubtful. They certainly made the drink more expensive. Vinegar drinks also featured in religious practices. Some fasts allowed vinegar water mixtures when all other drinks were forbidden. The sourness was considered humbling. It reminded the drinker of sacrifice, simplicity, and the bitterness of the world. In some cases, vinegar was taken by monks as penance, its sharpness symbolic of discipline. During plague outbreaks, vinegar was mixed with herbs and carried in flasks. People dabbed it on their skin, soaked handkerchiefs in it, and sniffed it constantly. It was thought to purify the air and keep disease at bay. Whether it did anything meaningful is uncertain, but it gave people something to do in the face of chaos. And in some cases, that was enough. Vinegar's role in hydration may seem unthinkable today, but in a world of uncertainty, its predictability mattered. It might sting, it might burn, but it would not rot, it would not spoil, it would not grow worms. That alone made it valuable. There were, of course, consequences. Vinegar could erode teeth, upset stomachs, and irritate ulcers. Children often hated it. The elderly took it reluctantly, but it endured. In small sips it was manageable, in large ones regrettable. Either way, it was always remembered. Travellers carried vinegar in small bottles, pilgrims received vinegar water at hostels. Some guilds offered it to apprentices on hot days, believing it kept the blood thin and the temper even. It did not hydrate like clean water would have, but it hydrated better than nothing. And often, nothing was the alternative. In hot weather, vinegar water was served chilled if possible. This softened the taste slightly. Some households mixed it with snow when available to make a crude sort of slush. These drinks were offered to honoured guests, not because they tasted good, but because they demonstrated effort. One curious practice involved soaking bread in vinegar, then pressing it into the forehead during fevers. This, combined with vinegar steam inhalation, was supposed to draw out the heat. It smelled atrocious. It likely had minimal effect. But it was a gesture, and gestures mattered. Children were sometimes dosed with honeyed vinegar to treat worms or coughs. They gagged, cried, and squirmed, but they usually recovered. Whether because of the vinegar or despite it remains an open question, because in the medieval world vinegar was not just a liquid, it was a solution. It was proof that something spoiled could still be useful, that what had gone sour could still serve, and that even in bitterness there was a kind of survival. And so cup after cup, diluted and grimacing, people drank it. The sun rises slowly over the fields, casting a golden sheen across rows of stalks heavy with grain. A man tightens the strap of his water gourd, knowing what sloshes inside is not water at all, but something closer to porridge. Thick, warm, and slightly fermented, it will keep him moving. Because in the medieval world, people did not just drink liquids, they drank calories. Grain-based drinks formed the backbone of hydration for much of the population. These were not merely thirst quenchers, they were sustenance. In a society where energy output was high and food security uncertain, people sought drinks that fed as well as filled. And from oat gruel to barley mash, the lines between food and drink became wonderfully, confusingly blurred. Take pottage, for instance. It was not exactly a soup, not quite a drink. It lived somewhere in the middle, depending on how much water had been added and how long it had boiled. Sometimes it was sipped, sometimes chewed, but it was often served in mugs. A traveller might pour it into a cloth-wrapped horn, drink what he could, then scrape out the rest with his fingers. Historians still argue whether these thick grain drinks should be classified as meals or beverages. In practice, they were both. Workers carried them into the fields. Children drank them for breakfast. The sick sipped them slowly. It was nourishment in its simplest form, warm, soft, mildly flavoured, and dense. One common variant was oat water, made by boiling oats in a large pot, straining it loosely and drinking the cloudy liquid. It was filling, slightly sweet and easy on the stomach. Some added herbs or salt. Others left it plain. In some regions, people believed it cured digestive problems. In others, it was given to women after childbirth, believed to rebuild strength. Barley water was similar but slightly more refined. The grain was soaked, sometimes boiled, and the resulting liquid cooled and served with a bit of honey or lemon, if one were very fortunate. Monasteries prepared it for monks who had taken ill or were observing strict fasts. It was light, barely fermented, and gentle enough for the frail. In times of extreme poverty, people relied heavily on these drinks. A few handfuls of grain could create enough liquid nourishment for several family members. Though repetitive, it was better than going without. The texture was not always pleasant. It could be gritty, sour, or congealed. But it was warm, and it filled the belly. One fringe recipe involved fermenting millet and cabbage together, then drinking the frothy liquid with dried bread. It was said to be invigorating, though the smell likely discouraged second helpings. Another involved soaking beans overnight and drinking the starchy liquid the next morning, a practice praised by a few rural healers and avoided by most others. The caloric content of these drinks mattered. A person who drank ale might feel the warmth but still grow hungry. A person who drank grain mash might feel sated for hours. In labouring communities, especially during planting or harvest, these thick beverages provided essential energy. Fermentation occurred naturally. Left too long, grain-based drinks soured. Sometimes this was welcomed, creating a tart, probiotic-rich liquid. Other times it signalled that the pot had been left near the hearth too long. Either way, people still drank it. Waste was unthinkable. Children were introduced early. A toddler might be given cooled barley water in a horn cup. It was easier to digest than meat, and less risky than milk, which spoiled quickly. In some regions, families prepared a special grain brew for infants transitioning off the breast, an early form of what would later become porridge. Grain drinks were also social. Shared at morning meals or between tasks, they were served in wooden bowls or ceramic jugs. Neighbours traded batches. Recipes differed. Some were thick enough to stand a spoon in, others flowed like thin gravy. A good batch was remembered. A bad one was apologised for. Monasteries often maintained large cauldrons for these drinks. During fasting periods, broth-thin pottage served as both nourishment and symbol. It reminded monks of simplicity, sacrifice, and shared humility. On feast days, the same cauldron might produce a richer, thicker version with spices and milk. The line between austerity and abundance was, once again, a matter of consistency. In colder climates, these drinks were often consumed warm. This added comfort and minimized the risk of spoiling. A clay cup of steaming barley mash on a frosty morning could lift spirits and energy alike. Some labourers added fat scraps or marrow for richness, others added ale for flavour. It was not pretty, but it was effective. One curious practice involved letting oats ferment for several days, then bottling the froth and calling it old water. It was mildly alcoholic and widely distrusted by outsiders. But in some villages, it was tradition. A single cup might be passed around after communal work or religious processions. No one liked the taste. Everyone respected the ritual. Some medieval recipes recommended mixing grain drinks with egg yolks, especially for the sick or elderly. This created a proto-custard, drunk slowly from deep mugs. It was prescribed for faintness, melancholy, and exhaustion. Whether it helped or merely occupied the tongue is unclear, but it provided calories, and that was often enough. Storage was simple. These drinks did not last long. They soured within a day or two. Clay jars, wooden tubs, and even animal skins were used. In the absence of refrigeration, people adapted. They made small batches, they drank quickly, they shared. In regions where bread was scarce, these drinks replaced it. Where meat was rare, they stood in. A traveller might carry a flask of thick oat gruel and consider it breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Hunger adjusted expectations. Texture mattered less than fullness. Children sometimes played games with the thick dregs left in cups, drawing shapes, smearing fingers. Some mothers used the remaining sludge to thicken stews or feed animals. Nothing was wasted. The line between drink, food, and resource was blurry, but it was always respected. Even celebrations featured grain drinks. On winter solstice, some households flavoured their barley water with cinnamon or dried fruits. It was festive, if not exactly delicious. But it symbolised care, effort, the desire to mark a day as different, even if the ingredients remained the same. Among travelling labourers, these drinks were often consumed communally. A pot might be placed at the centre of a resting circle, and each man would take turns sipping from the same ladle. The ritual was as much about sharing hardship as about hydration. The drink was rarely pleasant, but it was warm, and that counted for something. Women preparing these drinks often sang while stirring. Not loudly, not for show, but softly, rhythmically. Old work songs passed down in kitchens and corners. Some believed the rhythm helped the mixture settle. Others believed the song itself carried warmth into the cup. In some regions, the foam that rose to the top of fermented oat water was scooped off and given to children as a treat. It was airy, slightly sweet, and safe in small amounts. The foam was called grain cream in certain villages. It lasted only a few minutes before collapsing, so it had to be eaten quickly, fingers first, with sticky laughter. Elderly people with weak teeth drank grain broth as their main meal. Sometimes flavored with leeks or onion peel, it was easy to swallow and carried enough weight to quiet the belly. A thin spoonful might be all they could manage, but it was better than dry bread or cold stew. Recipes were rarely written down. A daughter learned by watching her mother's hand. How long to stir, when to skim, how much grain to measure by feel, not weight. Measurements like a fistful or until your arm tires guided the process. It made each pot unique. The smoke from these pots clung to the ceiling beams. A house that brewed often carried a permanent scent, nutty, earthy, tinged with steam and ash. Guests might know what had been made just by standing in the doorway. It was not fancy, but it was comforting, familiar, safe. Because in the medieval world, hydration had to carry more than liquid. It needed warmth. It needed weight. It needed to carry a person through toil, through hunger, through entire days of labor before the next fire crackled. And as the man in the field lifts his gourd and takes another gritty mouthful, he does not smile, but he does keep walking. The markets hum with sound, boots on straw, roosters in crates, coins clinking across wooden tables. Somewhere in the mix, a large glass bottle shifts carefully in a wool-wrapped basket. It contains something bright, something fizzy, something sharp. Fruit vinegar soda, or as some called it, shrub. Before modern lemonade stands or soda fountains, there existed a curious family of drinks made from fruit syrup, vinegar, and water. These were not brewed in the way beer or mead were. They were concocted, measured, stirred, adjusted. And although they lacked alcohol, they had just enough tang to wake the tongue. In the hot months, they were prized, not for intoxication, but for refreshment. The base was simple: fruit, sugar, and vinegar. Raspberries, cherries, black currants, whatever grew in the hedgerows or gardens. The fruit was mashed, covered in sugar, and left to sit. After several days, the juice was strained, and vinegar was added to preserve it. The result was a concentrated syrup that could be stored in stoppered bottles and diluted with cool water whenever someone needed a drink that tasted like effort. Historians still argue whether shrubs were originally medicinal or culinary. Their acidity suggested health benefits, their sweetness suggested indulgence. Perhaps they were both. Some apothecaries stocked them, others left the recipe to household cooks. Either way, they spread across regions, changing flavor, strength, and status along the way. Shrubs could be made with honey instead of sugar, especially in earlier centuries when cane sugar was rare or expensive. Vinegars varied too. Some households used wine vinegar, others apple cider, and a few brave ones used herbal-infused blends that gave the drink a suspicious green tinge. Each variation told a story about what a family grew, preserved, and passed down. One fringe tradition involved making a shrub from rose hips and red wine vinegar, stirred counterclockwise for 7 nights while reciting a particular psalm. The resulting drink was believed to ward off fevers and nightmares. Whether this worked is unclear, but no one forgot the taste. Shrubs were especially popular among those who could not afford wine or ale in regular supply. The ingredients were accessible. They did not spoil quickly. A single bottle might last weeks. And for households without cold storage, the sharpness of the vinegar acted as a natural preservative, extending the drink's life even in warm kitchens. Children were fond of shrubs, perhaps because they mimicked grown-up drinks. The fizz from fermenting fruit gave them bubbles. The sweetness felt rare. And the ritual of mixing syrup with water, of stirring, pouring, and choosing a cup, gave children a sense of participation in something adult. A small independence, sipped slowly. In some communities, shrubs were served at gatherings or after religious ceremonies. They were not sacred exactly, but they were respectful. Refreshing without drawing attention, a quiet hospitality, a tray of clay cups, a bowl of diluted shrub, a ladle passed hand to hand. Guests did not compliment the flavour. They simply nodded, drank, and sat in silence for a few minutes longer. Shrubs made appearances in market stalls, especially during harvest seasons. A vendor might offer a taste on a reed straw or thin sliver of bread soaked in syrup. People sampled, debated, compared. The best shrubs had balance, sour, sweet, and strong. A weak shrub was whispered about. A powerful one could cause a brief coughing fit and a surprised grin. In monasteries, shrubs were sometimes served during the hottest months. Monks working in gardens or travelling on errands might receive a diluted syrup drink as part of their midday pause. It was not meant for indulgence, it was functional. But every now and then, a brother might smile faintly after sipping plum shrub, and for that moment, the world softened slightly. One curious use for shrubs was as a delivery system for powdered medicines. The syrup masked bitter herbs or crushed roots. Children who refused tonics would accept shrub. Adults who feared certain treatments found courage in its familiar taste. A healer might hand over a bottle with careful instructions. 1 sip before dawn, 2 after supper, none on feast days. In colder regions, shrubs were sometimes served warm. Heated gently over the fire, diluted with a bit of spiced water, they became a kind of medieval mulled soda. This variation was often used for the sick, the grieving, or those returning from long journeys. It soothed the throat and reminded people of summer flavours in the dead of winter. One fringe recipe included beet juice and pine vinegar. The result was deeply red, almost unsettling. But it was known to restore energy after long fasts, according to a few scattered records. Whether that was due to nutrition or sheer alarm is not known. The containers for shrub varied. Wealthier homes used glass bottles, sometimes imported, often reused. Poorer households relied on glazed jugs, sealed with wax and twine. The syrup had to be kept cool, dark, and undisturbed. Too much air and it spoiled, too much light and the colour faded. In households that made shrub regularly, the preparation was almost ceremonial. Children crushed berries with smooth stones. Adults measured vinegar with finger widths. The sugar was stirred slowly, carefully, watching for the right thickness. No one rushed. A spoiled shrub was a waste. A perfect one was a minor miracle. Shrubs were not considered indulgent. They were too sharp for that. But they did feel intentional. Drinking a shrub meant someone had planned ahead. Someone had preserved fruit in anticipation of thirst. And in a world that often met need with scarcity, that felt like comfort. Travellers carried small bottles of shrub concentrate in their packs. It took up little space and could transform even foul-tasting well water into something drinkable. Some merchants kept shrub in their carts, serving it to clients as a sign of courtesy. In a few cities, taverns served shrub alongside ale, offering a non-alcoholic alternative that still felt worthy of a wooden bench and candlelight. shrubs also found their way into rituals of courtship. A young woman might offer a homemade shrub to a suitor, carefully choosing the fruit and sweetness to suit his temperament. A rejected drink could signal disinterest. An empty cup might mean more than words. There were households commissioning elaborate shrub blends, spiced pear with elderflower, blackberry with cinnamon, and white wine vinegar. These were not shared with the masses, of course, but stories trickled down. A village girl might dream of a shrub so good that it would change her life, and sometimes just making it felt like enough. Some seasonal fairs hosted shrub contests. Participants brought their finest blend, carefully bottled and sealed with wax, and waited as judges sipped from silver spoons. The winner received little more than a ribbon and some claps, but their recipe might be requested for years afterward. Children would gather around hoping for a leftover taste. In some households, shrubs were poured into shallow bowls and left out for guests to serve themselves. Etiquette dictated that one should not drink too deeply, nor refill more than once unless invited. Hosts watched subtly, gauging how much people enjoyed the mix, silently making mental notes for the next batch. It was a quiet form of social choreography. Others infused their shrubs with herbs from their gardens, lavender, mint, even crushed basil. These additions were not common, but in regions with rich soil and careful growers, they created vibrant floral notes that set one drink apart from the next. A guest might recognize a shrub by scent alone before tasting. One fringe belief held that shrubs infused with thyme protected against bad dreams. A cup before sleep, it was said, would calm the spirit. In some homes, this became routine. Children drank their thyme shrub with wrinkled noses, clutching worn blankets, their faces lit by firelight. Shrubs also accompanied storytelling. During long winter nights, as grandparents told tales of saints and monsters, a warm shrub might be passed around, steam curling into the air. The taste became associated with memory, with comfort, with nights spent together when the wind howled and nothing outside mattered. Because in the medieval world, shrubs were not just drinks, they were small declarations of hope. They were a way to stretch the season, to brighten a day, to make water taste like memory. They were stored in dark cupboards and brought out when the heat lingered, or when a guest arrived unexpectedly. They required care, but gave satisfaction. And so across markets, kitchens, and monastery halls, people stirred and sipped. They tasted the vinegar, smiled despite themselves, and refilled the cup. Somewhere beneath the castle kitchens, buried in stone cellars stacked with salted fish and dried herbs, rests a barrel with no label. The contents are dark, oily, perhaps slightly sweet. No one is entirely sure who made it, but every so often a cook taps the side, draws a wooden ladleful, and uses it to glaze a roast or sweeten a dish of stewed apples. It is molasses wine or something like it. And like many late medieval beverages, it lives in the blurred space between curiosity and survival. As the Middle Ages stretched into their later centuries, trade routes widened. Sugar arrived more regularly, though still expensively. New flavors began to enter the kitchens and marketplaces of Europe, often filtered through the lens of spice traders, returning crusaders, or enterprising merchants. And with sugar came syrups. With syrups came new kinds of drinks. One such drink involved boiling molasses with spices and mixing the thickened syrup into warm water or light ale. It was sticky, sweet, and rich with nutmeg or clove. People drank it as a tonic, as a treat, sometimes as a last resort when everything else had spoiled or fermented itself into oblivion. Historians still argue whether these sugar-based drinks qualify as early soft drinks or simply experimental brews. The lack of standardization makes classification difficult. What one household called a cordial, another might call a health draught. The ingredients overlapped, the intentions differed. But they all sought something stable, sweet, and comforting. One fringe recipe involved molasses boiled with crushed peppercorns and fennel, then cooled and poured into glass bottles sealed with wax. It was believed to cure sluggish digestion. Another version, made with sugarcane juice and cinnamon bark, was consumed at certain winter feasts in port cities. Its origins were likely borrowed, but its place in festive gatherings became local. In many towns, apothecaries began to stock syrupy drinks laced with herbs. Some were clearly medicinal, thick, bitter, and served by the spoon. Others danced the line sold as tonics or nourishing waters. These included orange blossom syrups, rosewater cordials, or elderflower infusions blended with raw sugar, meant to revive, to soften, to impress. The expansion of sugar also changed older recipes. Some households returned to barley water and added a spoonful of syrup. Others revisited mead, crafting lighter, sweeter variants for women and the ill. Even humble oat gruel sometimes received a splash of molasses if a family had connections or coin enough to spare. Sweet drinks carried status. Offering one to a guest said something. It was not merely hospitality, it was proof of access. A person who could waste sugar in a drink was a person of means. A person who could do it regularly might be whispered about in markets, their kitchen viewed with admiration or envy. Because sugar spoiled slowly, these drinks kept well. A sealed bottle might last through the season. Some were sent as gifts, particularly between households in trade towns. It was not unusual for a merchant's wife to send a flask of syrup cordial to a sister in a nearby village, the cork wrapped in ribbon, the note simple. For your tired days. Among the very wealthy, sweet drinks became symbols, painted goblets, frosted rims, silver ladles. These drinks were sipped after meals, sometimes alongside sweetmeats or candied nuts. It was fashionable to serve them cold with a sprig of mint or a sliver of orange peel when such things were available. The guests often praised the host, even when the drink was confusing or excessive. In more modest homes, sugar was stretched. A small jar of molasses might last for months. A few drops added to warm water gave the illusion of richness. One common drink involved boiling raisins with sugar and water until it thickened, then drinking the liquid with a hunk of dry bread. It was not elegant, but it was sweet, and that counted. Some monasteries embraced these drinks slowly. Others never did. Certain abbots viewed sugar with suspicion, linking it to indulgence or foreign vanity. But practical monks, especially those who managed infirmaries, accepted that a warm syrup could calm a patient, soothe a sore throat, or disguise the taste of an otherwise revolting medicinal blend. One fringe belief held that sugar gladdened the blood. A syrup made of honey, lemon peel, and violet was said to restore joy. It was recommended for melancholia, for bad weather days, and for widows too long in mourning. Whether it helped is unknown, but the intention carried meaning. Late medieval recipes sometimes included dried fruit reduced into syrup, especially dates or figs brought from abroad. These were simmered with vinegar, clove, and sometimes almond milk, then served in small amounts. The taste was bold, layered, often unexpected. Some loved it, others preferred simpler fare. Because these sweet drinks often came from trade, they reflected changing geography. Port cities tasted different than inland towns. A drink made in Genoa bore no resemblance to one served in York. Regional variants became part of the tradition, and in some cases people spoke of beverages the way others spoke of distant relatives: strange, interesting, not entirely trusted. As sugar became slightly more accessible, enterprising tavern keepers began to offer syrupy options. These were not for the hard drinkers. They were for travellers, women, the infirm. A man might order a spiced cordial while waiting out the rain, sipping slowly and listening to the guttering fire. A woman might take hers with warm bread, the taste sweet enough to distract her from the day's long walk. Cordial drinks often found their way into religious observances as well. They were served on feast days, especially among those who abstained from alcohol but still wanted something more than ale or water. The idea of joy without intoxication suited many pious households. It also suited priests who preferred a clear head after the evening mass. In colder climates, sweet drinks helped with the long winters. They offered calories, they warmed the belly. A mixture of sugar, boiled wine and spices might be left simmering on the hearth all day, ladled out as needed. Children were sometimes given the thinnest version, more spiced water than syrup, but still exciting, still different. And among the sick, sweet drinks offered both comfort and hope. To sip something warm and gentle after days of fever was to feel momentarily human again. To taste sweetness when everything else had turned bland or bitter was a reminder that the body had not entirely given up. One curious variation involved fermenting sugared rose petals into a mild drink called petal wine. It was rarely strong, often cloying, and frequently beautiful to look at. The colour varied from blush pink to pale amber, depending on the flower and the maker. Some claimed it cured coughs. Others served it for weddings. Everyone agreed it smelled better than it tasted. Even as the medieval world edged toward the early modern era, these sugar drinks persisted. They became more refined, recipes appeared in household books, glass bottles became more common, people argued about ratios, about timing, about which vinegar to use, or whether orange peel should be boiled or steeped. These arguments meant something. They marked the rise of personal preference. And in the end, what they produced was more than drink. It was labour bottled. It was patience poured. It was a small pleasure in a world where many pleasures came with danger, uncertainty, or expense. Because in the medieval world, sweet drinks were not merely recipes. They were adaptations, inventions, celebrations. They answered thirst with comfort, illness with sweetness, and routine with something new. And so from cellar to hearth, from monastery infirmary to market stall, the cups filled and emptied and filled again. The candle has burned low now, its flame fluttering more than it glows. The streets beyond are quiet. No carts rattle their wheels, no vendors call, no buckets splash at the well. The day has emptied itself, like a jug tipped gently on its side. In some forgotten corner, an old wooden ladle rests against a barrel's rim, still damp from its last use. It is done for the night. So is everything else. The world you have wandered through, its damp stone cellars, smoke-streaked kitchens, bustling taverns and clattering marketplaces, has slipped into stillness. All the cups have been drained, the pots scrubbed clean, the flasks corked and stored away. There will be more to stir tomorrow, more to boil, to steep, to strain, but not now, not tonight. Now there is only the gentle hush of thought turning inward. You can imagine a quiet cottage where someone stirs a final cup of barley water, not because they are thirsty, but because it is familiar, because it warms the hands, because the act of stirring something soft and slow can remind the mind that there is nothing left to do. The heat rises from the cup, curls against the cool of the air. And the person does not drink it right away. They hold it. They watch the steam fade. That is enough. The medieval world did not always have comfort, but it had rituals. A woman wrapping cloth around her flask before setting out into winter. A man drawing just a spoonful of molasses from a tightly sealed crop. A child chewing a crust softened in vinegar, eyes already closing before the piece is gone. Each motion slow, thoughtful, practiced. These were the rhythms of survival, but also the shape of rest. You have wandered among those motions now. You have sat beside the hearth as ale was poured, watched the monk steep his herbs in quiet silence, stood in the shadow of a well where no one drinks plain water without hesitation. And all along, the people in these places have done what they could with what they had. They drank not to indulge, but to endure, and sometimes, when fortune allowed, to enjoy. There is something comforting in that, in knowing that even centuries ago, when life was narrower and colder, people still found ways to warm themselves. They brewed what they could. They sweetened what they could not. They mixed and stirred and sipped and hoped, not for miracles, but for steadiness, for a morning that would not come too cold, too dry, or too hard to meet. The cups they used were chipped, the spoons rough, the barrels sometimes leaked, but none of that mattered. The act of drinking, of taking something into the body that would not harm it, was in itself a kind of quiet blessing. Imagine the sound of a ladle slipping back into a half-filled pot, the soft clink of ceramic touching stone, the sigh of someone leaning back, eyes half closed, as the fire settles to embers. No one speaks. There is nothing that needs saying. That is where we are now. You have travelled through time not to witness great battles or throne rooms, but to linger in kitchens, to stand beneath rafters strung with drying herbs, to sit beside the sick, to taste the patience of survival. And now there is nothing more to do. The drink is finished, the vessel empty, the stories told, the fire low. Let the flavours fade, vinegar and honey, barley and mint, molasses and rosehip. Let the smells curl away, wood smoke, boiled oats, the faintest sweetness of overripe fruit in an open market. Let them fall behind you like tools laid carefully back in their place. You are not holding anything now. There is no cup, no kettle, only breath. Only the quiet of a world that once turned on so many simple motions, and which for now has gone utterly still. Let that stillness stay. Sleep well.
Tonight we explore the life of Abraham Lincoln, the humble rail splitter who became America's 16th president and reshaped a broken nation. From a log cabin in the Kentucky wilderness to the echoes of the Gettysburg Address, Lincoln's story is one of tragedy, triumph, and a relentless pursuit of unity. So before you get comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel, but only if you enjoy this kind of calm, reflective storytelling. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Sometimes these stories are so engaging, we forget they're meant to help us unwind. Now, it's time to dim the lights, turn on a fan for some quiet background noise, and let's cover what we have for tonight, together. It all began in the quiet hills of Kentucky. On February 12, 1809, in a one-room log cabin near the small town of Hodgenville, a child was born into poverty. His name was Abraham Lincoln. He would grow up to lead a nation, but that future felt impossibly far away as he took his first breaths on the cold, dirt floor of a frontier home. His family was poor, so poor that even candles were a luxury. His father, Thomas Lincoln, was a wandering carpenter and farmer, a stern man who worked with his hands and believed in hard labor. His mother, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, was gentle, warm, and deeply spiritual. From her, Abraham inherited a sense of quiet reflection that would stay with him for the rest of his life. The Lincolns moved often, chasing land and opportunity, first in Kentucky, then across the Ohio River into Indiana. The land was rough, life was harder. They cleared fields by hand, planted crops, built fences, and tried to survive each winter with just enough to eat. And then, when Abraham was just 9 years old, tragedy struck. His mother fell ill with milk sickness, a deadly disease caused by drinking the milk of cows that had eaten a poisonous plant. She died quickly, and the loss shook the family to its core. For Abraham, it left an invisible wound that never quite healed. He would carry that grief quietly, folding it into the melancholy that shaped his personality. But light returned to the Lincoln home when his father remarried a kind widow named Sarah Bush Johnston. She brought warmth and structure to the family, and she brought books. She saw something in young Abe, something thoughtful and curious. While Thomas Lincoln wanted his son to swing an axe, Sarah encouraged him to open a book. And he did, again and again. The boy from the log cabin had no fancy tutors, no fine clothes, and barely any schooling, but he had a burning hunger to learn. In a world that expected him to plow fields and remain forgotten, Abraham Lincoln quietly began to grow, not in size alone, but in spirit. It was a humble beginning, but even the tallest trees come from the smallest seeds, and Lincoln was just beginning to rise. Abraham Lincoln grew up surrounded by silence, deep forests, long winters, and the slow rhythm of frontier life. But inside that silence, something stirred. While other boys swung axes and hunted game, Abraham was often found beneath a tree, a book open in his lap, lost in a world far from the wilderness. Formal education was almost non-existent in the backwoods of Indiana. In total, Lincoln may have had less than a year of traditional schooling, but he didn't let that stop him. He would borrow any book he could get his hands on, sometimes walking miles just to read a few precious pages. The Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, and later Shakespeare all became his silent teachers. His stepmother Sarah noticed this. She once said that Abraham read all the books he could lay his hands on and would repeat them word for word. She saw something in him that others missed, an almost sacred hunger to understand the world, to make sense of things most boys never even questioned. But life wasn't easy for a boy who read instead of fought. His father, Thomas, didn't fully understand Abraham's obsession with books. He valued hard work, not hard thinking. And while Abraham did his chores, splitting rails, hauling water, tending animals, his mind often wandered elsewhere. He dreamed of distant places, of ancient heroes, of justice, honor, and freedom. People noticed how strange he was. He was tall, awkward, and incredibly strong, yet quiet, almost shy. And when he did speak, his words carried a weight beyond his years. His neighbors were baffled by this lanky teen who could quote entire passages of poetry, then out-wrestle the strongest man in the county. But underneath his calm voice and polite manner was a restless energy. Lincoln wasn't satisfied with the life he'd been born into. The log cabin had taught him how to survive, but the books taught him how to think, and more importantly, how to dream. He once wrote, "The things I want to know are in books. My best friend is the man who'll get me a book I ain't read." It was in those pages, lit by candlelight, that Abraham Lincoln first began shaping the mind and the heart that would one day guide a nation through its darkest storm. By the time Abraham Lincoln reached his early 20s, he was tall, remarkably tall, standing at 6 feet 4 inches. He wore clothes that rarely fit, his pants always a little too short, his sleeves a little too loose. His face was lean and weathered, and his voice carried a slow, thoughtful rhythm. He looked like a man carved from the very trees he once split. In 1831, Lincoln arrived in the small frontier town of New Salem, Illinois. He had no money, no formal training, and no clear plan. But he had something more powerful than a resume. People liked him. Almost instantly. He took a job as a store clerk, and though the store wasn't always busy, Abe made an impression. He was known for being honest to a fault. If someone overpaid by a few cents, he would walk miles just to return the change. If he borrowed a book or tool, he always brought it back, sometimes in better condition than when he received it. His honesty earned him a nickname, Honest Abe. But it wasn't just his integrity that won people over, it was his wit. He told stories, long, meandering, hilarious stories. Stories that made people forget their troubles and lean in a little closer. He had a gift for language and timing, a way of turning even a simple anecdote into something unforgettable. He wasn't polished. He wasn't educated. But in New Salem, Lincoln began building something important: trust. People came to him for advice, for laughter, and eventually for leadership. In 1832, he ran for the state legislature. He lost, but he didn't disappear. 2 years later, he tried again, and this time he won. In between, he served briefly in the Black Hawk War, not as a fighter, but as a captain. He never saw combat, but he was elected by the men, another sign that people believed in him. Lincoln's time in New Salem was short, but it was foundational. It was there that he tasted the beginnings of public life. There, that quiet boy who read by firelight became a man people listened to. He wasn't just telling stories anymore. He was beginning to write one of his own. After his time in New Salem, Abraham Lincoln set his sights on something bigger: the law. He had no formal degree, no classroom, no teacher. Instead, he studied alone, borrowing law books and reading them late into the night, just as he had done with poetry and scripture in his boyhood. By 1836, he passed the Illinois bar exam and became a licensed attorney. Springfield, Illinois became his new home, a growing town full of energy, politics, and ambition. There, Lincoln joined a law firm and began taking on all kinds of cases: property disputes, debts, assaults, even murder trials. He quickly earned a reputation as a skilled, fair, and ethical lawyer. He spoke plainly in court, used humor when needed, and never humiliated his opponents, even when he outsmarted them. But Springfield didn't just shape Lincoln's career, it also changed his heart. It was there that he met Mary Todd, a well-educated woman from a wealthy Kentucky family. Mary was unlike anyone Lincoln had ever known. She was sharp, confident, and shared his interest in politics. Their courtship was complicated. They were engaged, then separated, then reconciled again. Some of Lincoln's friends said he wasn't sure if he was good enough for her. Others believed he feared he couldn't give her the life she deserved. Still, on November 4th, 1842, they married. Their union was passionate and stormy. Mary had a fiery temper and suffered from emotional instability. Lincoln, calm but often distant, struggled with melancholy. They loved each other deeply, but lived through many difficult seasons together. They had 4 sons: Robert, Edward, William, and Thomas, though heartbreak would touch the family again. Edward died at just 4 years old. Willie, perhaps Lincoln's favorite, died of illness in the White House at age 11. Only Robert would live into adulthood. Behind the courtroom victories and rising public career, Lincoln carried a deep, private sorrow. He was often quiet, spending long hours alone. Friends described his sadness as something that never left him, like a shadow following just behind. But through it all, he kept going. He had begun to see that the law was more than just rules and arguments. It was about people, about fairness, about right and wrong. And somewhere deep inside, Lincoln was already imagining a country that could be more just than the one he had inherited. By the mid-1850s, America was cracking under the weight of its own contradictions. It called itself the land of liberty, yet millions were still enslaved. The debate over slavery was no longer just a matter of politics. It was becoming a national identity crisis. And Abraham Lincoln, once a one-term congressman, found himself drawn back into the storm. At first, Lincoln hadn't spoken out forcefully. He disliked slavery, calling it morally wrong, but he didn't see himself as a radical. What he did believe, with clarity and conviction, was that slavery must not expand. That's what brought him back into the public eye. In 1854, Congress passed the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which allowed new territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery. To Lincoln, this wasn't just bad policy. It was a betrayal of the founding ideals. He began speaking again, slowly at first, then with increasing power and purpose. And then came 1858, the year of the Lincoln-Douglas debates. Stephen A. Douglas was a seasoned senator, charismatic and confident. Lincoln, the challenger, looked plain by comparison. But when they met in 7 open-air debates across Illinois, Lincoln surprised everyone. He didn't shout, he didn't insult. He reasoned, calmly, persistently, forcefully. He asked, "Can a nation remain half slave and half free?" And he didn't believe it could. Though Lincoln lost the Senate race, his words traveled far beyond Illinois. Newspapers across the country published his arguments. People started talking about this tall, awkward lawyer from the Midwest who spoke with honesty and moral clarity. By 1860, he was being considered for the highest office in the land. The Republican Party saw in Lincoln something rare, a man who opposed slavery without hatred, who spoke firmly but not cruelly. He wasn't the favorite, but in a divided field, he emerged as the nominee. And then, on a cold November night in 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected the 16th President of the United States. The South didn't wait for him to take office. Within weeks, states began to secede. The Union, the very idea of the United States, was crumbling. Lincoln hadn't yet stepped into the White House, but already he was walking into history. When Abraham Lincoln took office in March of 1861, he stepped into a nation already at the edge of collapse. 7 southern states had seceded before he even placed his hand on the Bible. More would follow. They believed his presidency threatened their way of life, especially the institution of slavery. Lincoln didn't want war, he wanted unity. But when Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in April, the choice was made for him. The Civil War had begun. He had never led an army, never commanded troops, never studied war. Yet now the fate of a nation rested on his shoulders. He read military books at night, consulted generals by day, and made difficult decisions, often alone and often with heavy doubts. The war dragged on, and it was brutal. Battle after battle, the death toll rose. Young boys, both North and South, marched into muddy fields and never returned. Cities were burned. Families were torn apart. Brothers fought brothers. It was no longer a political disagreement. It was a human tragedy. Lincoln faced pressure from all sides. Newspapers mocked him. Political enemies accused him of tyranny. Even members of his own cabinet questioned his leadership. He fired general after general, searching for someone who could match the urgency of the hour, and at home he grieved. In 1862, his beloved son Willie died from typhoid fever inside the White House. Lincoln, already prone to sadness, was devastated. He shut himself away, sometimes visiting Willie's grave late at night, but still he carried on. In the middle of this chaos, he made one of the boldest moves in American history. On January 1st, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. It declared that all enslaved people in Confederate-held territory were now free. It didn't end slavery overnight, but it changed the war. It turned the fight into a moral battle, not just to save the Union, but to redefine it. Lincoln once said, "If slavery is not wrong, nothing is wrong." And with that document, he put the full weight of the presidency behind that belief. He didn't just want to win a war. He wanted to win the soul of a country. As the war raged on, Abraham Lincoln understood something deeply. That battles might decide the outcome of a war, but words could shape the soul of a nation. He had always been a man of careful speech, choosing each phrase with patience. But in 1863, standing on a battlefield soaked with blood, he would give a speech that would live forever. The Battle of Gettysburg had been one of the deadliest of the war. Over 50,000 men were killed, wounded, or missing. The town was left scarred, the fields turned into graveyards. In November, months after the battle ended, Lincoln traveled to Gettysburg to dedicate a national cemetery. He wasn't the main speaker. That role belonged to a well-known orator who spoke for over 2 hours. Then Lincoln stood up. He pulled a folded piece of paper from his coat and began to speak. His voice was quiet, and the speech lasted barely 2 minutes. Just 272 words. No grand gestures, no dramatic flourishes. Just clarity, purpose, and poetry. 7 years ago, he began, reaching back to the founding of the nation. He reminded the crowd and the country that this war was not only about preserving the Union, it was about proving that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. It was a promise, a reminder, a challenge. At first, many were silent. Some didn't know what to make of such a short speech, but over time, those words became something more. They were repeated in classrooms, engraved on monuments, and memorized by generations. In a time of chaos, Lincoln offered simplicity. In a time of hatred, he offered dignity. He didn't speak to crush his enemies. He spoke to lift the living, to give meaning to the fallen. The Gettysburg Address wasn't just a speech. It was a turning point, not of the war, but of national identity. Lincoln redefined what it meant to be American, not just united by borders, but united by ideals. He believed words could heal, and with 272 of them, he helped a grieving nation begin to remember what it stood for. By the beginning of 1865, the end of the war was finally in sight. After 4 long, bloody years, the Union armies were closing in on the Confederacy. Cities had fallen, supply lines were collapsing, and with every passing week, the South's resistance began to crumble. But Abraham Lincoln didn't celebrate. He was tired, not just in body, but in soul. The war had aged him. His face was lined, his eyes heavier, his once dark hair now almost entirely gray. Friends and reporters noted how thin he'd become. The burdens of war, death, and national division had carved their weight into his frame. And yet his focus never shifted. Even as victory approached, he thought not about punishment, but about healing. In his second inaugural address, delivered in March 1865, Lincoln spoke not with triumph, but with grace. He didn't gloat. Instead, he offered words of reconciliation. With malice toward none, with charity for all, he said, urging the nation to bind up its wounds and care for those who had suffered on both sides. It was one of his most beautiful speeches, calm, humble, and deeply human. Then, on April 9th, Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Union General Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The war was over. The Union had been saved. And slavery, the institution that had divided the country for centuries, was finally ending. Across the North, bells rang and crowds cheered. There was a sense of relief, of cautious hope. People imagined a future of rebuilding, of reunion. Lincoln began making plans, not just to restore the South, but to reimagine what America could become. He would never get the chance. Just 5 days after Lee's surrender, on the evening of April 14, 1865, Lincoln attended a play at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. As he sat in his theater box, a well-known actor and Confederate sympathizer named John Wilkes Booth slipped in and shot him in the back of the head. Lincoln never regained consciousness. He died the next morning, April 15th, with his wife Mary by his side and the nation in mourning. He had lived to see the war end, but not the peace that followed. When Abraham Lincoln died, the country didn't just lose a president, it lost its compass. News of his death spread like a cold wind across the nation. In the North, people wept openly in the streets. Church bells rang for hours. Businesses closed. Entire cities went silent. Even those who had once criticized him now spoke of his greatness with reverence. His body was placed in a grand funeral train that journeyed from Washington, D.C., all the way back to his home in Springfield, Illinois. Along the route, thousands lined the tracks, standing in silence as the train passed. Men removed their hats. Women held their children close. It wasn't just mourning. It was a farewell to the man who had held them together during the country's darkest hour. Lincoln was buried in Oak Ridge Cemetery, near the town where he had once walked as a young lawyer. The grave would soon be marked by a towering monument, and later still, his face would be etched in stone at Mount Rushmore and printed on currency. But behind all the marble and myths was a man, a real man, one who battled depression, one who knew grief intimately, one who never believed himself to be extraordinary. And yet, he changed everything. Lincoln didn't live to see the full impact of his work. He never saw the Reconstruction struggles or the long civil rights movement that would come more than a century later. But the seeds he planted, in speeches, in laws, in moral clarity, continued to grow. He reminded America what it should strive to be, not perfect, but better, not divided, but united, not driven by hate or fear, but by compassion, reason, and courage. Today, we remember Lincoln as the great emancipator, the savior of the Union, the man who led with both strength and gentleness. But perhaps what makes him truly great is not just what he did, it's who he was. A boy who read by candlelight, a lawyer who spoke with honesty, a leader who never lost sight of humanity. His life reminds us that greatness doesn't require perfection, only purpose, integrity, and a heart that refuses to turn away from what is right. And in that way, Abraham Lincoln still lives, in the ideals he helped shape, and in the quiet strength he left behind. To many, the word Viking conjures images of wild warriors with axes and horned helmets, storming villages and burning everything in sight. But the truth, as it often is with history, is more complicated and far more interesting. The Vikings weren't a single people or empire. They were Norsemen, seafaring tribes from modern-day Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, living between the late 8th and early 11th centuries. To themselves, they weren't even Vikings. The term Viking was more a verb than a name. To go Viking meant to go on an expedition, sometimes to trade, sometimes to raid. They were farmers, fishermen, blacksmiths, storytellers. They raised goats and wheat. They built wooden halls. They worshipped gods like Odin and Thor, and believed that their fate was woven by unseen hands, the Norns, who watched over every soul. Most Viking men weren't warriors. They were workers, strong, skilled, and deeply connected to the land. But when the harvests failed, when the fjords froze, when opportunity called across the sea, many took up their shields and swords. They weren't driven by bloodlust. They were driven by survival and ambition. Their world was one of harsh winters, short summers, and a constant struggle against nature. But they were adaptable, fiercely so, and their curiosity was endless. They sailed across waters others feared. They explored unknown lands. They mingled with cultures far beyond their own. Some became merchants, sailing down the rivers of Eastern Europe to trade in silk and spices with the Byzantines. Others founded settlements in places as far as Ireland, France, and even Russia. To those they attacked, they were seen as barbarians, destroyers of peace, but to themselves they were bold adventurers, carving out a future in a world that often gave them little. It's easy to paint them with one brush, to imagine them as only raiders, but their true story is more layered, more human. Before we follow them across seas, into battles and legends, we must first remember the Vikings were not monsters. They were men, and they were about to change the world. If the Vikings had one unmatched advantage, it was their ships. Long, narrow, and elegant in design, the Viking longship was not just a mode of transport. It was a symbol of freedom, fear, and possibility. Carved from oak and assembled with precision, these vessels were both strong and flexible. The wood planks overlapped like fish scales, held together with iron rivets and sealed with animal hair and tar to keep out the cold, salty sea. Their design allowed the hulls to flex with the waves instead of fighting them, giving the longships incredible stability in rough water. Each one was a marvel of engineering. The average longship could carry 40 to 60 warriors, along with supplies, tools, and weapons. But what made them so feared and so effective wasn't just their size or speed, it was their adaptability. Viking ships could travel across the open ocean and then glide silently up narrow rivers. They could sail in just a meter of water, meaning they could strike deep inland where no one expected them, and they didn't need harbors or docks to land, just a stretch of beach, a shallow bank, or even a rocky shore. In the time it took villagers to spot them, the Vikings were already ashore. At the front of many ships was a carved figurehead, often a dragon or serpent, designed to frighten both enemies and evil spirits. As the ships approached, the sea seemed to churn beneath their prows, their sails full of wind, their crews silent but ready. The sight of a longship on the horizon became the stuff of nightmares across Europe. It meant trouble was coming, fast, unexpected, and ruthless. But not all longships were used for war. Some were merchant vessels, wider and deeper to carry goods. Others were for exploration, sailing west to Iceland, Greenland, and beyond. The longship was more than a machine. It was freedom, a way to escape poverty, seek glory, or find a new home. With their ships, the Vikings weren't bound by borders. The ocean was their road, and every horizon was an invitation. The world first truly noticed the Vikings on a quiet summer day in the year 793. It began on the holy island of Lindisfarne, just off the northeastern coast of England. For years, monks had lived there in peace, copying manuscripts, praying, tending their flocks. It was a sacred place, a place of silence, learning, and devotion. Then came the ships, long, slender, and unfamiliar. They sliced through the sea with terrifying grace. No warning, no negotiations, no chance to prepare. The Vikings came ashore swiftly. Their axes flashed, their shields clashed, and in moments the monastery, once a place of sanctuary, became a scene of chaos. The monks were unarmed. They had no soldiers, no walls, no idea what was coming. Some were killed, others taken as slaves. The church was plundered. Gold, silver, and holy relics were carried away. It was not just a robbery, it was a shock. The people of Christian Europe believed their holy sites were protected by divine power. But here were these strange men from the north, gods of thunder on their lips, not Christ. News of the raid spread quickly. It was written in fear and disbelief. The wrath of the Northmen, one chronicler wrote, is upon us. To the English, the Vikings seemed like demons, merciless, bloodthirsty, and godless. But to the Vikings, it was something else entirely. They saw wealth, unguarded and plentiful, and they took it. Lindisfarne was only the beginning. Over the next few decades, Viking raids became more frequent, not just in England, but across Ireland, Scotland, and the coasts of France. They struck monasteries, ports, and villages always quickly, often before anyone could react. They didn't come to destroy for destruction's sake. They came for silver, spices, livestock, and slaves, to survive, to gain. And yes, sometimes, to prove their courage. To a Viking warrior, a successful raid meant honor, a share of treasure, a name that would be sung around firelit halls. But these early raids sparked something bigger. They changed how the world saw the North, and they marked the beginning of an age when no coast was ever truly safe again. Though history often remembers Vikings as brutal raiders, that's only one part of the story. Not long after the first waves of raids swept across the coasts of Europe, something curious happened. The Vikings didn't always leave. They stayed, they built, they became settlers. In Ireland, towns like Dublin and Wexford began as Viking outposts. Simple camps where raiders could rest, repair their ships, and prepare for the next strike. But over time, these camps grew. Markets appeared. Homes were built. Families formed. The raiders had become residents. It happened again and again. In northern England, the Vikings carved out a territory called the Danelaw, land under Norse control, where Viking law was enforced instead of English rule. In Scotland, the Orkney and Shetland Islands became Norse strongholds. Even in modern-day Russia, Vikings, known there as the Rus, navigated the rivers and began ruling over Slavic towns, founding trade centers that would one day become cities like Kiev. But one of the most important shifts happened in France. In 911, a Viking leader named Rollo struck a deal with the Frankish king Charles the Simple. Rollo had been raiding northern France for years, his fleet attacking along the River Seine. But instead of continuing the endless violence, Charles offered land in exchange for peace. Rollo accepted, and the region became known as Normandy, the land of the Northmen. There, Norse culture slowly blended with Frankish tradition. Vikings became Christian. They adopted local customs, language, and farming techniques. Within a few generations, their descendants would be fully French, and yet still carry the legacy of their Viking roots. This pattern repeated across the Viking world. The same hands that once swung axes began tilling fields. The same ships that carried warriors now transported grain, cloth, and tools. The sword gave way to the plow. Viking settlers intermarried with local populations. They learned new languages. They brought their gods, and sometimes left them behind. They didn't just invade, they transformed. The image of the wild, lawless Viking hides a deeper truth. They weren't just destroyers of kingdoms, they were founders of them. To understand the Vikings, you must understand what they believed. Because behind every raid, every voyage, every final breath on the battlefield was a belief in something greater, something eternal. The Norse world was filled with gods, giants, spirits, and fate. They believed that life was not random, but woven, literally, by three mysterious beings known as the Norns. These sisters sat at the base of the world tree, Yggdrasil, and spun the destinies of every man and woman. At the center of this mythic universe was Odin, the Allfather. A one-eyed god of wisdom, war, and poetry, Odin had traded one of his eyes for knowledge. He was always seeking, just like the Vikings themselves. Then there was Thor, the thunder god wielding his mighty hammer Mjolnir. He protected gods and humans alike from the forces of chaos, riding into battle with lightning in his wake. Many Vikings wore Thor's hammer as an amulet, a symbol of strength and courage. Freya, the goddess of love, beauty, and war, also played a central role. It was said that she claimed half the souls of fallen warriors, taking them to her hall, while the other half went to Odin's great hall, Valhalla. Ah, Valhalla. To the Vikings, death was not something to fear. If a man died bravely in battle, he would be carried by Valkyries, warrior maidens of Odin, to the golden halls of Valhalla, where he would feast, fight, and celebrate until the end of days. But if a warrior died of sickness, cowardice, or old age, he would not go to Valhalla. He would fade into a quieter, lesser afterlife. To die without honor was the greatest tragedy. This belief shaped how Vikings lived. They welcomed risk. They faced battle with courage, not because they didn't fear death, but because they hoped to earn a place in the next world. Their myths weren't just stories, they were instructions. Guides for how to live with pride, face hardship, and meet death without flinching. For the Norse, the gods were not distant, they were present, watching, waiting. And when a Viking lifted his sword and charged into danger, he wasn't alone. It's one of the most iconic images in popular culture. A Viking warrior, towering and wild, with a snarling beard and a helmet adorned with massive, curved horns. It looks fierce. It looks bold. But it's not true. The idea that Vikings wore horned helmets is a myth, one born not from archaeology, but from art and theater, centuries after the Viking Age had ended. No Viking helmet with horns has ever been found. None appear in carvings, tapestries, or descriptions from the time. The helmets that have been discovered, like the famous one found in Geirmundur, Norway, are simple, practical, and made of iron, rounded, reinforced, and close-fitting, built for function, not intimidation. So where did the horned image come from? It began in the 1800s, during the Romantic era, when artists and composers became fascinated by ancient myths and warrior cultures. When Richard Wagner composed his famous operas about Norse gods and heroes, costume designers needed a look that matched the drama. They added horns. These theatrical helmets looked powerful on stage. They gave singers a larger-than-life presence. Audiences were thrilled, and from there the image stuck. Books, paintings, and later Hollywood films embraced it. Horned helmets became a symbol of wild strength, a shortcut for Viking. But real Viking warriors would have found such helmets ridiculous. Horns on a battlefield would have made them easy targets. The horns could catch weapons, get stuck in doors, or throw off balance during a fight. Vikings were practical people. Their gear was designed for survival, not style. That doesn't mean they weren't artistic. Their weapons and armor were often beautifully carved with knotwork and animals. Their ships bore dragon heads. Their jewelry had deep meaning. But when it came to battle, efficiency mattered most. Even so, the myth lives on. In cartoons, in costumes, in football team logos. It's hard to shake such a bold image, even when history tells a different story. But the truth is more interesting than the fiction. Because the real Vikings didn't need horns to be terrifying. They had skill, they had strategy, and they had a silence before the storm that no helmet could capture. The Vikings were not just raiders or settlers. They were explorers, restless, curious, and unafraid of the unknown. While much of Europe viewed the sea as a boundary, the Norse saw it as a road. A challenge, yes, but never a wall. Driven by overpopulation, limited farmland, and the promise of riches, Viking explorers pushed beyond the known edges of the map. Their longships, fast, light, and maneuverable, made it possible to go where no one else dared. First, they sailed west to the British Isles, then farther to the wild coast of Ireland and the rocky shores of Scotland. Soon, they discovered the windswept Faroe Islands, and then a great mist-covered land, Iceland. In the late 9th century, Norse families began settling in Iceland. There they built farms, established a parliament, and wrote sagas, stories of gods, ghosts, and heroic voyages. But even Iceland wasn't far enough. By the late 10th century, Eric the Red, a bold and exiled chieftain, set sail from Iceland and reached a vast icy coastline. He named it Greenland, hoping the name would attract settlers. It worked, but the most legendary voyage came next. Around the year 1000, Eric's son, Leif Erikson, set sail even farther west. He landed on a new land, one with forests, grasslands, and grapes. The Norse called it Vinland. Most scholars believe Vinland was part of modern-day Newfoundland in Canada. Leif and his crew built a small settlement, now known as L'Anse aux Meadows, the first known European presence in North America. This happened nearly 500 years before Columbus would sail from Spain. But the Norse presence in Vinland didn't last. Conflict with indigenous peoples, harsh winters, and the distance from home eventually forced them to abandon the settlement. Still, they had come. They had crossed the Atlantic and returned. Their journeys were not just about conquest, they were about possibility. Vikings explored the rivers of Eastern Europe, traded with the Byzantine Empire, and journeyed through deserts and forests in search of something more. They didn't always know where they were going, but they went anyway. In a world bounded by fear, the Norse spirit moved with the tide, ever outward, always wondering, what lies beyond? No age lasts forever, not even one born on wind and sea. By the middle of the 11th century, the Viking world was changing, slowly at first, then all at once. The raids that once shook the coasts of Europe began to fade. The longships still sailed, but they carried more goods than warriors. The same hands that once gripped axes were now signing treaties, trading furs, and kneeling in prayer. One by one, the old pagan beliefs gave way to Christianity. Missionaries had arrived decades earlier, some as captives, others as guests. And over time, their influence grew. Kings and chieftains began converting, not only for spiritual reasons, but for alliances, legitimacy, and peace with Christian neighbors. With religion came structure, and with structure came kingdoms. In Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, strong central monarchies began to take shape. Local chiefs were replaced by royal law. Raiding gave way to taxes. The wild independence that had once defined Viking society was being reshaped by order. At the same time, European defenses improved. Castles rose along the coastlines. Towns fortified their walls. The element of surprise, so crucial to Viking raids, was vanishing. The world was simply growing harder for Vikings to thrive in. One of the final chapters came in 1066. A powerful Norse king named Harald Hardrada sailed to England with dreams of reclaiming a throne. He fought bravely at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, but was killed in battle. Just weeks later, another invasion came, this time from William, Duke of Normandy, himself a descendant of Vikings. He conquered England, not as a raider, but as a king. The Viking Age had come full circle, from seaborne raiders to crowned rulers, from oral myths to written laws. And then the sails faded from the horizon. But while the raids ended, the legacy remained. In place names, in languages, in bloodlines, in the fierce independence of Iceland, in the stones carved with runes that still whisper their stories. The age of the Viking had passed, but their spirit, bold, curious, and unrelenting, had already changed the world. And some part of that spirit still sails quietly beneath the surface of our history. The sails are gone, the oars have stopped. The longships rest in museums and burial mounds. But the legacy of the Vikings still moves quietly through the world. They left no empire in the traditional sense, no towering ruins or marble temples, and yet their impact is carved deeply into the bones of modern Europe and beyond. In England, over 1,000 towns and villages bear Norse names. Words like knife, sky, window, and berserk come straight from the Old Norse tongue. Even the days of the week, Tuesday for Tyr, Wednesday for Odin, Thursday for Thor, and Friday for Freya, remind us that the gods of the Vikings still echo in the calendars we live by. In Ireland, cities like Dublin were founded by Norse settlers, first as ports for plunder, then as trading hubs, and finally as thriving medieval communities. In France, the Normans, descendants of Viking settlers, would go on to shape the history of Europe through war and rule, most famously in 1066, when William the Conqueror claimed the English crown. In Iceland, their language survives almost untouched, so close to Old Norse that ancient sagas can still be read aloud with little translation. These sagas, written on parchment in flickering candlelight, preserve the myths, values, and dreams of a people long gone, yet never fully forgotten. But their legacy isn't just historical, it's cultural, it's emotional. The Viking spirit of daring, endurance, and curiosity has become a symbol around the world. Books, films, games, and television shows continue to reimagine their stories, often more myth than truth. And yet something remains authentic in their portrayal, the sense of wild freedom, of facing storms head-on, of crossing boundaries others fear. We remember the Vikings not only for their ferocity, but for their humanity, for being people who lived fully in a world that demanded strength and sacrifice. They were poets and explorers, raiders and rulers, mothers and fathers, storytellers and seekers. The Viking Age may be over, but its waves are still washing upon the shores of our culture, gently reminding us that the sea was never the end of their world. It was only ever the beginning. Long before the first Spanish sails appeared on the horizon, there stood a city that seemed to defy nature itself. Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec Empire, rose from the waters of Lake Texcoco like a dream. A place of stone and symmetry, built on islands and connected by great causeways, it was unlike anything the Europeans had ever imagined. Founded in 1325, according to legend, the Aztecs were guided there by a prophecy to find an eagle perched on a cactus, devouring a serpent. That vision appeared on a swampy lake bed, and there they built their empire, stone by stone, canal by canal. By the early 1500s, Tenochtitlan had become one of the largest cities in the world, with over 200,000 inhabitants. Its avenues were wide and clean, its canals bustled with canoes. The city shimmered with white buildings, vibrant marketplaces, and towering temples. At the heart of it all stood the Templo Mayor, a massive double pyramid that reached toward the sky. One side was dedicated to Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun, the other to Tlaloc, the god of rain and fertility. Offerings, prayers, and, at times, Blood were given to keep the balance between earth and sky. Life in the empire was highly structured. Nobles, priests, warriors, merchants, and farmers all had their roles. Children learned to read pictographs. Tribute flowed in from neighboring regions. Cacao, feathers, obsidian, jade, maize, and more. The empire thrived through war, trade, and religion, and through it all, one man stood at the pinnacle, Montezuma II, emperor, ruler, and divine representative of the gods on earth. Wise, cautious, and deeply spiritual, he lived surrounded by advisors and omens. He ruled not just a city, but a complex, sophisticated civilization stretching across central Mexico. But the Aztecs did not rule peacefully. Many of their neighbors resented their power, their tribute demands, and their human sacrifices. Beneath the surface of wealth and ritual, old wounds and tensions simmered, and far beyond the mountains and lakes, across an ocean the Aztecs did not know existed, ships had set sail. They carried foreign weapons, foreign beliefs, and a hunger for gold and glory. Tenochtitlan stood tall, proud, and unshaken. But the clouds were beginning to gather. In 1519, a fleet of 11 ships touched the shore of the Yucatan Peninsula. From them stepped Hernán Cortés, a Spanish conquistador with no royal title, no great army, and no permission to conquer an empire. But what he lacked in authority, he made up for with cunning, ambition, and a dangerous kind of charisma. Cortés brought just over 500 soldiers, a few cannon, 16 horses, and a deep belief that God and gold were on his side. What he encountered in the New World, however, was something far greater than he expected. As the Spaniards moved inland, they met fierce resistance from native peoples, but also allies. Many indigenous groups resented Aztec domination. They had paid tribute for years, seen their sons taken as sacrifices, and longed for freedom. Cortés saw opportunity. He fought, yes, but more often he negotiated, and in these early days he gained something far more valuable than weapons or gold. He gained Malintzin, also known as La Malinche, a native woman gifted in language and intelligence. She became his translator, cultural guide, and eventually his closest confidant. Through her, Cortés could speak to the people. Through her, he could manipulate fear, forge alliances, and untangle the threads of a world he did not understand. As the Spaniards journeyed westward, stories reached them of a mighty empire in the mountains, of cities made of gold, of great temples, and of a king who ruled with divine power. To the Spaniards, these tales only fueled their desire. To the people they met along the way, Cortés promised an end to Aztec tyranny. He burned his ships to prevent retreat. He marched with growing forces, now joined by thousands of indigenous allies. And slowly, step by step, he drew closer to the heart of the empire. In Tenochtitlan, Montezuma received word of these strange men, pale-skinned, bearded, dressed in metal, riding beasts no one had seen before. Some believed they were gods, others saw a darker omen. And as Cortés climbed the mountain roads, flanked by allies and armed with fire, both the emperor and the conquistador prepared for a meeting that would change history. One ruled an empire, the other came to end it. On November 8, 1519, two men stood face to face for the first time. Hernán Cortés, the Spanish conquistador, armored, determined, flanked by foreign weapons and native allies. And Montezuma II, the divine emperor of the Aztecs, draped in feathers and gold, ruler of a city that sparkled like a jewel in the lake. It was not just a meeting of men, it was a collision of worlds. As Cortés and his soldiers entered Tenochtitlan, they were stunned. The city stretched for miles, its white temples rising above turquoise canals and busy marketplaces. It was cleaner, larger, and more sophisticated than any city they had seen in Europe. Some Spaniards whispered that they had walked into a dream. Montezuma welcomed them not with spears but with ceremony. He presented gifts of gold, food, and precious cloaks. He offered words of peace and housed Cortés in a royal palace. According to Spanish records, he may have even bowed, though what that gesture meant to Montezuma and how it was interpreted by the Spanish may never be fully known. For Montezuma, this was a delicate moment. The omens had been troubling. Lightning striking temples, mysterious visions in the sky, and rumors of strange men arriving from the east. His priests feared the return of Quetzalcoatl, a god who, according to legend, would return from the sea. Montezuma was a thoughtful ruler, but also cautious. He may have believed diplomacy was the only way to avoid bloodshed, or perhaps he hoped to learn more before taking action. Whatever his reasoning, he chose to receive Cortés as an honored guest rather than an invader. But to Cortés, the reception was a sign of weakness. He saw riches, not rituals, an empire ripe for the taking, not a sovereign city showing hospitality. The two men could speak to each other only through layers of translation, from Nahuatl to Mayan to Spanish. Words were chosen carefully, but meaning often slipped through the cracks. Respect was mistaken for submission, ritual mistaken for fear. The Spanish believed they had gained control. The Aztecs believed they were maintaining balance. In that moment of false understanding, the seeds of disaster were quietly sown, and in the shadow of great temples, the slow unraveling of a civilization had already begun. At first, the Spaniards were honored guests in Tenochtitlan, housed in a grand palace, fed with the empire's finest foods, and permitted to move through the city freely. Cortés walked its avenues, studied its temples, and observed its people. He was fascinated, but never fooled. Behind his admiration was calculation. Cortés knew he was surrounded. His army, though growing, was still vastly outnumbered. The Aztecs were proud, organized, and militarily powerful. If Montezuma gave the order, the Spaniards could be wiped out in a single night. So Cortés acted first, not with force, but with strategy. He placed Montezuma under house arrest. It wasn't a dramatic seizure. The emperor remained in his palace, still dressed in gold, still treated with honor. But guards now stood at every entrance. The man who had ruled an empire could no longer walk his own city freely. To the Spanish, this was a brilliant move. By controlling Montezuma, they believed they controlled the empire. And for a time, that illusion seemed real. The emperor remained passive, some say resigned. Others believe he hoped to avoid a full-scale war. Perhaps he still believed the Spaniards could be persuaded to leave, or perhaps he had begun to lose faith, not only in diplomacy, but in the gods themselves. While imprisoned, Montezuma continued to speak to his people from the palace roof. He assured them that the Spaniards meant no harm. He pleaded for calm, but calm was crumbling. The Aztecs grew restless. Whispers turned to anger. The streets, once filled with trade and song, were now thick with tension. Many no longer saw Montezuma as a leader. He had allowed foreign invaders into their sacred city. He had not fought. He had bowed too far. Cortés, too, began to sense the shift. His alliance with the emperor was built on uncertain ground, and beneath him the foundation of Aztec rule was beginning to crack. Still, no blood had yet been spilled inside the heart of the city. There was still a chance, slim, fragile, to avoid catastrophe. But the line between diplomacy and domination had already blurred, and soon a single act of violence would erase it completely. While Hernán Cortés was away from Tenochtitlan, having marched to the coast to confront a Spanish rival sent to arrest him, he left his second-in-command, Pedro de Alvarado, in charge of the city. Alvarado was not Cortés. Where Cortés used diplomacy and restraint, Alvarado ruled with suspicion and fear. During Cortés' absence, the Aztecs prepared to celebrate one of their most sacred festivals, Toxcatl, a ritual honoring the god Tezcatlipoca, lord of the night and fate. It was a time of music, dancing, and ceremony held within the courtyard of the Templo Mayor. Nobles, priests, and warriors gathered in full regalia, adorned with feathers and gold. But to Alvarado, it looked like rebellion. He claimed to have heard rumors of an uprising, though no attack had come. Paranoia clouded his judgment. He feared the Aztecs were preparing to strike, and so he struck first. As the dancers performed and drums echoed into the sky, Spanish soldiers stormed the courtyard. They blocked the exits. Then, without warning, they began to kill. They cut down unarmed men, priests, and nobles alike, slashing through the crowd with swords and spears. The blood of the city's most honored citizens soaked the temple stones. Those who tried to flee were cut down. Those who resisted were slaughtered. It was not a battle. It was a massacre. The music stopped. The city fell silent. And then the silence turned to fury. When Cortés returned days later, he found a city transformed. The people, once cautious, were now enraged. The illusion of peace was gone. The Aztecs surrounded the Spanish quarters, blocking the causeways, cutting off supplies. Tenochtitlan had become a trap, a boiling cage of stone and lake water. Inside, Montezuma, still a prisoner, could no longer calm his people. Many no longer listened. Some no longer even believed he ruled. The empire had entered a moment without balance, without direction. Rage filled the void. Cortés tried to salvage what he could. He spoke to Montezuma. He offered gifts. He pleaded for calm. But what had been spilled in the temple could not be swept away. The gods had been insulted. The ancestors shamed. The sacred blood of a civilization had been spilled, and it would demand an answer. Trapped inside a city that once welcomed them, the Spaniards now lived behind barricades. Their food dwindled. Their allies died. Their hopes narrowed to a single thought: escape. Cortés tried diplomacy one last time. He brought Montezuma to the palace rooftop, hoping the emperor could calm the crowds. But the people no longer listened. Some hurled stones. One struck Montezuma in the head. Days later, he died, in silence, under Spanish watch. His death marked the final break. The last symbol of peace had fallen. On the night of June 30th, 1520, Cortés made his move. Under a moonless sky, rain pouring from the heavens, the Spaniards and their native allies began slipping out of the city, carrying with them what they could: weapons, supplies, and gold. Too much gold. Greed slowed them. Armor weighed them down. The causeways, narrow bridges over the lake, became bottlenecks. The Aztecs were waiting. From canoes and rooftops, warriors launched their attack. Arrows rained down, spears pierced the dark. Some Spaniards slipped on the wet stone and fell into the lake, dragged down by their treasures. Others were captured alive. Their fate sealed atop the same pyramids they once marveled at. Cortés fought to keep order, but chaos ruled. Bodies filled the water. Screams cut through the rain. In the darkness, no one knew who lived or died. By dawn, the survivors reached the far shore, bloodied, broken, and hollow-eyed. Cortés sat beneath a tree and wept. This night would be remembered as La Noche Triste, the night of sorrows. Hundreds of Spaniards were dead. Thousands of native allies had perished. The dream of conquest seemed shattered, but it was not the end. Cortés regrouped. The survivors limped toward Tlaxcala, where they rested and rebuilt. More allies joined him, drawn by the shared hatred of the Aztec Empire. Though battered, the Spanish still held their guns, their steel, and their deadly resolve. But something else had already entered Tenochtitlan, invisible, silent, and far more lethal. While swords clashed and causeways ran red, a single infected man had left behind a legacy far more devastating than gold or fire. Smallpox had arrived, and it would finish what weapons could not. While the Spanish mourned their losses and rebuilt their strength, an invisible invader was already at work inside the heart of the Aztec Empire. Smallpox. It arrived quietly, clinging to the breath and skin of a single infected man, a black slave who had traveled with the Spanish forces. No one noticed at first. A cough, a fever, a rash. But then it spread. Tenochtitlan, once a city of color, sound, and life, began to fall silent. Entire families were wiped out in days. Children, priests, warriors, all struck down without warning. The dead filled homes and temples. The living, too weak to bury them, began to abandon hope. The Aztecs had never seen such a sickness. Their healers were powerless. Their gods offered no relief. Panic set in, followed by despair. As many as half the city's population perished, not from battle, but from disease. Among the dead was Cuitlahua, Montezuma's brother and successor. His reign had lasted only 80 days. The empire, leaderless and reeling, chose a new ruler, Cuauhtémoc, a young noble with fire in his spirit and defiance in his heart. Meanwhile, Cortés returned, stronger than before. He now commanded over 100,000 native allies, including the fierce Tlaxcalans. To many tribes, the Aztecs had been cruel overlords. Now they saw a chance to break free, even if it meant siding with the Spaniards. In May 1521, Cortés began the siege of Tenochtitlan. First, he cut off the causeways. Then, with brigantine ships assembled on the lake, he blockaded the waters, severing the city from its food and supplies. Day by day, street by street, the Spaniards and their allies fought their way through the capital. The Aztecs resisted with all they had. Even starving and sick, they fought from rooftops, from canals, from the last sacred spaces of their city. They turned temples into strongholds, maize fields into battlefields. But they could not stop the siege. What the sword had begun, the disease had deepened, and hunger would soon finish. By the time the final assault began, Tenochtitlan was no longer the shining city Cortés had first seen. It was a shadow of itself, broken, burning, yet still unwilling to kneel. Not yet. By August of 1521, the city of Tenochtitlan, once a symbol of order, beauty, and divine purpose, had become a graveyard. The canals that once shimmered with sunlight and trade now ran dark with filth and blood. The causeways were choked with bodies. The floating gardens wilted in silence. Smoke rose from temples that had stood for centuries. For 93 days, the Aztecs had held on, hungry, sick, and surrounded. They had fought with sharpened stones, obsidian blades, and sheer will. Their new emperor, Cuauhtémoc, refused to surrender. Even as his people collapsed from exhaustion, he believed in the sacredness of their cause. But the siege was relentless. Spanish cannons tore through stone walls. Their brigantines ruled the lake. Thousands of native allies overwhelmed the defenders. No help came. No miracle arrived. And finally, on August 13, 1521, the fighting stopped. Cuauhtémoc was captured as he attempted to flee by canoe. Brought before Cortés, he is said to have spoken with dignity. "I have done what was my duty in defense of my people. Now I am your prisoner. Take this dagger and kill me." Cortés spared him for the moment, perhaps seeing value in a living symbol of conquest. But the city was lost. Tenochtitlan, once home to over 200,000 people, was reduced to ashes and ruins. The temples were looted. Sacred texts were destroyed. Survivors were enslaved or left to starve among the rubble. The lake, which had once nourished the city, was filled in and buried under the weight of empire. In its place, Cortés would begin to build Mexico City, a new capital for a new colony laid atop the bones of a fallen civilization. But something had also died in the Spaniards. The wonder they once felt when they first entered the city had been replaced by silence, by scorched stone, by the echoes of what once was. The conquest was over. The victory was complete. And yet the cost, to both conqueror and conquered, was immeasurable. The Aztec Empire, with its gods, its beauty, and its contradictions, was no more, but the story, the memory, the weight of it would live on forever. The Aztec Empire is gone. Its temples lie in fragments, buried beneath asphalt and stone. Its kings are silent, its gods no longer worshipped in firelit temples, and its capital, Tenochtitlan, exists only in the memories of chroniclers and the ruins beneath Mexico City. But even in destruction, something remains. You can hear it in the language. Nahuatl, the tongue of the Aztecs, is still spoken by over 1 million people in Mexico today. Its words live on in the everyday. Chocolate, tomato, avocado, coyote. Sounds that once filled the halls of emperors now pass between farmers and children. You can feel it in the art. Intricate patterns, serpent motifs, eagle feathers carved in stone. Echoes of a culture that saw the divine in every mountain, river, and sky. In museums and markets, the aesthetics of Aztec life still inspire. You can taste it in the food. Maize, chili, cacao, Sacred staples that fed a civilization now feed the world, and you can see it in the people. Descendants of the Mexica and other Nahua peoples walk the streets of Mexico today, their ancestry braided quietly into their faces, their crafts, their stories. Though the Spaniards built over the ruins, they could not erase the soul of what came before. And while the conquest was swift, brutal, and devastating, it wasn't the end of the Aztec spirit. It was a transformation, forced, painful, but never total. Indigenous traditions adapted, survived in secret, fused with the new to create something entirely unique. The fall of the Aztec Empire is often remembered as a cautionary tale, a clash of worlds, a collision of ambition and misunderstanding. But it is also a lesson in resilience. For all the gold taken and the blood spilled, the Spaniards could not take the memory. They could not silence the volcanoes that once watched over Tenochtitlan. They could not erase the stories, told in murals, in chants, in whispered prayers to the old gods. And in the shadows of Mexico's cathedrals and its government buildings, stones from ancient temples still lie, quiet and watching. Time may have buried the empire, but its heart still beats beneath the soil, within the people, and in the stories we continue to tell. For the soldiers of World War I, the trenches were more than a battlefield. They were a way of life, carved deep into the European landscape, stretching from the Belgian coast to the Swiss border. They formed a zigzagging network of mud, blood, and wire. When men first entered the trenches, many thought it would be temporary. They imagined a quick war, a few weeks, maybe months. They didn't expect years of mud-soaked silence, of frozen fingers gripping rifles, of sleeping inches from death. The trenches were narrow, often just wide enough for 2 men to pass. The floor, churned by boots and rain, became a thick soup of water and rot. Boards were laid down to form duckboards, but they floated on top of the filth rather than fixing it. In some places, soldiers stood ankle-deep in water for days, their skin softening, blistering, and turning grey. This was the birthplace of trench foot, a condition that turned feet numb, swollen, and eventually black. In severe cases, toes had to be amputated. Above them, barbed wire snarled in every direction, an endless tangle meant to stop the enemy and trap the careless. Just beyond it lay no man's land, the dead zone between trenches, filled with shell holes, shattered trees, and corpses that no one dared recover. Even when the guns were silent, death was always near. Snipers waited for any movement above the parapet. Artillery strikes came without warning, turning calm into chaos in seconds. The air reeked of decay, unwashed bodies, and wet earth. Rats thrived, growing fat on fallen soldiers. Lice burrowed into clothing and skin, causing constant itching and spreading disease. Sleep came in short bursts. Food arrived cold. Mail was a treasure. And yet, the men adapted. They dug deeper, built shelters from sandbags and scrap metal, shared cigarettes, and carved makeshift furniture from broken crates. They made jokes, wrote letters, and waited. Day after day. In the trenches, survival wasn't just physical, it was mental. It meant holding on to identity, humor, and hope, even as the world crumbled around them. It wasn't the front lines that broke most men. It was the slow, endless grind of life behind the mud and the wire. In the grim silence of the trenches, where mud soaked through boots and fear was constant, there was one thing that brought warmth more powerful than fire. Letters. Mail call was sacred. A scrap of paper from home, from a wife, a sweetheart, a mother, a child, meant more than rations or rest. It was proof that life beyond the wire still existed, that someone remembered you not as a soldier, but as a person. Soldiers wrote by candlelight, hunched in dugouts, surrounded by the scent of damp earth and tobacco. Their words were simple, sometimes poetic, often fragile. They described the weather, the food, the small moments of calm. Many left out the horrors. They didn't want to worry those back home. They wanted to protect them, even as shells exploded overhead. Some wrote daily, others less often. They addressed their wives as my dearest, their mothers as dear mom. their children with aching tenderness. I hope you are well. I am still in one piece. I miss your voice. Tell the baby I love her. Some even enclosed pressed flowers, drawn sketches, or small trinkets found on the battlefield. Receiving a letter was a ritual. Soldiers would read it once, then again, then again. They folded it carefully, tucked it into a pocket near their chest, or hid it in a tin to protect it from the rain. They read them aloud to each other, passed them around, shared in each other's happiness or heartbreak. But sometimes, a letter arrived too late. Mail could take weeks. It might arrive after its intended reader had already fallen in battle. In those moments, comrades would gather, open it slowly, and read the words aloud in the dead man's memory. One last connection to the life he left behind. In a war of machinery and madness, where men became numbers and losses were counted by the thousands, letters reminded everyone of their humanity. They were bridges between worlds, one of peace, the other of war. They carried love, fear, longing, and hope, and in a place where nothing felt certain. A letter, however small, could save a man's spirit. It was Christmas Eve, 1914, the first winter of a war that many had believed would be over by now. The trenches were cold and soaked with frost. Soldiers huddled beneath blankets, thinking of home, of warmth, of peace. Then across no man's land came an unfamiliar sound. Singing. Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht. Silent night, holy night. German voices rose softly into the night air. British troops listened, confused, then answered with their own carols. One by one, heads began to rise above the parapets. What followed would become one of the most human moments in a deeply inhuman war. Without orders, without planning, soldiers began to climb out of the trenches. They met in the middle of no man's land, that dead space filled with barbed wire and broken bodies, and shook hands. Some exchanged buttons, tobacco, and chocolate. Others offered sausages or plum pudding. And then, someone produced a ball. A game of football began, boots kicking through mud and snow, rifles left behind. The match had no score, no rules, no sides, just men laughing together under a cold winter sky. They showed each other photographs of wives and children. They buried their dead. They lit candles and shared songs in languages they didn't speak. For a brief moment, there was no war, no enemy, only men, cold, tired, and aching for peace. But it could not last. The generals were furious when they learned of it. Commanders issued strict orders forbidding any further contact. Artillery fire soon returned. Snipers resumed their posts. The soldiers went back to their trenches, and to the business of killing those they had just embraced. The truce was never repeated on such a scale again, but for those who were there, it remained a memory that refused to fade. A sliver of light in a war made of darkness. A reminder that beneath every uniform was a beating heart, capable of compassion even on the most violent ground. It did not end the war, but it proved, even for a single day, that humanity could still rise above it. And sometimes, peace didn't need to be signed by generals. It just needed to be chosen by men with frozen hands and open hearts. The noise of war is unforgettable. The scream of shells, the hammering of machine guns, the sudden final crack of a sniper's bullet. But what many soldiers remembered most was the silence. Between the battles, there were long, stretching hours where nothing seemed to happen. No advances, no charges, just the damp, heavy air of waiting. And it was in that stillness that the true war took its toll. In those quiet hours, men sat with their thoughts. Some wrote letters. Some smoked until their fingers shook. Others simply stared at the wooden walls of the trench, eyes empty, waiting for the next order, the next blast, the next name to vanish. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was thick, unnatural. The kind of quiet that made even the birds cautious. Any sound, a snapped twig, a distant cough, could be a signal, a prelude, a mistake. At night, the tension only grew. Flares rose like ghosts above no man's land, casting long shadows across the wire. Men whispered, afraid even of their own voices. Every hour brought the question, is this the night they come? Sometimes the silence broke without warning. An artillery shell dropped at random. A scout discovered in the wire. A raid, sudden and savage, ending as quickly as it began. Then the quiet would return, somehow worse than before. During these pauses, soldiers repaired trenches, buried the dead, and reinforced the walls. They brewed tea in dirty tins, played cards with worn decks, and told stories, some real, some imagined, just to keep their minds anchored to something beyond the mud. The silence offered no rest, only reflection. And in reflection, fear found its roots. Men began to count their breaths, their days, their chances. They listened to their heartbeat like it was the last thing they owned. And yet, they stayed, not out of glory or hope, but because the trench was the only world left. Between the barrages, time slowed. The war paused, but it never stopped. And in those hollow hours between thunder and death, the human spirit learned to wait, not with peace, but with quiet endurance. Because in trench life, survival was not just in the fighting, it was in the waiting. The first gas attack came like a strange green mist. It drifted silently across the battlefield, moving low to the ground, hugging the earth as though it were alive. There was no warning, no explosion, no roar, just a slow, unnatural fog. And then the coughing began. It was April 1915, near Ypres, Belgium, when the Germans unleashed chlorine gas against Allied lines. Soldiers stood stunned, watching the cloud approach, not yet understanding what it was. And by the time they realized, it was too late. The gas burned the eyes and throat, turned lungs to liquid, and made the strongest men drop to their knees, gasping like drowning fish. Panic spread faster than the gas itself. Some men urinated on rags and pressed them to their faces, desperate for anything that might help. Later came phosgene, more deadly, less detectable, and then mustard gas, which blistered the skin, blinded the eyes, and lingered in the soil for weeks. It didn't just kill, it maimed, it scarred, it left men alive, but changed. Gas masks were soon issued, strange, rubber-faced contraptions with bug-like goggles and long snouts. They were effective, but not always in time. Putting them on in panic, in the dark, in the rain, it wasn't always possible, and the fear remained. Even when there was no gas, soldiers imagined it. A whiff of smoke, a shift in the wind, a strange scent, and the mask would be on in seconds. Many described the gas as a ghost, invisible, unpredictable, always present. It crept into dreams, into the deepest parts of the mind. Gas changed the nature of the war. It made the air itself the enemy. It turned the trenches from a battlefield into a slow, suffocating tomb. And worst of all, it made death impersonal. No duel, no charge, no heroism, just a breath and then agony. Even those who survived were left coughing for years, their lungs ruined, their voices never the same. Of all the horrors of trench life, gas left one of the deepest marks, because it reminded soldiers that in this war there was nowhere left to hide, not even in the air they breathed. In the middle of the mud, the barbed wire, and the constant threat of death, there was one thing that made trench life bearable: each other. Comradeship was more than friendship. It was survival. When everything else was stripped away, the uniforms, the orders, the medals, what remained were men, cold and frightened, clinging to the familiar sound of a voice nearby. They came from all walks of life: farmers, factory workers, teachers, sons. Many had never left their hometowns before the war, but in the trenches, distinctions blurred. One man's dry socks became another man's lifeline. One soldier's humor kept the whole group sane. They shared everything: cigarettes, blankets, rations, lice. They passed down trench lore: which dugout stayed driest, which officer to trust, how to brew the best cup of tea over a candle flame. And when the shelling stopped, even for just a moment, they would gather. mugs in hand, steam rising from chipped enamel cups filled with weak, gritty coffee or tea made from boiled rainwater. These moments were sacred. Men told jokes, some crude, some clever, some so old they'd been passed between units like heirlooms. They sang songs that reminded them of home. Sometimes they played cards. Other times, they simply sat, grateful for the silence, for the warmth, for the company. They spoke of things beyond the war, of sweethearts and sisters, of favorite meals and summer days long gone. Some made plans for after the war, where they would go, what they would build, who they would marry. Others didn't speak at all, but listened, letting the words of their mates carry them somewhere safer, even for just a few minutes. And when one of them fell, it wasn't an anonymous name on a casualty list. It was someone they'd laughed with, argued with, shared a blanket with. A missing seat in the circle. A silence louder than the guns. In a war filled with so much loss, it was the small human connections that held men together. It wasn't glory or nationalism or orders that kept them in the trenches. It was the bond between brothers, forged not in fire but in frost, laughter, and the simple comfort of a hot drink passed hand to hand. Night in the trenches was a different kind of terror. The darkness didn't bring rest, it brought uncertainty. It blurred the line between what was real and what was imagined. Shadows stretched across no man's land. The sky, once filled with birds and clouds, now held only silence and the occasional flare, burning bright and unnatural in the cold air. Every sound mattered. A distant footstep, a shovel scraping dirt, the sharp click of a rifle bolt. Each noise could mean an enemy patrol, a raid, or worse, an ambush. Men took turns on sentry duty, standing motionless, eyes straining into the dark, hearts pounding against their ribs. A mistake could mean a bayonet in the chest, or a whispered death in the mud. Some nights snipers waited, their scopes trained on even the faintest flicker of movement. A single spark from a cigarette could be a soldier's last mistake. Sleep, when it came, was brief and uneasy. Soldiers dozed with boots on, rifles close, often in shallow dugouts, barely wide enough to roll over in. Dreams, when they came, were filled with thunder and smoke. Many learned not to dream at all. The cold crept into bones. Blankets were damp. Bodies pressed together for warmth. And still the fear remained. But not every night brought death. Some were eerily quiet. Too quiet. And that quiet could be just as deadly. It was during these calm stretches that the mind played tricks. Was that a figure moving beyond the wire? Did you hear footsteps? Or was that just the wind? Whispers passed through the trenches like secrets. Orders were given in silence. Patrols sent out in groups of 3 or 4, slipping into no man's land like ghosts, to gather intelligence, lay wire, or sometimes just to remind the enemy they were not alone. Letters were written under flickering candles. Some were love notes, others were goodbyes, not always labeled as such, but written with the quiet knowledge that they might be the last. The night asked questions the day was too busy to consider. Will I survive? Will anyone remember me? And yet, when the sun finally rose, casting weak light over the wreckage of wire and earth, the men were still there, tired, cold, but alive. In the trenches, every sunrise was a victory. Not every wound in the trenches came from bullets or shrapnel. Some were quieter, invisible, but just as deep. Life in the trenches wore men down, not just in body, but in spirit. Each day chipped away at something. Strength, clarity, hope. And for many, the greatest cost of war wasn't death. It was surviving it. Trench foot, caused by standing for days in cold, wet boots, turned skin pale and soft, then black, then dead. Some men lost toes, others lost feet. Lice burrowed into uniforms, causing constant itching and spreading disease. Rats gnawed on food, equipment, even the fallen. But it was the unseen injuries that lasted longest. Shell shock, what we now know as PTSD, left men broken in ways the military didn't understand, or worse, didn't acknowledge. Some returned home unable to speak. Others flinched at loud sounds for the rest of their lives. Many had nightmares that never left them. At the time, some commanders called it cowardice, a failure of character, but the truth was far more tragic. These men weren't weak, they were overwhelmed, minds shaken by the constant stress, the relentless noise, the horror they had witnessed. And then there were the dead who couldn't be reached. Bodies lay out in no man's land, too dangerous to recover, too sacred to forget. They were reminders, markers, silent witnesses to the cost of every advance and every retreat. The emotional toll was immense. Some soldiers carried guilt for surviving when their closest friends had not. Others felt numb, their emotions buried beneath layers of mud and grief. Even rest wasn't easy. Soldiers on leave struggled to adjust to quiet towns and warm homes. They couldn't speak of what they'd seen. They didn't know how, and those who hadn't been to the front couldn't understand. War changed them, not just how they looked or how they walked, but how they felt, how they loved, how they lived. The guns may have fallen silent in moments, but the damage continued, deep and wide. The trenches didn't just consume bodies, they consumed memories, voices, joy, and the echoes of that loss would carry far beyond the battlefield for years to come. The guns finally fell silent on November 11th, 1918. At the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, the war to end all wars officially came to a halt. But silence did not mean peace. Across the Western Front, soldiers emerged from the trenches slowly, cautiously, not quite believing the noise was truly over. Some wept, others stood in stunned quiet. A few stared across no man's land, wondering if the men who had once fired upon them now felt the same strange emptiness. The war was over, but the trenches remained. They didn't vanish. They sat in the mud, abandoned, slowly sinking back into the earth that had been torn apart for 4 long years. Boots, helmets, rusted rifles, and letters never sent were left behind. Small pieces of lives that had once filled those narrow walls. And the soldiers? They returned home, but they didn't come back the same. Many struggled to find their place in a world that had moved on without them. The familiar streets of their towns felt foreign. The laughter of children sounded distant. Some found comfort in silence. Others were haunted by it. The war had reshaped them, their posture, their sleep, their sense of safety. Some limped from old wounds. Others carried scars no one could see. They told few stories, or none at all. The ones who did speak often spoke not of battles, but of moments. A cup of tea shared in the cold. A letter that arrived just in time. A friend who didn't wake up. The trenches became part of history. Studied, mapped, photographed. But to those who had lived inside them, they were something else. A second home. A prison. A grave. A place where youth had been left behind and something heavier had taken its place. And yet, from that darkness came resilience. Memorials rose, poppies bloomed, new generations were born because others had endured. And in quiet corners of fields once soaked in blood, birds sing again. Grass grows. Wind whispers through the trees. The trenches have faded from the land, but not from memory. Because in that silence, something sacred remains. The voices of those who endured the unendurable, and proved, even in the mud and madness, that humanity could survive. He wasn't just a ranger in the wild or the sword-wielding heir to Gondor's throne. Aragorn lived a life that legends envy, raised in secret, hunted by shadows, torn between love and duty, and crowned in the ashes of war. But behind the crown and blade lies a journey more epic than any song the bards ever sang. What if I told you the future king was once a hunted orphan, and that the fate of Middle-earth depended not on strength, but on a choice he made in silence? By the way, before we dive in, I'm curious, where are you watching this from? And what time is it there right now? Drop it in the comments. I love seeing how far the fellowship of Middle-earth really stretches. The story of Aragorn begins not with triumph, but with loss. Long before the fellowship, before the battles of Helm's Deep or the crowning in Gondor, there was a broken kingdom in the north, and a child born into danger, Arathorn II, chieftain of the Dunedain and heir to Isildur's fading bloodline, lived in a world of constant threat. The kingdom of Arnor had long since crumbled, split and shattered by war and time. Its people, rangers and nomads, roamed the wilderness, hunted by orcs and shadowed by the ever-growing darkness in the east. But even in the ruins of a once great realm, hope endured. Arathorn II married Gilraen, a woman of strength and quiet wisdom. And from that union, in the year 2931 of the Third Age, a son was born, Aragorn, the last of the line of kings, a boy who carried the weight of ages in his veins, yet he would barely know his father. When Aragorn was just 2 years old, Arathorn led a band of rangers to hunt orcs in the wilds of Eriador. It was a mission born of duty, and it would be his last. A stray orc arrow pierced his eye, and the chieftain fell, leaving his young son fatherless and his wife a grieving widow. Gilraen, fearing for her child's safety, took him to the only place where the shadows could not yet reach, Rivendell. There, in the hidden valley of the elves, Elrond received the boy. But he knew the danger. If Sauron learned that Isildur's line still lived, the child would be hunted without mercy. So Aragorn's name was concealed. He would be known only as Estel, which in Elvish means hope. Hope, born in the ashes of war. And so, under starlight and silence, a king was raised in secret. No throne, no crown, only the legacy of a broken sword and the burden of a destiny that had waited over 3,000 years. The world would forget his name. But it was in that forgetting that Aragorn's legend began. He would rise not through prophecy, but through quiet suffering. The last flame of Númenor, flickering in the dark. In the halls of Rivendell, hidden behind waterfalls and ancient trees, Aragorn lived a life unlike any child of men. He knew nothing of swords, crowns, or the burden that would one day break him, or make him. To him, Elrond was not a lord, but a father. The elves, not guardians of an ancient world, but kind voices that echoed like song in the twilight. The forests were his playground, the stars, his companions, and his name was Estel, Hope. Gilraen, his mother, watched him with silent sorrow. She loved him dearly, but the weight of what he must become haunted her eyes. Though she never told him the truth, she knew her time with him as a child was fleeting. Elrond had warned her, "His path will be hard. If he survives it, he will be alone more often than not." So she let him run barefoot through gardens of light, let him laugh among the elves, knowing each laugh was borrowed from fate. But Estel was no ordinary boy. He was keen of mind, swift of foot, and quiet in spirit. The elves noted something ancient in his gaze, as though the wisdom of many lives had settled in his bones. He listened more than he spoke, and often wandered the libraries of Rivendell, lost among stories of heroes, wars, and kingdoms long fallen to dust. There was one story he always returned to, the tale of Isildur, the man who cut the ring from Sauron's hand, and then failed to destroy it. Estel did not know that Isildur's blood ran through his veins, but something in the tale stirred him, both awe and unease. By his 10th year, the whispers among the elves grew. "He learns too quickly," they said. "He has the heart of a king." Elrond watched quietly, holding back the truth like a dam before a flood. Estelle, unaware, lived on with curiosity in his soul and quiet fire in his heart. But even in the safe halls of Rivendell, the world outside was changing. Dark shapes moved in distant woods. Whispers of Sauron's return began to spread, and the shadow that had once claimed his father would soon be reaching for the sun. The days of innocence were numbered. Soon Estelle would have to meet Aragorn. By the time Estelle reached his 20th year, he had grown into a man of quiet strength and restless soul. His eyes, grey like storm-washed skies, held questions he could no longer ignore. Elrond saw it, Gilraen felt it. The time had come to unveil the truth. One evening, Elrond summoned him to a high chamber, lit only by candlelight and memory. No guards, no ceremony, just the elf lord and the young man he had raised like a son. What followed would shatter the world Estelle thought he knew. Elrond spoke gently, but his words fell like thunder. You are Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir to Isildur, the last of the Dunedain, the true king of Gondor and Arnor. The silence that followed was vast. Estelle, Aragorn, could barely breathe. A king? Him? The blood of Isildur coursed through his veins? The same Isildur who failed to destroy the ring? Then came more. Elrond handed him the ring of Barahir, a relic of ancient Numenor once worn by kings. Then the shards of Narsil, the broken sword that had cut the ring from Sauron's hand. The blade was shattered, just like the kingdom it once ruled. With shaking hands, Aragorn took the hilt. Cold, heavy, and full of unspoken promises. You have not come to the end of your journey, Elrond said. You have only just begun. The weight of destiny crashed down upon him. When he left that chamber, he was not the same man. Estelle was gone. Aragorn had awakened. But not everyone welcomed this change. Gilraen, his mother, watched him with both pride and pain. She had raised him for this moment, yet now that it had come, her heart trembled. He is too young, she whispered, too unready. He has no idea what it means to carry the hopes of the free peoples. But Elrond knew time was running short. Darkness was rising. The world needed more than hidden kings and forgotten swords. They needed hope, not in name, but in action. So Aragorn made a choice. He would leave Rivendell, abandon comfort, embrace exile. He would walk the wild paths of Middle-earth, not as a ruler, but as a servant, not to claim a crown, but to prove he deserved one. The world beyond Rivendell was vast, untamed, broken, and whispering with danger. But before Aragorn took his first step into exile, fate placed one more obstacle before him, one far more complicated than orcs, blades, or shadows. Her name was Arwen. She had returned from Lothlorien not long before. Daughter of Elrond, granddaughter of Galadriel, the even star of her people, immortal, radiant, untouched by time or sorrow. They met beneath the golden trees of Rivendell as the sun filtered through ancient branches. Aragorn, no longer Estelle, now stood in his full height, young, uncertain, with a fire in his spirit. And Arwen, she saw it. At first she looked upon him as one might a curious flame, something wild and fleeting. But the more they spoke, the more that flame grew. He spoke to her, not as a subject to royalty, but as a man who knew how fragile life truly was. Every glance he gave her carried the weight of time he didn't have. Arwen, centuries older, saw something rare in him, mortality wrapped in courage. And slowly, against both tradition and reason, she began to care. They walked together through Rivendell's quiet groves, speaking of stars, old songs, and what lies beyond the sea. But love in Middle-earth never comes without price. When Elrond learned of their growing bond, his heart grew heavy. She is of the Eldar. You are of the race of men, he said to Aragorn. Her fate is bound to the undying lands. Yours, to death. Aragorn said nothing. But deep within, a war had begun. How could he ask her to forsake eternity for a mortal life of hardship and war? How could he not, when every step away from her felt like tearing from his own soul? He made no promises to Arwen, not yet, but the seed was planted and it would bloom over many long years, in hope, in sorrow, and in waiting. Then at last, Aragorn turned from the valley that raised him. With only a sword hilt, a heavy heart, and a future carved in shadow, he left Rivendell behind, and so began the long road of the Ranger, not as a prince, not as a hero, but as a man already at war with the world, with his bloodline, and with his heart. The world did not welcome Aragorn. Beyond the safety of Rivendell, Middle-earth was cracking under the weight of growing darkness. The whispers of Sauron's return had become quiet certainties. Shadows gathered in Mirkwood. Orcs bred in numbers unseen since the days of Mordor's fall. The free peoples were scattered, weary and leaderless. Aragorn, now 20, walked into this chaos with no army, no followers, only a broken lineage and a silent vow. He would not claim the throne by blood. He would earn it in exile. Disguised beneath cloak and hood, he took no titles. He became a wanderer, a huntsman, a ghost in the wild. To most, he was simply a man named Strider, worn, grim, and watchful. Few knew that the man sleeping in mud beneath the trees was the rightful king of Gondor, but that was how he wanted it. He traveled far, across the windswept plains of Rohan, through the tangled woods of Mirkwood, down into the sun-scorched lands of Harad. In every corner of Middle-earth, Aragorn left a footprint, sometimes as a guide, sometimes as a soldier, always as a shadow. He learned the tongues of many lands, the customs of kings and peasants alike. He hunted beasts that should have been legends. He defended villages that would never know his name. And in every quiet act, in every battle survived, he carved away the uncertainty within him. This was no prince on a quest. This was a man forging himself in fire. Yet he was never truly alone. The Dunedain, the rangers of the north, men of his own bloodline, still roamed the wild. They watched, waited, and guarded the land in secret. Slowly, quietly, Aragorn became their leader, not by declaration, but by action. Even in obscurity, his legend began to form. Children in Bree whispered about the tall man with the sharp eyes. Orcs learned to fear the ranger with the silent step. In the corners of taverns, his name passed in low voices, Strider, the man who always walked alone but never fell. But Aragorn did not seek glory. He was chasing something deeper. He was chasing worth. Because only by walking the long, brutal road of the forgotten could he ever hope to be the king the world had lost. Though Aragorn wandered far, the memory of Arwen Undomiel never left him. In the wild, where silence stretched endlessly and shadows hunted the unwary, her face returned to him like a dream he couldn't wake from. He thought often of her smile beneath Rivendell's starlit canopy, of the way her gaze steadied his soul. But love, for Aragorn, was not simple. It was a burden, one more impossible choice stacked upon the ones already haunting his bloodline. Unknown to him, Arwen too carried the weight of their bond. Elrond saw it in her silence, in the way she no longer smiled freely, in how she began to drift through Rivendell like a figure from another age, caught between immortality and the love of a mortal man. Her heart had been claimed, and with that came a terrible price. Elrond did not oppose Aragorn out of pride or prejudice. He feared for his daughter. He had seen the decay of mortal kingdoms, the fall of men, and the brief flicker of human life. To him, Aragorn was good and noble, yes, but doomed to die. There is sorrow enough in this world, Elrond told her. Do not add to it by choosing grief. But Arwen's heart was already decided. She returned to Lothlorien, where time moved slower, to reflect under the golden malin trees. There she spoke with her grandmother Galadriel, who saw into the heart of all things. It was in that sacred place that Arwen finally made her decision. She would give up the immortal life of the Eldar. She would not sail west to the undying lands. She would stay, for Aragorn. Her choice was quiet, resolute, and irreversible. It was not a decision of impulse or fantasy, but of understanding. She knew she would know loss, that she would watch him age and die, that one day she would walk alone, And still, she chose love, a love that spanned races, ages, and the bitter line between death and eternity. While Aragorn wandered, testing his body and spirit in war, Arwen had already passed her greatest trial. She had given up forever for a single lifetime beside him. Aragorn wandered for decades. He did not return to Rivendell. He could not. The memory of Arwen and the weight of his destiny made staying unbearable, and so he threw himself deeper into the wilderness, into the forgotten edges of the world, where kings were myths and duty had no witnesses. But Aragorn was not running. He was preparing. Under various names and disguises, he served kings and lords without revealing his identity. In Rohan, he rode under King Thengel, Theoden's father, fighting off Dunlending raids and proving himself a warrior of unmatched resolve. They knew him only as Thorongil, Eagle of the Star, a name that hinted at nobility but revealed nothing. Years later, he served in Gondor, beneath Steward Ectelion, the father of Denethor. He wore no crown, but his command was respected like one. He advised in council, rode at the head of armies, and even led a daring assault against the corsairs of Umbar, setting their fleet ablaze. The people cheered his victory, then watched him vanish into the night. He did not stay for glory. He never did. Denethor, proud and suspicious, grew uneasy with this stranger, who seemed to know too much and commanded too well. And Aragorn, sensing danger, slipped back into the wild. But his legend lingered. In both Rohan and Gondor, songs were whispered of a captain with grey eyes and a forgotten name, one who came in silence and left only victory behind. But while men spoke of Thorongil in hushed admiration, Aragorn found no rest. His travels carried him to the far south, into Harad, where stars were strange and enemies unending. He fought, bled, and watched the cruelty of Sauron's long arms stretch even into those distant lands. He began to understand the world, not just through the lens of power, but through its pain. He saw what war did to the weak, what fear did to the good, and why kingship, if ever it came to him, must be more than a title. It must be a service. He returned to the north older, leaner, hardened not just by sword, but by sorrow. And in his silence, in the dirt beneath his boots, a king was quietly rising, one step at a time. By the time Aragorn returned to the north, the whispers of Sauron's return were no longer rumors. They were warnings. The shadow had begun to stretch over Middle-earth, and Gandalf the Grey was already searching for answers in the dark. One of those answers had a name, Gollum. The twisted creature who once held the One Ring had vanished, and with him all certainty vanished too. If Sauron found him first, the world could fall before it even had a chance to fight. So Gandalf turned to the one man he trusted most. He turned to Aragorn, and without question, Aragorn accepted. Thus began a mission that would go unnoticed in the songs of men and the records of kings, but it may have saved all of Middle-earth. For years, Aragorn hunted Gollum, not for glory, not for vengeance, but for knowledge. Every clue was a ghost. Every step led deeper into danger. From the marshes of the Anduin to the jagged peaks near Mordor, he followed the trail of the creature that once called the ring precious. Tracking Gollum was unlike any hunt he had ever known. Gollum was clever, slippery, and desperate. He moved through places no sane man would go, feeding on filth, hiding in shadows, whispering madness into the night. But Aragorn did not stop. He braved places where the air reeked of death, faced beasts that knew no fear of men. He endured loneliness deeper than wilderness itself. And finally, after what felt like an age, he found Gollum, wretched, pale, half-mad, yet alive. Aragorn captured him near the dead marshes, not far from Mordor's grasp. He bound the creature and brought him north through dangerous lands, never resting for long, knowing the Eye was searching. He delivered Gollum to the wood elves of Mirkwood, where he would be kept safely for now. What Aragorn didn't realize was that in capturing Gollum, he had unknowingly protected Frodo's path before it had even begun. Had Gollum roamed free, The ring's journey to Mount Doom may have ended before it ever started. There was no crown, no song, no reward for this. Only silence. But Aragorn didn't need songs. He only needed to know he had done his part. The shadows were lengthening across Middle-earth. Gandalf had uncovered the truth. The One Ring had been found. And it was in the hands of a gentle hobbit from the Shire, Frodo Baggins, nephew of the very Bilbo who had once stumbled upon it in the darkness of Gollum's cave. Now Sauron knew. The ringwraiths were riding. Time was gone, but Gandalf was delayed, and Frodo was walking blind into danger. So once again, the task fell to Aragorn. He rode for the village of Bree, a quiet, unassuming place where few paid attention to the larger currents of the world. He entered the prancing pony, hooded and silent, watching the door. When Frodo finally arrived, it wasn't under cover of secrecy. A clumsy accident caused the ring to slip onto his finger, and in a flash, he vanished. The room froze. Eyes turned. Whispers stirred. And Aragorn knew. The enemy had seen him. That night, in the shadows of a smoky inn, Strider revealed himself, not as a king, not as a hero, but as a man who had been watching Frodo for far longer than the hobbit realized. "I can protect you," he said, eyes piercing through the dark. "But I cannot guarantee your safety if you refuse to trust me." Frodo hesitated. Who was this grim, weathered man in the corner? Friend, spy, assassin? But Aragorn didn't offer assurances, he offered truth. His voice carried weight, not of command, but of exhaustion. He had walked too far, seen too much, and lost too many to waste time with lies. And slowly, trust was born. When the ringwraiths attacked later that night, Aragorn did not run. He fought them off with fire and steel, defending the hobbits with a fury that shocked even himself. These were no longer mere travelers, they were charges, and their survival was now tied to his fate. From Bree, Aragorn would lead them on the hidden paths through the wild, not just as a guide, but as a guardian. No longer Thorongil, no longer Estel. Now he was Strider, the ranger with the broken sword and the unbroken will. And with that first step out of Bree, the road to destiny truly began. Leaving Bree, Aragorn had no illusions about the road ahead. The Nine were hunting. The ring was drawing evil like blood draws wolves. And Frodo, whether he knew it or not, carried more than the fate of his kind. He carried the fate of the world. Aragorn led the hobbits eastward, avoiding roads, steering clear of open land, and trusting only the trees and hills he'd wandered for decades. His pace was relentless. His eyes never stopped scanning the horizon. He didn't eat much, he rarely spoke, and when he did, it was only to warn. If the Black Riders find us in the open, we will not survive. Through the Midgewater marshes they slogged, soaked, and bitten by endless swarms of insects. Days bled into nights. The hobbits began to question whether this grim man was truly their protector or just another shadow to be feared. But at Weathertop, their doubts vanished. The group made camp among the crumbling ruins of an old Arnorian watchtower. But the shadows crept closer, and that night 5 ringwraiths descended in black silence, blades drawn and wailing. Aragorn fought them with torch and sword, flame and fury, holding the line while the others scrambled to protect Frodo, but it wasn't enough. Frodo was stabbed by a Morgul blade, a wound not meant to kill but to enslave. The shard began to move toward his heart. Aragorn knew what it meant. If Frodo didn't reach Rivendell soon, he would become a wraith himself, another servant of Sauron. The ranger became desperate. He led them through hills and rivers, across dangerous ground, never sleeping. When Frodo faltered, Aragorn carried him. When the others despaired, he gave them firelight. And just when it seemed too late, salvation came in the form of Arwen. She rode like the wind, faster than any blade could follow. With Frodo in her arms, she summoned the power of the river itself to wash away the Black Riders. Aragorn watched her from the bank, his love, his hope, his reminder of why he fought. And finally, battered, bloodied, and breathless, they arrived at Rivendell. Frodo lived. But Aragorn knew this was only the beginning. The darkness had tasted them, and it would not stop hunting. The halls of Rivendell had not seen such tension in many ages. Elves, dwarves, men, and hobbits sat beneath the ancient arches of Elrond's house, gathered not in celebration, but in crisis. The One Ring had been revealed, and with it, the truth that no kingdom could ignore. Sauron had returned. Aragorn stood at the edge of the council, cloaked in quiet dignity. He said little as the others debated, argued, and fell into old rivalries. But when Boromir of Gondor questioned his authority, questioned his bloodline, Aragorn stepped forward, not with pride, but with purpose. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and if by life or death I can protect you, I will. The words were not loud, but they landed like steel. The broken sword of Elendil, Narsil, had been reforged. Its name now was Andúril, Flame of the West. It gleamed with the fire of a legacy reborn. Elrond confirmed what few in the council suspected. This ranger in travel-worn boots was no ordinary man. He was Isildur's heir, the rightful king of Gondor and Arnor. And though Aragorn flinched at the weight of that title, he did not refuse it. When the time came to choose who would carry the ring toward Mount Doom, it was clear Frodo would go, but he would not go alone. Elves, dwarves, men, and hobbits would stand beside him. The Fellowship of the Ring was born. Frodo, Sam, Merry, Pippin, Legolas, Gimli, Boromir, Gandalf, and Aragorn. It was not a band of heroes. It was a fragile alliance, full of old grudges, clashing ideals, and unspoken fears. But Aragorn knew that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in kinship, but in shared purpose. He walked beside Legolas, an elf, Gimli, a dwarf, and Boromir, a man of Gondor who still doubted him. And yet he accepted them all. He looked after Frodo like a guardian, gave Sam quiet nods of reassurance, and watched Gandalf not as a follower, but as an equal in burden. As they left Rivendell and crossed into the wild, Aragorn did not wear a crown, but among those 9, he walked like a king, not by bloodline alone, but by choice. Snow choked the mountain passes, and wolves howled in the night. Caradhras had turned them back with a fury that felt unnatural. The Fellowship had only one path left, Moria, the long-abandoned kingdom beneath the misty mountains. Aragorn hesitated. He knew the name well. Khazad-dûm, once the pride of the dwarves, was now whispered as a tomb. Orcs had swarmed it, and darker things were said to dwell in its depths. He looked to Gandalf, his old friend, and trusted his judgment, though his heart was heavy. As the great doors creaked open, darkness swallowed them whole. Inside, the air was still and stale, thick with the weight of death. The Fellowship moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing off cold stone. Gimli walked with pride, eager to see his kin's halls. But when they found Balin's tomb, silent and desecrated, even Gimli wept. And then came the drums. "They are coming," Aragorn whispered, his hand tightening on Andúril. The orcs struck like a wave in the darkness, hundreds of them swarming the Fellowship in the tomb chamber. Aragorn fought with cold precision, blade flashing in the dark. He defended Frodo with everything he had, striking down foe after foe, shoulder to shoulder with Boromir. But then, something deeper stirred, a sound like thunder, a shadow with fire for limbs, the Balrog of Morgoth. Even Aragorn, a man who had faced monsters and armies, felt fear crawl down his spine. This was no orc. This was ancient, older than the kingdoms of men. The Fellowship fled across the crumbling bridge of Khazad-dûm. Aragorn turned back only to see Gandalf stand against the beast alone. "You shall not pass." The Balrog fell, dragging Gandalf with it. Silence. Horror. Grief. Aragorn did not have time to mourn. As the Fellowship stumbled out of the east gate into the sunlight, broken and breathless, they looked to him, not as a guide anymore, but as a leader, and he stepped forward, voice firm despite the pain. "We must move. Gandalf's sacrifice will be for nothing if we linger." In that moment, Aragorn changed. He was no longer just the watchful ranger. He was now the Fellowship's compass and its spine. After the terror of Moria, The Fellowship emerged into sunlight, but not into peace. Gandalf was gone. The wizard who had guided them from the Shire, who stood against shadow and flame, had fallen. The silence among them was heavy. Frodo walked in a daze. Sam clenched his jaw to keep from breaking. Even Legolas lowered his gaze. But Aragorn could not grieve. Not yet. He led them southward, through the trees of Lothlorien, the golden wood, where time itself seemed to slow. It was said that no evil could enter those borders, that the trees themselves whispered secrets older than stone. Here, at last, the Fellowship found rest. But for Aragorn, it was more than rest, it was memory. For in this ancient forest lived Galadriel, Lady of Light, and grandmother to Arwen. Aragorn stood before her not as a ranger, but as a man who carried both love and legacy in his heart. Galadriel looked into him, not with judgment, but with understanding. She saw the boy raised in secret, the man burdened by fate, the heart still tethered to her granddaughter. She has chosen, Galadriel said gently. The path of the Evenstar is now bound to yours. Aragorn said nothing. He didn't need to. He had carried that knowledge like a hidden flame for years. Now it flickered brighter, both a comfort and a curse. While others in the Fellowship received gifts from the lady, Aragorn's gift was not given with fanfare. It was a simple sheath for his reforged sword, Andúril, and a look that pierced time. You are Isildur's heir, she said, not because of your blood, but because you endure. In the quiet woods of Lothlorien, Aragorn remembered who he was fighting for. Not just Middle-earth, not just Gondor, but for the chance that love could survive in a world drowning in war. He walked among the golden trees, thinking of Arwen's choice, the price she had already paid, the life she had given up for a future still uncertain. He vowed to be worthy of that sacrifice. The Fellowship would soon leave Lothlorien and head deeper into danger. But for one moment, Aragorn stood still, beneath golden leaves and eternal starlight, where time did not matter and hope still breathed. The Fellowship left Lothlorien with new gifts, rested limbs, and heavy hearts. Each boat glided silently down the river Anduin, the golden wood fading behind them. Ahead lay uncertainty, Mordor to the east, Gondor to the west, and danger in every direction. And within their company, the first cracks began to form. Boromir grew restless. The son of the steward of Gondor, noble and brave, began to speak of the ring, not as a burden, but as a weapon, a gift, a tool that could save his people. Aragorn saw the change. He saw the hunger building in Boromir's eyes, the way he looked at Frodo when he thought no one noticed. And still, Aragorn said nothing. Perhaps part of him hoped it was just fear. Perhaps part of him feared saying it aloud would make it real. But deep down he knew the ring was beginning to work its poison. At Amon Hen, the hill of seeing, the Fellowship's fragile unity finally shattered. Boromir confronted Frodo, demanding the ring, not in anger, but in desperation. He saw Minas Tirith burning in his dreams. He saw his people dying, and he thought, this is the only way. Frodo fled. The moment Boromir realized what he'd done, it was already too late. The Fellowship was broken. Frodo disappeared, determined to continue the journey alone. Sam, loyal beyond measure, followed. And in the chaos, orcs attacked, swarming from the woods with blades and howls. Boromir fought like a lion to defend Merry and Pippin, slaying dozens before falling to arrow after arrow. Aragorn arrived too late to save him, but in those final moments, Boromir saw the man he had doubted. I would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king, he whispered, blood on his lips. Aragorn wept, but there was no time to mourn. Merry and Pippin had been taken. Frodo was gone. The Fellowship was scattered. Standing in the forest, wind cold against his face, Aragorn had to make a choice: chase Frodo into Mordor, or save the others. He chose both. He turned to Legolas and Gimli, eyes sharp with purpose. Let us hunt some orc, He wasn't a king yet, but he had made a king's decision. The forest behind him still echoed with death, but Aragorn had no time to grieve. Merry and Pippin had been taken, carried off by Uruk-hai, foul creatures bred for war, faster than orcs, stronger than men. Time was running out. Every hour meant more distance between the Fellowship and the two hobbits, so Aragorn ran. With Legolas at his side, light-footed and keen-eyed, and Gimli, stout and tireless, they pursued the orcs day and night. No rest, no hesitation, only tracks in the grass and smoke on the wind. For days they pushed through the plains of Rohan, a sea of green stretching endlessly in all directions. The sun beat down, the wind burned. But Aragorn did not slow. He tracked with terrifying precision, pausing to feel footprints, smell broken twigs, notice where the orcs had dragged their prisoners. He read the land like a story, and the story was one of brutality. Yet even in that urgency, Aragorn showed something more than survival instinct. He showed command. When Eomer, captain of the Rohirrim, intercepted them, swords were nearly drawn. The riders of Rohan had killed the orc band the night before, but had seen no hobbits among the dead. To them, Aragorn's story sounded like madness. Halflings, a wizard fallen, a ranger chasing shadows. But Aragorn stepped forward, unbowed. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn. If by life or death I can save them, I will. There was steel in his voice, not arrogance, but authority, the kind that can't be taught, only forged through fire and failure. Eomer, sensing the truth in him, gave them horses. And so the chase continued. They rode harder than ever, pushing their mounts to the brink. And when they reached the battlefield where the orcs had fallen, Aragorn searched the remains with desperate hands. No hobbit bodies, no sign of Frodo. But the clues were there, small footprints, broken ropes, signs of escape. They're alive, Aragorn breathed. It was a whisper, but it hit like thunder. For the first time since the Fellowship broke, hope sparked again in his chest. The path ahead was still dangerous, but he would follow it, until the very end. The trail led Aragorn and his companions into the heart of Rohan, a land of open plains, wind-swept hills, and horse lords proud and fierce. It also led them into a kingdom under siege, not from without, but from within. When they arrived at Edoras, the capital of Rohan, they found its king, Theoden, a shadow of what he once was. His throne was draped in silence, his eyes dulled by darkness. A pale figure named Grima Wormtongue whispered at his side like a serpent in silk. But Aragorn saw through it all immediately. This was no simple court intrigue. This was Saruman's poison, working through deception and despair. Theoden's kingdom was rotting from within, while orcs marched at its borders. Before the king could even lift his eyes, Aragorn's sword was nearly taken at the door. You would not part a ranger from his blade, he warned, holding Andúril, the flame-forged heirloom of kings, tight in his hand. He did not raise his voice. He didn't need to. He walked into the Golden Hall not as a beggar, not as a wanderer, but as a man whose time had come to stand tall. It was Gandalf, returned from death as Gandalf the White, who broke Wormtongue's hold and awakened Theoden from his stupor. But it was Aragorn who stood beside him, silent and strong, as the old king reclaimed his voice. He didn't issue commands. He didn't shout. He simply stood there, tall, steady, kingly in everything but name. When Theoden decided to ride out against the encroaching forces of Saruman, Aragorn chose to ride with him, not for duty, not for glory, but because the people of Rohan were in danger. And Aragorn had made a vow long ago, not to abandon the world to shadow. Still, doubts lingered among the Rohirrim. Who was this ranger from the north? Could he be trusted? Was he a threat to their kingdom? And yet, as he moved through their ranks, as he spoke with warriors and farmers alike, something shifted. They began to believe, not because of his sword, but because of his presence. The king of Gondor had not yet taken his throne, but the people were already beginning to feel him rise. The storm was coming. Saruman had unleashed his army, 10,000 Uruk-hai bred for war, bound for Helm's Deep, the ancient stronghold of Rohan. It was a fortress carved into stone, a last refuge for the people, but it was no match for a force that large, not without hope, not without unity. As the skies darkened, Aragorn stood beside King Theoden, preparing for battle. The walls were lined with farmers, boys too young to shave, old men too tired to run. Most had never held a sword, but Aragorn had. He moved through them, not as a commander shouting orders, but as a brother in arms. He adjusted helmets, sharpened blades, spoke softly to those trembling behind their shields. He didn't lie to them. There is no dawn for us unless we fight. Even Theoden, hardened by grief and bitterness, struggled to believe they had any chance. But Aragorn never flinched, not because he lacked fear, but because he had learned how to carry it. When the horns of war sounded and the Uruks marched through the rain, Aragorn was first to the front line, sword raised. He fought like a man possessed, not for glory, not for kingship, but for every soul huddled in the caves behind the walls. Side by side with Legolas and Gimli, he held the line as long as mortal hands could. He bled, he stumbled, he rose again. Arrow after arrow fell. The gates buckled, the walls shattered. And still, he fought. But even he knew it wouldn't be enough. Then, as night gave way to the thinnest edge of dawn, a horn sounded in the distance. Gandalf had returned. With him rode Eomer and the riders of Rohan, sweeping down the hill like a wave of light against darkness. The tide turned, the enemy broke, and the day, against all odds, was won. In the aftermath, the people of Rohan did not chant Theoden's name. They looked to Aragorn. He had no crown, no throne, but he had earned their hearts. The boy from Rivendell was gone. What remained was a leader no longer hiding from destiny, but riding straight into it. Helm's Deep had been saved, but Aragorn knew the war was far from over. Victory had come with a cost, and with a question. What would Saruman do next? But when Aragorn, Gandalf, Legolas, Gimli, and King Theoden rode to Isengard, they found something they didn't expect. They found it in ruins. The once mighty tower of Orthanc stood intact, but the grounds around it had been reduced to rubble and twisted steel. The rivers had flooded it. Its forges were drowned. The Uruk-hai armies, gone. And standing in the middle of it all, like children who'd broken a toy too big to understand, were Merry and Pippin. The Ents, ancient tree-like shepherds of the forest, had marched to war. Led by Treebeard, they had torn Saruman's war machine apart from its roots. No spell or flame could stop them. But for Aragorn, the victory was not just strategic. It was personal. He had mourned Merry and Pippin. He had chased their captors across hundreds of miles. Now, seeing them alive, safe, and laughing over barrels of stolen pipeweed, something in him finally let go. The fellowship had not completely broken. Not yet. And then came the reckoning. Gandalf confronted Saruman, who remained locked inside Orthanc, bitter, proud, still poisoned by his belief in power. He had once been the leader of their order. Now he was a pawn of Sauron, or worse, his rival. Aragorn listened in silence as Saruman spat venom from his high perch. The wizard tried to bend Theoden's will, tried to shake Aragorn's confidence. But there was no fear left in the ranger's eyes, only resolve. Saruman's staff shattered. His power was broken. But still, Aragorn felt it. This was not the end. This was only a distraction. Sauron was moving in Mordor. The Eye was awake. And the ring was still out there, somewhere beyond the veil of fire and ash. Aragorn stood at the edge of the ruin, staring eastward. Victory over Saruman had given them breathing room, but breathing room wasn't survival. The war is not over, he said, and in his voice, for the first time, there was something that even kings feared, urgency. The tide of war was rising fast. Sauron had unleashed his armies. Gondor stood on the brink of siege. And though the victory at Helm's Deep had given hope, Aragorn knew hope alone would not win this war. They needed something more. That's when Elrond's sons came to him, bearing a message from their father and a sword. Andril, reforged from the shards of Narsil, had already tasted battle. But now, Elrond had delivered another inheritance. Take the Dimholt road, the message read. The dead do not suffer the living to pass, but you are Isildur's heir. It was a path few dared even whisper about, a haunted realm beneath the White Mountains, where an ancient curse lingered, an oath broken, a king dishonored, a people damned to shadow. But Aragorn understood what was being asked of him. He had to summon the dead men of Dunharrow, ghosts of traitors who had once sworn loyalty to Isildur, then fled the field when the Dark Lord rose. In shame, they had been cursed to linger beyond death, until their oath was fulfilled, and only Isildur's heir could call them. Aragorn did not flinch. He turned from Theoden's muster and led Legolas and Gimli to the mouth of the mountain. Cold wind, black stone, no moon. Even Gimli, fearless among orcs and trolls, trembled. But Aragorn stepped forward into the darkness. Inside, the air was thick with silence. Whispers echoed with no speaker. Shadows flickered where no flame burned. And then they came, ghosts, pale, hollow-eyed, armed with weapons long rusted in the real world. They circled him, voices like wind on bone. Who enters the domain of the dead? Aragorn raised Andúril. Its flame gleamed not with fire, but with truth. I am Isildur's heir. I summon you to fulfill your oath. The ghost hesitated. Centuries of shame held them back. But Aragorn did not waver. He looked them in the eye, not as a supplicant, but as a king. And they followed. From that moment, the fate of the war changed course. Aragorn had stepped into death and walked out with an army. The White City was burning. Minas Tirith, proud jewel of Gondor, stood under siege. The skies above it blackened with smoke and winged beasts. Catapults roared, orcs flooded the Pelennor fields, and in the heart of the storm, Gondor stood alone. But help was coming, and with it, a ghostly vengeance. While Theoden and the riders of Rohan charged into battle, breaking the orc ranks with thunder and blade, Aragorn took a darker road. Sailing up the river Anduin, he came not with banners, but with silence. The ships of the corsairs of Umbar, allies of Sauron, blackened the horizon. Gondor's hope began to flicker, until the sails dropped, and Aragorn emerged, not alone. Behind him came the army of the dead, a tide of pale warriors, cursed spirits who had waited centuries for release. At his command, they poured from the ships, sweeping over the battlefield like a storm of vengeance. No blade could stop them, no wall could hold them. They tore through the orcs like wind through dry leaves. The tide turned. What had seemed like Gondor's final hour became its salvation. Aragorn fought not from behind the lines, but in the thick of it, his sword, Andúril, blazing, cutting down foes with terrifying speed. To those who saw him, he looked like a figure from legend, tall, grim, eyes burning with purpose. He called men to rally. He lifted fallen warriors to their feet. He didn't order them forward, he led them. When the battle was done and the field lay covered in blood and ruin, Aragorn turned to the ghosts. Their oath was fulfilled, and with a single word he released them. Be at peace. The spirits faded like mist in sunlight, and with them the shadow of ancient shame. Gondor had been saved, but the war was far from over. In the aftermath, men turned to Aragorn, not just as a warrior, but as something more, a symbol. The blood of kings flowed in his veins. But it was his choices, not his crown, that made them follow him. For the first time, in the eyes of Gondor, the king had returned. Gondor stood, but barely. The battle of Pelennor Fields had ended, yet Aragorn knew it was only a reprieve. The eye of Sauron was still fixed on Mordor's gates, searching, calculating, waiting. The ring was still out there, hidden but not safe, and time was running out. Aragorn gathered the leaders of the free peoples, Gandalf, Eomer, Imrahil, and others. He offered a plan so bold it bordered on madness. They would march on the Black Gate, not to win, but to distract. The goal was simple: Draw Sauron's eye away from Frodo. Give the ring-bearer the smallest chance to reach Mount Doom. It was a suicide mission wrapped in strategy. And Aragorn never blinked. Let us draw his gaze, even if we cannot hold it, he said. We must give hope a chance. He marched with an army of 6,000. Against Mordor's legions, it was a whisper in the wind. As they approached the Black Gate, the Morannon, the land itself seemed to recoil. The sky turned red. The wind stank of sulfur and ash. Shadows moved with hunger. Still, Aragorn rode at the front. At the gates, they were met by the mouth of Sauron, a twisted herald with eyes like cold flame. He jeered, taunted, showed them Frodo's mithril coat and elven blade, claiming the ring-bearer was captured. Aragorn said nothing. Then he drew his sword, and in one swift stroke, he cut off the mouth's head. I do not believe you, he said. With that, the armies of Mordor poured forth, tens of thousands, orcs, trolls, beasts of war, a black tide against a stone of hope. But Aragorn stood firm. Atop a hill of shattered stone, with death surrounding him, he turned to his men. Hold your ground, hold your ground. His voice rang like a bell of war and destiny. A day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day. And with a cry he led the charge, into death, into legend, not as a king seeking glory, but as a man giving everything so that two hobbits could finish what no one else could. The Black Gate exploded into chaos. Orcs and trolls clashed with the last army of the West. Screams echoed across the broken plains of Mordor, steel met steel, and dust choked the skies. At the heart of it all, Aragorn fought like a man who had already accepted death. Because he had. He knew this battle wasn't about victory, it was about time. Time for Frodo. Aragorn cut through enemies with Anduril, his blade singing with every strike. Beside him, Gimli, Legolas, and Éomer stood fast, surrounded on all sides. The hill where they fought became a beacon, a defiance the enemy could not ignore. And then, everything stopped. A tremor shook the earth, the sky cracked. From the distance, far across the ashen plains, came a roar like the end of the world. Mount Doom erupted, flames soared into the sky. A tower crumbled in the distance, Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower, the very seat of Sauron's power. The eye, once fixed on the battlefield, wavered, then screamed, a sound with no voice, no body, only will. And then, silence. The ring had been destroyed. By Frodo. And by Gollum, in a twist even fate couldn't predict. In that moment, the armies of Mordor crumbled. Trolls staggered, orcs fled in panic. Some simply fell to their knees, undone by the power that had held them together. The darkness peeled away like smoke and wind. Aragorn stood breathless, covered in ash and blood, but alive. He looked to the east, toward the ruined mountain, and whispered not a cheer, but a prayer. They had done it. Middle-earth was free. But victory didn't feel like glory. It felt like quiet and grief. Boromir, Theoden, countless others had fallen for this moment. And Frodo, Sam, where were they now? Gandalf soon brought the answer. From the fires of Mordor, the hobbits were alive. Broken, burned, but alive. And Aragorn, the ranger who had once walked alone through shadow, knelt beside them, not as a king, not as a warrior, but as a friend. You bow to no one, he told them. And he meant it. The war was over. But Aragorn's greatest test was still to come. The war was over. Sauron had fallen. The ring was gone. Peace, for the first time in an age, had returned to Middle-earth. And now, the crownless would be crowned. The white city of Minas Tirith, battered but still standing, opened its gates to receive its king. The people lined the streets, silent at first. Then, as the procession approached, they began to cheer. But it was not just a celebration, it was a reckoning. For too long, the line of kings had been broken. Gondor had endured under stewards, faithful but not destined. The blood of Isildur, once a curse, was now their salvation. Aragorn walked through the city not draped in gold, not surrounded by banners, but with quiet reverence. Behind him came Gandalf, Faramir, Eomer, and others who had seen what he truly was, not just a warrior, but a leader shaped by fire and humility. At the steps of the citadel, Gandalf held the ancient crown of Gondor, silver and jeweled, glinting in the morning sun. But Aragorn paused. He turned to the man who had resisted him, fought beside him, and nearly died for him, Faramir, son of Denethor, the last steward. "Shall he be king and enter into the city?" Gandalf asked. Faramir knelt. "The hands of the king are the hands of a healer. Thus shall the rightful king be known." Aragorn took the crown and bowed his head, not in pride, but in service. Gandalf placed it upon him. Elessar Telcontar, the Elfstone. The king had returned. Cheers erupted from the walls, rising like a wave that swept the city. But Aragorn didn't raise his arms. He didn't shout. Instead, he sang. In Elvish, the tongue of the firstborn, he sang of peace, of sorrow, and of a new age rising from the ruins of the old. This was not a conqueror's victory. It was a promise. Later, he would walk among the people, heal the wounded with his hands, and speak to every soul not as ruler, but as guardian. The throne of Gondor had been empty for generations, but now it held a king not forged in luxury, but in sacrifice. He had worn the crown. He had reclaimed the throne. But there was still one piece of Aragorn's destiny left unfinished, Arwen. For years, she had been the silent star in his sky, the love he carried through every trial, every mile, every moment of doubt. She had made her choice long ago beneath the golden trees of Lothlorien, giving up immortality for a life that would burn bright and end in time. Now, with Sauron defeated and peace restored, the road that had separated them finally ended. She came to Minas Tirith with the elves of Rivendell, riding in quiet grace. The people watched in awe, for Arwen Undomiel was no ordinary bride. She was the daughter of Elrond, granddaughter of Galadriel, the Evenstar of her people, a being of near mythical beauty, now stepping into the world of men, for one man alone. When Aragorn saw her, the weight of years fell from him. He did not rush to her. He did not weep. He simply held her eyes, because no words were left to say. They were wed in the city of kings, beneath the white tree, with the stars above and the world reborn around them. The ceremony was quiet. Elves sang songs older than stone. Gondorians wept. Even the hobbits smiled in silence, understanding that they were witnessing something greater than politics or power. This was love earned. Aragorn held Arwen's hands, and with her, he wasn't the king of Gondor. He was simply the boy from Rivendell, the ranger who walked in shadow, the man who endured, not for a crown, but for the chance to stand beside her. Their wedding did more than bind two hearts. It united the realms of men and elves, bridging the two worlds for the last time before the elves sailed west. Elrond, Arwen's father, watched with quiet sorrow. But even he, at last, saw what his daughter had chosen, not just mortality, but meaning. From that day on, Arwen became queen of the reunited kingdom, and Aragorn, once called Estel, Hope, now lived not just as a king, but as the man who had made hope real. Aragorn ruled wisely and long. Under his reign, Gondor and Arnor were reunited. Peace spread across the lands that had once been torn by shadow. The white tree bloomed again. Roads were rebuilt. Old alliances restored. The age of men truly began. And it was Aragorn Elessar, the Elfstone, who guided it into light. But even kings cannot escape time. Unlike Arwen, Aragorn had always known his life would be brief by elven standards. The blood of Númenor gave him long years, more than most men. But mortality still waited at the edge of every sunrise. He did not fear it. He had faced worse. In the 120th year of the Fourth Age, Aragorn felt the weight of years grow heavy. His hair silvered, his steps slowed, but his mind remained sharp, his heart steady. He looked upon his son, Eldarion, heir to the throne, and knew it was time. Unlike those who clung to power, Aragorn chose the path of the ancient kings of Númenor. He would relinquish life willingly before weakness and weariness could claim him. It was not an act of surrender, but of grace, a final gift to the world he had protected. He summoned Arwen to his side. She had given up immortality for him, and now she would watch him leave. The sorrow in her eyes could not be measured, but there was no bitterness, only love, and a pain too deep for words. "This is the gift of men," Aragorn told her gently, "to leave when the work is done." He lay in the House of Kings, robed in white, his sword across his chest. He looked at Arwen and whispered his final words. "In sorrow we must go, but not in despair." Then with peace in his heart he willed himself to die, not with fear, but with dignity. Middle-earth did not tremble. No armies clashed, no horns blew. It was a quiet passing for the greatest king of the age. Aragorn left behind a kingdom renewed, a son ready, and a legacy that would outlive stone and song. He was born in exile, he died in peace, and he lived as legend. He was gone. Aragorn, king, lover, the man Arwen had chosen over eternity, had passed beyond the circles of the world, and with him her light dimmed. In the silence that followed his death, Arwen Undomiel, queen of the reunited kingdom, said nothing. She simply faded. She had given up her immortality for one lifetime with him. That lifetime had now run its course. There would be no ship to Valinor, no healing in the west, no second dawn. The daughter of Elrond, born in starlight, now stood alone among the mortal world she had embraced. She gave her son Eldarion her blessing, quietly, with a mother's strength. And then she turned away from Minas Tirith, from the court, the crown, the white tree, and all the echoes of their life together. She journeyed alone to Lothlorien, the golden wood where their love had once blossomed beneath the Malorn trees. But the forest was empty now. The elves had sailed. The song had ended. The leaves had fallen. Only silence remained. There, among the roots of forgotten beauty, she laid herself upon the mossy hill of Serin Amroth, the very place where Aragorn had first spoken his heart, long ago, where she had chosen mortality, not knowing what pain it would bring. She wore no crown, no jewels, only memory, and there she died. No grand ceremony, no weeping crowds, only the wind through golden leaves, whispering her name. Arwen. She was the last echo of the elves in Middle-earth, and her passing marked the final end of an age. Yet her love endures, not in the pages of history, but in the hearts of those who remember what it means to choose love over fear, sacrifice over comfort, mortality over forever. She and Aragorn became more than legend. They became the bridge between worlds, the end of the firstborn, and the dawn of the race of men. The days of the elves had ended. The ring was gone. The shadow of Sauron broken. And now, Aragorn was gone too. Arwen's light had faded. The fellowship had parted. The last great tales of the Third Age were now memories sung in halls and whispered by firelight. But Aragorn's legacy lived on, not in monuments or marble, but in the hearts of those who had followed him. His son, Eldarion, took the throne. He ruled with the same steady wisdom, the same quiet strength. The kingdoms of Gondor and Arnor remained united under the reunited kingdom, a symbol of hope made real. Across the lands, the name Elessar became more than a title. It became a reminder. That greatness is not born, it's forged. Forged in pain, sacrifice, love, and purpose. In the north, the Dunedain still kept watch over the wild places, guided by the memory of the ranger who became a king. In Rohan, they told stories of the man who fought beside their riders, uniting kingdoms through honor. In the Shire, 4 hobbits remembered a tall man with grey eyes and a soft voice who called them heroes when the world didn't know their names. And in Elven song, what few remained, Aragorn was sung not as a warrior, but as Estel, hope, the one who walked in shadow and chose the light, the one who stood not for himself, but for others. His story was not perfect. He doubted, he fell, he bled. But in every choice he made, he pushed back against the darkness, not with power, but with principle, and perhaps that's what made him worthy of the crown, not that he claimed it, but that he never needed it to lead. Now, his sword Anduril rests in the halls of kings. The white tree still blooms, and the world he helped save moves on, quietly, peacefully. But sometimes when the wind brushes the stones of Minas Tirith just right, it's said you can still hear his voice. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and I have kept no hope for myself. And so the tale ends, not with a war cry, but with the silence of a world rebuilt, and the echo of a man who became legend forever. From Visigothic kings and Islamic caliphates to imperial conquests and modern-day scandals, the Spanish monarchy has seen it all. This isn't just the story of kings and queens. It's the story of a nation constantly rewriting its identity through power, politics, and wars. But before we dive in, where in the world are you watching this from? Drop your country and the time in the comments. I'd love to see how far and wide history travels. Long before Spain became a global empire, or even a unified country, it was a fragmented land, torn between collapsing Roman rule and rising barbarian tribes. And out of that chaos, one tribe would lay the first real foundation for Spanish monarchy, the Visigoths. The Visigoths weren't native to Iberia, they were outsiders, Germanic warriors who had once sacked Rome itself. But after centuries of wandering through Europe, they settled in what we now call southern France and northern Spain. It was here, in the 5th century, that they began to carve out a kingdom of their own. When the Western Roman Empire finally crumbled around 476 AD, the Visigoths saw an opportunity. They swept into the Iberian Peninsula and slowly took control, establishing Toledo as their capital. What followed was the birth of the first true centralized monarchy in the region. But let's be clear, this was no fairy tale kingdom. The early Visigothic kings ruled through fear, war, and strict hierarchy. Power often passed not by peaceful succession, but through murder and rebellion. One king, Leovigild, even went to war against his own son, who had converted to Christianity against his father's wishes. Religious conflict became a defining feature of this kingdom. While the Visigoths followed Arian Christianity, a sect considered heretical by the Roman Church, the local population remained Roman Catholic. It created deep tension. But in 589 AD, everything changed. King Recaredwai converted to Catholicism, aligning the monarchy with the majority of the people. It was a smart move, one that helped solidify royal power and reduce civil strife. Despite this, unity was always fragile. The Visigothic kingdom had no stable system for choosing kings. Nobles often manipulated, replaced, or even assassinated rulers. Still, the monarchy endured for over 2 centuries until disaster struck. In 711 AD, Muslim armies from North Africa crossed into Iberia. The Visigoths were ill-prepared. Their last king, Roderick, died in battle, and within a few years, nearly the entire peninsula fell under Islamic control. Just like that, the Visigothic kingdom collapsed. But its legacy would live on. It introduced the very idea of kingship to Iberia, a legacy that future monarchs, Christian and otherwise, would claim as their own. This was the first chapter in Spain's royal saga, and it was only the beginning. The fall of the Visigoths didn't mark the end of power in Iberia, it marked the beginning of something entirely new. In 711 AD, an army of Berbers and Arabs crossed the Strait of Gibraltar under the command of a man named Tariq ibn Ziyad. What began as a small campaign quickly turned into a sweeping conquest. The Visigothic kingdom was already crumbling from within, divided by noble rivalries, religious unrest, and political weakness. When Tariq's forces met King Roderick at the Battle of Guadalete, the result was devastating. Roderick was killed, and within just a few years, almost the entire Iberian Peninsula had fallen into Muslim hands. This new Islamic territory was named Al-Andalus, and it would reshape the cultural, religious, and political future of Spain. Unlike the brutal tribal monarchies that came before, Al-Andalus brought with it a more structured and cosmopolitan rule. Cities like Córdoba, Seville, and Granada became centers of art, science, and philosophy. The ruling Umayyads didn't just conquer the land, they cultivated it. Under Abd al-Rahman Tormeh, a surviving member of the Umayyad dynasty from Damascus, Al-Andalus became an independent emirate. He escaped a massacre in the east and fled to Iberia, where he founded what would become one of Europe's most sophisticated Islamic states. By the 10th century, his descendant Abd al-Rahman III declared himself caliph, turning Córdoba into one of the wealthiest and most advanced cities in the world. Religious tolerance, at least for a time, was part of the deal. Jews and Christians, known as dhimmis, were allowed to live under Islamic rule, albeit with certain taxes and restrictions. It wasn't equality, but it was a stark contrast to the religious purges of the Visigoths. However, Al-Andalus was never fully stable. Internal divisions between Arab elites, Berbers, and local converts led to periodic civil wars and splinter kingdoms. Still, the Islamic presence in Spain lasted for nearly 800 years, a remarkable stretch that would influence architecture, science, language, and even food. And yet, while the south flourished under crescent moons and calligraphy, the north told a different story. Small Christian kingdoms, clinging to the mountains, began whispering a dream of reconquest. Al-Andalus had risen, but the stage was now set for a centuries-long clash that would define the fate of Spain. While Al-Andalus was flourishing in the south, the north of Iberia told a very different story. Rugged, mountainous, and less accessible, the northern regions became a refuge, a sanctuary for Christian resistance. The Muslim conquest may have been swift and devastating, but it wasn't total. In the shadow of Al-Andalus, small Christian enclaves began to form in the highlands. At first, they were little more than pockets of defiance, but over time, these communities grew into kingdoms with one goal in mind: survival and eventually reconquest. The first spark came in Asturias, where a nobleman named Pelayo led a rebellion in the early 8th century. According to legend, he defeated a much larger Muslim force at the Battle of Covadonga around 722 AD. That battle was small in scale but massive in symbolism. For many, it marked the beginning of the Reconquista, the centuries-long Christian effort to retake Iberia. From Asturias, the Christian world slowly expanded. New kingdoms emerged: Leon, Navarre, Aragon, and Castile. They were often at odds with each other, sometimes even fighting among themselves, but all shared a common enemy in the Muslim south. Each kingdom had its own culture, language, and challenges. Leon inherited much from the old Visigoths, claiming to be the spiritual successor to that lost monarchy. Navarre thrived in the Pyrenees, blending Christian and Basque traditions. Aragon, hugging the Mediterranean, became a military powerhouse. And Castile, once a frontier county, would eventually rise to dominate them all. These Christian kingdoms didn't just resist, they adapted. They borrowed architecture, scholarship, and even agricultural techniques from their Muslim neighbors. It wasn't unusual to find Arabic inscriptions in Christian palaces or Muslim scientists advising Christian courts. But resistance wasn't purely noble. Christian kings and knights often raided Muslim territories, taking slaves, seizing treasures, and destroying towns. It was a brutal and bloody chess game, fought inch by inch, year after year. Still, with every gained castle, every reclaimed village, the dream of a united Christian Spain grew stronger. And yet, unity was still centuries away. For now, the Christian North remained deeply fragmented, a patchwork of crowns, each with its own ambitions, alliances, and rivalries. The Reconquest had begun, but the road to a single Spanish monarchy would be long, messy, and full of betrayal. The word Reconquista echoes with the weight of nearly 800 years of history. It wasn't a single war, nor was it led by one ruler or one kingdom. Instead, it was a slow-burning generational movement, equal parts faith, ambition, and survival. And by the 9th century, it had begun in earnest. As Christian kingdoms in the north gained strength, they pushed further south, testing the borders of Al-Andalus. It wasn't a continuous campaign. There were long pauses, uneasy truces, and even alliances between Christian and Muslim rulers. But the underlying mission never changed: to reclaim Iberia for Christianity. Each century brought a new wave of momentum. The kingdom of Leon expanded into Galicia and pushed into central Iberia. Navarre rose to prominence in the Pyrenees, while Aragon secured the eastern mountain passes. But the real game changer was Castile. Originally a cluster of fortified towns, Castillos, defending the frontier, Castile evolved into a full-fledged kingdom with an appetite for conquest. In the 11th century, the balance of power began to shift. The once mighty Caliphate of Cordoba collapsed into smaller Muslim states called taifas, many of which were weak and divided. Christian kings took advantage, launching military campaigns and demanding tribute from their Muslim neighbors. Gold flowed north, sometimes as ransom, sometimes as protection money. This period also saw the rise of legendary figures, none more famous than El Cid, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, a complex and controversial knight. He fought for both Christian and Muslim rulers, driven more by loyalty and survival than ideology. His name became immortalized in Spanish folklore as the ultimate Christian warrior, though the truth was far more nuanced. By the late 11th and 12th centuries, the crusading spirit had arrived from Europe. Christian knights from France and beyond poured into Iberia, encouraged by popes who declared the Reconquista a holy war. The line between faith and politics blurred even further. Cities like Toledo and Zaragoza fell back into Christian hands. Churches replaced mosques, and Latin returned to the courts. But with every advance came retaliation. North African dynasties like the Almoravids and Almohads crossed into Spain to support Muslim forces, reigniting the flames of war. The Reconquista wasn't just a war of swords, it was a clash of civilizations, and it was far from over. By the 12th and 13th centuries, two Christian kingdoms began to outshine all others in the Iberian Peninsula, Castile and Aragon. They weren't just regional powers anymore, they were the future architects of a united Spain. Let's start with Castile. Castile's rise was swift and aggressive. Originally a frontier territory within Leon, it broke away and formed its own kingdom in the 10th century. Its name came from the countless castles that lined its borders, defensive strongholds against Muslim incursions. But Castile wasn't content to just defend. It conquered. By the reign of Ferdinand III in the 13th century, Castile had absorbed Leon and taken massive swaths of territory from Muslim states, including the prized city of Cordoba. Ferdinand earned the title the Saint for his religious zeal, but his conquests were anything but merciful. Still, under his leadership, Castile grew in both land and power, becoming the dominant Christian force in central and western Iberia. Then there was Aragon, Castile's formidable counterpart to the east. Where Castile expanded inland, Aragon looked to the sea. Under rulers like James Thurs, Aragon conquered Valencia, Mallorca, and parts of southern France. Aragon wasn't just a kingdom, it became a crown, a loose federation of regions, including Catalonia and later Sicily. Its strength came from trade, naval power, and a shrewd balance between monarchy and local autonomy. The two kingdoms had different personalities. Castile was land-hungry, religiously hardline, and culturally conservative. Aragon was more cosmopolitan, outward-looking, and commercially minded. But both shared one critical goal: the recovery of Iberia from Muslim control. The 13th century marked a golden era for both. Cities like Seville and Valencia were brought under Christian control, while Muslim rule was pushed back to a single surviving kingdom, Granada. Despite their power, Castile and Aragon were rarely at peace with each other. They competed for land, influence, and prestige. Royal marriages tried to bridge the gap, but tensions always lingered. Each kingdom saw itself as the rightful leader of a future united Spain. The Reconquista was approaching its end, but a united Spain was still just a dream. For now, the fate of the Iberian Peninsula rested in the hands of these two giants, each powerful in its own right, but destined to become even more powerful together. By the mid-15th century, Iberia was still divided. Castile and Aragon dominated the map, but they remained politically separate and frequently at odds. Yet in 1469, a single marriage would change the course of Spanish history forever. That year, Isabella of Castile married Ferdinand of Aragon. On the surface, it looked like a typical dynastic union. Two young royals tying the knot to secure alliances and consolidate power. But this wasn't just a marriage of thrones, it was the beginning of something far more significant: the unification of Spain. Isabella was heir to the Castilian throne, while Ferdinand was the crown prince of Aragon. Their marriage was controversial. It wasn't officially approved by the Pope at first, and many Castilian nobles opposed it, fearing Aragonese influence. But Isabella and Ferdinand were determined. They shared a vision of a united Christian Spain, one that could rival the great powers of Europe. When Isabella became Queen of Castile in 1474, and Ferdinand became King of Aragon in 1479, the two crowns remained technically separate. Each kingdom kept its own laws, languages, and institutions. But for the first time in centuries, Castile and Aragon moved in the same direction, led by a single royal couple who ruled jointly and strategically. Isabella and Ferdinand earned the title Los Reyes Católicos, the Catholic monarchs, for their zealous pursuit of religious unity. Together, they launched the final push to conquer Granada, the last Muslim stronghold in Iberia. But more on that in the next chapter. Beyond warfare, their marriage also laid the groundwork for administrative reform. They centralized authority, tamed rebellious nobles, and strengthened royal justice. Under their rule, the monarchy became more organized, more authoritative, and more feared. But it wasn't just about power. It was about image. Isabella and Ferdinand presented themselves as chosen by God to lead a united Christian kingdom. They sponsored scholars, expanded royal bureaucracy, and most famously, funded explorers who would change the world. Their union didn't legally merge Spain into one country, not yet, but it created a shared destiny. 2 thrones, 1 agenda, and soon an empire. In marrying each other, Isabella and Ferdinand didn't just shift the balance of power in Iberia, they lit the fuse that would explode into one of the most powerful monarchies in human history. For nearly 800 years, Islamic rule had been part of Iberian life. From the rise of Al-Andalus to the glittering courts of Cordoba and Granada, Muslim culture had shaped architecture, science, trade, and even language. But by the late 15th century, it all came down to one last kingdom, Granada. Nestled in the rugged mountains of southern Spain, Granada had been holding on while the rest of Iberia fell. The Nasrid dynasty, its ruling family, kept peace through diplomacy and by paying tribute to Castile. For a time, that was enough. But once Isabella and Ferdinand were united, that arrangement no longer satisfied them. Their goal was clear: complete Christian control over the peninsula. In 1482, the Catholic monarchs launched a full-scale campaign against Granada. Unlike previous skirmishes, this was an organized, relentless push. It would last for 10 long years. The war wasn't just fought with swords, it was fought with strategy. Ferdinand carefully negotiated with rival factions inside Granada, stirring civil unrest to weaken the Nasrid regime. Meanwhile, Isabella ensured the war was framed as a holy mission, a crusade blessed by the Pope and supported by nobles and church leaders alike. Inside Granada, the situation grew desperate. Infighting crippled leadership. The last Nasrid ruler, Boabdil, faced betrayal from his own family and pressure from his own people. Still, Granada resisted. Its iconic Alhambra palace, with its intricate Islamic art and stunning courtyards, stood defiant. But by January 2nd, 1492, the end came. Surrounded, outnumbered, and exhausted, Boabdil surrendered the city to Ferdinand and Isabella. According to legend, as Boabdil left the city, he turned back and wept. His mother, watching beside him, said bitterly, "Do not weep like a woman for what you could not defend like a man." With that, Muslim rule in Spain came to an end. The Reconquista was complete. Granada's fall was more than a military victory. It was symbolic. It marked the end of an era and the birth of something new. A united Christian Spain, powerful, ambitious, and eager to shape the world. But peace didn't follow. What came next was control, expulsion, and a new vision of national identity, one that would soon take a darker turn. With the fall of Granada in 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella had achieved their ultimate goal, a united Christian Spain. But unity, in their eyes, wasn't just about land, it was about belief. And in that same pivotal year, they launched one of the darkest chapters in Spain's royal history, the Spanish Inquisition. Religious uniformity wasn't new in Europe, but the Catholic monarchs took it to a new level. They believed that to build a truly strong kingdom, they needed one faith, one crown, and one identity. Diversity was seen not as richness, but as a threat. The primary targets? Conversos, Jews who had converted to Christianity, many under pressure. Although they outwardly embraced the Catholic faith, some were suspected of secretly practicing Judaism. That suspicion, whether real or imagined, sparked fear, and fear bred control. In 1478, Ferdinand and Isabella received permission from the Pope to establish their own state-controlled Inquisition, a tribunal independent from Rome but loyal to the crown. By 1480, the first inquisitors were appointed. By 1492, the same year Granada fell, the Edict of Expulsion was signed, forcing all unconverted Jews to leave Spain under threat of death. Thousands of families were displaced overnight, entire communities disappeared. Those who stayed faced the Inquisition's relentless eye. Inquisitors had near unlimited power. They operated in secrecy, relied on anonymous accusations, and used torture to extract confessions. Trials weren't fair, punishments were severe, property was seized, and those found guilty faced public executions. burned alive in the notorious autos da fe. But the Inquisition wasn't just about Jews. It expanded to target Muslim converts, Protestants, mystics, scholars, and even regular Catholics accused of unorthodoxy. It became a weapon of control, political, religious, and psychological. And yet, for many Spaniards, the Inquisition wasn't questioned. It was seen as divine justice. The monarchy used it to project power and moral superiority, shaping Spain into a nation that equated loyalty to the crown with loyalty to the church. Behind the grandeur of Isabella and Ferdinand's rule, the conquests, the diplomacy, the exploration, lay this shadow. A system built on suspicion, fear, and forced conformity. The Inquisition would last for over 3 centuries, becoming one of the most infamous institutions in European history. And yet, even as Spain cleansed itself within, it was turning its eyes outward, toward the unknown, toward the West, and toward a new world. 1492 wasn't just the year the Catholic monarchs conquered Granada or expelled the Jews. It was also the year that changed the world forever, thanks to a bold, stubborn explorer named Christopher Columbus. Columbus, a Genoese sailor with grand dreams, believed he could reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic. For years, he pitched his plan to European courts, Portugal, England, France, but was repeatedly rejected. His idea seemed mad, even dangerous. Most thought the voyage would end in disaster, but Isabella of Castile saw something in him. Maybe it was ambition, maybe desperation, or maybe the hope of beating Portugal in the global exploration race. Whatever the reason, in April 1492, she and Ferdinand agreed to fund Columbus's voyage. They gave him ships, a crew, and a contract promising him titles, wealth, and power, if he succeeded. On August 3, 1492, Columbus set sail with 3 ships, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. After more than 2 months at sea, just when his crew was on the verge of mutiny, they spotted land. But it wasn't Asia. It was an island in what we now call the Caribbean. Columbus believed he had reached the Indies. He called the native people Indians and claimed the land for Spain. He had no idea he'd stumbled upon a continent unknown to Europeans. But it didn't matter. The door had been opened, and Spain would be the first through it. Columbus returned to Spain a hero. Gold, spices, exotic animals, and enslaved people were paraded before the royal court. The monarchs were thrilled. They funded more voyages, more ships, more conquests. What began as a gamble became a global empire. In the decades that followed, Spanish explorers, conquistadors, swept through the Americas. Cortés toppled the Aztec Empire. Pizarro crushed the Incas. From Mexico to Peru, vast civilizations fell under the Spanish sword. Spain didn't just grow, it exploded. It became the richest, most powerful kingdom in Europe, flush with gold and silver from the New World. The monarchy now had the resources to dominate politics, fund wars, and shape the course of European history. The age of Spanish imperial monarchy had begun. But with great power comes even greater challenges, and the next king would inherit an empire bursting at the seams. By the early 1500s, Spain had transformed from a patchwork of kingdoms into a rising empire. But with the death of Ferdinand in 1516, a new figure would take the throne, one whose inheritance would stretch far beyond the borders of Spain. His name was Charles I of Spain, and his rise marked the beginning of the Habsburg dynasty. Charles was the grandson of Ferdinand and Isabella through his mother, Joanna of Castile. But his father, Philip the Handsome, was a Habsburg prince, the son of Maximilian I, the Holy Roman Emperor. When Charles was just 16, both his grandfathers died, leaving him with an inheritance so vast it made him the most powerful monarch in Europe. By 1519, Charles was not only King of Spain, but also elected Holy Roman Emperor, becoming Charles V. No king before him had ever ruled such a wide and scattered domain. His territories included Spain, the Netherlands, Naples, Sicily, the Americas, parts of Austria, and influence across Germany. His empire was so massive that it was famously said, "The sun never sets on the Spanish Empire." But ruling such a vast realm came with enormous challenges. At home, Charles faced unrest. In Castile, a popular revolt known as the Comuneros Rebellion broke out, triggered by resentment toward his foreign advisors and the heavy taxes used to fund his European wars. Charles crushed the rebellion, but the resentment lingered. Abroad, he was constantly at war against France, the Ottoman Empire, and later the Protestant princes of Germany. Charles saw himself as a defender of Catholic Europe, fighting to keep the faith united as the Protestant Reformation began to spread. But his efforts stretched his treasury thin and drained the resources of his vast empire. In the Americas, Spanish conquistadors were expanding Charles' wealth and his responsibilities. Gold flowed in from the New World, but so did reports of abuses, rebellions, and moral outrage from the clergy. By the 1550s, exhausted by decades of war diplomacy and religious chaos, Charles made a rare decision. He abdicated. He split his empire in two. His brother Ferdinand took the Holy Roman Empire, while his son Philip II inherited Spain and its global empire. Charles retired to a monastery, leaving behind a legacy of glory, conflict, and the heavy burden of holding too much power. When Philip II inherited the Spanish crown in 1556, he didn't just become King of Spain, he became ruler of the most far-reaching empire the world had ever seen. Thanks to his father, Charles I, and generations of expansion, Philip II now controlled not only Spain and its vast American colonies, but also the Netherlands, southern Italy, Milan, and even the distant Philippines, named in his honor. His navy patrolled the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Pacific. Gold and silver from the Americas flowed into Spain like rivers. It wasn't just territory, it was wealth, religion, and power on a scale that made Spain the superpower of the 16th century. But Philip wasn't content to simply manage his inheritance. He believed deeply in his divine mission to defend Catholicism across the world. Protestantism was spreading fast in Europe, and Philip saw it as a direct threat to both his crown and his soul. He saw himself as God's chosen king, a ruler not just of land, but of hearts and faith. So he acted accordingly. He launched brutal campaigns against Protestants in the Netherlands, which led to open revolt and decades of war. His forces fought in France, in Italy, and across the high seas. He strengthened the Spanish Inquisition and tightly controlled religious expression at home. But his most famous and disastrous move came in 1588, when he sent the Spanish Armada to invade England, hoping to overthrow Queen Elizabeth I, a Protestant monarch. The fleet, one of the largest ever assembled at the time, was met by a smaller but faster English navy and devastating storms. The result? A humiliating defeat that marked the beginning of Spain's long, slow decline. Despite this, under Philip II, Spain reached its peak in terms of global reach. The wealth from the New World, the influence of the Catholic Church, and the control over so many territories gave the Spanish crown a sense of divine legitimacy. But there were cracks beneath the surface. The constant wars, the reliance on colonial treasure, and the sheer weight of governing such a sprawling empire were taking their toll. Spain was powerful, but overextended. The seeds of trouble had been planted, and as history has shown time and again, no empire stays on top forever. By the late 16th century, Spain looked invincible on the surface. Its empire stretched across continents, its king, Philip II, held more territory than any other monarch in Europe, and its fleets sailed across every known ocean. But beneath the gold-plated facade, the empire was showing signs of stress. And in 1588, one disastrous event made those cracks impossible to ignore: the defeat of the Spanish Armada. The root of the conflict lay in religion and rivalry. England, under Queen Elizabeth I, had become a Protestant stronghold and a thorn in Philip's side. English privateers like Sir Francis Drake were harassing Spanish treasure ships, looting silver from the New World, and undermining Spain's maritime dominance. Worse still, Elizabeth had supported the Protestant rebellion in the Netherlands, which Philip ruled. To Philip, this wasn't just politics, it was a religious insult. He believed it was his sacred duty to overthrow Elizabeth and restore Catholicism to England. So he planned an invasion. The Spanish Armada, a fleet of over 130 ships, was assembled in one of the most ambitious naval operations of the age. It would sail through the English Channel, link up with Spanish forces in the Netherlands, and deliver a crushing blow to Protestant England. But almost nothing went according to plan. As the Armada moved north, it was harassed by smaller, faster English ships that used superior tactics and mobility to chip away at the fleet. The English avoided full confrontation and used fire ships, vessels set ablaze and sent into the anchored Armada to scatter the Spanish formation. Then came the weather. Violent storms battered the fleet as it tried to escape northward around Scotland and Ireland. Many ships were wrecked, others lost their way, and by the time the survivors returned to Spain, only half the original fleet remained. It was more than a military loss, it was a psychological blow. The myth of Spanish invincibility had been shattered. The defeat exposed the logistical weaknesses of Spain's overextended empire. It also emboldened Spain's enemies, especially England and the Dutch Republic, both of which would grow stronger in the coming decades. For Philip II, the Armada's failure marked the beginning of the end. Spain would remain powerful, yes, but it would never again dominate Europe as it once had. The defeat of the Spanish Armada was a turning point, but Spain's downward slide wasn't driven by battles alone. Much of its long-term decline came from within, from policies that choked diversity, drained talent, and tied the monarchy too tightly to religious dogma. Throughout the late 16th and 17th centuries, Spain was consumed by an obsession with religious purity. The Spanish Inquisition, originally created to monitor Jewish and Muslim converts, expanded its reach. It targeted anyone who deviated from strict Catholic orthodoxy, Protestants, mystics, even scientists and intellectuals. The monarchy, especially under Philip II and his successors, believed religious unity was essential to national strength. But in pursuing that vision, they crippled one of Spain's greatest assets, its people. In 1609, under Philip III, Spain took a drastic step. The crown ordered the expulsion of the Moriscos, Muslims who had converted to Christianity generations earlier, but were still viewed with suspicion. Over 300,000 people were forced to leave. Many were skilled artisans, farmers, and merchants. Their departure left vast regions depopulated and economically stagnant. Fields went untended, towns declined, and the local economies that had once thrived under cultural diversity began to wither. Meanwhile, the Inquisition continued to censor ideas, books, and academic freedom. Universities fell behind those of France, England, and the Netherlands. Spain, once home to the great intellectual exchange of Al-Andalus, became intellectually isolated. At the same time, the monarchy relied heavily on treasure from the Americas. Gold and silver from Peru and Mexico flooded the royal treasury, but it created a false sense of wealth. Instead of investing in local industries, Spain imported goods from abroad, stunting its own economic growth. Add to this the constant warfare, especially the long and bloody fight in the Netherlands, and the treasury was constantly on the verge of collapse. Inflation soared, poverty spread, and the once glorious Spanish court became weighed down by debt. Religious intolerance didn't unify Spain, it weakened it. By excluding and persecuting those who were different, the monarchy narrowed its base of support and shrank its pool of talent. It turned a once thriving multicultural empire into a brittle and dogmatic machine. Spain was still vast, still rich, still feared, but it was slowly hollowing out. And with each passing reign, the throne grew a little weaker. By the 17th century, the Spanish monarchy was crumbling from within, and at the center of its decline was the once mighty Habsburg dynasty. The Habsburgs had ruled Spain since Charles III, bringing immense power and prestige. But generations of carefully arranged marriages between royal cousins, uncles, and nieces had created a serious problem: inbreeding. Unlike other dynasties that married outside their borders for political alliances, the Spanish Habsburgs prioritized keeping the bloodline pure. Over time, this had devastating biological consequences. Infant mortality was high, mental and physical deformities increased, and each generation seemed weaker than the last. By the time Philip IV took the throne in 1621, the monarchy was clearly struggling. He was an intelligent man,